Chapter 1. 3 hours after the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. Sitting in his seat above the gray fog, Leonard looked at the shrouded figure at the head of the table with trepidation. A few minutes ago, every member of the Tarot Club had received a message from previously dormant Mr. Fool. He had finally awoken from his slumber and would hold a Tarot Club meeting the following Monday. So why was he the only one pulled into Saphira Castle? Sensing the scrutiny from the mysterious deity, Leonard hurriedly averted his gaze. "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you need me for something?" Klein glanced at the clearly fidgety poet and smiled slightly as he tapped the mottled bronze table. "Leonard, you don't need to be so formal with me." With that said, he waved his hand, dispersing the gray fog that covered them and revealing both the green-eyed red glove and the true appearance of the Fool, the face that contained a mix of both Gehrman and Klein's appearances. Leonard's eyes widened, and even as his instincts screamed for him to look away, to not look directly at God, Leonard remained riveted in his seat with his gaze irresistibly stuck on the hooded figure. He was speechless for a few seconds and struggled to form words. "Why you? No, it's impossible. K. Klein." The Fool directly laughed at the stuttering deacon. "Why are you pretending to be so shocked? Did you not already guess as much when you entered my dream?" He smiled, almost playfully at Leonard. "Would you like me to remind you of what you said?" No need, for that." Leonard had half the mind to feel a bit embarrassed as he recalled his escapades in the god's dreams. However, he still looked at the Fool with flighty eyes, a bit disbelieving that his only friend had suddenly become a lofty sequence zero. After all, there's a difference between having a poorly backed suspicion and having direct proof. Leonard nervously licked his lips and regained the courage to look directly at Klein. As he looked at the half-familiar face, Leonard managed to relax a bit and become more laid-back as his perception of his former colleague overlapped with that of the deity before him. His next reaction was to immediately worry for his friend. "Are you now above the sequences? Is your condition all right? Do you have enough anchors? Are you stable right now? What can I do to help? What about your humanity?" Suddenly bombarded with questions, Klein slowly answered them one by one with patience. "Yes, it's good. Yes and yes again. I don't require your help right now, but that may change in the future, and I have a reliable solution for that. It mainly consists of using bug to graft a large portion of my divinity onto a poor marionette shoved into a corner of Saphira Castle. It's a bit of a hassle to do, but it works." Leonard's eyes were still as wide as saucers, and he subconsciously leaned forward, more curious than afraid. "Well, how did you become, or rather, create the identity of the Fool? And how are you the Fool and the world at the same time? Was the world just a fake identity at the Tarot Club?" Klein felt a bit of embarrassment and wanted to force another avatar of his to answer the question in his stead. "It's here. The question I didn't want to answer the most." Preparing a script full of half-truths, Klein spent the next few minutes summarizing his secret identity during those 3 years. Unconsciously, the initial half-forced light-hearted tone devolved into a bleaker one as Klein recounted his experiences. "After my gamble against Amon, I immediately needed to sleep to resolve the issue, which brings us to now." He finished in a low tone. After the Fool stopped speaking, Leonard was silent for a while. He eventually made out with difficulty. "You truly went through a lot." Klein nodded in response, and they lapsed into another silence. "Even all these years later, at a level completely separate from mortals, I still think about Tingen often." Klein continued, his eyes dark and unfathomable. "It is still one of my most treasured memories." Likewise, Leonard smiled at the Fool, but it wasn't a happy expression. In fact, maybe it's only because of our attachment to those shared, happy times that we can even be friends and sit across from each other like this. After all, we are the only living witnesses of that incident. There is, and will be no one else who experienced what we did. "You know, sometimes," Leonard said, his gaze looking somewhere far off, "I wonder if I could have done something differently to prevent it all. I wish I could have had another chance, to do it all over again, and not be so useless." He didn't need to mention what he wanted to prevent. The dark memory already hung in the air around them. "I know." Klein smiled ruefully, lost in thought. He could feel his emotions becoming turbulent, which didn't bode well for a recently advanced Lord of the Mysteries. Quietly reigning in his increasingly chaotic spirituality, Klein softly echoed Leonard. "I, too." Wish I could have had a second chance. He didn't try to tell Leonard to keep the past behind him or reassure him that it wasn't his fault. Because for Klein, too, it was one of his biggest regrets. A few minutes later, Klein peacefully sent Leonard away and recalled his avatars around the world doing some basic information gathering. However, the instant he did so, he realized something was wrong. His spirituality was being depleted at an alarming rate, and even the marionettes and worms of spirit that he hadn't recalled were being integrated into his main body. As even the locked-up divinity storage marionette was attracted to him, Klein's heart tightened and his eyes flashed. Not good. But before he could do anything, his vision and all other senses blacked out. The year 1349. Klein's vision blurred and gradually focused. Confused and remembering the chaotic scene a few seconds ago, he immediately wanted to run deep into the fog of history. But nothing happened. Furrowing his brow, Klein was about to try again when he froze, taking in his surroundings. A familiar bed, a familiar desk, a familiar wallpaper. Klein stood in shock in the middle of the room, feeling as if a bucket of cold water just washed over him. What? Even though he knew it was impossible, Klein doubted whether he was in a dream or not right at that very moment. But the floor, the air, even the small dent in the lamp, it all feels so real. It was as if he had truly gone back in time, 8 years into the past. He quickly pinched himself. I feel pain. As if freed from a spell, Klein sprung into action. He ran around the room, touching everything, confirming it was real. Have I actually returned to the past? But how? Was it when I carelessly spoke and made a wish? The Lord of the Mysteries was stunned. No, wait. Right now, I can clearly sense I'm already sequence 8. That means some time has already passed since I first transmigrated. Struck with urgency, Klein immediately whirled around and checked the calendar. After looking at the date, Klein paused in his hurried actions. He grabbed the thin calendar with both hands, eyes boring into the paper. The current date was only 3 days away from when the true creator's spawn would be born in Tingen City. Chapter 2. Klein stared at the date on the calendar, completely frozen. There's only 3 days left. But I'm still only sequence 8. Without time to prepare, I'll be just as helpless as the first time, and everything will repeat itself. He clenched the calendar tightly, eyes narrowed. No, even if I have less time than I thought, I can still do something. Calming down from emotions that felt slightly foreign, Klein took a deep breath. The most important thing is to improve my strength, and quickly. I need to warn the Nighthawks. But how? It's not like I can directly walk up and say, I've come from the future, and expect them all to believe me. He carefully pondered this issue for a moment before quickly thinking of a solution. Wait, I'm sequence 8 and made contact with the goddess sword, which means she has already started watching me. I can simply pray to the goddess. I think I can convince her, and she would help greatly in my situation. But midway through setting up the proper ritual items, Klein froze as he recalled something, a slightly awkward look appearing on his face. I forgot I have work today. Klein searched his memories for a while. Yesterday was when Chilongos died, and today is when the Blackthorn Security Company is commissioned with the Madame Sharon case. Getting ready to leave, Klein organized his thoughts, quickly creating a plan. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilongos killed in Backlund. On his way to a trackless carriage, Klein paused in his steps and continued onto the vehicle. Mr. Ozick strikes. I should also send the letter to him a bit earlier this time. In fact, I should be able to help him recover his memories now, and if I can promote quickly enough, maybe even change his fate. Even with the threat of the true creator's descent looming over his head, Klein felt optimistic about the future. Given a second chance, he would definitely take full advantage of it. Holy Lord of Storms, I want to know which of Duke Negan's bodyguards killed Chilongos. His bounty was a full 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. Klein overheard the passengers' animated conversation. It was supposed to go to Mr. Ozick, but I used it anyway. He inwardly apologized to the former history professor. But hunting pirates is really profitable. Maybe Gehrman Sparrow should appear at sea a bit earlier. He suddenly recalled his pitiful amount of money right now, and his lips twitched. I'll be rich in the future. I'll be rich in the future. The fool consoled himself. Klein soon arrived in front of the Blackthorn Security Company. Staring at the familiar brick walls and sign, a strange mixture of feelings emerged in his chest. I'm back. A slightly sad smile appeared on his face before he quickly controlled his expression and entered normally, greeting Roseanne along the way. Klein immediately headed to Dunn's office. Opening the door, the prepared words choked in his throat as he stared at the man who had died all those years ago, the captain who smiled and said, "We saved Tingin." Fighting back the surge of emotions, Klein used his clown abilities to appear normal. "Captain, the people connected to Lon Evus that I'm in charge of investigating have no problems." He spoke according to his memories. They were merely victims, not associated with. Bang! The door suddenly slammed open, startling both Klein and Dunn in the room. Huh, I don't remember Roseanne entering this early, and so rudely. Klein frowned as he turned around to view the sudden intruder. Leonard, breathing heavily as he stood in the doorway, looked straight past Klein and at the sitting Dunn Smith, an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. "Leonard." Dunn started, confused. "What happened?" With a pale face, Leonard suddenly smiled casually and waved a hand in the air. It's nothing." Opened the wrong door. Just as quickly as he had arrived, the Nighthawk suddenly closed the door and left, as if being chased by a ghost. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Klein's head was full of question marks. What was that? Is the butterfly effect so powerful? But I didn't even do anything. At most I'm just a few minutes late. Dunn stared at the now closed door in clear bewilderment. Ahem, Klein, please continue. They were merely victims, not associated with any Beyonder incidents. Klein finished his report. Good, then stop that for the time being. We will focus on the more likely suspects after everyone else has finished their investigations. All right, any time now. The sound of knocking reverberated in the office. Come in, Dunn said. Roseanne peeked inside. Captain, someone is here with a mission. It's here, the mission that claimed the life of Kenley. Klein's eyes darkened. If I traveled back a bit earlier, I could have saved old Neil. He sighed inwardly and directed his attention towards the present. We can go hear the request out and reject it if it's too troublesome. Dunn spoke. The three made their way to the receptionist area, and two women dressed in black, one plump and one skinnier, entered their view. The wife and sister of the deceased member of Parliament Maynard? Klein recalled their identities. Just then, the widow spoke. The mission we would like to entrust to you is for you to track and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes. Madame Sharon? Dunn asked. Maynard's wife turned to look at her sister-in-law, who paused a moment before speaking. Yes, Madame Sharon, the wife of the deceased Baron Coe. She. The woman stammered and suddenly spat in anger. She's a bitch. Dunn Smith sat on the sofa opposite the two women. But that doesn't make her a criminal. Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingin. If we were to follow and monitor her, there could be very serious consequences for us. She's a criminal, the scrawny lady said angrily. She caused my brother's death, but those lovers of hers pressured the police department and made them pronounce that my brother died of excessive drinking and indulgence in sexual pleasure. They're all criminals. Mrs. Maynard consoled the old baron's sister before adding, She is a criminal. If you suffer any damages because of this, I will compensate you for your losses. After talking for a few more minutes, the two women signed the contract that Roseanne wrote up and paid a deposit. And as expected, Dunn Smith handed the mission to Klein, instructing him to learn tailing and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fire. Well, Leonard seems a bit off this morning, so you might want to go to Fire instead. The Nighthawk captain added thoughtfully. Keeping his expression normal, Klein replied seriously. All right. However, once Dunn had left the reception area, Klein didn't take his advice and directly went to find Leonard. It's better to follow the original timeline for now to minimize the chance of something going wrong later. Plus, I need to contact Leonard sooner or later. The grandfather attached to him is crucial to my plan. Klein searched all over the building but couldn't find Leonard, even though he clearly remembered being able to find him easily. Stumped, he simply followed his spiritual intuition, walking past the men's washroom, when he heard a faint noise from inside. Klein paused in his steps and slowly approached, furrowing his brow when he heard the faint sound of talking inside. However, there was no second voice. Klein felt awkward for a moment. That's Leonard, right? It's definitely him. He's talking to Palaz in the washroom? He suddenly felt as if he had more in common with Leonard than before. Bonding over the toilet. Klein joked to himself. He decided to wait further down the hallway to make it seem as if he was coincidentally walking past. Soon after, Leonard exited and seemed surprised to see Klein passing by. "Leonard," Klein called out to him as the Nighthawk made to escape in the other direction. Quickly catching up, Klein looked at him suspiciously before saying, "Captain assigned an extra mission to me and let me learn monitoring skills from you and fire." "Uh-huh. Oh, all right." The green-eyed man seemed confused for a brief second before becoming enlightened. "Then, follow me." As Leonard walked off, Klein thoughtfully stared at his departing back before following him. Chapter 3. After his bathroom escapade, Leonard acted normally again and didn't deviate from Klein's memories at all, seriously teaching him how to discreetly investigate someone. Since Klein had already tailed Madame Sharon and uncovered her secrets, albeit in another timeline, he wasn't in a hurry to monitor her. He leisurely spent £5 to get the underlings of a triad boss to create a report of her daily routine. He knew that the investigation report wouldn't be finished until Friday afternoon, and until then, he was relatively free. Aside from the Madame Sharon case, at this time he was only occupied with investigating the red chimney houses, and Klein had already decided to stop his search. After all, Nsangwil's hideout would be difficult to find with 008's interference, and even if he did find it, Klein didn't possess enough strength to do anything about it. So instead, he visited Ting In's underground market and bought a few materials needed to perform a ritual, as well as a few supplementary ingredients for the magician potion. Holding his much thinner wallet, Klein sighed to himself as he returned to the Moretti residence. "That was half of my week's salary," he complained inwardly. "But to be prepared for the events to come, I can only take this loss." Entering his room, Klein quickly built a wall of spirituality and sealed his surroundings. Familiarly setting up an altar, he closed his eyes and prayed to the Evernight goddess. "You are the Lady of Crimson, the Empress of Disaster and Horror, the Mother of Concealment." After he finished chanting her honorific name, Klein paused for a moment. "I thank you for your attention and care. I know you're watching me. On." Klein instantly broke out in cold sweat as he almost said the goddess' true name, quickly correcting himself. "Evernight goddess, do you believe in time travel?" After Klein finished the lengthiest prayer of his life, he stood up and waited a few minutes for a response. When none was forthcoming, he sighed and prepared to relight the candles. "Until I get a response, I'll keep pestering her. It's fine as long as she doesn't strike me down on the spot." But at that moment, a soft wave of darkness obscured his vision, and Klein found that his room, himself included, had entered a semi-concealed state. He was alarmed for a brief moment, before he realized what was happening and relaxed. His spirituality was triggered, and Klein quickly looked at the incense smoke on the altar. If what you say is true, the smoke from the lit fragrances mysteriously formed words in the standard Lonese language. "Then I will provide assistance earlier than intended, but it will not be free." The words dissipated in the air, and, almost hesitantly, a new message appeared. "I am glad my judgment in the future was correct, and hope that this time it will remain so." Once the last word dispersed, leaving a slight smell of vanilla behind, Klein's surroundings abruptly reverted to normal as if nothing had happened. Only the slowly dwindling smoke provided proof of what just occurred. Even talking through such an indirect method, as a Sequence 8 Beyonder, Klein's back was soaked with sweat throughout the whole ordeal. However, his expression revealed none of this. Instead, he smiled wryly and spoke to himself. "I won't let down your expectations. I'm glad Aemoneses chose to believe me. Well, it's hard to imagine how I know her identity and the truth about Earth otherwise. I'll be sure to repay her help earlier this time." Making sure the wall of spirituality was still intact, Klein looked at the objects that had magically appeared on the altar. Klein was stunned by the Evernight goddess generosity. Even if these materials are nothing in the eyes of a deity and a large church, isn't this too generous? A large heap of ingredients lay on the altar, almost spilling off the edge. Klein carefully looked through them one by one, his eyes widening as he took inventory. The main ingredients of the magician potion, and both the main and supplementary ingredients for the faceless potion. With this, I can directly promote to Sequence 6. Having a backer is indeed convenient. Klein habitually tapped clockwise on his chest 4 times and murmured, "Praise the goddess." He froze unnaturally for a second before taking the ingredients and moving towards the Moretti family's kitchen. It's a good thing Benson's at work and Melissa is in school. Klein thought to himself as he set up another spiritual wall, grabbing a random pot as he did so. After traveling back in time, his clown potion was almost instantly digested due to his past experiences. As for the remaining progress, he clearly felt that the potion had fully digested when he smiled at Dunn and everyone in the Blackthorn Security Company despite his true tumultuous feelings. This will be my second time consuming this potion. Klein smiled drily at himself as he took out the patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the spring of the elf's marrow crystals. Klein couldn't be any more familiar with the process of concocting potions, handling the supplementary items before the main ingredients. After he added the main ingredients, a pale white fog rising and then being pulled back into the pot, Klein poured every drop of liquid into a transparent bottle. He quickly flipped a coin to divine the success of the potion, confirming it a success. Bracing himself, Klein stared at the potion, swirling it around slightly. It seemed to have fireworks constantly released within, bright colors appearing and scattering sporadically. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and drank the mysterious mixture all at once. The ice-cold liquid poured down his throat, and countless bubbles seemed to burst as he swallowed. He calmly started using Kagaichtaishun, ignoring the dim chanting of Hornasis. Phlegrea, that repeated in his mind. A few minutes later, Klein calmed down and opened his eyes. He had successfully promoted. Having become a Sequence 7 magician, Klein inspected his body for a moment before realizing his potion was already mostly digested. My initial promotion speed was already fast enough, but now with the help of my past experiences, I don't know what kind of potion-guzzling monster I'll become. A potion in the morning, a potion in the afternoon, and a potion in the evening. Probably something like that? Klein laughed at his thoughts. Plus, even the need for a ritual is practically gone, because I've already done all of them. Shaking his head at his immense luck, Klein briefly cleaned up the kitchen and threw the rest of the ingredients above the gray fog. Tomorrow, during Madame Sharon's investigation, I'll put on a perfect performance and digest the rest of the magician's potion. Then I'll promote to Sequence 6. And after that, I can go harass Palace. Satisfied with his plan, Klein grabbed a box of matches, scissors, and a few blank sheets of paper. With an expressionless face, he sat down and began slowly cutting out paper figures. Aenesis, the kitten I wanted to raise suddenly became a full-grown cat. What to do? Chapter 4. Friday afternoon. Klein received the investigation report from the Triad boss, grimacing as he glanced at the unintelligible script. Not one of the Triad boss's underlings was literate. They relied on drawings and symbols, which were then interpreted and organized by their semi-literate boss. It's a good thing I've read this before. Using his past memories, Klein was able to deduce the general meaning and was satisfied when the contents were the same as he remembered. He knew that once he changed something, the future would also change correspondingly. Thus, before he encountered an event he wanted to change, he would follow his previous actions as much as possible in order to prevent unforeseen problems. So, just like before, Klein chose to infiltrate Madame Sharon's house tonight to quickly search through it. At night, gas street lamps illuminated Osna Street as a crimson-red moon hung in the sky. Klein mentally reviewed his plan as he quietly leaped over the outer wall of Madame Sharon's house, climbed up the water pipe, and successfully arrived on the second-floor balcony. Using a tarot card, he quickly unlocked the door and entered. Already prepared for the faint smell of the aphrodisiac in the room, Klein was completely unfazed, using Kagaichtaishun to remain calm. As he stood in the middle of the room, Klein's eyes narrowed as he viewed his surroundings as well as the almost transparent and unnoticeable fine threads tied across the room, some already broken by his entrance. All I need is for Madame Sharon to be alerted that someone has intruded in her house. After all, I already know what's in her safe, plus her true identity. Klein started randomly walking around the room, making sure most of the thin lines had torn and fallen to the ground. Satisfied, he quickly left the scene, locking the balcony door behind himself just as a carriage drove towards the front gate under the illumination of the street lamps. 36 Zutland Street, the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn was reading the newspaper casually with his legs crossed. He looked at Klein, who appeared before his office door with a strange expression. Weren't you supposed to slip into Madame Sharon's house to do an initial search? Did you encounter some sort of problem? Klein nodded seriously and repeated his words from his memories. Yes, I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the demonist sect. A member of the demonist sect? Dunn lowered the newspaper. What did you discover? First, I found a photo. There was a young man in the photo, but he looked very much like Madame Sharon. Similar to Instigator Trissy? Dunn's eyes sparkled as he was enlightened. Yes. Klein nodded with mixed feelings as he recalled the deceased Lady of Despair. I used divination to discover that Madame Sharon has a white bone statue in a hidden compartment in her safe. It's of an extremely beautiful woman, but her hair is very long, to her ankles. Every strand is as thick as a venomous snake, and on the tips, there were eyes. Captain, is that the image of the primordial demoness? Of course, this was a lie, let alone divination. This time he hadn't even used his spirit body to break into the safe. That's the image of the primordial demoness. Dunn confirmed. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon. Klein immediately agreed. If Madame Sharon is a mid-sequence beyonder from the demonist sect, I have to assume that she'll be able to tell that someone had sneaked into her bedroom. Dunn nodded and said, Go upstairs to get Kenley. With the three of us taking action together, we can apply for one sealed artifact. Madame Sharon is very likely higher than a sequence 7 beyonder. All right. Despite already knowing the answer, Klein asked, Captain, which sealed artifact are you going to use? 30217. The spirit medium's mirror that ultimately took Kenley's life away. No abnormalities showed on his face as he ran to the Nighthawk's recreation room to get his colleague. This operation tonight is especially important. If Kenley dies, Captain will consume his beyonder characteristic, making his mental state unstable. And that is exactly what Zangwill has been waiting for. Klein helplessly felt slightly nervous while waiting for Dunn to return from the basement. This is the first chance to drastically change the future. It all starts with this mission. He used Kagaihtashun to calm his emotions. Soon after, Dunn returned, holding a mirror tightly wrapped in thick black cloth. You're in charge of using sealed artifact 30217. Dunn passed the mirror to Kenley. The three were about to depart when Klein suddenly stepped forward. Captain, I think it would be better if I used the sealed artifact instead. Dunn paused and turned to look at Klein. Kenley has better physical strength than me, so it would be more convenient for him to act if he doesn't have to hold the sealed artifact. Plus, I've been to Madame Sharon's room before and know the layout well, so I can use the mirror more effectively. Dunn thought for a second before decisively agreeing. All right. The sealed artifact was successfully handed over to Klein, who showed no abnormalities in his expression. As they set off to Osna Street, Klein double-checked his preparations, including the slumber charms in his pockets. Once they arrived, Klein took out the pendulum in his left sleeve and made a quick divination as he did in his memories. There's danger inside. He quietly recited the statement 7 times and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise at an amplitude and speed that indicated a danger level that wasn't too high, but not low either. All is going well at the moment. Even so, Klein didn't dare let down his guard. I can't waste this opportunity. He conveyed the results to Dunn and Kenley. There's no need for us to rush in. Dunn pressed down on his hat as he looked towards the demoness apartment. Why? Kenley instinctively asked. Do you still remember what happened when we tried to capture Instigator Trissy? Dunn wore his black gloves, looking at Klein. Captain, you're expecting me to remember something that happened over 8 years ago. Speechless, Klein could only search his memories and say, I remember. She seemed to be able to detect our presence and make the necessary responses, which led to her escaping. Good. Your answer is good. We cannot approach recklessly and end up alarming Madame Sharon. I'll try dragging her into a dream from a distance. If I'm successful, you and Kenley will go and capture her. Well, you can make the decision of whether you can kill or not. Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is of utmost importance. Klein and Kenley nodded in response. Captain's plan was indeed very good, but it's a pity. In the past, we didn't know Madame Sharon had the primordial demoness statue next to her. Klein lamented to himself, reflecting on the past. Outside Madame Sharon's house, Klein looked at the worried Kenley pacing around as he waited for Dunn to drag them into a dream. Sure enough, his mind turned into a blur as a giant crimson moon and Captain Dunn Smith appeared. Captain? He asked in a fake trance-like state. Madame Sharon has entered a dream. You can take action now. Dunn spoke. Remember to be careful, and don't be too reckless. We would rather miss the opportunity than take unwarranted risks. The Nighthawk captain emphasized. The dream world quickly shattered, and Klein exchanged a look with Kenley. Let's go. Klein signaled for his colleague to follow. The two quickly scaled the wall and landed on the second floor's balcony. Holding the spirit medium mirror, Klein made to pull open the doors. It was locked. He resisted the urge to facepalm as he naturally pulled out a tarot card and unlocked it as he had done earlier that day. How could I have forgotten? Before I went back in time, I was in a hurry to leave after investigating Madame Sharon and didn't relock the balcony door. However, this time I leisurely locked the door behind me. Kenley took out his revolver and Klein unwrapped the spirit medium mirror, making sure to angle it downwards as they entered. Warm light from the gas lamp immediately entered their vision, followed by Madame Sharon slumped over her chair. However, she wasn't asleep. She reclined in her chair with a faint smile across her mouth, looking straight at her two visitors. Bang! Instantly, Kenley instinctively raised his gun and fired a shot, the bullet going through the image of Madame Sharon and shattering the mirror behind her. Kenley didn't have the chance to be surprised when an elegant figure appeared beside the full-length mirror. The real Madame Sharon, wearing a nightgown. There wasn't even enough time for her painted lips to curve upwards before Klein instantly directed the mirror in his hands toward her. Kenley's shot just now should have alarmed Captain that something had happened. Klein narrowed his eyes as he carefully thought. With Kenley not affected by the spirit medium mirror, I should be able to hold on and preserve Kenley's life before Captain arrives. Madame Sharon's eyes widened and she quickly vanished, but not before she glanced into the cracked mirror. The surface of the mirror rippled, and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, hanging low and blocking her face. As Klein threw himself to the left, perfectly dodging Madame Sharon's sudden attack when she reappeared, his left hand shook and the sealed artifact glided towards the demoness, a pale hand extending out of the mirror. A woman in a white, flowy dress emerged from the mirror and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression quickly became gloomy, her surroundings igniting with 7 black flames. One flew out and hit the woman, who caught on fire and wailed in pain. Very soon, she vanished into thin air. Bang! Right at that moment, Kenley adjusted to the situation, raising his revolver and accurately aiming at Madame Sharon, forcing her to dodge. She narrowed her eyes, and in return shot the black flames surrounding her one after another at both Kenley and Klein. Luckily, since Kenley was standing further away from the demoness, he was able to evade the lethal projectiles in time. Letting out a silent breath of relief after seeing Kenley successfully avoid the flames, Klein also ducked to dodge the black fireballs. However, he hadn't escaped unscathed. He felt fine threads suddenly entangle him, slowing down his motions and threatening to immobilize him. He discreetly snapped his fingers, using a magician's flame controlling to burn the threads away, just as an icicle suddenly appeared like a spear, piercing from above. Already prepared for the sudden attack, Klein jumped away just in time, the remainder of the threads falling to the floor. Madame Sharon's eyes widened involuntarily, surprised at how her assailant had so easily escaped the threads binding him. The area the icy spear hit expanded with white frost. Klein agilely jumped away from the spot, narrowly avoiding the attack that would slow him down. That won't work on me this time. Seeing this, Madame Sharon grit her teeth and, with a curse, charged at Klein. Bang! Another shot by Kenley forced Madame Sharon back, and Klein quickly pulled out his own revolver, following with a bullet of his own. I can't use too many of the magician's abilities without Kenley becoming suspicious, and 008 may pick up on something strange. After all, how can a recently promoted Sequence 8 mysteriously jump up to Sequence 7 without a potion formula? Klein narrowed his eyes as he planned accordingly. Standing a few meters away, near the shattered mirror, Madame Sharon stood with a transparent ice spear condensed in her hands. Black flames had reappeared around her body, a menacing air surrounding them. Klein frowned at the sight and decisively reached into his left pocket, suddenly shouting a phrase in ancient Hermes. Crimson. He flicked his fingers and sent out the silver slumber charm, injecting his spirituality into the object and sending it toward Madame Sharon. A crimson flame appeared in the air, and the sound of light, continuous explosions echoed in the room. A serene and deep feeling instantly engulfed most of the bedroom, remnant shock waves affecting both Kenley and Klein. Before I went back in time, I was entangled with Madame Sharon's threads and could only drop this slumber charm, indiscriminately plunging everyone into a sleep. But I'm in a better situation now, so I can use this charm properly. Shaking off the slight sense of drowsiness, Klein fired his last bullet towards Madame Sharon, knowing it would break her mirror substitute. And it did. The image of the demoness seemed to shatter, disappearing on the spot. Then, as if having eyes in the back of his head, Klein instantly whirled around and directed the spirit medium mirror towards an empty spot, just as Madame Sharon reappeared right there, sending 3 black flames toward Klein as thin threads once again wrapped around him. But it was too late. She had already looked into the mirror with 3 cracks. Klein managed to awkwardly roll to the side as the flames brushed past him, while Kenley, pale-faced, also expended his last bullet. However, Madame Sharon didn't see the bullet approaching her. All she saw was a mirror reflecting her innocent, yet alluring beauty. The beautiful face in the mirror suddenly became contorted, with wrinkles, gashes of blood, and rotting spots appearing on her face. No. Madame Sharon let out a shrill cry as if she had just witnessed the death of a loved one. Her skin quickly took on a green color, while yellow pus flowed out the corner of her eyes. A silent black flame burned outward from within Madame Sharon, as if she was trying to expel something. The black flames then condensed into a thick frost, creating a sort of coffin as the invisible threads finally took on a color visible to the human eye. They enveloped the frost, forming a gigantic cocoon. Thud! Sealed artifact 30271 fell onto the ground and tumbled before stopping beside Madame Sharon's giant cocoon. Klein took a deep breath as Kenley took a few steps backward, nearly tripping over himself. Captain should be arriving any second now. Klein glanced at Kenley next to him, a surge of relief rushing through his chest. It's a good thing I was able to prevent Kenley's death. The image of Kenley's falling figure after vomiting out his organs was still imprinted in Klein's memories, but his colleague was now living and well in front of him. Just then, Dunn Smith broke through the window frame, somersaulting into the room. He caught sight of Klein and Kenley, who were somewhat disheveled but uninjured, and pleasant relief flashed in his eyes. It was at this moment that Madame Sharon's cocoon cracked open, the ice crumbling an inch at a time as the black flames dissipated into the air. Madame Sharon's skin had regained its normal color. Her eyes showed fatigue, but she seemed normal. She viewed the tied-up Klein, who was struggling to free himself, the shaken Kenley reloading his gun, and Dunn Smith, his finger pressed on his glabella with his eyes closed. A formless ripple spread outward from Dunn as Madame Sharon's eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Captain won't be able to restrain her for long. Having freed up a hand, Klein grabbed 3 demon-hunting bullets and inserted them into his gun. Closing the cylinder and standing up, Klein took aim at Madame Sharon with both hands on the gun. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he aimed for the middle of her forehead and decisively fired 3 shots at Madame Sharon. The first bullet seemed to tear through multiple layers of obstruction, causing it to lose the bulk of its power, rendering it unable to pierce through the target's skull. But the next 2 bullets followed soon after, tearing through Madame Sharon and turning her from a stunning beauty to a mutilated corpse that would incite nightmares in every man. She had long run out of substitutes to use. Klein lowered his gun, breathing heavily. It wasn't from physical exhaustion so much as an intense feeling of relief. I've done it. Kenley is still alive, and Captain won't consume his Beyonder characteristic. Ince Zangwill might try to create other opportunities to harm Captain, so I need to stay alert. But the true creator's spawn will be born soon, and Ince Zangwill definitely won't miss that opportunity. Is anyone hurt? Dunn asked concernedly, surveying the 2 Nighthawks. They both shook their heads. However, Kenley seemed noticeably rattled at the whole affair, especially when recalling his close brushes with death. That's good. Dunn directed his attention to the body of Madame Sharon. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to kill a few people before she tried to escape and sealed artifact 30271, we probably would have only been able to injure her. It was also my negligence that Madame Sharon escaped from the dream. Fortunately, you 2 are safe. Dunn continued. Klein nodded. Captain, should I channel her spirit now? Yes. Don't attempt to ask about the primordial demoness. Kinley and I will guard you to prevent any accidents. Having received approval, Klein quickly completed the mediumship ritual and divined both Madame Sharon's partners and the motive behind John Maynard's death. He followed his actions from before he time-traveled, receiving the same revelations as he remembered. Dunsmith naturally took a black cloth and covered the spirit medium's mirror. Good work today, the both of you. He spoke after Klein relayed the results of his divination. Clean up the scene, then Klein, get someone from the nearest police station to come over. Kinley, return to Zutland Street and get fire to come help out. We need him to deal with Madame Sharon's corpse. Okay. Klein left for the police station, informing them of a brutal murder at Osna Street after showing them his documents. The cleanup process was simpler than before Klein went back in time, especially since there was only one body this time. However, it was still well into the night by the time everything was sorted out. Back at the Blackthorn Security Company, Madame Sharon's corpse was moved into the mortuary. Both of you have just experienced an intense battle, so go home first. You must be exhausted. Dunn turned to Klein and Kinley. All right. In the dead of night, just before dawn arrived, Klein took a carriage back to Daffodil Street. It was only once he was in his room, sealed with a wall of spirituality, that he allowed himself to relax. Klein lightly laughed to himself and stared at the crimson-red moon. He clearly felt the magician potion dissolving inside him, blending together with his spirit. He had fully digested the magician potion. Chapter 5. Even though Klein was mentally and physically exhausted from the battle with Madame Sharon, he only allowed himself to rest for a few minutes before setting up a bestowment ritual and transporting the faceless potion ingredients into the real world. This is the second time I'll be using the kitchen in this house to brew a potion. Klein mentally apologized to Benson and Melissa, especially as he was using kitchenware that Melissa and he usually cooked with. But I really don't have any other options. He once again set up a wall of spirituality in the kitchen and grabbed the same pot he used yesterday. Klein steadily measured the right amount of supplementary ingredients before adding the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pH gland and the characteristic of a human skin shadow. Praise the goddess that I was able to get the ingredients so quickly. Otherwise, I would really be at a loss. Musing to himself, Klein poured the finished concoction into a glass bottle and viewed it. The blackish-green liquid occasionally produced large bubbles and burping sounds, random faces faintly appearing within the potion. Ding! Klein flipped a coin to confirm the potion was successful and received a positive result. Klein took the glass bottle and calmed his mood with cogitation. After a few seconds, he swiftly drank the entire potion, not leaving a single drop behind. He immediately started using cogitation again, as he seemed to be separated from his body, viewing his facial features as they started melting. In fact, his entire body turned into what seemed like scorched white wax. In a few seconds, his entire body seemed to become a transparent statue. No, why does this reaction seem more severe than when I first promoted to Sequence 6? Alarmed, Klein instantly tried to pull himself back into his body, fighting against the mysterious force that pulled him away. After a short struggle that felt like a very long time, he barely managed to feel his body once again. Once firmly rooted in himself, Klein familiarly utilized the faceless powers to regain full control of himself, regaining a normal feeling. Phew, that almost went wrong. Klein's back felt cold. Sure enough, even with my past experiences, promoting 2 sequences in such a short amount of time is too much for my body to handle. However, I really don't have a choice. In order to use that, I need to become stronger as fast as possible. Klein closed his eyes in the dark kitchen, taking a few minutes to stabilize himself. He opened his eyes after around 5 minutes had passed. Quickly cleaning up the kitchen, Klein removed the wall of spirituality and trudged upstairs to his room, mentally spent. The moment he hit the bed, Klein fell asleep. The next morning, Klein pulled himself out of bed with much difficulty. Sigh, I really want to sleep in. However, he was on duty at China SS Gate that day, so he could only arrive early to the Blackthorn Security Company. At that moment, the other clerks had yet to arrive for work. Klein walked through the partition and saw Dunsmith, seated in his office with the door wide open. He was talking in a quiet voice to Leonard, who had his back towards the entrance. Compared to the timeline where Kinley died during the mission yesterday, Dunsmith was a lot more lively, without the obvious signs of dullness and weariness. Captain, Klein stared at the man with the twinge of an unknown feeling. Seeing the changes to the future with his own eyes, he became even more determined to prevent the tragedy that would take place a day later. But why is Leonard here? Even though the future Red Glove hadn't visited Dunn at this time before, Klein only found it slightly strange, attributing it to the butterfly effect once again. Politely waiting a few seconds for a lull in the conversation, Klein stepped forward and knocked on the door frame. "Captain, Leonard." Dunn looked up. "Klein, you're here. The aftermath of Madame Sharon's case has already been taken care of. You can head to the basement and take over Royale's shift." Klein nodded at his words, then peeked curiously into the room. "Isn't Leonard off duty today? Is there an urgent matter?" "No. He was concerned about the Madame Sharon case and came in on his day off. I was debriefing him on the operation last night." Dunn responded. "Oh." Klein meaningfully glanced at Leonard, narrowing his eyes. "Poet classmate, why are you acting so strange recently? Have you eaten the wrong medicine?" Leonard simply smiled in response. "All right, I'll leave then." Klein left and changed shifts with Royale. Sitting in the duty room, Klein occasionally took out his silver pocket watch to look at the time when he suddenly had an idea. "Since Leonard's already here, I can move forward to the next step of my plan. How convenient. Before that, I should divine the source of Leonard's abnormalities. The butterfly effect isn't this exaggerated, right? There's clearly something wrong with Leonard." Enlightened, Klein closed his eyes and did a dream divination. However, there was no result. Frowning, Klein backtracked and flipped a coin, divining whether or not Leonard's behavior was abnormal. Yes. Klein quickly became concerned. "So, Leonard is behaving strangely, but I am unable to divine the reason. I probably need to be in Saphira Castle to receive a clear answer. This means that whatever is entangling Leonard is at a higher level than Sequence 6. Alarmed, Klein decided against seeking out Leonard beforehand. "After I finish my shift, I'll return home and try again in Saphira Castle. Only after confirming there isn't much risk will I talk to Palace." Time passed quickly, and soon the next morning arrived, and Klein left Chauness Gate. Once Klein opened the door to the Moretti's house, he saw the maidservant Bella wiping the dining table while his dressed-up siblings came downstairs. Didn't you just go to Mass last week?" Klein asked curiously. "Did preventing Kenley's death make my siblings forget the date?" Klein somehow came up with an absurd explanation. Benson smiled. "That sounds like the memory of a person who hasn't gotten any sleep the entire night." I am a little tired, but..." "What?" Klein looked even more confused. "Today is the first day that the Return of the Count will be releasing tickets for sale," Melissa explained. "Oh." Klein smacked his forehead, taking off his hat. "I guess some things never change. I still forgot about the play this time. Well, before I went back, I never even got the chance to watch it." A tinge of melancholy seeped into his emotions, but he didn't let it show outwardly. "Sorry, I've been too busy recently. I totally forgot about it," Klein explained with a sigh. Facing Benson and Melissa, who he hadn't seen in years, Klein felt a mixture of complicated feelings. That raises the question, should I pretend to die, once again, during the Megos incident? Continuing to live will warp the future to a level beyond my control. I'll have no clue what might happen, and it may bring more danger to my family and the ones I care about. Caught up in his thoughts, Klein missed Melissa's next words. Klein? Sorry, I spaced out for a second." Klein apologized, quickly bringing his attention back to the present. "I said, your breakfast is in the kitchen, eat it, and get some sleep." Melissa looked at her older brother with concern. "Are you sure you're all right? Work is important, but your health is too." Klein quickly reassured his sister. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." He waved and bade his siblings goodbye as they left, before having the simple breakfast and returning to his bedroom. Familiarly setting up a wall of spirituality, Klein walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered Saphira Castle. He first reviewed the prayers he had received during the day, Miss Justice's and the Hanged Man's request for leave during the next tarot meeting. Since 2 out of 3 members were unable to make it, Klein directly notified the son Derek that the next Monday's tarot meeting would be canceled. Finished with the Fool's official business, Klein then directed his attention to the matter with Leonard. Closing his eyes, he once again chanted, the reason for Leonard Mitchell's abnormality. Klein sank into a dream and saw a scene at Blackthorn Security Company. It didn't show anything in particular, just Nighthawks and civilian personnel passing by, with the door to Dunn's office occasionally opening as people went in and came out. After a few more seconds, Klein opened his eyes, confused. So he's just acting out for no reason? The fool came to this conclusion after thinking for a few seconds. He then used his topaz pendulum to divine the danger level of what he was about to do. A minimal amount of danger, Klein analyzed, viewing the slow and leisurely turn of the pendulum. Walking into a bar would probably be more dangerous. He then divined the current location of Leonard Mitchell, who was surprisingly resting at home. Strange, shouldn't Leonard be investigating the Lenivas case? Klein changed his plans slightly, having originally planned to bump into Leonard on the streets. Satisfied with his results, Klein activated his spirituality and left Seyfira Castle. Chapter 6. Klein quickly boarded a carriage and, following his spirituality, soon arrived at an unfamiliar street not too far from the Blackthorn Security Company. He left the public vehicle and stood in front of an apartment complex, using divination to quickly figure out which door belonged to Leonard. As the carriage left behind him, Klein passed a hand over his face. When he lowered his hand, the black-haired, brown-eyed young man had disappeared, replaced with a middle-aged man with blue eyes and a profound gaze. Right, I need to grow a few centimeters as well. Dwayne Dantes suddenly grew to 180 centimeters in height as he stood on the side of the street. Satisfied with his preparations, Klein adjusted his top hat and politely knocked on Leonard's door. He heard the sound of something crashing inside, and his lips twitched. A minute later, the door opened and Klein was face-to-face with the future Red Glove. Yes, who? In the middle of rubbing his eyes, Leonard completely froze as he stared at his guest. Klein smoothly ignored his abnormality. Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. This may seem rather abrupt, but I need to have a private conversation with you. It's very important, Klein emphasized, only to be met with the same blank stare, eyes wide and mouth open. Why does this fellow seem so startled? A little too startled. Klein used his clown abilities to check himself from an outside point of view. No third eye, no extra limb. So why? Mr. Mitchell? He prompted, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Huh. Oh. Yes, Leonard snapped back to himself and opened the door fully. See, come inside and have a seat. Yes, have a seat. The green-eyed man was all over himself as he invited Klein inside, almost tripping over thin air. As the door closed behind him, Klein briefly viewed the apartment. It wasn't too large, the perfect size for a young bachelor to live alone in. However, it was decorated rather nicely, with an attention to detail he wouldn't have expected from Leonard. A bookshelf lay in the corner of the room. Klein spotted the selected poems of Roselle on the bookshelf and had to stifle a laugh. He sat down on the sofa and faced Leonard opposite him. Ahem, Mr. Mr. Dwayne Dantes. Klein introduced himself. A suspicious feeling, one that had been slowly growing ever since he traveled back in time, crept up on him. Leonard's eye twitched. Mr. Dantes. He resumed speaking after a pause. What's your business with me? Maintaining his perfect composure, Klein smiled and clasped his hands together, taking a few seconds to look him over. Leonard Mitchell, 25, Sequence 8 Midnight Poet, Beyonder of the Tingin Nighthawks. And, he continued, ignoring Leonard jumping to his feet in alarm. You're hiding a certain secret. Isn't that right, Pallas Zoroast? Klein slowly took out a crystal monocle and played with it in his hands. Leonard's face turned from pale to confused to extremely pale as he looked down at the composed Dwayne Dantes. How? He ignored the explosive panic from the voice inside his head and narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the man sitting before him, as well as the monocle. Klein was beginning to become uncomfortable by Leonard's stare when he suddenly opened his mouth. Klein? Klein's eyes widened. At $% hash exclamation mark. You mean that's your colleague, the one that's only Sequence 8? Expletives poured from Pallas in Leonard's mind, his voice tinted with relief. Damn, and here I thought Amon found me. $% hash asterisk exclamation mark. He nearly gave me a heart attack. I don't think he's Sequence 8 anymore. Leonard commented, replying to the voice in his head. Now it was Klein's turn to be shocked. He didn't even bother pretending not to know who Klein was as he also jumped up to his feet, pointing at Leonard. Leonard, you. Klein suddenly thought of an outrageous explanation, but it made sense. Did you also travel back in time? Leonard's eyes instantly sparkled as he received confirmation, also excitedly pointing at Klein. Yes, you too? He was just short of grabbing Klein and jumping around the room. Klein was just as stunned and ecstatic. Was it right after I sent you out of Saphira Castle? What? Saphira Castle? Leonard ignored Pala's alarmed voice and replied. Yes, right after I left, I found myself here. He gestured to the space around him, and was confused on why you sent me back to my old apartment. Then, after talking to myself for a few seconds, I heard Pala's in my head. Oh, Klein nodded in understanding. The old man gave me a huge fright, and I thought he climbed back into my body while I was chatting with you. Leonard continued, a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. And then, well, I had to explain myself. Klein laughed as he imagined the scene. So, is Pala's aware of everything? Not everything, no? Leonard shamelessly admitted it in front of Pala's himself. But enough. Brat. Pala's scoffed in Leonard's mind. Even if I'm not fully recovered, don't think I can't do anything to you. So, Mr. Fool. Leonard started cheekily. What's your plan? You prevented Kenley's death, right? Pala's was too angry to say anything at being ignored again. Yes. Klein was silent for a few seconds, skipping over how Leonard addressed him. As for the plan, obviously, prevent the Megos incident. But now that you're in the picture, things will become a lot easier. Could you ask Pala's if he has a spare worm of time? Klein looked seriously at the green-eyed man in front of him. Leonard coughed awkwardly and avoided eye contact. About that, I already asked him for one yesterday, so the old man is currently in a weakened state and can't spare any more. Without Klein having to say anything, the Nighthawk reached into his pocket and took out an iron cigar case, handing it to Klein. Klein raised an eyebrow. I trust that you'll be able to make better preparations than me, Leonard explained. Plus, in terms of the domains of error, door, and fool, you definitely know more than me. Klein understood and took the cigar case. Becoming serious, he folded his hands under his chin and looked directly at Leonard as he slowly told him his plan and the midnight poet's role. Leonard listened closely. Time passed, and eventually, Klein leaned back into the sofa, relaxing slightly. That's it. He finished. But, aren't you supposed to be investigating the Lenivis case right now? Klein added thoughtfully. Yes, but since I've already investigated it before, I figured. Once it was about noon, I would just call you in to find the secret compartment and letter. Leonard scratched his head. Klein's lips twitched. Well, I can't really blame him. I was too lazy to investigate Madame Sharon all over again as well. All right, I'll create a charm from the Worm of Time and meet you at the place Lenivis rented at around noon. Klein nodded farewell and left Leonard's apartment, taking a public carriage back to his home. Leonard watched the mature figure of Dwayne Dantes shrink into the familiar face of Klein Moretti as he left. Your colleague is pretty good, Pala's noted. His plan is very comprehensive, and as for his strength, it's only been 3 days since your whole time-traveling fiasco, and he's already sequence 6. Yeah, Leonard casually responded as he prepared to set out as well. But I'm not really surprised. After all, he promoted to sequence 0 within 3 years. Leonard heard an abrupt choking sound inside his head. Chapter 7. Just before 11 o'clock, like Klein had predicted, he was dragged into a dream by Dunsmith. Leonard found a clue when he was investigating the Lenivis case. He needs your help. The Mystery prior sent over by the Holy Cathedral won't arrive until tomorrow morning because of a train fault. The Nighthawk captain instructed Klein. All right. Klein responded in a dazed voice as if he was affected by the dream state. Dunn thought for a moment before adding, there's no need for you to return to Zutland Street. Head to 62 House Street directly. Leonard is waiting there for you. It's been hard on you. The moment he finished his sentence, Klein's dream shattered. Prepared, Klein immediately opened his eyes and sprung out of his chair. He had already successfully created a Fate Siphon charm, and also brought his Flarengi Sun charms, as well as other useful items down from Saphira Castle. Klein instantly set out to leave after double-checking his preparations, making sure he had enough paper figures and matches. As he boarded a public carriage, he recalled his conversation with Leonard an hour or so ago. The most crucial part is to prevent Captain from using Saint Selena's ashes. Leonard nodded in agreement. Yes, such a powerful sealed artifact alerted the true creator's spawn and made Megos mutate. But since Captain's mental state is better than the previous timeline, it's likely that he'll be able to think of this. Then, The main issue would be to support Captain with Magos, and then deal with Nsangwil when he arrives later. All right. Leonard paused for a few seconds before continuing. But, Klein, are you still going to die this time? Klein snapped himself out of his thoughts as he arrived at House Street, seeing the messy-haired midnight poet waiting for him at Building 62. Leonard was still in a thin white shirt despite the chilly September weather. Aren't you cold? Klein asked as he approached the Nighthawk. I've been meaning to ask this in the past, too. Does he simply have thicker skin? Heh, a real man isn't afraid of the cold. Leonard rubbed his nose. Klein shot him a dirty look as they tacitly entered the building. Once inside, they didn't waste any time. Klein directly walked towards the wooden bookshelf and pulled at the book nearest to its sides. As expected, a hidden compartment was opened, revealing a letter. Leonard picked the letter up, opening it. Klein leaned forward to get a look, skimming over the contents to confirm they were the same as he remembered. All good. Leonard tucked the letter under his arm. Then let's go. Wait. Klein reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a pen and blank sheet of paper. I'll write to Mr. Ozick. Before, my letter was sent too late for him to arrive. He explained. Of course, whether or not he can arrive on time now is dependent on how much 008 interferes. Understanding dawned on Leonard, who was standing to the side. Ozick Eggers, your history professor, the death consul? Those titles sound a bit awkward next to each other. Klein nodded, the side of his mouth lifting at Leonard's remark. He quickly finished explaining the course of events in the letter and blew on the copper whistle, summoning the familiar bony messenger. As he handed the letter over and watched the skeleton disintegrate, Klein sighed to himself. Messenger number 1, I really missed how polite you were. I promise not to use you as a shield this time. I don't want to live in fear of a 4-foot-tall messenger appearing every time I use the restroom. The two hurried back to the Blackthorn Security Company to report to Dunsmith. Just as they entered the door, Klein saw two familiar faces. Maynard's wife and sister. The two women in black morning dress spotted Klein and approached him. I'm very pleased with the outcome and your work. Here's the reward that you deserve. Mrs. Maynard spoke to him in a low voice. The scrawny woman passed a brown bag full of cash to Klein. A total of 230 pounds. She stated simply. Of course, Klein was in no mood to care about the money. His attention completely focused on what was yet to come. He handed the money to Roseanne to take care of, and soon followed Leonard through the partition to Dunn's office. How was it? Did you find any clues? The Nighthawk captain closed his document and looked up at Klein and Leonard. We found a letter that was left behind by Lenevis. Leonard followed the words he said before he time-traveled, simply passing the letter to Dunn without elaborating further. Dunn quickly scanned through the letter and rubbed his temples, saying with a sigh, he really is a lunatic. He's only a sequence 8, sequence 7 at most. Klein agreed. Lenevis is a dangerous figure who can damage the stability of social order. Even though he's weak, we can't belittle him. He made such a big mess in Ting-In, then ran to Backlund to make a bigger mess. Klein privately thought to himself, well, karma, namely me, will come for you anyway. Klein told Captain about a few of his and Leonard's assumptions about the bomb mentioned in the letter, slipping in a few hints that the situation was even graver than they thought. Dunn slowly nodded. All right, I'll immediately send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral and ask them to send a mysticism expert over for assistance. We need to be extremely careful, and once I receive a reply, I will arrange for the follow-up. Klein and Leonard exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Taking the opportunity when Captain was sending a telegram, Klein slipped Leonard a charm. This is something I made after stirring up the powers of Seyfira Castle. It's not very strong, so don't expect too much, but at most it can make Magos' movements slow down for a few seconds. To use it, simply inject your spirituality and say control in an ancient language, throwing it at your target. Klein whispered to Leonard, brushing past him to leave the office. As if nervous, he paced around the reception room. However, Klein was actually unobtrusively dropping matches around the room, preparing for an inevitable battle. Hopefully it won't come to this. The best-case scenario is to contain Magos and prevent her from leaving until backup arrives. Klein had a grave expression as he walked around the room. Click. Leonard and Klein froze unnaturally for a second before appearing as natural as possible. However, their bodies were tense as they watched the main door open. A young, Pretty lady with a depressed yet silent temperament slowly walked through the entrance. She had blonde hair, green eyes, and was wearing a ruffled hat and loose dress. Megos. Klein's eyes were drawn to her large stomach, and he immediately received sharp alarm bells from his spirituality. You must not look directly at God. Klein instantly broke out into a cold sweat. As a sequence 6, he clearly felt the overpowering presence of the child in Megos' womb much clearer than before. He felt rooted to the ground, and a quick glance at Leonard's similarly pale face confirmed he felt the same. Miss Megos, Leonard forced himself to say, following the actions in his memory as much as possible. The blonde woman looked over at the both of them vacantly. Hello. She responded politely. Klein steeled himself, nails digging into his palm. Miss Megos, what brings you here to the Blackthorn Security Company? Do you have anything that you'd like us to do for you? He asked normally, a pleasant smile on his face. Even though the two Nighthawks in the room showed an outward pleasant countenance, they were both extremely alert and on guard, ready to burst into action in a single moment. Somehow or the other, I suddenly thought of coming to Zutland Street and thought of coming up to take a look. Megos touched her stomach and smiled faintly. Klein got chills at her actions, but maintained his composure. Ince Zangwill indeed can't wait for another opportunity and has influenced Megos with 008 to come to the Nighthawks. He analyzed, eyes narrowing imperceptibly. Do you want coffee, black tea, or nothing at all? Klein was grateful that his faceless abilities facilitated the use of the clown abilities, as he was able to smile normally in such a tense situation without exposing his actual emotions. A cup of warm water. I suddenly thought of chatting with you guys about Lenevis. I have the feeling that you know a lot. Who told you that? Leonard knew the answer already, but asked anyway. Megos giggled, a creepy sound that sent shivers down Leonard and Klein's backs. My child told me. He knows a lot. He's very smart. Leonard forced a smile. Even though this was his second time experiencing this, his horror hadn't diminished in the least. The feeling of facing an evil god spawn wasn't something anyone could get used to. That's exactly what I'd like to talk about. We want to have a chat with you about Lenevis. The midnight poet continued, pointing toward the sofa. While Megos was distracted, Klein hurried into Dunn's office, closing the door behind him with a bang. Using as concise and clear language as possible, Klein relayed the information to the Nighthawk captain. That the bomb Lenevis mentioned was the baby inside Megos' stomach. Dunn thought for a while before nodding with a serious expression. I'll ask for assistance from the Holy Cathedral immediately. Tell Leonard to keep Megos calm and notify all non-combatants to evacuate. We have to prepare for the worst, which is if Megos' baby is born before reinforcements arrive. Klein nodded, tense as he waited for Captain's next words. Please don't take out Saint Selina's ashes. After I send the telegram, I will take out the sealed artifacts with the highest offensive ability. I cannot use Saint Selina's ashes. Its power would certainly alarm Megos, and, if the baby in her belly is really the spawn of an evil god, result in the worst-case scenario. A surge of relief coursed through Klein. Thank the goddess. Captain's mental state hasn't been impacted by consuming Kinley's Beyonder characteristic, so he decided not to use Saint Selina's ashes. Captain, we can also ask for reinforcements from the mandated Punishers and the machinery hive mind. Klein reminded Dunn. All right. We cannot delay any further. I will send the telegram as soon as possible. Klein didn't waste any more time, immediately exiting the office and heading toward the accountant's room. Mrs. Oriana looked up from her work with a kind smile. Lad, what claims do you have to submit today? Klein had a serious expression on his face. Mrs. Oriana, we will be on vacation today. Go back home immediately. Help me inform the rest of the clerks. I'll tell Roseanne. Oriana froze and looked at the young man before her in a daze. She soon stood up in a fluster and, without even packing, she grabbed her handbag and hurried out. However, she turned and stared at Klein after leaving the office. She drew a crimson moon on her chest and said, All of you will be blessed by the goddess. Klein smiled wryly in return. Thank you. He made his way toward the receptionist area, taking a brief look at Leonard to confirm the situation. Still normal for now? He filled up a cup of warm water and leaned towards Roseanne. Go home. It's dangerous here. Come back tomorrow. He whispered. Roseanne opened her mouth in shock, but quickly closed it again after seeing his expression. She packed her items and soon left the receptionist area. Just as she was walking past Klein, she whispered back, "To be honest, I respect the Nighthawks as much as I hate other people who become Beyonders." Klein watched the young woman leave with the rest of the clerks with a complicated expression. Once all the civilian staff had left, he brought the glass of warm water to Megos and said, "I have something to settle. I'll be back soon." He didn't need to tell Leonard what to do. A second of eye contact established that everything was moving according to plan. Without a change in expression, Leonard continued his conversation with Megos. The young pregnant woman seemed to be a little restless, as if losing focus. Dunsmith soon returned from Chon ISS gate, holding sealed artifact 2105 and 2078. Klein glanced at the sealed artifact, Blood Vessel Thief. As expected, Captain also came to the conclusion that this sealed artifact was best for the situation. And as for 2078, Door of Death, Klein recalled the description. A seemingly ordinary wooden door. However, any living thing that passed through it would die instantly. It could replace pre-existing doors, so any user had to be careful not to pass through any door near them. A mythical creature will be able to tell which door is the door of death, but it might be able to delay it for a few seconds. Upon seeing Klein, Dunn handed the Blood Vessel Thief to him. "You don't possess any directly offensive abilities, so take sealed artifact 2105. Klein quietly received the sealed artifact as Dunn pointed at his office. The Holy Cathedral sent a telegram. They'll gather a team of strong Beyonders immediately and asked us to stall for as much time as possible. Yes. Klein nodded in acknowledgement. What's the situation? He got closer to the partition and looked at the reception room, just in time to catch Megos casually ripping out a chunk of her hair, throwing it into the trash can. Klein shivered at the sight. Poor Leonard. He mentally drew a crimson moon as he waited outside the partition with Dunsmith. It was at this time that Captain told me about Beyonder characteristics and his consumption of them. Klein felt a whiff of bittersweetness and looked at the Nighthawk captain in his black windbreaker, eyes gray and deep. Captain, you will definitely live. Chapter 8. Klein and Dunn quietly observed Megos as she began ripping out more and more chunks of hair. Dunn frowned, an extremely serious expression on his face as Megos suddenly reached for her face. She clawed out a large piece of flesh from her face. "My face is a little itchy," Megos explained embarrassedly, smiling slightly. Her smile exposed a bit of her white cheekbone, as well as a row of white teeth and bright red gums. Leonard's smile faltered a bit. Megos' state is increasingly unstable. Pallas grimly told Leonard. "I estimate she will mutate within 5 minutes. Will reinforcements arrive before then?" "I don't think so." Leonard inwardly agreed with Pallas. Even if the machinery, hive mind, and mandated punishers would arrive within the next few minutes, he had no doubt that Zangwill would use 008 to create all sorts of freak coincidences, delaying them until Megos mutated and Captain was forced to use Saint Selina's ashes. Bringing his attention to the present, Leonard smiled and apologized to Megos, trying to avoid looking at the bright red flesh on her face. "I need to use the bathroom." "Oh, ow, right." Megos' voice became fragmented, and it seemed as if it was coming through several layers of obstruction. "My child is a little restless." She rubbed her belly with a fond expression. Leonard shivered slightly and didn't reply, quickly walking towards the partition where Klein and Dunn were. Seeing that there was no box of ashes in Dunsmith's hands, a bit of tension left Leonard. "Captain, I'm afraid it's too late," he reported firmly. "We have to deal with Megos and her baby immediately. Otherwise, the whole of Ting'in will suffer terrible losses." Dunn knitted his eyebrows, unusually stern. "Are you sure that the situation has reached such an extent?" "Yes. In less than 5 minutes, Megos will mutate and her child will descend upon us." Leonard's certain tone convinced the Nighthawk captain to take action. Klein frowned as he heard Leonard's words and glanced at the Midnight Poet. Unfortunately, Megos is unable to be saved. Klein felt pity for the innocent woman who fell for Leniva's ploy. "But I didn't expect that even after all of our preparations, the true creator's spawn was ultimately only delayed for 2 extra minutes." At this, he was puzzled. The true creator's spawn won't attempt to be born early if it doesn't sense a threat. Captain hasn't taken out Saint Selina's ashes, and even 2 grade 2 sealed artifacts shouldn't pose much of a threat to it. So why? Is it because of me? Klein paled as he thought of this. Then, was everything that I did useless? Am I the reason behind this danger? No, Even if I'm significantly stronger than before, it still isn't at a level to be able to fatally harm Magos' child. Yet, her child is still trying to be born early. Klein's expression turned solemn, and he shook away his runaway thoughts as he handed over sealed artifact 2105 to Leonard, who wordlessly received it. Dunsmith thought for a few seconds before finally speaking. Currently, we cannot deal with Magos and her baby with our power. Our only options are to bring Saint Selena's ashes out or lure Magos to Chana's gate and use the unique environment to contain her until reinforcements arrive. Captain, I think luring her to Chana's gate is the best option. Klein immediately responded, resolute. Once Magos' baby senses a threat to itself or its mother, it will immediately turn hostile. At that point, we won't be able to contain casualties if it goes on a rampage. I agree with Klein. Leonard jumped in to back him up. If we want to wait for reinforcements, we should definitely not bring out Saint Selena's ashes. Receiving such a united opinion, Dunn nodded, his expression indescribable. You two, head to Chana's gate and debrief Sikatron on the current situation. Have her stop guarding Chana's gate and help with the operation. Klein's heart fell. Then, Captain, what about you? A slight pause. The Nighthawk captain's eyes were gentle as he spoke. I will lure Magos over. We may alarm her if too many people approach her at once, so I will go alone. If you don't see me or Magos come out within 3 minutes, then I will have failed to persuade her. Using any means possible, you two will have to contain Magos within Chana's gate. Klein watched as Dunsmith smoothly walked through the partition with red eyes. Captain, Klein took a deep breath. It will be fine. Wait and see if Captain is successful first, but be prepared to act any second. He signaled to Leonard, reining in his emotions. If Dunsmith was able to lure Magos into the vicinity of Chana's gate before she mutated, then they would contain her according to the plan. And if not, they needed to immediately deal with the true creator's spawn. Using his enhanced senses, Klein listened in on Magos and Dunn's conversation. Miss Magos, you are here to talk about Lenivis, correct? Oh, yes. A floaty voice responded to Dunn's firm tone. We found a few clues about him. As someone who was close to Lenivis, could you follow me and confirm they are related to him? The Nighthawk captain's voice was steady, not betraying his true intentions. You found Lenivis? Unexpectedly, Magos seemed to regain a bit of clarity. Not quite, but if you can comply with me, we will be very close. There was no reply from Magos' side, but Klein heard the rustling of clothes as she stood up from the sofa. Klein relaxed silently and, exchanging a glance with Leonard, quickly left to go down to the basement where Chana's gate was located. However, just as they caught sight of the dark, slightly uncomfortable gate, they suddenly heard a shrill scream. Not good. Klein immediately turned back and sprinted up the stairs, closely followed by Leonard. They reached the reception room and froze. Just outside the partition, Magos was crumpled to the ground. She tore off a wound deep enough to show her bones, and as if triggered by something, she instantly got back on her feet, ignoring her gruesome injury. You, she shrieked, pointing at Dunn. You want to kill my child. Dunn's expression darkened and suddenly, a normal wooden door appeared between him and Magos, cutting the pregnant woman off from the three Nighthawks. Prepare for the worst. Dunn instructed the two simply. Klein felt the heavy gloominess and determination from those 4 words and glanced concernedly at Dunn. You all want to kill my child. Magos' shrill voice pierced the air. Boom. Klein felt dizzy as red filled his vision and blood poured out of his nose. However, his condition was slightly better than Leonard's, likely because of his own higher sequence. The wooden door erected in the hallway seemed to crumple slightly before it disappeared. Dunsmith's eyes were filled with red veins as a result of the terrifyingly sharp voice, blood flowing out from his ears. He seemed unaffected, however, only pausing for a second before he closed his eyes and pressed a hand to his temple as another wooden door appeared between them. The brief figure of Magos looked a bit sleepy before the door blocked their vision of her. Taking advantage of the short few seconds where she was befuddled, Klein dropped a match on the ground and threw another one a few feet away as he snapped his fingers, lighting the match beneath him and one of the matches he had placed earlier in the reception room. He disappeared within the flames that appeared and reappeared behind Magos, in the reception room. Leonard clenched his left hand into a fist, the blood vessel thief wound around it. Megos had just raised her head, shaking off the slight sleepiness, when her head bobbed down to her chest again. Leonard had stolen her wakefulness. Klein made full use of the time given, taking a thin gold slice and holding it up in the air, shouting a word in ancient Hermes. Light. He injected a large portion of his spirituality into it, and threw the Flarengi sun charm towards Megos. Right at that moment, she awakened from her daze again. Dunsmith also took a few steps back, coughing out blood as he opened his eyes. The door shattered again. Megos had just turned her head to look at Klein when the hallway instantly turned transparent as darkness and gloominess vanished simultaneously. The effect of the Flarengi sun charm will be diminished since there's no hole in the ceiling. Thus, the sunlight from outside won't combine with the charm and deal as much damage. However, I'm a much higher sequence than when I used it that time, so the effect should be good enough. The thin gold slice expanded to a spherical light with a few faint flames spiraling around it. Rumble. The entire building shook and all the windows shattered. The glaring light soon enveloped Megos, so bright that Dunn, Leonard, and Klein could barely keep their eyes open. Even though Klein couldn't see Megos and her baby, he didn't let down his guard. He immediately dodged towards the left. A long arm with an extremely sharp white bone blade appeared in thin air. The monstrous thing floated in midair, unbelievably fast, and almost impossible to dodge, piercing straight at Klein. Even though Klein already predicted where Megos would strike, her actions were simply too fast for his body to catch up. The white bone blade immediately shredded through Klein, but Klein split cleanly in half and became a splintered paper figurine. The real Klein reappeared a few meters away and immediately dropped a match, snapping his fingers. Flames enveloped him, and he returned to his original position near Leonard and Dunsmith. The Nighthawk captain had clear astonishment in his eyes, but didn't say anything and focused on the current problem at hand. Seeing her hateful enemies gathered together, Megos revealed her body attached to the strange bone blade. Her hair and dress had been burned entirely, and her skin was charred black, slowly peeling off and leaving black flakes on the ground. Her nose had melted, leaving only 2 small black holes behind, and only one eyeball dangled from her socket, barely attached by a bit of flesh, the other replaced with a faint white flame. Clearly furious, Megos opened what should be her mouth to deal the blaspheme curse to everyone who wanted to harm her child. Pale-faced and sweating, Leonard once again gripped the blood vessel thief and stole Megos' ability to invoke curses, just as he had done the first time with Megos. During their battle, the 3 Nighthawks had been slowly backing up towards Chana's gate, keeping their original intention in mind. They just needed to buy time. Infuriated at being countered at every stop, Megos screamed loudly, once again making everyone bleed from their orifices. Just as Leonard and Klein were affected by the sharp pain, a white bone sword flashed out at an unimaginable speed, slashing at them. A wooden door once again appeared in front of them, intending to force Megos to change her trajectory in order to avoid going through it. But instead, the mutated Megos simply swiped at the door, shattering it instantly. A loud splintering sound was heard, and Klein guessed that the sealed artifact was likely destroyed. However, it bought time for Leonard to aim his left palm at Megos. With a voice that contained a rich, blasphemous tone, he yelled, "Submit." Leonard had stolen Megos' blaspheme curse and was attempting to use her power against her. Megos bent her waist, knees constantly trembling. Her enraged motions came to a halt. Klein quickly shook free of her shrill screams' remaining influence and took out his last Flarengi sun charm. Good, there's a decent hole in the ceiling now. Klein took a brief glance upwards as he once again injected his spirituality into the charm and threw it at Megos. Light. Even if Megos has mutated, the baby can absolutely not be born. Once again, all darkness in the area was purged, and this time, the sphere of light combined with the bright sunshine from outside. An extremely large ball of brightness emerged, raging flames surrounding it as it completely enveloped Megos, the hot temperature directly melting the floor and even the walls around her. There seemed to be a high-pitched sound ringing through the space, gradually growing louder and louder, making everyone present wince. The sun charm can be so powerful? Klein was a bit dumbfounded as he watched, his eyes tearing up from the light. He was eventually forced to close them, as with Leonard and Dunn, as the brightness was simply too much. Boom. As the one closest to the charm and Magos, Klein was directly thrown back from the explosion. The building rattled as dust fell from the ceiling, a side office collapsing in on itself. All the windows on Zutland Street shattered instantly, and a sharp scream was heard. When the glaring red in front of his eyelids dimmed, Klein slowly opened his eyes and stood up. He immediately looked at the spot Magos had just been. Is it over? He looked at Leonard, who also seemed confused, hesitation in his green eyes. Klein seemed to watch in slow motion as Leonard's confused face turned blank, as if he was listening to someone. Then, his expression changed grotesquely, and with a horrified look, he lunged for Klein, hand outstretched. Klein abruptly received an alarm from his spirituality, but it was already too late. Staring at the black, limb disintegrating by the second that was protruding from his chest, Klein looked down with disbelief. "Klein!" Leonard yelled. Klein barely turned his head around to look at his attacker. It was Magos, but also not her. The strange, twisted body of Magos was charred and crumbling, but the half-illusory creature within her stomach had branched out and wrapped around its mother's body, a ball of black gas on top of Magos' neck, where her head should be. The true creator's spawn was close to death, but had taken over its mother's body just before she died. Chapter 9. The black bone sword retracted from Klein's chest as he crumpled to the ground. The attack had been so fast that he hadn't even had the chance to use a paper substitute. The burnt creature was dissolving into ash every second, but it was still powerful enough to kill both Dunn and Leonard before it went out. It instantly appeared beside Leonard and made to attack. But Dunn's black windbreaker fluttered, and multiple thick, twitching objects on his back appeared, blocking the ashy sword. The sword crumbled into dust, but the thick tentacle-like objects protruding from Dunn's back all exploded at the same time. The Nighthawk captain seemed to not feel the pain, his expression dark as he saw Klein lying on the floor not far away. However, as the creature created from the merged Magos and her baby attacked Leonard and Dunn, Klein reached into his coat pocket with much difficulty. "I won't die. I can still transfer the wound to a non-fatal portion of my body. But instead of wasting this opportunity, I'd rather take a page out of Leonard's book." Klein's hand firmly grasped the Fate Siphon charm made from Pala's Worm of Time. "Fate," he whispered in ancient Hermes. As he bled out on the ground, he used the last of his strength to throw the charm out. The moment the charm left his hand, it vanished in midair. However, Klein's body instantly turned numb, not feeling the excruciating pain anymore. The merged creature had appeared behind a heavily injured Dunn when it suddenly crumpled, a hole appearing in what was left of its torso. Gradually, the charred body completely collapsed into a mass of black ash and dust. For a time being, the only sound was of heavy breathing as everyone processed the complex battle. Dunn turned to look at Klein with mixed emotions. "Klein, you." He fell silent and looked back at the dusty mound that was once the pregnant Magos. What seemed to be a long time, but was actually just a few seconds past. "Good job, everyone." The Nighthawk captain made out with slight difficulty. Then, Dunn chuckled lightly and seemed to let go of a heavy weight as he smiled at Leonard and Klein. "We saved Ting-In." Klein felt tears uncontrollably well up in his eyes. "Yes, Captain. We saved Ting-In." Leonard sat down on the burnt, broken, and bloody ground, straightforwardly laughing with a mixture of relief and happiness. "We did it." He grinned at Klein, and they both understood his double meaning. "We saved Ting-In. We did it. We prevented Captain's death." No funeral, no tears, no mourning. Klein felt all the tension and stress over the past few days disappear into thin air, but he still didn't let himself relax. Ince Zangwill hasn't appeared yet. He might not move because Saint Selina's ashes haven't been brought out, but I wouldn't put it past him to take petty revenge on a bunch of exhausted Nighthawks who ruined his plan. As if he had read Klein's thoughts, a man with dark blonde hair and sculpted features appeared at that moment, holding an ordinary notebook and what appeared to be a common quill. 008. Seeing Ince Zangwill, alive and in the flesh, hatred burned through both Klein and Leonard. Dunn and Leonard were both injured from the short battle with Magos and her son, but ironically, Klein was practically in perfect condition due to the Fate Siphon charm. As he looked at the sneer on the former archbishop, Leonard grit his teeth and directly threw out the charm Klein had given to him. Control. Just as he said the word in ancient Hermes and injected his spirituality into the charm, it turned translucent, and Leonard threw it out towards Nsangwell. Oh, wait. Klein felt a bit awkward when he saw the scene. As a Sequence 6 in Sephira Castle, I can wield power equivalent to Sequence 5. Thus the charm I made contains some abilities of a marionnettist. However, Nsangwell hasn't promoted yet, so he's still Sequence 5 at this time. Leonard wouldn't have directly turned him into a marionette, right? Even while Klein was thinking of this, he had already raised his hand and snapped his fingers, sending an air bullet toward Nsangwell. Nsangwell could still move normally for a few seconds after the control charm took effect. He awkwardly dodged the invisible bullet that seemingly came out of nowhere. 008 started writing on its own on a blank page in the notebook. Nsangwell immediately took a look at the words, and his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How are you Sequence 6? Then, as if moving through thick syrup, all of his actions slowed dramatically. Klein stared coldly at the man and once again snapped his fingers, producing an air bullet. The invisible projectile whistled through the air. However, as 008 kept writing, the bullet magically missed. Klein was taken aback. Why would 008 take the initiative to protect its user? No, it's because it would rather remain in the possession of Nsangwell than be sealed again. And if Nsangwell dies, the Church of Evernight would naturally regain control of it. 008 kept writing furiously. Due to the loud noise of the air bullet, Nsangwell was able to escape the initial control stage of the charm. Clenching his fist, Klein glared at Nsangwell and 008. At my current level, I'm unable to deal with 008's influence. Dunn quickly reformed a nightmare's limbs to restrain Nsangwell. However, the former archbishop grasped the quill in his hands and scribbled that a mysterious being in the spiritual world passing by decided to help Nsangwell escape. Clearly, he realized that the Nighthawks, who should have been easy to clean up after a fierce battle, were more resilient than he thought. But just as an unknown hand scooped Nsangwell into the spiritual world, a black, tentacle-like limb struck and two shots rang out. One from Leonard and one from Klein. Nsangwell managed to avoid one bullet, but the other two attacks hit, albeit in a non-fatal area. A grunt of pain was heard before the traitor to the Church of Evernight disappeared. Klein sighed and lowered his hand, slightly frustrated. I never planned to deal with Nsangwell here, but I still don't like seeing him escape scot-free. Nsangwell, retribution will come for you. Then suddenly, his surroundings turned extremely colorful and vibrant as objects appearingly melted together. A man with bronze skin and gentle features, dressed in a traditional Lonese suit, walked out from a rippling, aqueous void. Isaac Eggers. Klein's eyes lit up as he saw the former history professor. I seem to have recalled that I could use the spiritual world to travel. Isaac humbly remarked. I hope I'm not too late. No, you're just on time. Nsangwell, the culprit behind Tingin's strange coincidences, and the one who took your son's head, just left via the spiritual world. Klein quickly explained. Dunn Smith, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered at everything as he scrutinized the bronze-skinned man. Isaac Eggers nodded calmly as he heard this. Your letter helped me remember some things, he said to Klein while directing his gaze somewhere slightly upward, gazing through the material world. The environment became intensely saturated for a second as a figure tumbled out of the spiritual world, hastily deposited by whatever had been carrying it. Klein was speechless as he looked at his mortal enemy, Nsangwell, once again before him. It looks like your retribution will come earlier than I thought. Chapter 10. Upon seeing the man tumble to the ground, Isaac narrowed his eyes. Are you the one who stole the skull of my son? The amnesiac death consul asked with a deep voice. Nsangwell had an ugly expression as he wordlessly summoned forth an array of spirits, clutching 008 and furiously scribbling words down. Isaac didn't wait for a reply as once again the surroundings turned oversaturated and blended with each other slightly. Slowly, giant skeletons appeared from the ground around them. All of them were 4 meters tall, with black flames burning in lieu of their eyes. More and more of these intimidating skeletons appeared until more than 100 of them were crammed into the Blackthorn Security Company. So this is Mr. Isaac's messenger army. Klein felt his initial reaction was a bit ridiculous after thinking for a few seconds. Obviously, these are all extremely strong soldiers raised by Mr. Ozick. I shouldn't think of them as just messengers. The hundreds of bony hands lunged for Zangwill at a speed that surpassed the naked eye, instantly dispersing the few spirits he had gathered around himself. Zangwill's expression turned even uglier as he was forced to make all sorts of maneuvers to avoid the outstretched, flailing hands. A dark liquid slowly formed on the ground, which the ex-archbishop had to run around in order to avoid. However, when faced with hundreds of the bony extremities, it was inevitable that Zangwill would be grabbed once or twice. And although he quickly broke free with a stroke of 008, the place the hand had grabbed began rotting at a pace visible to the naked eye. Stunned, Klein, Leonard, and Dunn kept away from the mass of giant skeletons. Even though Zangwill wasn't a demigod, Klein wasn't able to involve himself in the battle at all. Plus, Klein was unable to see Zangwill half of the time due to the dense net of skeletons crammed in such a small space. Leonard and Dunn were much the same. As Zangwill was preoccupied, 008 suddenly flew out from his grasp and began scribbling on his clothes. He risked being grabbed by another skeleton on the leg as Ince paused and looked at the writing. In a fierce battle, there would always be a variety of accidents, such as Zangwill's belt snapping and having his pants drop. Zangwill cursed loudly and suddenly felt the bare air on his legs. Zangwill would normally have been prepared for this occurrence by wearing a long robe, but today he didn't expect to be engaged in such a risky battle with Ozick Eggers. Just as the giant skeletons finally overwhelmed the struggling Zangwill, he lunged towards the quill and securely held it. Ozick Eggers, due to his unstable state, suddenly faltered in his control of the undead. This is reasonable because he has just recently recovered some of his memories and his power. The mass of 4-meter-tall skeletons paused for a second. At that moment, an unknown existence was attracted by the battle and sympathized with Zangwill. He extended his hands into the real world and carried Zangwill away. Zangwill seized the opportunity to scratch out an escape route. His figure suddenly became aqueous, and as the surroundings rapidly turned colorful, Zangwill once again disappeared. Evidently, the existence attracted this time was stronger than the previous one, as Zangwill never reappeared despite the intimidation of Ozick. Zangwill is really like a cockroach. Klein was speechless. Without an extremely careful plan, it's easy for him to survive and escape with 008. Ozick Eggers turned to look back at Klein as the army of gigantic skeletons disappeared one by one. His eyes were gentle, betraying nothing of the battle that surpassed human understanding. I will try to follow that man just now. If you need anything, send me a letter. Ozick surveyed Klein briefly before tipping his hat lightly at him. Congratulations on your promotion. With that said, the history professor walked into the spiritual world and vanished from sight. Klein was unfortunately left in a very awkward situation, Dunn's gaze boring into him. Klein Moretti. The Nighthawk captain started with an extremely solemn tone. Explain your... Thud, thud, thud. Dunn was interrupted as the sound of hurried footsteps entered their ears. The members of the mandated Punishers and Machinery Hive Mind had just arrived at the scene. Chance. Klein instantly collapsed to the floor as his eyes closed, taking the opportunity to faint as Leonard yelped in alarm. Maybe I can pretend to be possessed? Klein humorously entertained on the floor. Leonard's acting is pretty good, very concerned. Klein didn't move and just pretended to be dead to the world. You don't have to shake me that hard. You really don't have to, poet classmate. Unknowingly, as he kept his eyes closed, Klein felt a wave of exhaustion sweep over him and gradually slipped into a deep sleep. After all, he hadn't rested for about a day and a half, and even though his physique was improved as a Sequence 6, the mental and physical exhaustion during the past few days had taken its toll on him. When he came to, Klein was lying behind Chan ISS gate. Seriously? As he looked around the dimly lit cell with black iron bars, Klein was speechless. He could clearly feel the suppression of the unique environment, preventing him from using his Beyonder powers freely. Even if I miraculously promoted 2 sequences without being told the potion formula and anyone knowing, even if I somehow held 2 potent Flarengi Sun charms and the powerful Fate Siphon charm, and even if my history teacher, who I was in regular contact with, turned out to be a powerful beyonder from the death domain. Surely this doesn't warrant being locked behind Chana's gate. After all, I'm a hero who just saved Ting-En. Klein thought for a while and had an awkward expression. Maybe on second thought. In the eyes of others, I'm also very dangerous. Klein looked at his temporary cell closer. Unlike the typical cells behind Chana's gate, which were roughly furnished, it was obvious he was given better care. A small lamp in the corner, a glass of water on the table, and a thicker, more comfortable blanket. Klein was quiet for a few seconds. A quiet ripping noise from outside his cell prompted him to get out of bed and slowly approach the small, barred window. He saw Leonard Mitchell squatting outside of his cell, calmly peeling an orange. Leonard? Klein rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Oh, Klein, you're awake? The midnight poet looked up from his orange and finished peeling it. Do you want a piece? He raised a section of the fruit towards the window. That isn't the issue right now. Exasperated, Klein stared at Leonard, ignoring the proffered orange slice. Why am I behind Chana's gate? Well, it's not really to lock you up or prevent you from escaping. Everyone knows you don't have any bad intentions, but they agreed to keep you here to remove any outside influences. It would be bad if Insang will try to take revenge on you as well. I probably would have been locked in there with you if not for Captain covering for me, but you were too conspicuous. After all, I just had a slightly more powerful charm, but you. Leonard stopped talking as he popped an orange segment into his mouth. We're just too ridiculous. He concluded. Klein sighed as he understood the course of events. Perhaps simply dying would have been easier. He muttered to himself. How am I going to get out of this situation? Sherlock Moriarty must appear in Backlund on time. He had just said it offhandedly. However, Leonard suddenly stood up and his expression turned serious. Klein, I can speak for the whole of the Blackthorn Security Company, as well as your siblings when I say no one would want to see you dead. I'm sure you also wouldn't want Benson and Melissa to grieve the loss of their brother once again. Maybe it's a bit inconvenient this way, but I'd say it's worth it. Piercing green eyes stared at him head-on, not shying away in the slightest. That's true. Klein smiled sadly at himself. But I can't stay by their side. It would put them in too much danger. I'm not even their real brother. I know. He replied softly to Leonard. I don't mean to die or fake my death again. The future Red Glove looked at him meaningfully for a few seconds. Then, he handed the rest of the orange to Klein through the barred window and stretched. The goddess is aware of the whole time travel thing, right? Confused at the sudden change of topic, Klein nodded subconsciously. Leonard smiled, reverting to his carefree appearance. Then, I'll go out and tell the others that you've woken up and pray to the goddess along the way. She must have a way to get you out. All right. Klein responded in a daze as he automatically took the orange half. Wait, how do you know that? Pausing on his way out of Chana's gate, Leonard looked behind him. Where else could you have gotten the materials to advance so quickly? He replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. By the way, you slept for almost an entire day. It's Monday morning now. Leonard added as an afterthought. Klein widened his eyes. Monday? Well, the Tarot Club is canceled this week. Klein relaxed and calmly sat on the bed. Then, he stared at the orange in his hand. Klein hesitantly broke off an orange segment and ate it. It's sweet. Chapter 11. Klein didn't have to wait long before he heard the sound of footsteps. Looking up from a spot on the ground, Klein kept a calm expression as he looked at his visitor. Christette Sesamir, one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Evernight Church, also known as the Goddess Sword, and the person who examined Klein when he applied to advance to Sequence 8. And following right behind him was the Nighthawk captain, Dunn Smith. Klein watched the two approach him with a slightly confused expression. Greetings, Your Grace. Klein stood up and bowed politely. Captain. He turned to look at Dunn. I. Christette Sesamir raised a hand to stop Klein's words. You don't have to explain anything. Unlike the last time they had met, the deacon had a serious and slightly complicated look as he stared at Klein. Klein paused as Christette stepped to the side, and Dunn unlocked the cell door. Klein, you can come out now. Klein searched the piercing gray eyes in front of him. There was no suspicion, no betrayal. Instead, there was a mixture of slight confusion, worry, and even guilt. Captain is such a great person. Klein walked out of Chana's gate, escorted by Dunn and Christette. He was led to one of the empty offices that were still in relatively good shape, where a fidgety Leonard was waiting. Take a seat. Christette gestured to an open chair. Bewildered, Klein slowly sat down. Even if I won't be treated like a criminal, surely they're acting too normal? Dunn sat to the side as Casimir took the chair behind the table, facing Klein and Leonard. Klein Moretti, the high-ranking deacon started. I want you to be completely honest when you answer my questions. Klein nodded seriously. What sequence are you currently? Leonard cast a worried glance at Klein. The latter betrayed no nervousness on his face and simply replied after a brief hesitation. Sequence 6. Dunn's lips twitched imperceptibly. Christette nodded, his expression solemn. And how did you obtain the formula as well as the ingredients? Be completely honest. He emphasized. The goddess bestowed them to me. Klein responded with the definite truth. Well, it's up to him to believe me or not, he lampooned. However, Christette didn't seem surprised. Instead, he just sighed, as if something was confirmed. Leaning back in the chair and relaxing slightly, the deacon lost some of his seriousness. The goddess has recently sent an oracle down, and I have been tasked to deliver it. Klein Moretti, you have been designated as an honorary archbishop of the Evernight Church. Your orders are to immediately report to Backlund to take up your post. The goddess praises you for your good work so far and hopes you will continue to do your best. All information about Klein Moretti in the church will be kept strictly confidential and will not be divulged to anyone who isn't an archbishop or high-ranking deacon. Klein's eyes widened. Leonard whipped his head around to stare at Klein as Dunn was in complete disbelief. Hey, the goddess favors you this much. Leonard leaned over and whispered in Klein's ear, sounding a bit jealous. Klein shifted away from Leonard's ticklish breath and rubbed his ear. She is indeed a bit too favorable towards me. Ahem, maybe Aonaces was really impressed by me preventing the descent of the true creator's spawn, with no casualties or significant losses as well. Christette continued speaking with a blank expression. And Leonard Mitchell will be immediately given the Sequence 7 potion of the Darkness Pathway as a reward for his feats. He will be transferred to the Red Gloves team, if he agrees, and will travel to Backlund as soon as possible with Klein Moretti. Dunn Smith and other Nighthawks will receive the rewards and recognitions for their achievements separately. With that said, Christette stood up and, taking his violin case, bowed slightly to the 3 Nighthawks. I will leave for Backlund in 3 days' time. Please make your preparations, Mr. Moretti, Mr. Mitchell. The high-ranking deacon swiftly left the room, and Klein felt as if he could see a bit of incredibility from his departing back. As Christette left the Blackthorn Security Company to settle in a nearby hotel, he muttered to himself, Blessed of Evernight. Huh? In the spare office at the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein was once again in an awkward situation as he, Leonard, and Dunn looked at each other in silence. Huh? Why am I involved? Leonard doubtfully pointed towards himself. Klein gave him a nasty look. The goddess probably included you as a side thought. I recommend you hurry up and promote to Sequence 7 as soon as possible. Dunn looked at his 2 subordinates conspiring behind his back, and his face darkened. Klein, please explain yourself. Klein smiled awkwardly at his captain and responded smoothly. It's a bit complicated. I somehow drew the goddess' attention, and I suppose I could count as her blessed. I was in contact with Mr. Ozick because he was my history professor, but he turned out to be a senior beyonder. I didn't report him to the church only because he didn't have any bad intentions and wasn't doing anything risky. Not risky to him, at least. Klein added in his mind. Seeing Dunn nod thoughtfully, Klein continued. After Mr. Ozick left for Backlund, I kept in contact with him through letter. He mentioned to me that he felt Ting-In was under the control of a strange force, so by connecting the strange coincidences thus far and some other clues, I theorized that there would be a disastrous incident in Ting-In. I prayed to the goddess, and she provided me with materials to advance and a few charms. I gave one to Leonard on the way. Klein masterfully spun a story out of half-truths and lies. Leonard narrowed his eyes as he glared at Klein. Do you lie to everyone else, including me, like this? Klein ignored Leonard's stare, sweating slightly. However, this seemed to escape Dunn's notice as he nodded slowly, believing the story. I see. Dunn relaxed and then frowned. Was there a special reason you couldn't tell anyone else? As expected of Captain. Klein took a second to praise Dunn's intelligence before he answered. Captain, at that time the fewer people who knew about it the better, since the sealed artifact used by and Zangwill has a special characteristic. Klein purposefully didn't go into much detail. After all, The more you knew about 008, the more it knew about you. Ince Zangwill and 008 were still unaccounted for, so Klein erred on the side of caution. Dunn nodded in acknowledgement and sighed, patting Klein on the shoulder. It's been hard on you. Good job, he praised. Leonard, you stay behind and prepare to promote. Be careful not to neglect any details. Klein, you should go home for now and come back in 3 days' time to leave for Backlund. You deserve a break. Understood. Leonard straightened up. Thank you, Captain. Klein gratefully looked at Dunn before he left the office, waving to Roseanne and the other Nighthawks as he left the security company. It's a good thing they're all safe. Roseanne muttered to herself from behind the receptionist's desk as she watched the young man leave. Even though the building was more than a little wrecked and would need renovations, as long as the people were fine, all was well. Chapter 12. As Klein rode in the public carriage back to the Moretti's house, he thought to himself, Kenley's and Captain's deaths have been prevented. Since he knows the acting method now, Captain's state should stabilize and the likelihood of being in a lethal situation will decrease. If today is Monday, then I'm set to depart for Backlund on Thursday. This is 3 days earlier than when I originally arrived at Backlund, which was on a Sunday. Well, this gives me some extra legroom to prepare for events before they happen. Klein paused as he recalled what happened during his time as Sherlock Moriarty. Yes, the most notable event is the Great Smog of Backlund. That will be the next event I want to change. After all, George III didn't succeed in his advancement before I time traveled, and I certainly won't let him this time. So what's the point in his preparations? Klein lampooned to himself. Satisfied with his game plan, Klein snapped out of his thoughts as the carriage screeched to a halt at Daffodil Street. Standing in front of 2 Daffodil Street, Klein patted his pockets and realized that sometime during the fight against Megos and later in Zangwill, the key to his house had been lost. He simply flipped a coin to divine whether someone was home and received an affirmative response. Klein stepped up to his door and rang the doorbell. Inside, Melissa sat on the sofa, worriedly talking to Benson. 3 tickets to a play lay on a side table, abandoned. But we haven't seen Klein for almost 24 hours now. What if something happened to him? Benson nodded, concerned. From when we came back yesterday afternoon to now, he hasn't returned home. Maybe we should go to his work and ask. Melissa opened her mouth and was just about to respond when the sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted her. She furrowed her brow and glanced at the busy maid. Bella. It isn't Bella at the door, and Klein has a key. So who? For some reason, Melissa had a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach as she stood up and opened the door. She froze for a moment as she saw their visitor. Klein, she exclaimed. Where were you? Did you lose your key? And Melissa paused as she caught sight of her brother's appearance. What happened to you? Klein laughed awkwardly as he looked down at himself. He obviously hadn't had the time to change lock behind Chaunness Gate, and afterwards he went straight to what remained of the Blackthorn Security Company and then back home. Thus, his clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Klein had borrowed Leonard's windbreaker before he left and covered up the huge hole in his clothes from when he was stabbed through the chest, so Melissa didn't see the worst of the damage. But the windbreaker wasn't in great condition either, thus the alarm. Oh, goddess. Melissa covered her mouth. Benson also came over to look at the excitement, and his eyes widened. Klein, were you caught up in a terrorist attack? Are you injured? Klein was helplessly swept into the house and raised his hands in defense. It's complicated. I'll explain later. But I'm not injured. That's good. Melissa visibly relaxed, but then shot a stern glare at her second oldest brother. Hurry up and change. Then tell us what happened. Klein smiled at his siblings, his heart warm. Ever since he returned to 8 years ago, he treasured every moment with his siblings. After all, he hadn't seen them in 5 years and hadn't appeared before them as Klein for even longer. Once upstairs, he quickly took a shower and changed into new clothes. Good thing I didn't wear an expensive suit yesterday, Klein praised his foresight. He looked into the mirror and resisted testing out his faceless abilities before going back to the living area. So what happened? Benson and Melissa patiently waited for Klein to finish a simple breakfast before asking, politely sending away Bella as well. Klein smiled embarrassedly. Well, something important came up at work after you left, so I went to the company. Then, a deranged criminal broke in seeking revenge. I wasn't injured and the criminal was restrained very quickly, but my clothes became a little messy from running around. Melissa narrowed her eyes. Klein, I think your job is too dangerous. Even though it has good pay, it's not worth putting your life at risk. Benson nodded. I agree with Melissa. Your safety is number one, and your job has you running around everywhere. Yesterday was supposed to be your day off, right? Klein coughed and caught sight of the 3 tickets on the side table. Oh, you bought the tickets for the play? When is it? Today at 7 p.m. Don't change the subject, Klein. Klein sheepishly looked away from his younger sister's piercing stare. I'm sorry, but I don't want to quit my job. It's not dangerous at all. Today was an extremely rare exception, and I wasn't hurt. He calmly explained. Plus, Klein hesitated for a second. I recently got a promotion. Again? Benson was shocked. It hasn't been a month since your last promotion. Looks like you're doing pretty well in the company. Huh? The older man grinned at Klein. Klein smiled back. Naturally, it comes with a pay raise as well. However, I'm being transferred to Backlund. Melissa's eyes widened. Wait, be Backlund? All of a sudden, are you going to move there? But I'll temporarily rent a room there. After Benson passes the upcoming civil servant examinations, he can definitely get a job in Backlund, and you two can move to Backlund as well. Klein smoothly introduced his plan. My job has given me enough money to travel and live there, and I'll send back money every month too. Both Melissa and Benson had nothing to say. After thinking for a while, Benson was the first to express his approval. If this is what you want to do, Klein, I won't oppose you. Just stay safe. Melissa sighed and agreed after some contemplation. But Klein, when are you leaving? She asked curiously. In 3 days. In 3 days? Melissa choked on her words. Klein smiled. 3 days. Speechless, Melissa felt faint. Since it was Monday, Benson and Melissa had to go to work and school respectively. Shooing his siblings out of the house, Klein sat back and relaxed. A new beginning. He lampooned to himself. I'm a bit curious how much the future will change due to my meddling. And I need to take precautions against anyone who tries to use my siblings as leverage over me in the future. This isn't an urgent matter right now, since Klein Moretti will be replaced with Sherlock Moriarty, and the people I encountered at this time aren't powerful enough to find the truth. Lazing around for a couple more minutes, Klein got up and entered his bedroom, building a spiritual wall. He set up a ritual and prayed to the Evernight goddess, thanking her for her help. All of a sudden, Klein found himself with nothing to do. I should sign a contract with a messenger ahead of time. But I'd prefer to have Raynette Teneker as my messenger, because that was how I first made contact with her. However, the reason she responded to my summoning in the first place was because I wandered the spirit world and gained her attention. Perhaps it's too early right now. When I was sequence 6 in the previous timeline, I used the Black Emperor card to become more corporeal. Currently, I don't have an item at that level. Sighing, Klein decided to think about it again once he arrived at Backlund and obtained the card of blasphemy. That night, Klein dressed in his nicest suit and looked at his similarly well-dressed siblings with a smile. Shall we leave? Benson offered. The 3 siblings left on a public carriage and soon arrived at the only theater in Ting'an, The Return of the Count. Klein tilted his head thoughtfully as he looked at the bright sign inside. This sounds a bit familiar. Return of the Count of Monte Cristo? Don't tell me this is written by Roselle. Klein grabbed a brochure and flipped past the cast members' names, before settling on the words based on the original work by Emperor Roselle. Sure enough. Roselle, you really have no shame in plagiarizing everything. Klein shook his head. Already knowing the plot beforehand diminished some of the initial excitement. But as he sat in the theater with the lights dimmed, Klein watched Benson and Melissa openly show their surprise and awe and felt it wasn't so bad. Chapter 13. 2 days later, Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company, holding a small, boxy suitcase. He glanced down Zutland Street and saw that they were beginning construction, repairing the broken windows, and, most importantly, the crumbling security company. I wonder how they explained it to the residents. Klein thought to himself as he entered the door. Thankfully, that was still standing. Inside, at the reception room, was the high-ranking Deacon Crestet Casimir with his violin case and Leonard Mitchell with a similar suitcase to Klein. Good morning, Your Grace, Leonard. Klein politely greeted the two. Since he had nothing to do yesterday, he had paid a visit to Leonard and had a long conversation with him about the future. Leonard turned to look at Klein and smiled. Good morning. His expression betrayed nothing of what they talked about yesterday. I just realized this, but Leonard's a pretty good actor. Klein lampooned to himself as Christet acknowledged Klein's arrival. Are you ready to depart? Yes, but I would like to say goodbye to my colleagues first. Klein spoke. Christet nodded, understanding, and Klein walked around the company, explaining that he was leaving and thanking them for taking care of him. Finally, he stopped outside the captain's office. The door handle had partially fallen off, and there was a crack in the name plaque, but the overall condition was fine. Klein had just raised his hand to knock when a voice said, "Come in." He pushed open the door and saw the Nighthawk captain seated behind his intact desk, busying around with paperwork and sending telegrams. "Captain, I'm leaving now. Thank you for everything." Dunsmith looked up, eyes sincere. "No need for thanks. It's what I should have done. And don't act like we'll never meet again. You're free to drop by any time. The Tingen Nighthawks will welcome you with open arms." Klein smiled at the words. "Yes, Klein Moretti isn't dead. I can openly return to Tingen at any time. All right, don't forget to invite me to your and Daly's wedding." Klein mischievously winked at Dunn as he turned around and left. "You? How?" Dunn sputtered, at a loss for words. "I don't know what you're talking about." He finally managed, ears red. But Klein had already left his office. Captain didn't seem too resistant towards the idea. Maybe he's already started courting Madame Daly? Or Madame Daly started pursuing him more earnestly. Klein laughed to himself. I wish those two the best of luck. Klein met up with Christet and Leonard again and nodded. "I'm good to go." Standing outside on Zutland Street, Klein looked behind him at the Blackthorn Security Company, a mixture of complicated feelings swirling in his chest. This is not a goodbye, but a promise to meet again. His heart light, Klein turned around and boarded the public carriage, not looking behind him the entire way to the steam locomotive station. End of Arc 1. Tingen. Chapter 14. In a train compartment of the steam locomotive, Klein sat in silence, facing Leonard and Christet Casimir. Praise the goddess for getting me out of Chan ISS gate and even giving me a completely new position. But will I have to balance detective work as Sherlock Moriarty on top of Nighthawk work as Klein Moretti? Klein felt a headache forming as he thought about it. Perhaps only a marionnettist could do such a thing. Peeking at the high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight, Klein broke the silence hanging over them. "Your Grace, what exactly will my duties be once I arrive at Backlund? I don't recall reading about the position of honorary archbishop in the church before." Christet's dark green eyes glanced at Klein. "That's right. The goddess has specially created a new title for you. And the explicit duties of an honorary archbishop are to maintain peace and social order directly under the supervision of the goddess, with limited and concealed cooperation with the church." Klein thought for a few seconds. "So, I'm basically free to do whatever I want." His lips twitched imperceptibly. In this case, honorary really means honorary. It's basically an empty title. And limited and concealed cooperation with the church? Doesn't this suggest just feeding the church intel, as I've done before? However, Klein didn't betray his inner thoughts outwardly as he nodded solemnly and tapped on his chest 4 times. "Praise the goddess. Praise Aemon Aces for her generosity," he added in his head. Leonard's expression was delicate and slightly disbelieving. Obviously, he could tell that Klein's so-called duties were just lip service. However, he was forced to similarly draw the crimson moon on his chest as Christet mirrored Klein's actions. "Praise the goddess. As for Mr. Mitchell, since you have already been promoted to Sequence 7, after filling out some paperwork and passing a few tests, you are free to directly report to St. Samuel's Cathedral and begin work as a Red Glove." In the private environment of the train carriage, Christet concisely explained Leonard's assignment. "In addition to your work as a Red Glove, you will be assigned the task of assisting Klein Moretti and being the limited contact between him and the Evernight Church. Your achievements will be linked to Mr. Moretti's, which can be exchanged for potion ingredients or formulas." Leonard nodded as the train whistle sounded, muffled by the thick layer of metal. The steam locomotive came to a slow stop in the Backlund station, more than 20 carriages linked together. After leaving the train, Klein stood on the platform, dressed in a tuxedo and a top hat, and gazed into the hazy skyline of the Lowen Kingdom's capital. Backlund, the land of hope. The visibility is just as bad as I remember. Klein felt a slight pang of nostalgia as he looked at the familiar view. Yes, this is the first time in 5 years since I laid eyes on Backlund. Dull footsteps rang out behind him, and Klein turned to see Christet disembarking the steam locomotive, Leonard close behind. Mr. Moretti. No, I should refer to you as Your Holiness now. We will part ways here. Crestet Casimir bowed his head slightly and directly left, leaving Leonard confused about where to go. Follow him, Klein told the green-eyed poet helplessly. Looks like His Grace also knows my position is an empty one and is leaving me to my own devices. If I want to contact you, I have a way, and you know how to reach me. Leonard hesitated for a second before he earnestly looked at his friend. All right then, Klein, stay safe, and you should ask me for help sometimes. As he jogged to catch up with the deacon, he waved goodbye at Klein. Klein nodded with a smile and watched him depart before he turned around and, picking up his small suitcase, entered the nearby men's washroom. A few minutes later, a Lonese gentleman wearing a traditional suit walked out, with a pair of gold-framed glasses and slight stubble on his chin. He bore some resemblance to Klein Moretti at first glance, but upon closer look one would find they looked completely different. Sherlock Moriarty had appeared. Klein adjusted his half-top hat as he naturally walked down a nearby street. I placed a new change of clothes, glasses, and even a new suitcase above the gray fog, all to create the appearance that Klein Moretti vanished soon after arriving at Backlund. If Amon knew the Sephirah he was coveting was being abused as a storage locker, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein smiled to himself. Well, even after becoming a true Lord of the Mysteries, I would still use Sephirah Castle as a storage space. So is it really abuse? As he entertained these weird thoughts, Klein checked into a cheap motel and settled down. Aligning with the previous actions of Sherlock, I'll rent 15 Minsk Street at Sherwood Borough. However, I won't take the metro there until Sunday since it's during the metro ride that I fatefully met Ian Wright. To make sure I meet him under the same circumstances this time around, it's best to wait for now. At this time in the previous timeline, I was still comatose 6 feet below the ground. In the motel room, which Klein had paid for 3 days, he stretched and opened his suitcase. I'll take the free time right now to digest the rest of the faceless potion and also withdraw some money from what Audrey transferred to me. I'm not completely penniless like I was last time, but it still isn't nearly enough. Relaxed and with a comprehensive plan, Klein decided to find a nice restaurant to eat lunch at. He had just finished a complimentary dessert, Intis-styled chocolate truffles, when he heard the illusory sound of a prayer. Klein tilted his head slightly and paid attention to the voice. Familiar, male, but it's not the hanged man or the sun. Klein furrowed his brow and after a few more seconds, immediately recognized who it was. Leonard's praying to me so soon? It doesn't sound like it's urgent, so he shouldn't have met with any trouble, just checking in? Regardless, Klein first wiped his mouth and paid for his meal, returning to his motel room. There, he familiarly took 4 steps counterclockwise, muttering to himself all the while. In Sephirah Castle, he noticed that at the end of the ancient bronze table, by the side of the fool's seat, a clear radiance was rippling out. Touching it, Klein saw the blurred image of a black-haired man in a white shirt praying piously. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. Ahem, Mr. Fool. I've successfully become a red glove, and will be temporarily staying at St. Samuel's Cathedral for a week or 2 before moving to 7 Pinster Street. As Klein listened to the prayer, his brows furrowed and he looked closer at Leonard's hazy background. Isn't this St. Samuel's Cathedral? He felt a bit of exasperation as the red glove's image faded away, the prayer ending. Praying to an evil god in the Church of Evernight as a red glove? Don't you have any shame? Klein sighed to himself and then thought of something. Encasing his spirituality around the red star that was now linked to Leonard, he sent him a short reply. He then cut off his connection with Sephirah Castle and descended back into his real body in the motel room. Then, he picked up a newspaper and began seriously reading it, looking for opportunities to act. Leonard had just placed his hand on the handle to the door that led out of his temporary quarters when a wave of crimson obscured his vision, revealing an ancient castle above 7 lights, and, seated at the head of a long, mottled table, a mysterious figure shrouded in gray fog. The fool, sitting in Sephirah Castle, opened his mouth and said, "Next Monday, 3:00 p.m. Backlund time. Mr. Starr, are you coming?" Chapter 15. Klein read over the newspaper, paying special attention to advertisements, but found nothing noteworthy. The only notable thing was a family very desperately looking for a lost dog. But then how would I, a faceless act, get on all fours and pretend to be their dog? He shook his head amusedly as he got up and left the motel, heading for the Backlund Bank. Klein had left most of his money, including some of his secret stash, to Benson and Melissa as living funds, disguising it as benefits given from his company. However, he was still much better off than when he first left Ting Inn, as this time he managed to obtain his portion of the money for the Madame Sharon case. Thus, at this moment he had exactly 131 pounds. Thinking of his future expenses, Klein still withdrew over half of the 300 pounds stored in his account, leaving him with around 290 pounds on hand. Klein sighed as he carefully counted his money and placed the bills into his wallet. Even though I've returned to 8 years ago, I still have money problems. 300 pounds is enough for now, especially since the supplementary ingredients for the marionettist potion aren't too expensive. It's good the main ingredients will be replaced with Rosego's Beyonder characteristic. I haven't even met him yet, but I'm already thinking of using him as potion materials. However, just as Klein was about to leave the Backlund Bank, a shrill voice cut through the air. "You bastard." Klein turned around to see a pale, middle-aged woman wearing black mourning clothes, pointing accusatorily at a rather good-looking couple at the bank. Klein paused in his steps and decided to linger around the bank's entrance a bit longer. This seems like the plot of a melodramatic drama. That young man was caught cheating on this woman's daughter? The older woman is wearing black. Perhaps her daughter just died? And her son-in-law immediately finds another woman? Klein instantly cooked up a story in his head. You conniving little money-hungry. The older woman was so angry she choked on her words. It hasn't even been 2 days since my mother died, and you've already gotten yourself a new lover. I knew it. You're at the bank, ready to deposit the money my mother left you. Klein covered his mouth subconsciously. No way, I was right. Wait, my mother? I told her from the start that you were just a malicious, wicked gold digger seducing her so that when she died, she would put you on her will. Despicably tricking old ladies desperate for affection. Does your new victim know what you're doing? Shame on you. Klein was shocked as he doubled back, looking at the woman wearing black again. She looks to be in her mid-40s. Her mother must be at least 60 or 70 years old. The way Klein viewed the young man instantly changed. On Thursday afternoon, the amount of customers at the bank wasn't large, but it certainly wasn't small either. A few people from the street had gathered to watch the commotion along with the bank's customers. What nonsense are you spouting? Madam, this is all a misunderstanding. The young man raised his hands in defense as the girl by his side stepped away from him, an offended and confused look on her face. Slight whispering broke out in the bank entrance, and embarrassed, the girl fled the scene. Wait, Jessica. Distracted, the young man reached for her as she left. Suddenly, a crisp "pa" rang out at the bank. Stunned, the young man clutched his throbbing cheek as he looked incredulously at Madame Genevieve, her hand raised high in the air after slapping him across the face. You dare try to cajole another innocent lady right in front of me? The middle-aged woman was furious, flames blazing in her eyes. She grabbed the young man's arm in a vice grip. Brat, return the money you stole from my mother. Then kneel in front of her grave and apologize. Shunned by his new girlfriend and hounded by Madame Genevieve, the young man lost all pretense of politeness. Throwing the woman dressed in black off his arm, he spat on the ground and shoved her. Shut the hell up, you damn hag. I was just being nice to your dumb mother. How would I have known the old bag would have put me in her will? It's not my fault she was about to croak. Quiet gasps of shock erupted in the bank. The man cursed and stormed out of the building, kicking the door on the way out. What just happened? Klein was astounded but outwardly maintained his composure as he approached Madame Genevieve. Madam, are you all right? He concernedly asked, offering a hand to the woman on the floor. Thank you, kind sir. Distraught, Madame Genevieve was helped to her feet. I can't believe the nerve of that man. May the goddess strike him down. Klein's lips twitched imperceptibly. A kind smile on his face, he replied, My condolences for the loss of your mother. Truth is, I'm a private detective and I sympathize with your situation. Would you mind sparing some time and telling me the whole story? I may be able to help. He gestured to a cafe across the street. Stunned, the middle-aged woman looked at the gentleman in front of her for a few seconds. Oh yes, though, I'm afraid I can't pay you too much. As they walked into the cafe, Klein smiled warmly. I'm not looking for payment, just looking to right a wrong in the world. You see, I often do work pro bono. Of course, I'll be repaid in another way. The digestion of the faceless potion. He added to himself. After understanding the whole situation, I'll divine if it's dangerous or takes too much time. If it's not too troublesome, I can quickly resolve it before departing on Sunday. If not, all I can do is recommend Madame Genevieve a good lawyer. They sat down, Klein sitting opposite the mourning woman in a relatively private booth. He casually ordered a cup of tea for them both. Whenever you're ready. He gestured for Madame Genevieve to start speaking. Oh, where do I even begin? A wistful and melancholy look appeared on her face. My mother was a great woman, strong, intelligent, and independent. The only thing is that she had bad luck with love. After she divorced my father, she was never able to remarry. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses opposite her nodded. All of a sudden, Madame Genevieve's face contorted into hatred. But who knew? Who knew? That conniving bastard, Bennett White. He approached my mother when she was frail and weak and afraid of death, cozying up to her and saying all these sweet words. I told her that such a young and handsome man definitely had ulterior motives, but she refused to listen. She buried her head in her hands. What do? He managed to swindle away most of her assets, leaving me and my younger brother with nothing. I desperately need money right now, and my brother was dependent on my mother, but now she's gone. There are quite a few suspicious points in her story, but the overall course of events should be correct, Klein analyzed as he offered Madame Genevieve a handkerchief. Leaning back, as if seriously thinking about something, Klein furrowed his brow and rolled a coin between his fingers, throwing it into the air and catching it. He glanced down at it for a split second before looking back up at the distraught Madame Genevieve. Madam, I'm very sorry for taking up your time, but I won't be able to help you. He pulled out a notepad and scribbled a few names down, ripping off the sheet of paper and handing it to the middle-aged woman. Here are a few reputable, excellent lawyers I know. If you want to take Mr. White to court, I recommend contacting them. Oh, the woman seemed to deflate slightly before she politely took the note. Regardless, thank you for hearing my story, Mr. Moriarty. Klein stood up and bowed slightly to Madame Genevieve. Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Madame Genevieve nodded and slowly left the cafe. Watching her depart, Klein turned around and entered the men's washroom. There, he took 4 steps and appeared in Saphira Castle. I previously divined whether Madame Genevieve was lying or not, and the answer was yes. This seemingly simple situation is more complicated than it looks. Klein took out a heavy gold coin and closed his eyes. There are mysterious forces involved with Madame Genevieve's situation. He repeated the phrase 7 times in his head and flipped the coin. Catching it in his open palm, Klein opened his eyes and looked down. Yes. Klein frowned and took out his topaz pendulum, divining the amount of danger. Minimal danger. Yes, from what I've heard about the case so far, even if there's beyonder forces involved, it should be at the level of sequence 9, at most sequence 8. Perhaps. Klein sat back in the fool's chair and thought for a few seconds before his eyes flashed. Error? The characteristics are really similar to that of a swindler, having a strong charm, and it's a bit reminiscent of Lenivus. But seducing an older woman to get her money when she dies? There's definitely more to the story. Klein wrapped his spirituality around himself and descended from Saphira Castle. Back in the cafe, he straightened his appearance and calmly walked out. On the way back to his cheap motel, Klein paused before he got into the public carriage. Isn't that Mr. Bennett White? A young man with blonde hair was moving down the street. He paused in front of a bar and, after peering through the window, confidently swaggered in. Klein's eyes narrowed and he flipped a coin, divining if there was any danger. Glancing at the heavy gold coin in his palm, he put it away as he naturally changed his course and followed Bennett White, entering the bar as well. Pulling his hat a bit lower over his face, Klein chose a secluded corner and watched the young man, ordering a simple glass of Southville beer to not seem suspicious. Even in his remote location, due to his strengthened senses, Klein was able to hear Bennett's every move. He was currently throwing back glass after glass of amber-colored alcohol, sitting with another man with brown hair that seemed to be his friend. So you got the money? Bennett's friend asked him with a deep voice. Bennett burped. Yeah, and it was easy too. All thanks to you, brother. He patted a worn suitcase next to him, shooting a conspiratorial grin at the man. Klein was unable to see Bennett's friend's appearance, as he was seated with his back towards him. And it's not a small sum, either. 100 pounds. Bennett proudly thumped his chest, clearly affected by the alcohol. A red flush spread across his face. Klein raised an eyebrow. Yes, to the average Lonese citizen, 100 pounds is quite a hefty sum. The fact that a divorced woman was able to save up this much before dying is pretty impressive. It seems Madame Genevieve's praises of her mother weren't false. However, the brown-haired man didn't seem impressed at all. Instead, he glanced around the mostly empty bar, his gaze briefly passing over Klein, but decided that nothing was out of the normal. He leaned in towards Bennett and whispered, don't flaunt just this amount. It seems like a lot to you now, but in my circle, forget 100 pounds. Deals can go up to thousands of pounds. Plus, with the good stuff I gave you, you'll definitely be able to make a lot more in the future." A look of awe dawned on Bennett's face as he listened intently. So my conjecture was correct. Klein's eyes darkened. Bennett is most likely a Sequence 8 swindler, and his companion is his connection to the Beyonder world. Nursing his drink, Klein patiently waited until Bennett's anonymous companion left to use the restroom. A few seconds later, he naturally got up and walked to the washroom as well. The intoxicated Bennett didn't pay any mind to the stranger. In the washroom, Klein made quick work of the brown-haired man. He squatted on the ground next to the tied-up, unconscious Beyonder and directly ruffled through the man's pockets, finding keys, a crumpled cigarette, and a wallet with an identity card and 50 pounds in it. Lawrence Ross. Klein muttered to himself as he read the name. Lowering the card, he scrutinized Lawrence's facial features as he lay unconscious. I know his speaking mannerisms from his conversation with Bennett just now. This should be doable. With a blank face, Klein stripped Lawrence of his clothes and changed, sending his old clothes above the gray fog. Seyfarah Castle is really just a closet now, Klein lampooned as thin granules appeared all over his body, and he became identical to the unconscious man on the ground. He took a look at himself from an outside perspective and was satisfied. Dragging the almost naked Lawrence into an empty stall, Klein threw the keys and wallet on top of him, keeping the 50 pounds. Then, he shook out a paper figurine and burned it to interfere with any future divination. Swaggering out of the washroom and mimicking Lawrence's gait, Klein calmly left the washroom and returned to the table. "Hey, stop drinking already, or you're going to blow all of that old lady's money on alcohol." Lawrence knocked on the table, startling the dazed Bennett. Klein's voice was deep, without a bit of distinction from the real Lawrence Ross. Yeah, all right." Bennett drunkenly slammed a few crumpled notes on the table. "Bro, you gotta teach me how to make more money." He threw an arm around Klein's shoulder as he shuffled out of the bar. Klein had observed earlier that although Bennett seemed chummy with the brown-haired man, Lawrence himself looked down on Bennett and seemed to flaunt his extensive Beyonder knowledge. With this in mind, Klein knew how to act accordingly. Lawrence chuckled, casually throwing off Bennett's arm along the way. "Come, I'll teach you about the craft." He guided them down a dark alley. "Your gig this time wasn't bad." Lawrence nodded at the suitcase. "But if you want to make a living in this circle, you have to be more low-key. I heard there was a ruckus at the Backlund Bank." Bennett looked like a deer caught in headlights. That damn woman was so naggy, even kicking up a public fuss. She accused me of seducing her 70-year-old mom. As if anyone would even do that. Klein inwardly raised an eyebrow. Outwardly, Lawrence remained impassive, even smirking a little. Bennett's face flushed with rage and embarrassment, acting all high and mighty, as if she wasn't after her old bag's money as well. And I actually used my brains this time. I saw that old granny cared about her son a lot, so I told her that I was a really great investor and could double her money if she gave it to me. Then I'd give her son the majority of the profits, as if such a thing could even happen. Distaste fermented in Klein's heart, but Lawrence simply scoffed. "What a garbage lie. And she believed you?" A nod. "Yeah, looks like she used to be all smart, but got dumber when she aged." "Bro, how do you think I did?" Bennett directed shining eyes toward Klein, completely believing the person in front of him was, in fact, Lawrence Ross. Klein felt the faceless potion digest a bit, and, having completed his goal, sent a beaming smile at Bennett, completely uncharacteristic of Lawrence. "I think you're garbage." Klein changed to a mundane face as he walked back to the motel. Along the way, he stopped at a police station and reported 2 thieves that were subdued by nearby Good Samaritans. He made sure to drop a few phrases that would make the police suspect the thieves were beyonders, so that members of an official church would be dispatched. Then, he switched back to Sherlock Moriarty's face, donning gold-rimmed glasses and burning another paper figurine. Back in the motel, Klein retrieved his clothes from Saphira Castle and snapped his fingers, sending Lawrence Ross' clothes burning into ashes. Klein sighed as he sat on the room's sofa. With this little push, I'm almost completely done digesting the faceless potion. But he looked at the simple brown suitcase in the corner, filled with exactly 100 pounds. Where do I find the deceased woman's son? He decided on dream divination and wrote down a sentence on a blank sheet of paper, leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes. An image appeared in his dream, first of Backlund, and then it zoomed in on a street sign that said Brewer's Lane, showing a small and somewhat run-down apartment. The dream dispersed, and Klein opened his eyes. It's in Backlund, so it shouldn't take too long to travel there. Klein took out his silver pocket watch and glanced at the time. I'll eat dinner and then take the metro there. A few hours later, dressed in formal attire, Klein held the worn suitcase and stared at the building identical to what he saw in his dream divination. This is the one, right? He changed his face to that of Bennett White's and stepped up, knocking on the door. He didn't have to wait long before a man about 30 years of age answered the door, unkempt and with red, puffy eyes as if he had been crying. Yes, who? The man froze as he saw Bennett at the door, his face contorting. You have the face to come here. He shook with rage. Mr. White, if you... I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding, Mr. Ainsworth. Klein only knew his name by impolitely rifling through his mail before knocking on the door. See, your mother briefly entrusted me with the money only because she was worried about how you would fare on your own. I am an investor, but unfortunately, I was only able to make a profit of 50 pounds. With that said, Klein lifted the suitcase by his side and gave it to the stunned man in front of him. 150 pounds exactly. Before your mother died, she hoped that you would live well. On top of the 100 pounds Bennett had scammed from the old woman, Klein added the 50 pounds taken from Lawrence. Consider it compensation for the late Madame Ainsworth for encountering Bennett White and having a money-hungry daughter. Klein didn't care about Mr. Ainsworth's baffled reaction and simply tipped his hat, walking away resolutely. Thank you, Mr. White, Ainsworth called out after the departing figure, clutching the suitcase. Tears formed in his eyes. Mom, I'll live well. Thank you for everything. He quietly spoke to himself. As Klein took the public carriage back to the motel, he gazed out at the foggy Backlund scenery. Lawrence and Bennett shouldn't come looking for their money anytime soon, since they'll probably be stuck in prison for at least a few years. And once they get out, it's unlikely that they'll pursue this measly sum, so Mr. Ainsworth can live happily believing this small lie. Unknowingly, Klein's mood had dimmed. Recalling the man's obvious grief, Klein thought of Benson and Melissa from before he traveled back in time. I wonder, when they were told they would get a bereavement compensation of 6,000 pounds, did they think they would much prefer a living brother instead of money? Could Kenley's fiancé and family feel compensated when they saw bills instead of a son, a brother, a fiancé? Klein shook his head, discarding his heavy thoughts as he disembarked the carriage, returning to the motel. There's no point in ruminating over the past. Now, everything's different. I should write to Benson and Melissa that I've arrived at Backlund. Under the warm light of the gas lamp, Klein gently pressed his pen to the paper. Chapter 16. 2 days later. Nothing eventful happened in the next few days, and Sunday quickly arrived. As he adjusted his clothes, Klein carried his small suitcase and a cane into the Backlund metro. Through the main door, Klein followed the people ahead of him and walked to the ticketing booth. After being in line for a few minutes, he bought a second-class seat ticket for 4 pence. Walking towards the corresponding platform and location, Klein didn't have to wait long before the thunderous sound of the steam whistle shook the ground. He first waited for the other passengers to alight before slowly carrying his cane and luggage over, allowing the conductor to check his tickets. Just as Klein sat down, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Ian appears. He recalled the event on the metro and looked up to see a thin, adolescent boy rush into the carriage. I'm sorry, I got on the wrong carriage. I'm from 3rd class. Ian showed his ticket, apologizing to the passengers before briskly walking towards the third-class carriage. Klein didn't retract his gaze and waited a few seconds, just as a few men dressed in black coats and half-top hats rushed into the carriage as well. "Did you see a teenage boy? He's wearing an old coat," one of the men fiercely asked the conductor. The conductor shrank back and pointed towards the third-class carriage. "I saw him. He went that way." The leader nodded indiscernibly, leading his men towards the third-class carriage immediately. Ian should smoothly escape his pursuers. Recalling the past, Klein calmly looked away and opened a newspaper, reading it. And sure enough, soon after the steam metro started moving, Ian walked slowly into the carriage wearing his old coat and round-top hat. Klein discreetly scrutinized the teenage boy for a few seconds out of the corner of his eyes and continued reading his papers. Klein arrived smoothly at Sherwood Borough, where he took a rented carriage to Minsk Street. Moving familiarly, as if he had walked this route dozens of times, he came to Unit 17 and pulled the doorbell. He waited a few seconds until the door opened, a young maidservant peeking her head out. "May I help you?" She looked warily at Klein. Klein smiled, adjusting his glasses. "I'm here to find Mrs. Sammer about renting a house. Has it been rented out yet?" "Not at all. Please wait a moment." The maidservant bowed slightly, rushing inside to report to her mistress. Moments later, she came out again and invited him in. "Madam, the guest is here." The maidservant brought Klein to the living room after she helped him place his cane and luggage in the foyer and hang his coat and hat on a clothes rack in the same place. Klein looked at the familiar face of his landlord and maintained a polite smile. "Hello there, Mrs. Sammer." He pressed one palm to his chest and bowed. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman smiled in a reserved manner. "Good evening. Please, have a seat. Would you wish for some coffee or tea?" "Tea, please." Klein sat on the sofa. Mrs. Sammer instructed her maidservant to prepare Marquis black tea before turning her eyes to Klein. "How might I address you?" she asked. "Sherlock Moriarty. You may call me Sherlock." The rest of their conversation closely aligned with Klein's own memories, and they settled on a deposit of half a year, equivalent to £25. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and being introduced to Luke Sammer, Klein was led out of the house by the maidservant and into the neighboring Unit 15. He half listened to the maidservant's introduction, after which she returned to the Sammers. Klein looked at the living space with a bit of nostalgia, recalling memories from around 8 years ago. Time sure flies. Unfortunately, Sherlock Moriarty is fated to leave Backlund for a vacation and rarely reappear afterwards. Klein started unpacking the few things in his suitcase and sat in the empty living room. Now that the Tingen affair is over, I can begin making a large-scale, comprehensive plan for the next 3 years, and even longer. Klein frowned, seriously thinking. The most crucial thing is to promote quickly and steadily. Rushing too much will only backfire on me. It would be best to prevent Amon from becoming a dual-pathway god altogether, in order to make my ascension to godhood and later to becoming a great old one easier. If that's not possible, I need to make as much preparations as possible to fight Amon in Seyfira Castle. Well, right now matters of such a level are out of my reach. Yes, I should focus on developing the Tarot Club quicker this time, amassing allies, and increasing my own personal strength. I'll use Rosego's Beyonder characteristic as the main ingredients and find the supplementary ones through other channels. The next day, Klein spent the morning posting an advertisement for Sherlock Moriarty's private detective business, tidying up Unit 15, and purchasing mysticism materials from various stores. In total, including his expenses during the last 3 days, Klein now found himself with just over £200 left. Luckily, I won't need to purchase more items due to bringing some with me. I can also save some money in the future, since I already have a gun and won't need to buy one. Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street, where he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered Seyfira Castle. Klein gazed through the crimson star that represented Leonard and saw the red glove idly dawdling in his private quarters in St. Samuel's Cathedral. 2 days ago, Klein had already received a response from Leonard, affirming that the star would be the next newest member of the Tarot Club. Even though I made practically no preparations the first time I inducted Leonard into the Tarot Club, it doesn't have to be the same way this time. With this thought, Klein first notified the sun to prepare for the tarot meeting before extending his spirituality and enveloping the star connected to Leonard. Leonard had been casually chatting with Palaz as he kept an eye on the clock, waiting for the time to approach 3 p.m., when suddenly a crimson tide engulfed his vision. Allowing the familiar sensation to wash over him, Leonard blinked in confusion as he sat at the ancient bronze table, a mysterious figure shrouded in fog at the head. Klein. Mr. Fool? Leonard quickly corrected himself. I need to be careful to call Klein the Fool during the tarot club. Isn't the time too early? Leonard asked curiously. Klein maintained his composure with his clown abilities as he smiled, although his expression was hidden under the gray fog. Yes. However, Mr. Mitchell, I would like to remind you of a few things before your first tarot meeting in this timeline commences. Leonard nodded, a bit amused to Klein using the lofty identity and tone of the Fool to talk to him. As of right now, there are only 3 tarot members: Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun. You should know their respective situations and can help, but don't offer too much information on the Sun. The Forsaken Land of the Gods isn't something you should know much about right now. I'm afraid changing the Sun's chain of actions may lead to an undesirable future. I see. Leonard expressed his understanding and suddenly thought of something. By the way, even though I have confidence in my acting skills, it would still be difficult to hide my instinctive reactions from Miss Justice. Klein spread his hands and leaned back in the Fool's high-back chair. That's simple. I can simply thicken the gray fog that covers you. Of course, once Miss Justice breaks through the demigod level, whether or not you can hide your true thoughts is up to your own ability, but right now she's just at sequence 9. Leonard blatantly gawked. Seriously? She becomes sequence 3 in 3 years? What's up with these crazy promotion rates? The Fool ignored Leonard's expression and glanced at a conjured silver pocket watch. The tarot club starts in 5 minutes, you. Leonard snapped to attention and half-raised his hand. Actually, Mr. Fool, is it possible to redraw my tarot card? Klein paused and glanced at the red glove. You don't like the star card? Well, I'm not complaining, but I've always thought it didn't suit me. Leonard coughed awkwardly, looking away from the Fool's seat. So you won't feel a sense of incongruence later on if, say, Emlyn White joins the tarot club and happens to draw the star card instead of you? Klein kept trying to persuade Leonard. After all, it was the card that he had personally chosen for him. How does it not fit you? I think it's perfect. I'm not that petulant. Leonard grinned at Klein. Sighing, Klein could only acquiesce, a stack of tarot cards miraculously appearing on the table in front of Leonard and fanning out. Leonard immediately furrowed his brows and squinted, carefully scrutinizing the identical back of each card. Please, this is my last chance to change my code name in the tarot club. After a few seconds of contemplation, he reached out a hand and plucked a card from the very end, flipping it over. The star. Leonard's expectant face immediately fell as he stared at the familiar image of a goddess pouring holy water. How? Is my luck so bad? Am I simply fated to draw the star card? As thoughts whirled around Leonard's head, a sudden absurd theory emerged. It seems you drew the star card again. Klein commented, hiding a smile. However, Leonard didn't respond at all. Instead, he looked up and made direct eye contact with the Fool. Then, the red glove slowly reached out a hand and flipped over all of the other cards. One by one, they were all the star cards. Leonard stared at Klein in disbelief. Did you do this the first time as well? Klein stared back at Leonard, struggling to maintain a blank face. The Fool cleared his throat and shiftily changed the topic. Congratulations on becoming the Tarot Club's 4th member, Leonard. Oops, looks like it's 3 o'clock already. Let's talk later. As if escaping something, Klein looked to the side and touched 3 familiar red stars in quick succession, activating his spirituality. Speechless, Leonard looked at the mysterious figure hidden behind the gray fog. You rigged it both times, didn't you? Chapter 17. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence, 3 blurry figures appeared, seated at the ancient bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon. Audrey started greeting the members of the tarot club when her gaze suddenly fell on a new member, sitting where there was once an empty seat. Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with puzzlement and delight. Has the tarot club grown bigger again? I wonder what the background of this new member is. Thinking of Mr. Sun, who was from the elusive Forsaken Land of the Gods, Audrey felt somewhat excited. Klein leisurely leaned back and, not exposing any abnormalities, said, This is a new member, the star. Leonard the Star had an exasperated look on his face as he heard the code name. Well, if Klein really wants me to be the star, I can't do anything about it. Audrey and the other members of the Tarot Club curiously examined the new member. Normally I'm able to see the overall characteristics and read some emotions from the Tarot members, but this Mr. Star seems to be shrouded with a thicker layer of gray fog. Audrey was deep in thought. However, I'm still able to tell that Mr. Star is male from his stature. Alger also had similar thoughts. Perhaps the star is of a mysterious identity where simply viewing him will cause insanity? He shuddered and immediately averted his gaze. The Fool is indeed a powerful existence that has been sealed for mysterious reasons. Being able to pull someone so strong into the Tarot Club is evidence of his growing strength. After everyone had greeted the new member, with Leonard responding warmly, Alger looked towards the Fool and rushed to speak. Mr. Fool, I've obtained 19 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Here, I must thank you for sending your adorer to help me get rid of Chilongos. These diary pages will be the compensation I should pay. All right, Chilongos. Klein recalled the matter and smiled faintly at the hanged man. That is the principle of equivalent exchange. In fact, all I did was send a letter to Mr. Ozick. He suddenly felt a piercing gaze on him and turned to look at the star's seat, where Leonard looked at him incredulously. Audrey detected the star looking towards the Fool's seat, and although she was unable to discern his emotions, Audrey could understand his reaction. The new member should have heard about the pirate admiral, Chilongos' death and is shocked that the Tarot Club was actually behind this matter. She felt a smudge of satisfaction at the Tarot Club's influence. Leonard was indeed shocked, but for a different reason. Chilongos, wasn't he killed by a high-sequence beyonder of the death pathway? The Fool's adorer? But Klein was only sequence 8 at that time. Unless Ozick Eggers, does he even know he's become the Fool's adorer? Klein looked away from Leonard as naturally as possible and immediately regretted bringing him into the Tarot Club this early. It's one thing to pretend to be a god, but it's another to pretend right in front of someone I know. Technically, I am an ancient existence trying to regain his divine throne. Alger continued speaking, either not noticing the star's actions or not caring. The limit of my current memory is 6 pages. Please allow me to give them to you over separate occasions. No problem. Klein nodded gently. Yes, this is also another problem. Should I continue collecting Roselle's diary? I mean, I've already read it before, so there's no use. Forget it. This gives the Tarot members an easy way to repay me. Furthermore, I'm certain my collection of Roselle's diaries has gathered the attention of Bernadette later on, and stopping would mean losing this connection. The hanged man inscribed the diary contents he remembered onto 6 pages. Once they were complete, they disappeared and reappeared in front of the Fool. Now Klein was in a dilemma. I can easily remember the contents of Roselle's diary through dream divination. Do I still allocate a specific time during the Tarot Club? He pretended to read the pages in his hand as his mind churned. After this meeting, I'll just casually set aside the diary pages from now on. Either way, it's not as if Justice or the hanged man are going to pester me to read it. After an appropriate amount of time, Klein put down the diary pages and tapped his right index finger on the edge of the long bronze table, looking at each of the Tarot members. Now for a general education lesson. He lampooned to himself as he smiled gently, speaking in a low voice. Roselle mentioned some simple knowledge that reminded me of something that I don't recall informing you all. Leonard's interest was piqued, and he looked at Klein sitting at the end of the bronze table. Mr. Fool, I'm willing to pay for this information. Audrey was thrilled at the Fool taking the initiative to mention Roselle's diary and couldn't help but speak. Klein chuckled. There's no need. This is very general knowledge. Very general indeed. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tarot members, aside from Leonard, truly weren't aware of this, Klein wouldn't have bothered to talk about it. He continued his speech from his memory. After reading this part of the diary, as the host of the Tarot Club, I feel it's necessary to inform you all. Of course, I'm certain some of you are already aware of this. Thank you very much. Mr. Fool, you're very generous. Audrey replied with joy. Leonard showed no change in expression, even as he laughed inwardly. Now that I'm aware that Klein is the Fool, all of his actions seem less majestic now, even a bit funny. Klein took in Audrey's praise and continued calmly. The first piece of knowledge. The law of beyonder characteristics, indestructibility. Beyonder characteristics are never destroyed or reduced, simply passed from one carrier to the next. Only Audrey showed a bit of surprise, everyone else having already known. As she ruminated over the fool's description, she immediately understood that she was the only one who was unaware. Even the newcomer, the star, was unmoved. The star should be a relatively experienced beyonder. With the keen intuition of a spectator, Audrey was able to deduce this. At this point, Klein added, after a beyonder dies, they will leave behind beyonder characteristics. This can serve as the main ingredient for a potion, without a supplementary ingredient, or be made into a mystical artifact. Audrey immediately reacted, understanding the underlying darkness around the mystical world. So the reality of this path is so cruel and dark. As thoughts whirled around her head, Klein continued in a calm tone. The second piece of knowledge. The law of similar sequence beyonder characteristics conservation. The hanged man slightly changed his sitting posture as he heard this. He felt that he understood something, but was unable to fully grasp it. Justice and the sun shared the same feelings as he did, while the star remained impassive in his seat. Why similar sequence? Alger couldn't help asking. Klein felt a bit awkward in his heart. Before I turned back time, I issued a task to investigate the secret order in return for the answer. But if I were to do so now, it would seem really cheap in front of Leonard. Anyway, it isn't some especially huge secret. As they improve their strength, the tarot members will find out sooner or later. Klein leaned back in his chair. Although this can't be counted as simple general knowledge, it isn't a big secret either. Audrey's eyes sparkled. Praise Mr. Fool for his generosity. Alger unconsciously leaned forward in anticipation. This law refers to how high sequence beyonders are interchangeable with other pathways at higher sequences. For example, a sequence 5 of the death pathway can not only advance normally, but also advance to sequence 4 of the giant pathway without losing control. Of course, if it's not a similar sequence, madness is the only result. Your pathway determines your enemies and allies. Klein added an extra piece of information as a warning. Both surprised and excited, Audrey covered her mouth. She was delighted that she had another chance to choose again in the future. Alger and Derek were similarly enlightened, with Alger stunned at what the fool considered not a big secret. This information is way too valuable. He instantly became wary, recalling a saying that what is free costs the most. So-called simple knowledge is enough to shock most low-sequence beyonders and benefit them immensely. He suddenly recalled something and turned to look at the newest and quietest member, the star. Unexpectedly, the man didn't even seem interested in the conversation. Alger frowned, but turned his attention back to the fool as Audrey asked a question. Mr. Fool, may I ask what other pathways are exchangeable with the spectator pathway? I can pay for the answer to this question. How many gold pounds do you think is enough? I believe your adorer will need a certain amount of funds for other activities. Klein's interest was instantly piqued. How do I honorably accept this deal without seeming too much like a money grubber? Leonard had to look away for a few seconds to regain his composure, biting his lip hard to stop from laughing. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice in his head. Leonard, say that you will answer this question and provide her the answer through paper. Ask for 1,000 pounds. I'll give you a commission fee from it. The red glove's lips twitched as Klein's voice disappeared. He resigned himself to his fate and slowly raised his hand. Miss Justice, if you would like, I can answer this question for you. Immediately, every tarot member turned to look at the seemingly low-key new member. Alger was stunned. Sure enough, this new member is of a high level. He suddenly felt a sense of suppression from a stronger member. I wonder what the fool's goal is. He is able to exert more influence on the real world? As Alger agonized, Audrey glanced at the fool for a second with wide eyes. Seeing no response from the mysterious figure, she looked back towards the star. Yes, I'm interested. What would you like in return? Leonard smiled. 1,000 pounds. I'll applaud you. Klein, you managed to find a solution between getting money and saving face. Audrey didn't hesitate for a second. Deal. Leonard pretended to be confused on how to make the transaction, perfectly acting as a new member. After some guidance from Justice and the hanged man, a blank sheet of paper floated in front of him, and he inscribed information on it. In fact, words magically appeared on the paper outside of his control, without anyone else seeing. Leonard scanned the words as they appeared. The spectator pathway is interchangeable with 4 other pathways. The respective names of their Sequence 9 potions are Sailor, Reader, Secrets Supplicant, and Bard. The paper quickly vanished and reappeared in front of Audrey. Filled with anticipation, she read the paper and froze. There's so many. Sailor and Bard. Aren't these the pathways of the Hanged Man and the Sun? Audrey was overwhelmed by the information and felt that this was worth way more than 1,000 pounds. Klein waited until Audrey digested the information before advising. Miss Justice, it would be best for you to remain in your current pathway. He didn't mention why, intending for the others to fill the gaps themselves. The Sun, although curious, wasn't interested in the knowledge since he didn't plan on switching pathways. The same couldn't be said for Alger, who looked at Audrey's stunned countenance and burned with curiosity. I plan on continuing down the Sailor pathway because it's the most useful to me right now, but what Mr. Fool said. Alger recalled his sentence. Your pathway determines your enemies and your allies. He grit his teeth. 1,000 pounds. Can I afford this? Regardless, he looked towards the star and, with a respectful tone, asked, Mr. Star, are you aware of the exchangeable sequences to the Sailor pathway? I am willing to pay an equal price, but I need time to gather the money. Leonard controlled his facial expression to remain still, but a voice quickly sounded in his head. Ask for either the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith or a pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle. These two ingredients add up to about 800 pounds, and the rest can be paid later. Klein wasn't afraid that the Hanged Man or the Sun would guess that these were supplementary ingredients to the Marionnettist potion. After all, his mouthpiece, Leonard, wasn't even from the Seer pathway. Leonard echoed Klein's words to Alger, who hesitated for a few seconds. These are all relatively rare and expensive Beyonder ingredients. It isn't easy to obtain, but it isn't impossible either. Finally, the Hanged Man nodded. I'll keep an eye out for these materials. If I can't find them, I'll pay you the equivalent in pounds. Nodding, Leonard pretended to create another sheet of paper which promptly appeared in front of Alger. The Hanged Man immediately read it and was stunned. The Sailor pathway could actually be exchanged with 4 other pathways, with Spectator being one of them. He was so shocked he was unable to form a coherent thought. Audrey watched the Hanged Man's expression with satisfaction. Yes, you couldn't have imagined that such valuable information was exchanged for only 1,000 pounds, right? Indeed, Alger was shocked and, after digesting the knowledge, looked up at the star. He felt that the new tarot member was even more unfathomable and mysterious than he thought. Perhaps he may even be a he. Alger shuddered at the thought. The Sequence 7 Leonard resisted the urge to sneeze. Chapter 18. After a brief silence, Audrey looked at the Hanged Man again. Mr. Hanged Man, my tip allowed you to finish Rear Admiral Hurricane. Have you prepared the complete pituitary gland of a mature rainbow salamander? Alger nodded gently and said, I've gotten the Beyonder material you wanted. But how should I give it to you? How should it be given to me? Audrey froze as she considered this issue. I can't just give my address. Go through Zio and Furs. But that will reveal the fact that I'm a Beyonder. As she lost herself in thought, Leonard furrowed his brow imperceptibly. Isn't this simple? Just sacrifice it to the fool. He suddenly became enlightened. Oh, so this is before Klein. I mean, Mr. Fool used sacrificial rituals to pass items in the tarot club. Expectant, Leonard sat back as he waited for the fool to speak up. At that moment, Klein lightly tapped the edge of the long table and smiled. Sir, are you willing to cooperate with me to make an attempt regarding this matter? Attempt? Justice was immediately thrilled at this keyword and nodded, acting reserved and elegant. I am very willing to cooperate. Attempt. Contrary to Justice's reaction, Alger tensed up, viewing the fool's proposal with wariness. What does he want to do? Is it related to his true purpose? Is this good or bad for me? Thoughts rapidly popped in his head, but he ultimately lowered his head. Your wish is my wish. He replied respectfully. This attempt will make your transaction easier and safer, and it will definitely be sufficiently confidential. Klein continued speaking, following word for word what he had said before. Do you remember the sacrificial ritual described by the sun? Alger answered truthfully. I remember. I do come into contact with such things usually. Klein nodded slightly. My idea is for you to sacrifice the Beyonder material to me, and I will bestow it upon Miss Justice. A transaction like this will be beneficial for the both of you. That can be done? Audrey was dumbfounded but soon understood the advantages of this method, as well as the true nature of a deity hidden behind this simple act. Praise the fool. Alger turned even warier than before. Honorable Mr. Fool, what do I need to do? He tried to figure out the true purpose of the fool from the process of the sacrificial ritual. Understanding Alger's hidden thoughts, Klein almost chuckled and calmly explained the whole process. After a few minutes, they came to an agreement. With the sacrifice and bestowment topic coming to the end, Audrey then waited a few seconds before speaking. Mr. Fool, I've found 2 ladies suitable for our tarot club. They're both Beyonders and have their own circle and resources in Backland. They're also able to keep a secret and have decent personalities. Are you willing to let them join the gathering? Leonard looked at Audrey, surprised. So, Miss Justice was actually the recommender for a few tarot members? From the description and location, Judgment and Magician, Zio Dericha, and Furs Wall. Before Klein had sent them into the past, most of the tarot members had already exposed their real identities to each other. It was partly because a fundamental level of trust had been established, and partly because of the frequent need to collaborate in the real world. Derek was also very interested in this matter as he looked sideways at the fool, waiting for his answer in anticipation. Klein was calm and simply responded, "It will require a certain amount of examination. Miss Justice, you may use a discreet method to let them know of my name to garner interest in them." When Audrey saw that her proposal was about to be accepted, she immediately responded in excitement. "Yes, Mr. Fool." After a few more exchanges, with Leonard rarely speaking, the gathering came to an end. The Sun, the Hanged Man, and Justice left, while Klein remained in Seyfira Castle with Leonard. He casually waved his hand, and the gray fog surrounding them disappeared. "In 2 weeks, I should be able to create the world in the Tarot Club and won't need you to step in," Klein explained apologetically. "But before then, I'll have to trouble you." Leonard nodded relaxedly, showing he was completely fine with it. "I'll withdraw the money and send the cash to you." "All right." Klein paused for a second, habitually tapping the edge of the table. "I have a request for you." He finally spoke. "For the next 3 years, I hope you can do your best to boost the growth of the Tarot Club, using your knowledge of the future. I hope you will also collaborate with me in preventing upcoming disasters, such as the Great Smog of Backland." Without the obstruction of the gray fog, Klein was able to look directly into Leonard's green eyes. "Of course, under the principle of equivalent exchange, you may ask for a wish in return." The red glove had a slightly stunned look on his face before he laughed lightly. "I accept. This is only natural. Why wouldn't I help? There's also no need to give me anything in return since we're friends, right, Klein?" Sitting in the fool's chair, Klein froze and then smiled helplessly. "Yes, we're friends." As he looked at Leonard, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Didn't you want to change your tarot card? You can draw again, if you'd like. I can think of an explanation for the other tarot members." Leonard chuckled, shaking his head. "No need. Since you picked it for me, I'm happy with it." He smiled towards the young man with a bookish aura. "Whatever floats your boat." Klein was somewhat speechless, a subtle feeling in his heart. A few minutes later, Leonard returned to reality in St. Samuel's Cathedral. "Where did you just go?" Pallas questioned, suspicious. "I had a short chat with Klein." Leonard replied smoothly, in a good mood. "For over 40 minutes? How is your colleague able to directly contact your spirit body, so discreetly that even I almost didn't notice it?" Leonard stood up and put on the red gloves he had taken off before the meeting, leaving his room. He has his ways." He casually thought up an excuse. "Even though I trust Pallas, it's too risky to let him know of Seyfira Castle right now." Pallas clearly knew Leonard. This brat was lying to him, but didn't press the issue. "Well, it's inevitable for the protagonist of the times to have secrets," he snarkily commented in Leonard's head. Leonard tripped and almost fell down the stairs again, embarrassed. After sending Leonard off and completing the transaction between the Hanged Man and Justice, establishing the method of sacrifice to exchange goods, Klein left Seyfira Castle and returned to reality. He took a nap for a bit over an hour and made a trip to East Borough, renting a 1-bedroom apartment at the rent of 4 solely 3 pence a week, completing his preparations. On the way back to 15 Minsk Street, Klein hesitated in his steps as he saw the sallow and listless groups of people in East Borough, dressed in shabby clothes and trapped in poverty. A bit of gloom settled over his heart, but he knew that even if he helped them, There were countless others in the same situation. Right now, I'm only a single person, not even at the demigod level. To truly improve their lives, widespread systematic change is needed. With a clear resolve, he left East Borough and first ate a simple dinner before returning to 15 Minsk Street and resting for the night. The next morning, he woke up and made a simple breakfast for himself. He looked around the room and suddenly found himself with nothing to do. All that's left to do is wait for Ian to come knocking at my door. Klein relaxed for a bit, created a few charms using his own spirituality, and cut up paper figurines. He looked at his handiwork and was satisfied. My paper cutting ability has really improved since 8 years ago. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring. The first job for my detective career? Klein put away the charms and paper, adopting a thoughtful look as he sifted through his memories. Just before he opened the door, his memory jogged as an image of the visitors outside appeared in his mind. One of them was an old lady with white hair but lively eyes, standing next to a young man in his 20s. Jürgen Cooper. Klein's lips twitched imperceptibly. Right, it was this. The lost cat. He opened the door and greeted the two familiar strangers with a welcoming smile. Good morning, madam, sir. After a brief conversation that followed Klein's memories, he was led to their house at 58 Minsk Street. As expected, the issue was of Brody, their beloved black cat, having gone missing. This is Brody's bowl, and here is his favorite box. He always sleeps here. Jürgen's grandmother, Doris, had a worried expression on her face. Klein pretended to investigate his surroundings for a few seconds before he confidently strode over to an old cupboard. Without saying a word, he directly pulled open the door at the bottom of the cupboard. Meow. A black cat darted out and ran for its bowl. Brody, how did you get locked in there? Amidst Mrs. Doris' cry of astonishment, Jürgen turned to look at Klein with surprise. How did you know Brody was in the cupboard? Like a charlatan, Klein smiled and replied in a deep voice. Inference, my good man. Having received a reward of 5 soli and the friendship of the two, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street. He soon saw a familiar figure loitering in front of his door. It was a boy of 15 or 16, dressed in an old coat and round hat that didn't fit his age. Klein put on a polite smile and walked over towards Ian. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Ian was startled and quickly turned around, his bright red eyes filled with unconcealable fear. He composed himself and asked hesitantly, Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty? Yes. Klein looked around and said, Let's talk inside. Ian didn't refuse, and Klein led the teenage boy to the guest area, gesturing for him to sit down. How may I address you? What job do you have for me? Klein feigned ignorance as he gazed at the teenager sitting across from him. You may call me Ian. Ian surveyed his surroundings for a few seconds. I was previously hired by another detective, Mr. Zriel Victor Lee, who helped me gather some news and information. Over the next few minutes, Ian summed up the current state of events, asking Sherlock Moriarty to investigate Mr. Zriel and determine his current condition. All I need is confirmation. Ian finished, seriously speaking to the private detective wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Klein hid a smile and kept his expression solemn, still keeping the major details a secret. That hasn't changed. If I knew previously this would lead to a lot of inconvenience, and even a £10,000 assassination, I definitely wouldn't have taken this request. However, Klein already knew how everything would play out, so he simply smiled and said, Then how much are you going to pay? You should be well aware that this may be very dangerous. Ian looked down at the pocket of his coat. There are 2 ways. First, I can directly give you a payment that's enough to satisfy you, but that will be all unless you suffer a serious injury. Second, I could pay you £5 in advance, and when you finish the job, you can add on the bill depending on the difficulty of the matter. Already knowing what his choice would be, Klein pretended to think for a while before he said in a low voice, Why don't we do it this way? You pay me £5 in advance, then after the mission is completed, help me with 3 things. Don't worry, they won't be anything difficult and won't make you feel uncomfortable. This can be agreed upon in the contract. Ian knitted his brows before standing up. As before, he leaned forward and stretched out his hand. All right. Klein shook hands with him, and the two quickly drew up a contract. After signing it, they went through a few more formalities, and Ian carefully counted out £5. As he handed them over, the teenage boy had neatly arranged the notes on the table, with even the portraits of the former kings facing up without a single mistake. Klein felt a bit exasperated at Ian's obsessive-compulsive disorder and took the bills, randomly stuffing them into his pocket, ignoring the untidiness. Ian's expression twisted slightly. "I'll complete the investigation as soon as possible." Klein stood up, ignoring Ian's facial expression, and bade him farewell. "Thank you for your help." Ian hesitated for a few seconds and thanked him sincerely before leaving the apartment, disappearing into the polluted air that enveloped the city. In his living room, Klein sat back on the sofa, not in a rush at all. Of course, he already knew exactly where Mr. Zriel was, and even his condition, decomposing in Backlund's sewers. But my main goal in this matter isn't the £5 or 3 requests from Ian. I'll be aiming for Rosego's head. Chapter 19. Klein planned on letting things pan out naturally, and according to his memories, Ian wouldn't come to Klein's door until a day later. Thus, Klein decided to first handle another problem. A certain swindler should be lurking in the East Baylum Docks dock union at this time. Klein thought to himself, it'd be best to deal with Lenevis as soon as possible, before he can do more harm. I'll go and confirm he's there before reporting it to the church. As for why Klein didn't plan on handling Lenevis himself, it was simple. Lenevis had the godhood of the true creator on him. Even with Sephirah Castle, if I, a sequence 6, recklessly ran up to him, I would just be wasting a chance to revive. Before he set out, Klein forged a few reporter documents. He dressed in a thick sweater, a tan jacket, and a simple cap that closely resembled the usual investigative reporters. As he looked in the mirror, Klein frowned slightly, and dense granules covered his entire face. When they disappeared, his facial hair had disappeared, and a man with average features stood in front of the mirror. He took off Sherlock Moriarty's gold-rimmed glasses and inspected himself from a third-person perspective. Satisfied, he walked out the door, locking it behind him, and went out into Backlund streets. In front of the dock union in East Baylum Dock. As he approached the 2-story building, Klein felt several pairs of eyes watching him but pretended to not notice. He pushed open the door and explained to the man by the door that he was a reporter who sympathized with them. "Is that so?" The man seemed to believe him as Klein used his clown and faceless abilities to make his eyes look incredibly sincere. "Go to Mr. Rand, our committee member in charge of publicity. Second office on the right." "Thank you." Klein bowed with feigned relief, feeling the gaze observing him vanish. He found the right office door and knocked. The door slowly creaked open, a middle-aged man with sparse hair looking at him. "May I know who you are?" Klein smoothly introduced himself according to his memories. "I'd like to make a report with unions as the theme to help you acquire more attention." Klein added, "A report with actual interview data would be better than nothing. At least you can provide your views and guide things in the direction you want." Rand touched his head and replied hesitantly, "All right, I'll follow you the entire time." "Thank you." Even having already expected this, Klein nevertheless made his smile more radiant. Afterward, Klein casually entered one office after the other, interviewing the members of the Workers' Association. He naturally made his way to the second floor, as if following the course of events. As before, this time Rand led him into the office and introduced him to the people inside. "This is a reporter from the Backlund Daily Tribute. He wants to interview you, but I will remind you that there are some questions which you have the right to refuse to answer." Klein smiled and shook hands with the people in the room and calmly looked towards a corner of the room. Slightly tanned skin, gold-rimmed glasses instead of round ones, and a slightly sharper face. Klein noticed that Lenevis' change from his original face wasn't as extreme as when they had first met in Backlund, likely because Klein had encountered him so much earlier. Regardless, a single glance was all Klein needed to confirm it was Lenevis. Not letting a single stray emotion show on his face, Klein went on with the interview as normal, even interviewing Lenevis himself. Of course, his every movement and mannerism strictly followed that of an investigative reporter. As appropriate, he bade farewell to the Workers' Association and walked out of the dimly lit building. It wasn't until he walked down a dark alley, changing back to Sherlock Moriarty's appearance, and calmly took a public carriage back to 15 Minsk Street, that Klein allowed his expression to distort. Different from the twisted laughter when he first rediscovered Lenevis, a wide, calculating smile spread across Klein's face. "Found you." In the privacy of his own home, Klein built a wall of spirituality and familiarly entered Sephirah Castle. He sat above the gray fog, surrounded by a giant ancient palace. The fool looked towards the side, at the glowing red stars, and reached towards the brightest one. Klein controlled his emotions and said in a calm tone, "Leonard, Lenevis is confirmed to be hiding in East Balaam's dock union. Find a way to alert the church of his location and that Lenevis has the godhood of the true creator on him. It's best to complete the operation as soon as possible. I will be watching over nearby." Having finished what he wanted to say, Klein retracted his spirituality and was about to leave when he suddenly received a prayer from Leonard. That fast? Klein was taken aback and took a look at the red glove through his corresponding star. He saw Leonard standing in a dingy bathroom stall, hands clasped together and praying devoutly. The image was highly contradictory and a bit weird to look at. A handsome young man earnestly praying right next to a toilet that had definitely seen better days. The fool's lips twitched imperceptibly. "Poet classmate, I've just discovered your tastes are rather strange. Ahem, I also frequently pray to myself in a bathroom." Klein reflected on himself before seriously listening to the star's prayer. Leonard had his eyes closed as he spoke. "Mr. Fool, I've transferred your £1,000 to an anonymous bank account. Miss Justice really works fast." He added, "As for Lenevis, I've just notified the church. I'll let you know of the date and time once it's decided." The hazy image of the black-haired, green-eyed man faded from view. How efficient. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Klein simply threw an understood at Leonard and left the gray fog. Back at 15 Minsk Street, the fool sat on the sofa and, with a deadpan face, picked up a popular romance novel written by Furs. It wasn't until a while later, after Klein made himself a simple lunch and ate it, that he heard a hazy voice sounding in his head signaling that someone had prayed to him. "I should hurry and get a messenger. It's too much of a hassle going back and forth from Seyfira Castle just to communicate." As Klein had this thought, he entered Seyfira Castle and received Leonard's prayer, which was only 3 short words. "Tonight at 12. As evening arrived, Klein randomly scrambled his appearance and changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform. He didn't approach Lenevis' direct location, the dormitory provided by the dock union, but instead familiarly headed towards the clock tower. As it overlooked the entire area, it was a great spot for surveillance, and it would also help him avoid the Evernight Church's airship. Klein patiently waited in the rich darkness for around an hour. Just as the clock struck 12, a gigantic airship covered in dark black paint soared into view. Very soon, the airship silently hovered about 10 meters in the air. I wonder if Leonard will be directly acting in this operation. Klein suddenly realized he forgot to ask the red glove. Hopefully not. Although no major harm was done to the Nighthawks before, it's still sufficiently dangerous. Right at that moment, 4 figures dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of the building, interrupting Klein's thoughts. The man at the lead was someone Klein had last seen 4 days ago. One of the 9 high-ranking deacons, Krestet Sezamir. Wait, Klein subconsciously frowned. In his memories, he recalled only 3 Nighthawks making direct contact with Lenevis. So who was the 4th? Klein squinted his eyes at the 4th figure hanging slightly behind and found him increasingly familiar, filling him with a sense of exasperation. That's definitely Leonard. He resisted the urge to facepalm and quietly jumped from the clock tower towards a building closer to the dock union, ensuring that if something happened he could make it in time. On the ground, Krestet turned his head to the left and said, "Use sealed artifact 163. "Yes, Your Grace." The unnamed Nighthawk crouched down and untied the chain around a silver-white metal suitcase, wound around the deacon's left hand. Throughout the process, Krestet Sezamir's muscles were very tense, as though he was fighting something. The Nighthawk on the left took a deep breath and pressed down suddenly, causing the illusory ripples on the surface of the silver box to crack. The surrounding halo instantly disappeared, as if sucked into the case. A bone sword, less than a meter long, emitted a pure white light as it slowly floated upwards. Its blade had an ancient silver-coated mirror attached to it. The Nighthawk on the left took the mirror, pointing it at the brick-red building. Even as nothing appeared to change, Sezamir slowly exhaled and grasped the short-boned sword. "Let's go in." The 4 Nighthawks, Leonard included, silently opened the door and went straight towards the 2nd floor. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the shadows in the corner. It wasn't Lenevis. This man wore a black priest's uniform, with curly hair and dark eyes. You're the goddess sword? The nearly 2-meter-tall giant spoke in a deep voice. Yes, there was this guy too. A member of the Aurora Order sent to watch over Lenivus. Watching the matter from high above, Klein pondered for a few seconds. Inside the brick-red building, the giant suddenly clenched his right palm. Bang! The Union members in the building exploded one after another while sleeping. Their bodies split into pieces of thick flesh, weaving into a cloak to protect the giant while condensing to attack the Nighthawks. However, Crestet Casimir and the 3 Nighthawks accompanying him simply watched silently, not moving a finger. Miraculously, the flesh and blood about to blanket them collapsed and disintegrated into falling rain, but the raindrops didn't leave a single mark on the floor. In all of the rooms, the sleeping figures appeared once more, as if the gruesome scene had never occurred. This is within a mirror world that only targets Beyonders. The flesh bombs you planted are only illusions here. Casimir raised the bone sword, causing the light around him to disappear. Humph! The giant grabbed his arm and suddenly tore it off, throwing the blood arm forward. Boom! His arm exploded, turning into another rain of blood that rained down on his assailants. At the same time, the flesh on his shoulder squirmed as his torn-off arm quickly regrew. All of the bloody raindrops incredibly avoided the 4 Nighthawks as they fell and left dark traces on the ground. They always missed the red gloves by just a hair's breadth, as if cursed with misfortune. My enemies aren't always lucky enough. The corners of Casimir's mouth curled up as he instantly appeared in front of Giant, who turned into sticky flesh and blood that merged with the floor. Crestet immediately kneeled, plunging the holy artifact into the ground. No. In the rich darkness, a roar filled with pain sounded. Casimir stood up and drew out the bone sword, having accurately penetrated the giant. Pat! 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 3 shadows appeared around Casimir in quick succession, but rapidly collapsed to the ground, forcefully taken down by invisible entities. Bang! Another Nighthawk fired 3 bullets, and the attackers hiding in the shadows revealed themselves, twitching as they lost their life. Rose Bishop, Shadow Ascetici, people of the Aurora Order. Casimir frowned and turned slightly to Leonard. It's as you said. Everyone, prepare to deal with the possible influence of the true creator. Suddenly, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed in the empty space. Lenivus appeared, walking down the dark staircase, calm and without any signs of fear. Only curiosity. I'm very curious. How did you know? Through an informant in the Aurora Order, maybe? No need, since I'm even more of the true creator than they know. He suddenly yanked open his shirt, revealing the dark red flesh of his skinless chest and abdomen. The flesh and blood were conjoined together, forming the figure of a hanged man. The void around them shattered like glass, all scenes crumbling. This was the aura of a deity. Quietly watching from outside, Klein suppressed a yawn and routinely averted his gaze from the building to avoid looking directly at God. Good. At least things are staying on track. Leonard should have read the case file on Lenivus before we traveled back in time. Thus he should know what will happen next and be prepared for it. Klein was significantly reassured of the success of this operation. In fact, it might be so successful I won't even have a chance to show up. His words, unfortunately, proved true. Klein watched as a high-level battle ensued between the Nighthawks and Lenivus with the true creator's godhood. He watched as the strange mirror, suspected to be a Grade 1 sealed artifact, was expended and rolled to a corner. He watched as Crestet Casimir, with great difficulty, managed to get close enough to Lenivus to pierce the short-boned sword straight through the swindler's body, ridding Lenivus of the true creator's godhood. He watched as Lenivus started a taunting speech at the spent Nighthawks, while Leonard pulled out an unfamiliar sealed artifact that allowed Crestet Casimir to recover. He watched as the high-ranking deacon simply pulled out a gun and shot 3 bullets into the still jabbering Lenivus. Wait, what? Klein's eyes widened. This wasn't part of the script. But his eyes didn't betray him. Lenivus' body crumpled to the ground, the swindler's eyes wide with disbelief. Klein physically reeled back in disbelief as Crestet gave medicine to the other Nighthawks that allowed them to quickly recover. With a few other personnel disembarking from the gigantic airship, the Nighthawks remained at the scene a while longer before police enforcement arrived to help clean up the scene. Klein was still standing on that rooftop, watching it all, but not actually processing anything. That's it. It wasn't until the clock struck 2 that Klein stirred. He discreetly left the rooftop and, stopping by his rented apartment in East Borough, changed out of the blue worker's clothes, as well as completing other preparations to ensure his identity was concealed. He returned to 15 Minsk Street safely late at night and lay on the bed, at a complete and utter loss. What happened? What happened to the bizarre scene of scattered tarot cards, almost akin to a strange ritual? The widespread news coverage? The emergence of a new secret organization? The emergence of the Tarot Club? Leonard, what happened? Chapter 20. Klein slept soundly until dawn when he was woken up by the doorbell. He already expected this early visitor, so he calmly got up and dressed, going down to the first floor to open the door. Good morning, Detective Moriarty. The teenage boy with bright red eyes wearing an old coat, a tattered satchel, and a brown hat greeted Klein. Any progress? Yeah, I'm only asking because I happened to pass by. As Ian shiftily looked around his surroundings, Klein nodded seriously. Yes. Ian seemed shocked and stared at Sherlock for a few seconds before he stammered in surprise. Have you determined Mr. Zreel's condition? Yes. I found Zreel's corpse. Corpse. Ian's pupils shrank as he repeated the word in a low tone, not sounding surprised as if he had predicted the worst-case scenario. Klein watched quietly as Ian exhaled and surveyed his surroundings again. Sigh. Your efficiency is amazing. Can you take me to see Mr. Zreel's body? No problem. Klein paused for a few seconds and added, I hope you won't mention me when you call the police. Ian wasn't surprised at this request and readily agreed. After taking the public carriage to East Borough and walking half an hour, Klein stopped in front of a remote sewer entrance. This is it. Ian looked at the sewer in surprise as Klein lifted the cover and climbed down. How did you find it? He asked curiously. Skillful training, which includes many techniques in reasoning, investigation, tracking, and interrogation. Klein answered casually, once again making things up as he went. The teenage boy followed Klein into the sewers, no trace of disgust on his face. You seem to have received very professional training. Yes, very professional training in the occult. As Klein had this thought, he held a lantern and familiarly led Ian to a fork in the path, arriving at a gloomy corner. Klein surveyed the corpse as they drew near. Good. Its appearance and location aligned perfectly with my memories. So Leneva's death last night didn't affect this event at all. As he confirmed it, he raised the lantern higher, allowing Ian to clearly see the grotesque, half-rotting appearance of the corpse. The young boy squatted down and directly vomited onto the sewer floor. Klein took out the Quelaag's oil he prepared, unscrewed the cap, and bent over to place the mouth close to Ian's nose. The strong, clear scent entered Ian's nose, and his expression brightened. Thank you, he weakly whispered after recovering. The teenage boy stood up and examined the mutilated corpse. I can confirm that this is Detective Zreel. My condolences. Klein offered politely. I suggest you call the police. Ian nodded almost discernibly as he followed Klein back to the surface. Once back in East Borough streets, Klein turned to look at Ian. Well, this is the end of my commission. As for the follow-up, that is up to you. Silent. Ian looked at the grimy tiles on the ground for a few seconds before speaking. I still owe you 3 matters. You can tell me now. Klein smiled. I only need one at the moment. I want to know where I can get a gun and bullets without needing a full-class weapon permit. Of course, I already have a revolver, bullets, and even a weapon permit. One that says Klein Moretti. However, without the introduction of Ian, it would be difficult to logically show up at the Bravehearts bar and thus make contact with Madame Sharon and Merrick. Ian's reply was quick. Go to the Bravehearts bar at Iron Gate Street in the Backlund Bridge district. Find Kasper's Kalinin and tell him old geezer introduced you. All right, thank you. Let's talk about the other 2 things later. I have a feeling that we'll meet again. I don't just have a feeling, I know we'll meet again. Klein added inwardly as he smiled at Ian. Ian gave him a strange look, but didn't say anything. The 2 split up and went their respective ways, entering different streets in East Borough. Without looking back, Klein directly boarded a public carriage and left. I already know Ian will double back and check on the corpse again. There's no need to waste time and effort. At the same time in Empress Borough, Viscount Glaint was in his study, the door tightly shut, separating the 4 people inside from the participating guests in the salon outside. After Audrey paid Furs and Zio for their help with Chilongos, and they discussed a few more matters with Viscount Glaint, the four began chatting about various rumors amongst the Beyonder circles and followed Audrey's example of finding books they wanted to read. Suddenly, Zio's eyes lit up as she saw two hardcover books. Similarly, Furs also found books that interested her. Honorable Viscount Glaint, may I borrow these two books? I'll return them soon. Zio looked pleadingly at the owner of the study. Glaint nodded casually. No problem. Furs also rushed to make a similar request and also obtained approval, clear happiness on her face. Audrey's lips curved into a faint smile, unseen by anyone, as she pretended to look for a book. Guiding someone, yet making them feel like it was done out of their own will, is the true nature of a spectator. In the evening, Zio curled up on the sofa reading history of the Lowen Kingdom's aristocracy under the gas lamp's illumination. After reading for a while, Zio suddenly felt something strange about the hardback cover. Carefully examining it, she found a hidden layer where an ancient piece of paper was hidden inside. The front side of the paper was covered with the special symbols of Emperor Roselle, while on the back was a paragraph written in ancient Hermes. Curious, Zio squinted and deciphered the ancient Hermes written, muttering silently as she translated. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. Zio froze as she realized what happened. This seems to be the honorary name of a hidden existence. Furthermore, I recited it in ancient Hermes, completely unprotected. I'm so dumb. Horrified, she looked around in fear of an indescribable monster suddenly appearing in her house. Klein sat beside a fireplace burning with charcoal in 15 Minsk Street, reading the newspaper. Suddenly, he heard an illusory prayer echo in his ears. Leonard? No, this is a female voice. Ah, that's right. This was when Misjudgment, Zio, prayed to me for the first time. Klein pondered for a few seconds. I'll still contact her at night, so she thinks it's only a dream. I could use this opportunity to digest the rest of the faceless potion. Of course, if Zio wasn't open to joining the tarot club at this time, he naturally wouldn't force her. In the middle of the night, when most people were sound asleep, Klein instinctively woke up, got out of bed, and entered Sephira Castle. He appeared in the high back chair that belonged to the fool and looked towards the side, at the rippling ring of light that resembled a prayer. However, he also saw another crimson star glowing with light. When did Leonard pray to me? Klein was shocked he hadn't noticed when the red glove had contacted him. He sifted through his memories and froze awkwardly in the fool's seat as he recalled that last night. He seemed to have heard a certain poet pray to him, and then ignore it, and go right back to sleep. Ahem. Clearing his throat embarrassedly, Klein simply spread his spirituality towards the red star. The image of a praying young man wearing red gloves entered his vision. Klein, sorry about Lenivis. I gave a bit of extra information to the red gloves for precaution, but I didn't expect we'd be able to directly deal with him. If you want, we can drag out Lenivis' body and recreate the original scene, not letting him off even in death. Klein listened to Leonard's apologetic message, feeling exasperated once he heard the last sentence. Forget it. He sighed and responded to the prayer, certain that Leonard would be awake at this time. It's fine. You don't need to apologize for this or do anything extra. Lenivis has been cleanly resolved, which is what matters. With that done, Klein turned his attention to the glimmering light. He was about to touch it when he suddenly thought of something. The fool snapped his fingers, and the mysterious space above the gray fog began to shake. Gradually, the ancient palace, the bronze table, and the high-backed chairs crumbled into the gray fog as walls, sofas, and assorted furniture rose, wood boards emerging above the fog and covering it. After a few seconds, Sephira Castle now resembled a cozy home, a perfect replica of where Furs and Zio lived. Holding his chin, Klein thought for a few seconds before his figure suddenly shrunk in height and became more petite. His hair grew out and lightened in color, and before long, he was the spitting image of the famous author, Furs Wall. Klein expressionlessly changed into a standard low-niche dress he had prepared beforehand, squashing the slight bit of embarrassment he felt at cross-dressing. It's for the potion digestion, he convinced himself. He looked around the room and calmly settled in a nearby sofa chair, picking up a random newspaper. Preparations complete, Klein extended his spirituality towards the rippling light to form a connection with it. His spirituality surged out uncontrollably, but it didn't drain him to the extent that it did before he went back in time. After about a third of his spirituality was depleted, a blurry figure slowly appeared in the middle of the room. In her reverie, Zio opened her eyes sleepily and saw the dimly lit room with the crackling fireplace and her best friend quietly sitting to the side. Furs. Zio rubbed her eyes and sat up, bleary. What time is it? She moved to instinctively look for the wall clock, but found it was missing. The short blonde girl frowned and felt a slight tinge of incongruity, but this idea rapidly disappeared from her mind and left her with only a feeling of forgetfulness. Zio, it's late afternoon already. Her best friend lazily looked over and half raised her brows. I came back from a meeting with my editor and found you taking a nap. Oh, Zio seemed to recall going to sleep at night, but since Furs had said so, she subconsciously believed the opposite and reconstructed her memory to follow that perception. All right, I took a nap because I was tired. Now you're starting to sound like me. In a common instance of self-realization, Furs half-mocked both herself and Zio before she set down the newspaper she was reading. Actually, Zio, I've been needing some inspiration for a scene in my recent novel. Could you help me? Furs often asked Zio for help with recreating scenes from her novels, so Zio didn't find this request strange at all. All right, what scene? It's a scene where the main character meets a leader of a secret organization, and the leader probes whether the main character would be open to joining or not. Furs earnestly explained, raising a finger. I'll play the secret organization head. Zio, you can play the main character since she's a bit similar to you. Okay. Zio got out of bed and walked towards where Furs was sitting, taking the chair opposite her. Let's start, then. Furs was silent for a few seconds. Miss, your current goal is to restore your family's reputation, correct? Furs started with a low voice, making direct eye contact with her. Zio raised an eyebrow at Furs, using her eyes to speak. Aren't you basing your character off of me too much? However, she still played along. Yes, it's no big secret. Furs rested her chin on her hand. I can assume you care about your family a lot. That's correct. Zio slowly answered, unsure of where Furs was going with this. Then, what would you do if your family was in danger? Danger so extreme you can't protect them or save them, that you can only helplessly stand to the side and watch. Zio furrowed her brows, becoming serious. That won't happen, she declared. I'll become strong enough to block anything that comes my way. It's why I'm currently working to improve myself. Unconsciously, Zio had treated this as a real discussion about her real life. But I will still uphold my morals. I won't chase after absolute strength and disregard my ethics. Zio finished resolutely while she stared at the brown-haired woman seated in front of her. Furs smiled mysteriously, the light from the fireplace dancing in her eyes. I see. That's a very honorable goal. Then, would you like to participate in the gathering I oversee? Zio cocked her head, confused at the sudden change in topic. There will be a great danger in the future, one that will threaten not just your family, but put the whole of humanity at risk. Our gathering will give you the opportunity to improve your strength and protect not just your family and friends, but the ordinary people that walk the ground. You will be a defender of justice and a savior of the people. But you walk in the light's shadow, hidden from the public, never given credit for your deeds. You will constantly balance on the thin line between sanity and madness, struggling against existences beyond human understanding. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches constantly fighting against threats and madness. Are you willing? Furs looked up through her bangs, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Zio subconsciously drew back, a bit scared of the aura Furs emitted, like that of a deity coldly overlooking life and death. She was silent for a while, considering what Furs had said. Finally, she looked up and made direct eye contact with her friend, a determined look on her face. She swallowed hard and spoke. I'm willing. Furs was quiet, then suddenly smiled brightly and leaped to her feet. Thanks, Zio, you've just ended my writer's block. She dashed towards her room where her writing desk was. Wow, I got chills from that performance. It was perfect. Zio was left dumbfounded and felt like she was suddenly doused with cold water. Why did I get so wrapped up in that scenario? Don't disturb me for the next hour. I need to focus. Furs instructed her friend. However, just before she closed the door, she paused. I almost forgot. I need to give this to you. She walked over and pulled a red-backed card seemingly out of nowhere, placing it face down on the table next to Zio. After that, the door creaked shut, and silence filled the apartment. Blinking, Zio regained her composure and then hesitantly reached towards the card, flipping it over. It depicted an angel flying above praying people, blowing a horn. It was the Major Arcana card, Judgment. Confused, Zio scrutinized the card closely. Why did Furs? She decided to ask her friend about it once she emerged from her room when words suddenly appeared on the card, like ink staining a piece of paper. Every Monday, 3 in the afternoon, back lunchtime. Do your best to be alone. Do not speak to anyone of this. Abruptly, Zio felt like she had woken up from a long dream. This wasn't reality. No, she had recited the name of a secret existence, then gone to sleep. Zio woke up in the middle of the night, sweating and breathing heavily. The sound of her heart beating filled her ears. She had been worried about the potential dangers of chanting an honorary name the entire day before she slept. Now, not long after she fell asleep, she dreamed of her apartment and her friend, but they were all fake. And the Furs in the dream even recruited her into a secret gathering. And she had actually accepted. The dream had been so clear, so lifelike, so real that Zio was afraid. The Furs she dreamt about acted exactly like the sleeping woman next to her, so much so that Zio actually doubted whether she was still dreaming. She pinched herself. I'm in reality. A wave of despair and confusion overwhelmed her. What do I do? I was stupid enough to recite an honorary name in ancient Hermes. Then I was contacted by an unknown existence in a dream, and then I was stupid enough to join its organization. Zio suddenly feared for her life and recalled rumors of human experimentation and bloody rituals that needed human sacrifices. Am I going to be sacrificed to an evil god? She had the urge to shake Furs awake and tell her everything, but recalled the last few words on the judgment card. Do not speak to anyone of this. Zio shuddered and decided against it. Who knows what horrible things would happen to me or Furs if I went against the instructions of an unknown existence. However, in the dark room barely illuminated by the crimson moon, Zio paused and looked through the window at the empty streets. If what Furs in the dream said was true, Zio sighed and laid down again, smiling wryly. Then I probably would have joined either way. It wasn't like I was forced to join. I myself agreed to it. Zio was still a bit hesitant about the whole matter, but she thought of the dream so real it didn't seem like a dream at all, and the perfect imitation of her friend and her home, and thought that even if she wanted to rebel, she most likely wouldn't be able to do anything. For now, it's best to go with the flow and determine the true goal of whatever, is behind all this. Chapter 21. The next morning, Klein calmly ate breakfast at his dining table, thinking about his performance the previous night. I actually acted as Furs pretty well, enough that the feedback from Zio allowed me to completely digest my faceless potion. All I need to worry about are the supplementary ingredients for the Marinetist potion now. Drago bark and Sonia Island spring water are both common Beyonder ingredients that can most likely be found in the gathering at Braveheart's bar. As for the other 2 supplementary ingredients, I can only rely on the hanged man for now. Knock, knock, knock. A loud thumping on his door brought Klein out of his thoughts. He paused as he stood up and walked to the door. Ah, right, it was Massault. He recalled the executioner of the Zemangar gang that brusquely asked him for Ian's location and later tried to kill him. Klein opened the door and deliberately acted confused. Excuse me, do you have a commission for me? Massault, a sturdy Highlander man with dark skin, coldly sized Klein up. Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty? He asked with a thick accent. Yes. Massault nodded his head stiffly. I want to hire you to find someone. We can talk about the exact situation inside. Klein remained calm and impassive. There's no need. Massault's eyes became sharp. The person I'm looking for is called Ian Wright. I believe you know him. Klein chuckled softly and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Massault ignored Klein's words and continued. He's a thief who stole an important item from me. If you can find him, you'll be paid at least 10 pounds. You've provided too few clues. Klein followed his conversation from his memories, remaining resolute in his decision. 30 pounds. No, this is against my principle of confidentiality. 50 pounds. Massault replied coldly. Klein looked at the lean man directly in his eyes. Apologies, I cannot accept this commission. Massault studied him slowly for a few seconds, his eyes turning fierce. He didn't offer a new price or say another word, simply turning around and leaving. After watching the Highlander quickly stalk off, Klein relaxedly left his home and found the inventor Leopard, investing in his bike invention. He also provided his own suggestions to improve it as he did before. Amidst the light drizzle and backlund, Klein returned to Sherwood Burroughs Minsk Street. Just in front of the house, Klein paused with his hand on the door knob, fingering the deck of cards in his pocket. Steeling his nerves, Klein naturally entered the house and washed his hands in the bathroom on the first floor. At that moment, an image appeared in his mind. The mirror in front of the sink reflected his lowered head, dim surroundings, and a pair of eyes to his side. Klein immediately lowered himself to the ground and threw himself out of the narrow bathroom, giving himself more room to work with. Whoosh! A small black-feathered arrow instantly stabbed into the wash basin. Just as Klein had barely left the washroom, a gust of wind engulfed him and a black figure quickly closed in on him, a kick coming towards him at high speeds. Unlike when Klein was only a sequence 8, the attack truly wasn't that difficult to deal with. As a mid-sequence beyonder, Klein was able to avoid the kick with relative ease. The black-clothed man seemed surprised, but closed in even further to deliver crushing blows with his fists. His hand tore through Klein's body as it turned into a fluttering paper figurine. Massault froze in shock, just as a hand holding a tarot card reached over his shoulder from behind and cleanly slit his throat. Massault clutched his bleeding wound, eyes wide in disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the floor. Behind him, Klein shook the blood off of the tarot card and took a step back, avoiding the growing pool of blood on the floor. The damage to the house and furniture is a lot less than when I first fought Massault. Klein calmly looked around the house. How should I explain it to the authorities? Clearly there hasn't been a large struggle. The reason why Klein didn't send Massault off with a simple bullet or air bullet was because the noise would attract attention and bring into question why Sherlock Moriarty possessed a gun, and also because the blood splatter from a bullet wound was significantly larger and harder to clean up. Thus, Klein very neatly dealt with Massault after getting behind him. He pulled a chair from the kitchen and sat in front of the corpse that was slowly growing cold, waiting patiently for the beyonder characteristic to form. Gradually, specks of spiritual radiance converged at the wound on Massault's throat, creating a dark red, jelly-like object. Klein plucked it from the body, careful not to get blood on his hands. Sequence 9 Hunter. I don't have any use for it now. He took out a paper figurine and shook it, the paper burning up and rapidly disappearing into ash. This should interfere with any possible divination. However, as Klein looked at the pristine murder scene, like it was him who had premeditated an assassination instead of Massault, he felt a slight headache forming. I'm not keen on wrecking the furniture myself, it'll cost money. Klein sighed as he realized he'd failed to consider the aftermath. I need the Zeemanger gang and the NT's ambassador to know that Massault is dead to bait Rossigo. But his disappearance alone will effectively do so. Having made up his mind, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered Seyfura Castle, immediately looking towards the crimson star that corresponded to Leonard. He touched it and formed a connection with it, sending a message to the Red Glove. Leonard, could you help take care of a corpse? Around 15 minutes later, Klein heard a knock on the living room window. Klein paused for a second, but since his spiritual intuition didn't give him any warnings, he stood up and walked over. A handsome young man with long, messy black hair and green eyes was balanced on the windowsill, his gloved hand posed to knock again. Seriously, with an exasperated expression, Klein quickly unlocked the window and opened it, letting the cold backlund air and the man outside his window enter the house. His hair blowing in the wind, Leonard agilely leapt into the living room, patting himself off as he smiled at Klein. Good evening. He greeted the bearded detective. I think this is my first time seeing you as Sherlock. Klein shut the window and locked it before he turned to look at the Red Glove. Why do you always have to enter through such weird places? The door is right there. Well, it's better not to be seen. Leonard's expression grew serious as he noticed the body on the ground. He walked over, with Klein following closely behind, and bent down to investigate the corpse. The Zeemanger gang? Massault? Leonard was quiet for a few seconds before accurately identifying the deceased. Klein wasn't surprised at this, since he knew Leonard had carefully read Sherlock Moriarty's file while investigating him. An incident of a home invasion and a murder in self-defense would certainly be recorded. Yes, Klein replied casually. After this, Bakerland will be assassinated and Rossigo will also go missing. Leonard looked up from the corpse and eyed Klein. You know you're talking to a red glove, right? Klein smiled and slightly raised an eyebrow. Are you going to report me then? Mr. Policeman. Leonard coughed and averted his gaze, standing up again. I'll take the corpse outside and tell the Nighthawks that it was a skirmish between unregistered beyonders. If it's coming from me, there shouldn't be any further investigations, and it'll be dealt with cleanly. All right. Klein nodded shortly and helped Leonard stuff Massault's heavy body into a garbage bag. I feel a bit like a serial killer. Klein resisted laughing at the absurd situation and stood back as Leonard prepared to jump out the window again, this time with a suspicious black bag in tow. It's a good thing it's dark outside. Klein was about to turn back to clean up the blood on the floor when Leonard suddenly spoke. Klein, I'll be heading towards East Chester County in 2 days with a Red Glove team to complete a mission. I'm unsure of how long I'll have to stay there, but it should be for at least a week or two. Surprised, Klein looked back at the green-eyed poet standing in his living room. All right, thanks for letting me know. Yes, Red Gloves are a mobile force that frequently move locations. It's rare for them to remain in one place for long. Leonard smiled, nodded, and disappeared into the night. Chapter 22. Empress Burrow, in an unremarkable house. Zio and Furs took a seat at random and examined the writing on the blackboard. Like always, Mr. A was sitting quietly, alone on the sofa at the front in his hooded robe, looking down at the crowd from a high vantage point. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula, for £150. Zio silently read the familiar content as she inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Despite her worries yesterday about her strange dream, she acted normal as usual and continued her original intention of purchasing the potion formula for her next sequence. When she awoke that morning after falling asleep again with much difficulty, she was worriedly asked by Furs if anything had happened. Zio could only fake a relieved smile and affirm that everything was normal. No matter what, I can't drag Furs into the muddy waters with me. My mistake is my responsibility. Zio shook her thoughts away as she saw Mr. A's attendant approaching, writing a note saying that she was purchasing the sheriff's recipe. After a while, she was led to the study, where she took a hooded robe from the attendant before entering. The seller in the study was similarly dressed in a robe. This is the formula to the sheriff potion. Where's the money? The seller spoke in a hoarse voice once the door closed behind them, pressing a piece of paper on the desk. Zio pulled out the cash and pushed it towards the seller, who checked the authenticity and the total sum. Zio immediately stepped forward and grabbed the note, looking straight to the main ingredients. A pair of terror demon worm's eyes. Silver war bear's right arm. Beyonder items I know of, but I've never seen them being sold. Zio sighed and left the study, taking off her robe. Moments after she returned to the living room, rejoining the waiting Furs, the attendant delivered a note to them. Miss A.R. Bitter, who has just bought the sheriff formula. Would you mind having a chat in the study? I might have what you need. As Zio listened to the masked man's offer, although she was intrigued, she also became baffled. Have I suddenly become a hot commodity in the Beyonder world? Why are all these organizations suddenly seeking me out? Regardless, she wanted the materials that the masked man was offering. Thus she still agreed to complete the missions issued, as long as she had the right to refuse them. At the very least, she couldn't identify any obvious dangers at the moment. Klein spent the night scrubbing away all visible bloodstains before he went to sleep, using Kagaichtaishun to help him relax. He spent the day replacing the few items broken during his scuffle with Massault and contacting lawyer Jurgen to write up a contract for the bike investment. Once evening arrived, Klein left 15 Minsk Street and made 2 transfers on a public carriage before arriving at Iron Gate Street. He walked straight to the Bravehearts bar and, as he opened the thick wooden door, was sized up by a tall, brawny man next to it. A wave of heat and the strong aroma of beer engulfed him as soon as Klein entered. He slowly squeezed his way to the bar counter, and before the bartender could say anything, said, 1 glass of Southville beer. 5 pence. The bartender replied like clockwork. Klein received the beverage, but didn't drink, directly asking, "Where's Kasper's Kalinin?" The bartender stopped wiping the glass in his hand as he looked up and eyed Klein. After a few seconds, he pointed to the side. "Billiard room 3. Klein carried the cup and familiarly moved towards the third billiard room, lightly opening the door. The two men inside stopped and looked towards him. "I'm looking for Kasper's Kalinin. Old geezer introduced me." Klein spoke smoothly. Upon hearing this, a 50-year-old man with a large nose and a twisted scar running from his right eye to the side of his mouth said in a deep voice, "Come in." As Klein walked in, Kasper's billiard opponent routinely left, closing the door behind him. "What do you want?" Kasper's Kalinin hobbled over. "Revolver bullets. 50 rounds." Kasper's quoted a price, emphasizing that it was more expensive than a regular weapons store, and Klein agreed. After waiting for Kasper's to retrieve the goods, Kasper's pushed open the door and entered again, carrying a package that he handed to Klein. Klein briefly checked over the bullets before he put them away. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he deliberately looked at Kasper's and asked, "If I wish to hire a good bodyguard, who should I look for?" "A very good one, the kind that exceeds human limitations." Kasper's rubbed his nose, his eyes turning cold. He carefully examined Klein for 2 minutes before speaking. "I can make the query for you, but there's no guarantee that someone will accept this mission." Klein smiled and responded, "No matter the result, allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Kasper's left the billiard room once again, a full 10 minutes passing before he returned. Before then, Klein finished his cup of Southville beer out of boredom. "He wants to meet you before making a decision," Kasper said in a deep voice. "No problem." Klein nodded in an understanding manner. He followed behind Kasper's, past the crowded boxing ring, and into the bar kitchen. Kasper suddenly stopped and lightly knocked on a door. After gaining permission, he pushed it open and entered with Klein. It was a card room where more than 10 people played Texas poker together. A familiar man wearing a black vest and white shirt, despite the cold Backlund weather, slowly stood up after seeing the two enter the room. "Even though we technically haven't met before, it's nice to meet you again, Merrick." Klein quietly thought to himself as he ignored the extra 10+ zombies in the room. Before coming, Klein had left Ozik's copper whistle above in Seyfira Castle. Merrick walked in front of him as Kasper's left the room and closed the door. "You're the one looking for a bodyguard?" "Yes." Klein intentionally acted cowed as he gulped. Merrick narrowed his eyes. "Why are you looking for a bodyguard? How much are you willing to pay for this?" Klein waited a few seconds, as if he was thinking it over, before he replied, "I'll tell you the details of the mission first. Give me a price after you assess it, and if I can afford it, we have a deal. If not, I'll give up and look for someone else." Merrick nodded as a gesture for Klein to recount his story. Klein looked the fierce-looking man in the eyes and honestly said, "I offended a big shot who might have a country supporting him." The room suddenly turned still and silent. Merrick froze on the spot, as if he had turned into a plaster statue. After nearly a minute, he slowly said, "This mission is priceless. Get out." Having expected this answer, Klein widened his eyes slightly as if he were dumbfounded. The big shot doesn't have that much freedom in Backlund. Furthermore, he's targeted by certain groups of people. Klein added, "Well, he's not targeted right now, but he will be when Audrey commissions Mr. A to assassinate him." Merrick didn't react or look up as he sat down and continued playing cards with his zombies. "I can do that too." Klein once again had the idea to play cards with his marionettes as he backed out of the room and saw Kasper's Kalinin waiting outside. "We didn't come to an arrangement," he informed the weapons dealer. "I hope you can keep asking around for me. I'll pay you a fee. I'll come again tomorrow night." After receiving a positive answer, Klein left the Bravehearts bar and returned to Minsk Street. As Klein readied for bed, he looked towards the door. Tonight, Rosigo will send a marionette to break in and look for information about Ian. Klein pondered for a second before he sat down at his desk and wrote down the statement. "I don't know Ian Wright's whereabouts. I haven't seen him since we found Zreel's body." Afterwards, Klein entered Seyfira Castle and, infusing a paper figurine with the powers of the gray fog and sending it to his body in reality. He quickly divined the danger, found it was minimal, and left the gray fog. Klein cast another glance towards the paper and settled in bed, forcing himself to relax despite knowing there would be an intruder that night. At around 2 in the morning, Klein was suddenly woken up by his spiritual intuition. Laying in bed, Klein made no movements to show he was awake and stayed completely still with his eyes closed, using his faceless abilities to mimic the steady rise and fall of his breaths. From an outside perspective, the detective was still in a state of deep slumber. Since his eyes remained shut, the loss of one sense enhanced the others. Klein heard the slightest, almost imperceptible sound of a paper sliding across a desk. It's turning the paper around. Klein came to this conclusion according to his memories, and continued faking his sleep until the alarm from his spiritual intuition disappeared. Afterwards, Klein didn't leap out of bed or show any abnormalities. He slowly drifted off to sleep again and woke naturally in the morning. Thin beams of light filtered through the curtains. Klein got out of bed and went to his desk to draw the curtains, letting more light in the room. He glanced at the paper on the desk and found it was facing the window, although before he slept, it was facing the bed. Klein had no reaction to this strange occurrence, even as the oriel windows remained tightly shut, meaning the paper had rotated 180 degrees by itself. Klein relaxedly turned the paper back around to face the bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. That morning, he had a nice breakfast with lawyer Jurgen and his grandmother, Doris, to receive a contract for the bicycle investment. He completed a few more errands and returned to 15 Minsk Street after he found a small restaurant to eat lunch at. At 10 minutes to 3, Klein pretended to take a nap and drew the curtains shut. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived at Seyfira Castle. He first did a few basic divinations on the amount of danger he was in, which had significantly increased, as well as a dream divination to recall the contents of today's tarot meeting. Earlier that morning, he had received a prayer from Leonard that said the red glove was in a crucial part of his case and wouldn't be able to make it to the meeting. Since the most important aspect of today's tarot club will be the commission to assassinate Bakerland, the NT's ambassador, Leonard doesn't need to be present. Klein lightly tapped the table and gave an affirmative response to the red glove. Afterwards, he sent a message to the son Derek and calmly watched the hands of a conjured pocket watch tick. Once it struck 3, Klein pulled in Justice, the Hanged Man, the Sun, and an additional new member at the same time. As the petite new figure appeared in the seat next to Audrey, Klein suddenly had a thought. Perhaps I should have talked to Zio beforehand to prepare her for the tarot meeting. Chapter 23. The familiar gray fog and blurry human silhouettes appeared. Audrey, who had successfully advanced to sequence 8, half stood up, lifted her skirt, and happily greeted them. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. She looked at the empty seat. Mr. Star is absent? Suddenly, Audrey paused as she saw an extra figure next to her. Short blonde hair, female, and a distinctive height. This is... Audrey instantly knew that this new tarot member was very likely Zio. I shouldn't expose my identity just yet. I'd like to see how long before she figures out. As her greeting was abruptly cut short, the fool calmly leaned back and said, This is a new member, Misjudgment. Alger had also noticed the unfamiliar figure and narrowed his eyes, taking in Judgment's characteristics. Another member, so soon? Is Mr. Fool adding a new member every week? He suddenly felt a sense of alarm at the rapidly expanding tarot club and the existence at its head, Mr. Fool's, true intentions. Meanwhile, Zio looked around in blatant shock at the ancient giant palace, the hazy gray fog, the ancient table and high-backed chairs, as well as the hazy, mysterious figures seated all around it. Most importantly, the figure sitting at the head of the table seemed to be the gatherer of this organization and was referred to as the Fool. The blonde-haired girl thought of the honorable name she had chanted. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era. That's him. The tarot members present introduced themselves to the newest member, to which Zio hesitantly responded back to. So they all use code names from the tarot deck. The Fool lightly tapped on the table, bringing back the tarot club's attention. Congratulations on your advancement. He nodded towards Audrey, now a telepathist, who smiled reservedly and said a few words of humility. The star has some matters to attend to and will not be attending today's gathering. The tarot members voiced their acknowledgement one by one. Alger waited for a few seconds before he said in a deferential tone, Mr. Fool, I have this week 6 pages. 6 pages? Zio was confused but didn't dare to speak up and ask. She watched as 6 sheets of paper magically appeared in front of the hanged man's seat and rapidly filled with Roselle's strange symbols. Zio's eyes widened with shock. Everything she had seen thus far of this secret gathering had been several tiers above ordinary Beyonder gatherings she had participated in before, from the unique location to the strange fog covering each member. But was this Mr. Fool gathering Roselle's strange manuscripts? For what purpose? Did this mean that the existence at the head of the table was able to read Roselle's symbols? Zio recalled that the paper where she had first read the Fool's honorable name had Roselle's symbols on the front of it, and the book that contained the paper had been lent from Viscount Glaine's library. As the 6 pages disappeared and reappeared in front of the Fool, Zio carefully scrutinized the 2 men on the opposite side of the table. No, they don't match the characteristics of Viscount Glaine. But there's another member, the Star, that's missing. The young bounty hunter looked at the mysterious figure at the head of the table with expectant eyes, waiting to see what the Fool would do with the pages. However, Klein simply glanced through the diary pages for a few seconds before he set them to the side. Mr. Fool isn't reading the diary pages directly? Audrey became intrigued but couldn't think of a good explanation for it. However, the Fool soon tapped the edge of the ancient table and said with a chuckle, "I have a mission to issue." Mission? Audrey's ears pricked up. At the same time, she noticed that although the hanged man appeared to remain unperturbed, he was actually abnormally tense. The son seemed muddle-headed, treating this as a very normal thing, while Judgment, who was suspected to be Zio, paid more attention but seemed afraid. You can choose to accept it or not. Klein's tone was relaxed as he spoke. The task is relatively simple. It is the assassination of the NT's Republic ambassador to the Loen Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudon. Assassinate the NT's Republic's ambassador? Audrey lost her composure as she asked in surprise, Zio likewise shocked. This would cause conflict between the 2 countries and might even be an act of war. Alger was only mildly surprised as his focus was on another matter. Mr. Fool is indeed unable to strongly interfere with the real world. My guess is right. I wonder to what extent he is able to influence us after establishing a connection. Derek blanked out listening to the conversation, confused on what the words NT's Republic and ambassador meant. Klein swept his gaze around and maintained his casual attitude. Which one of you is willing to accept this mission? What kind of reward do you want? Audrey was about to raise her hand, but hesitated, unsure about killing an innocent man for no reason. However, just then, the hanged man chuckled and said, I've heard that Ambassador Bakerland is also the intelligence chief of the NT's Republic in the kingdom. He secretly supports bloodshed, planned a number of incidents that destroyed the relationship between the nobility and the rich, and spread rumors to incite the public into standing against the government. The hanged man seemed to notice the hesitation and justice. Thus he described the dark side of Bakerland in detail. He paused and added, I'm not sure if he's a Beyonder, but there are many clues that suggest he may be. After listening to the information provided by the hanged man, Audrey's hesitation disappeared. She gracefully nodded and said, For the past few years, the Fasak Empire has expanded rapidly. As long as we push the blame to them, it will be something acceptable and believable. Zio became slack-jawed and widened her eyes, feeling like she didn't belong at all in this conversation beyond her level. Assassination? Blame? Audrey looked to the seat of honor and spoke. Mr. Fool, I can attempt to complete this mission, but I cannot guarantee its success. Although I, as a telepathist, won't do it personally, I could get Zio and Furs to ask Mr. A to do it. I cannot be exposed. She cast a side glance at the new member next to her. Well, if judgment really is Zio, then I might be exposed anyway. What compensation would you like? The fool's relaxed question brought Audrey out of her thoughts. The formula to the psychiatrist potion. Audrey responded before hesitantly adding, as well as the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Oh, we can wait until the mission is completed before discussing further. If it doesn't succeed, I'll bear the expenses. I still owe your adorer the bounty money. Sure, Klein replied in a normal tone. I'll also accept this mission. The compensation can be determined after the mission is completed, the hanged man added not shortly afterward. Klein nodded in agreement. Zio remained in silence, but discovered that the members of this gathering, at least Miss Justice, seemed to low sequence Beyonders like herself. Phew, the pressure on her decreased significantly. It seems that the fool has a blessed, and Miss Justice mentioned bounty money. Zio subconsciously frowned, but didn't dare ask about anything. The fool looked at the figures seated around the long modeled table and said, "You are free to trade or communicate now. So the meeting is split into 2 sections?" Zio noted while intending to stay quiet and observe for now. Justice turned her gaze to the sun and said, "Can I exchange information related to the dragon from you?" She clearly remembered that the sun called the spectator pathway the dragon pathway. "Sure. I want the sequence 8 potion formula for Bard." Derek, who had been silent all this while, replied. As expected, all the other members are low sequence beyonders. Zio confirmed this bit of information. Audrey wasn't surprised at this request. "I will try my best to find the sequence 8 potion formula corresponding to the Bard pathway, but it won't be today." Audrey looked at the head of the table. "We can seek Mr. Fool's help to bear witness to this agreement." At that moment, Klein smiled and said, "Miss Justice, perhaps I can provide the light suppliant formula for you." Audrey's eyes lit up as she quickly nodded and said, "No problem. Then, what should I use to exchange with you?" The fool chuckled and replied, "Don't worry about this yet. There will be matters in the future that may require your help." "All right," Audrey happily promised. Klein pressed his hands together as a piece of goatskin parchment inscribed with the formula for the light suppliant potion, translated into Jotun, appeared before him. With a gentle push, the paper appeared in front of the sun. After Derek diligently memorized the formula, he said, "Miss Justice, we can talk about the dragons." Audrey quickly raised her hand. "Mr. Fool, I seek your permission to speak with Mr. Sun alone. This can be done?" Zio widened her eyes and paid rapt attention. She watched as suddenly, the gray fog around her blocked her vision of the fool, Justice, and the sun, leaving her and the hanged man to stare at each other in silence. It wasn't until several minutes later that the wall of gray fog slowly collapsed and the tarot club resumed its normal trajectory. After a few more exchanges, Zio finally mustered up her courage and raised her hand. "Mr. Fool, may I speak with you alone?" she asked timidly. Miss Judgment most likely wants to learn more about what I said to her in her dream," Klein thought to himself, smiling slightly. Under suffocating silence and the curious gazes of the mysterious members, Zio started sweating. Finally, the fool lightly tapped the edge of the table and said in a deep voice, "All right." Zio found herself separated from the rest of the members, with the mysterious existence looking straight at her. "Don't worry, they cannot hear or see us," he explained in a gentle tone. "What is your question?" Zio gulped and said, Mr. Fool, what great danger were you referring to?" The fool chuckled. "It's a very well-known prophecy that is hardly taken seriously by the masses. Only a few are aware of the truth." Zio blinked a few times in surprise, unsure of what the existence hidden behind the gray fog meant. What can I do? What's the purpose of targeting me?" After she realized what she had just asked, her hand flew up to her mouth. But the words were already spoken. Zio, how can you be so stupid? Why would you outright ask what his purpose is?" However, the fool only laughed lightly and slowly tapped the edge of the mottled bronze table. "Miss Judgment, allow me to be frank. At your level, you can do nothing. You're not even qualified to understand how you will die. The only way to survive and protect your loved ones is to grow stronger." The fool paused for a second and said, "As for my true purpose with you and the tarot club." He leaned back in the high-backed chair and smiled. "Guess?" Audrey watched as Zio and the fool finished their private conversation, a bit curious at what they talked about. However, as she glanced at Judgment, she immediately noticed that her condition didn't seem quite right. She narrowed her eyes and closely examined Zio. Right now, Zio is feeling anxious, surprised, dread, and a bit of embarrassment. I really wonder what the fool said to make Zio so shocked. Likewise, Alger noticed that the new member, Judgment, seemed shaken after her conversation with the fool. Was it an exchange of information? I wonder what earth-shaking secrets the fool has imparted upon her. Even though he was curious, the hanged man adeptly hid his emotions. Soon afterwards, with Judgment not making a single peep, the fool announced the end of this week's tarot club and sent them off. As Klein returned to his bedroom, he inwardly apologized to Zio. "Sorry, it's only by saying these kinds of things that I can push the tarot club to advance faster. After all, I can't have the tarot members all still be mid-sequence beyonders when I inevitably have to sleep to face Tianzun." Klein felt a headache forming as he thought about the future. Once Audrey had returned to reality, she sat down and pondered for a moment, suddenly thinking of a crucial problem. I know very little about the NT's Ambassador Bakerland. In such cases, it's easy to misjudge the difficulty of the mission. Audrey turned to her maidservant, Annie, and said, "Tell Countess Jeria that I accept her invitation and will punctually attend her ball tomorrow evening." She had initially planned on declining the invitation with a well-prepared excuse, but now she was interested. Jeria was the wife of Count Wolf, and she had invited ambassadors to Lowen from every country to her upcoming ball, including Bakerland Jean Mudon. Once Audrey had observed Ambassador Bakerland and gathered enough information, she would meet with Zio and Furs. Along the way, I can prod Zio to see if she's judgment. Having returned to the real world, Alger Wilson changed into attire considered gaudy in NT's and went through the back door of the hotel into the alley, making several detours. He stopped in front of a certain house and familiarly put on a white mask. Alger then knocked on the door with a special rhythm and timing. After 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A man stuck his head out and looked around quickly. "Come in," the man said with a deep voice as he made way for Alger. Without a word, Alger walked into the room. Creak. The door slammed shut. Chapter 24. Klein stared out the window, deep in thought. Bakerland should be assassinated according to the events before I went back in time. However, I need to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. That is, Bakerland evades death and receives word of Rosigo going missing. Then, I'll have to quickly abandon the identity of Sherlock Moriarty. Klein felt a sense of relief that he didn't repeat his earlier mistakes and never used his real appearance ever since he arrived at Backland. Tonight, I'll visit the Bravehearts bar again. After confirming his plan, Klein pretended to leisurely read the newspaper. He waited until the sky turned dark before he slowly got up and made himself tomato oxtail soup. He brought down several mystic materials from Seyfira Castle, including Ozik's copper whistle, and placed the whistle in an iron cigar case, sealing it with spirituality. So Merrick zombies don't riot, Klein commented to himself. Once he finished, he took his hat and cane, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and left 15 Minsk Street. Iron Gate Street, inside Braveheart's bar. In exchange for a glass of beer, Klein found Casper's in a card room, playing Fighting Evil and betting on a boxer outside. Klein stood by the door and nodded at Casper's to indicate his intentions. The man covered his cards and swore, getting up and walking to the door. He said in a low voice, "I'll take you to a place where the people, although they aren't as good as Merrick, are pretty strong. However, I have to warn you in advance, don't anger them, or you might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, it's not easy to see the sun in Backland after September. Do I need to pay you?" Klein asked sincerely, although he already knew the answer and the price. £2. Caspers responded, pleased. Another robbery in broad daylight. Although Klein was slightly displeased with the price, he still opened his wallet and gave Caspers 2 £1 notes. Caspers quickly led Klein towards the bar's kitchen and from there, entered the back alley and circled around a darkened house. He took out an iron half-face mask and handed it to Klein. Klein silently put on the mask and deliberately messed up his hair. Under the half-lighting of the red moon, Caspers didn't notice as Klein made minuscule changes to his appearance, lightening his hair color, darkening his eyes, and making himself a bit taller. Seeing that he was ready, Caspers rhythmically knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a small wooden board on the door was pulled open, revealing a pair of brown eyes behind it. After a long moment of scrutiny, the door finally opened. A man wearing an iron mask stood there and handed Klein a hooded robe. He said to Caspers in a hoarse voice, "Next time, remember to tell me in advance. Otherwise, humph." He closed the door, turned, and led Klein through the darkened living room into the activity room on the first floor. As Klein put on the long robe, Klein quietly found a chair in a corner and sat down. There were about 10 people sitting on the sofas and chairs, all wearing hooded robes and iron masks. After a transaction regarding a commission to remove a group of wild beasts from the sewers, the gathering became more lively, and a hooded woman spoke up. "I want to sell 2 weapons. One of them is an inscribed steel sword from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. £500, or the Sequence 8 potion, Barbarian, and it will be yours. The second one, Meat Cleaver, has an exquisite mechanical structure that allows it to be transformed. It's rarely seen and will cost 25 pounds. As Klein wasn't interested in the weapons, he didn't try to buy them. He watched as the steel sword was bought by a sullen man in the corner, while the meat cleaver became part of the Eye of Wisdom's collection. Klein discreetly eyed Mr. Eye of Wisdom, knowing his true identity, the renowned detective by the name of Isengard Stanton. After waiting for a few more exchanges to pass and the atmosphere to turn silent, Klein slightly altered his vocal cords and spoke in a deep voice. "I want to sell something." He took out an iron cigarette case and pushed out the crimson Beyonder characteristic from Massault. "This is something I obtained from a corpse. I'm not sure what use it has, but it is a mystical object. Maybe some of you know what this is." As usual, Klein didn't plan on explaining what a Beyonder characteristic was. After 10 seconds, no one spoke. Suddenly, Mr. Eye of Wisdom coughed and said, "I have a rough idea of what it is and what it does, but knowledge needs to be exchanged with something in return. I'll pay for 100 pounds. Believe me, it's a perfectly fair price. Of course, you have the right to refuse." Klein pretended to think for a moment and said, "Deal. However, sir, you don't need to rush to pay. I still have another request." "What request?" "The thing is, I offended someone. According to your circle, he should be sequence 6, maybe sequence 5. I wish to hire a bodyguard." "Sequence 6, maybe sequence 5? Why don't you just die quietly? If we reach that level, why would we be attending such a small gathering?" The apothecary blurted out with a sneer. The sequence 6 Klein felt a bit offended. Eye of Wisdom chuckled. "Maybe you don't know our circle well enough. People at sequence 6 or 5 are very powerful and terrifying people. I think no one in this room is willing to take such a huge risk to protect you." Klein shrugged. "Then I guess I'll have to try to save myself. What can I get for 400 pounds? Any mystical item worth 400 pounds certainly won't be able to deal with your enemy, and it will bring you even more danger. I suggest that you apologize to him. Sincerely apologize, and perhaps 400 pounds will be enough to buy his understanding." Eye of Wisdom suggested sincerely, "Perhaps, but I want his Beyonder characteristic." Suddenly, the man who accepted the task of cleaning the sewer beast laughed. "Maybe you can try your luck. I have a mystical item here that I can sell you for 400 pounds. It can let you hear the voice of a great being. If you're lucky and can decipher some useful information, you'll become very powerful. If you're unlucky, you'll be hurt or even end up dying. Do you want to take the gamble?" Before he could finish his sentence, Eye of Wisdom growled, "Black Snake, don't mention that ominous item of yours." "No, wait, Mr. Eye of Wisdom. I want the language of foulness charm." Klein looked at the hooded black snake and nodded solemnly. "Deal." The room was plunged into a frigid silence. A few seconds later, the apothecary finally muttered, "Why don't you leave an address? That way, I can get something out of your body." Klein pretended not to understand and said, "I don't have any chance of survival if I don't gamble. If I do, there'll always be that sliver of hope. I won't sit back and wait for death. Truthfully, I won't need the language of foulness charm. It's just as a safeguard. Miss Sharon, a sequence 5, plus me, a sequence 6 with knowledge of Rosego's attributes and attacks, should be more than enough." As Eye of Wisdom heard Klein's sincere words, he closed his mouth as he couldn't offer any better alternative. "I really admire your character." Black Snake laughed. Klein handed the cigarette case containing Massault's Beyonder characteristic to the attendant, who brought it to the Eye of Wisdom. The old man counted out 400 pounds and gave it to the attendant, who passed it to Black Snake. As Black Snake casually took a glance at the money, he also took out a wooden box, bent down, and placed it on the ground. He slid the box towards Klein. The moment Klein touched the surface of the box, he heard extremely faint illusory sounds, but no dizziness. My experience with strong influences in a different timeline has substantially increased my resistance. When I first made contact, I felt a strong sense of dizziness and the voices were louder. Klein held onto the box and sat up again. After a short moment of silence, the apothecary suddenly shouted, "I want to buy Spring of the Elves marrow crystals. Who has it?" As his voice echoed in the air, no one answered. Although Klein also wanted to yell to buy the more common supplementary ingredients for the marionnettist potion, he restrained himself. The more expensive ones are set to be supplied by the Hanged Man, Alger Wilson, but the next tarot meeting won't be until a week later. It wouldn't be too late to come back to this meeting under a different identity within this week. After a few more transactions, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and ended the meeting. As each participant was guided to leave at separate times, Klein was soon allowed to leave. He removed his hooded robe and handed it back to the attendant before he went back to the Bravehearts bar, taking off his iron mask. He walked back through the kitchen and saw Casper's standing outside the card room. Klein stopped and had a short conversation with Casper's Kalinin before he left the Bravehearts bar and returned to Minsk Street. In his room, he built a spiritual wall and sacrificed the wooden box containing the black ear into Seyfira Castle. As Klein sat at the seat of honor, he noticed that none of the illusory crimson stars glowed, meaning no one had prayed to him. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Klein slowly opened it and looked at the black ear inside. Even though I know that divining its origins won't leave permanent damage, I'd rather avoid doing so. Klein thought of the extreme pain and ravings he experienced before and winced. I can try other methods that weren't available to me at the time before resorting to brute force. Klein held his chin as he stared at the ear in the wooden box in front of him. Slowly, the gray fog around him boiled furiously, the ancient table and chairs shaking silently, as Klein reached out a hand and hovered it just over the black ear. An illusory ripple of air seemed to cover the corroded object and glowed brighter before it abruptly condensed and collapsed into the black ear. The abnormalities in Seyfira Castle came to a halt as Klein lowered his hand. Magically, the black ear in the box began to crumble, turning into tiny specks of black light. With a flick of his hand, a few charm materials that he randomly stashed in Seyfira Castle appeared in front of him. Klein sent the specks of black light into a gleaming silver triangle, where it turned into an iron-black charm with many symbols, magic labels, sinister patterns, and twisted path numbers. He picked it up with his hand and slowly inspected it with divination. As he finished, Klein opened his eyes. Its function is still the same, although the charm is less potent due to not fusing it with the remnants of madness and loss of control I produced after divining the origins of the ear. However, since I made the charm above Seyfira Castle and at a higher sequence, its potency isn't dramatically reduced. My new language of foulness charm is still more than enough to deal with Rosago if things go wrong. Satisfied, Klein said an incantation to activate it and sent it, along with himself, down to reality. The next morning, Klein ate breakfast while he read the newspaper. He suddenly heard the sound of the doorbell. Klein got up and headed for the door as he tried to recall who might be visiting him. Ah yes, it was the commission to catch an adulterer. Klein opened the door and, as expected, two ladies stood outside. One of them was Mrs. Sammer, while the other was Mrs. Mary Gale, who wore a wide-brimmed hat with a black veil and a dark, fluffy dress. Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who needs your help, Stellan Sammer said with a serious expression. Please come in. Klein invited the two ladies into the living room. This is Mrs. Mary Gale, a shareholder of Coin Company. Stellan sat on the couch. What would you like to entrust me with, Mrs. Gale? Klein sat down opposite the ladies. Just call me Mary. Mary Gale pursed her lips. I wish for you to tail my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain material evidence. Klein said thoughtfully. Material evidence is not easy to obtain. I'll lend you the latest portable camera. Mary replied without hesitation. As long as you have evidence, I will pay you £10. Klein pretended to think for a few seconds before he said, All right. After he agreed and established some more details of the task, Klein politely sent the two ladies away. A day later, Audrey had attended the ball and made contact with Ambassador Bakerland, making up her mind after she gathered more information about the assassination target. Thus, she penned a letter to Viscount Glaint for him to arrange a meeting with Zio and Furs. In Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey let Glaint guard the door while she looked at Zio and Furs, letting her gaze linger on Zio for a bit longer. After a few seconds of silence, she said, I need your help with a mission. What mission? Zio's eyes lit up as if she could smell the ink on the bills. Audrey gave her a polite smile with a deeper meaning. Assassinate the NT's ambassador to the Lowen Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudon. What? Furs touched her earlobes, wondering if she had heard wrongly. The beautiful, naive, and scatterbrained Miss Audrey actually assigned an assassination mission. Furthermore, the target is the ambassador of NT's, a powerful country in the northern continent. Furs peeked at Zio next to her and found her friend just as shocked as she was. Once Zio had heard Audrey's unexpected commission, she felt like she had been plunged into a vat of freezing water. No. Why? Her palms sweating, Zio slowly raised her pale face to look at Audrey. The beautiful noblewoman was looking straight at her. Zio felt shivers run down her back as she suddenly realized. It isn't Viscount Glaint that's in that strange gathering. It's the seemingly innocent, curious, and normal Miss Audrey. She doesn't need the formula for the spectator potion at all. Audrey continued speaking in her gentle voice. Of course, I'm not asking you to take the job. I just wish for you to find a beyonder with the strength to complete it. For example, Mr. A. I'll pay you 4,000 gold pounds for this. This is only my initial offer, and the details are negotiable. Zio desperately tried to hide her abnormalities as she tried to maintain a normal face before she suddenly remembered. According to what I heard at the meeting yesterday, Miss Audrey should be a Sequence 8 Beyonder. She's even stronger than me. If she's in the spectator pathway, it's extremely likely she's already noticed something wrong with my reaction. However, as Zio looked suspiciously at Audrey, she continued saying, if the mission eventually succeeds, I'll pay you 500 pounds. Even if the mission fails, you will receive 200 pounds due to the risk you have taken. Audrey inwardly smiled as she finished speaking. I've confirmed that the newest member, Miss Judgment, is Zio. The short blonde woman's reaction to her commission was far more extreme than that of normal surprise, which was more than enough proof that Zio had heard of a similar commission before, such as during the Tarot Club meeting. Zio and Furs accepted the commission, since there was little risk with great reward. With her head still spinning, Zio was about to leave when she suddenly heard a beautiful voice behind her. Ah, Zio, could you stay behind for a few minutes? I have something to discuss with you. Zio slowly took a deep breath. It's okay. Miss Audrey wouldn't do anything to me. Most likely. Waving away Furs' curious glance, Zio waited for her friend to leave the study before Zio closed the door once again, leaving her and Audrey in the room alone. Zio took a seat right across from the beautiful noble. Audrey saw Zio's confused and nervous expression and hid a smile. Your help with this commission is indispensable. If you wish, you could forfeit your share of the money and instead ask him for a reward as my collaborator. As so the fool is a him. All right. Thank you, Miss Audrey. Zio suddenly felt that although Audrey was different from her initial perception of her, she was still a kind and generous person. As Zio left and rejoined Furs, she couldn't help her curiosity. If Miss Audrey is justice in that gathering, then the commissions she gave us before, how many were first delegated by the fool or other members of the organization? Yesterday, I heard Justice mention the bounty she owed the fool's blessed. The only bounty that should be involved with Miss Audrey is Chilongo's bounty. Then, the beyonder that killed Chilongo's is the fool's blessed. Zio felt like she suddenly understood the truth behind a great mystery. After receiving Audrey's commission, the duo quickly met with Mr. A using a previously agreed upon channel. Zio and Furs had a short conversation with the hooded man, where they established the commission and the reward. Mr. A chuckled and said, I can accept this mission, but the reward must be raised. The first choice. The potion formulas to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interrer, Prophet, or Manipulator. There's no need for the complete formula. A partial formula will suffice. The second choice. 10,000 gold pounds. Zio and Furs looked at each other and said, we shall return and discuss it. At this time tomorrow, we'll give you our answer. After Mr. A nonchalantly agreed, the two were led out by an attendant. Then, in the evening, the two met the familiar golden retriever at the predetermined location and passed Mr. A's renegotiation to Audrey. When Audrey finished reading the note, she felt relieved. It was simply wonderful for her that she could finish the ambassador with just 10,000 gold pounds. Audrey quickly made her decision, although it would make her finances a bit tight before the new year. She burned the original note and wrote on a new piece of paper. The second option, an advance of 2,000 pounds and 8,000 pounds after the mission is completed. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein saw Mary Gale again at tea time a day later. Although he'd been too lazy to reinvestigate her husband all over again, Klein had done a few divinations prior to reconfirm the information in his memories and made a superficial visit to the Quelaag Club to snap a picture. Madam Mary, I found out that your husband went to the Quelaag Club while tailing him. However, I wasn't able to enter because I'm not a member of the club. According to my observations, about half an hour after your husband left, only one young lady came out. Her name is Erica Taylor, who lives at 126 New Year's Street, Hillston Borough. She used to work at Klein for a period of time and is currently unemployed. I took a picture of her leaving the Quelaag Club. Klein placed the photo on the coffee table and slid it towards Mary. Mary wore a gloomy expression as she stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, "You have to obtain material evidence of them being intimate." "Oh, the Quelaag Club, right? I'll get 2 members to nominate you as a member, but you must fill in your particulars as famous detective." "All right." Klein hesitated, but ultimately asked, "Who will pay the club fees?" "I will be responsible for the initial fees in return for your efficiency. If you wish to remain in the club, you will have to pay the annual fee yourself." There seemed to be a fire burning in Mary's eyes. Klein inwardly cheered, but had a serious expression as he nodded. "I will provide you with evidence as soon as possible." After dinner, Klein once again visited the Bravehearts bar. He remained in his appearance as Sherlock Moriarty, knowing there would be a certain pale-faced man looking for him that night. As he entered the bar, he immediately saw Caspers standing in front of the rat-baiting ring with his arms crossed. The old man spotted Klein and limped over as he said, "Perfect timing. Merrick is looking for you." Klein feigned shock. "Merrick is looking for me?" Out of the corner of his vision, Klein saw Merrick, his face pale and his eyes filled with malice, walking over. He pointed to the card room and walked over there first. Klein looked into the distance and became puzzled. Strange. I remember that there weren't any zombies around him at this time. So why is his entourage still perfectly fine? Although Klein was confused by this little incongruency, he double-checked that Ozzy's copper whistle was tightly sealed and followed Merrick into the card room with zombies seated around the table. Klein did his best to ignore the pallid faces of the dead zombies as he looked at Merrick. "What's the matter? Does that job of yours still stand?" "Huh." Klein acted surprised. "I have a friend who is short on money and is willing to accept this commission. She's stronger than me and should be able to protect you. However, she can only protect you for 3 days. The price is £1,000. Merrick said in a low, slurred voice. Yes, I have the exact amount set aside in an anonymous bank account right now." Klein pretended to think for a few seconds and said, "Deal. But it's best if the person protecting me is hidden, and it must be confidential. As for the 3 days of protection, that is up to me. It's definitely within these 2 weeks." As Klein left the Bravehearts bar, still casting dubious glances at the huddle of zombies, Merrick's gaze slowly followed the bearded detective. Despite being an ordinary person that is struggling to survive the animosity of a big shot, he didn't seem fazed by the astronomical amount of £1,000 at all. He's not as simple as it looks, it would seem. Chapter 25. Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street, where he entered Seyfira Castle. He first responded to Justice's prayer about the deal with Mr. A, affirming to choose to pay £10,000, before he made a series of divinations. First, he divined whether he would have his life threatened by Rosigo. As he opened his eyes, Klein saw the spirit pendulum was slowly rotating clockwise at an almost imperceptible amplitude and frequency. Good. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't let his guard down and had to make the utmost preparations. I've almost run out of paper figurines. He made up his mind to create more once he returned to reality. Secondly, Klein double-checked whether Mr. A was likely to succeed the assassination of Bakerland. The citron pendulum was rotating faster and at a higher amplitude. Content with these insights, Klein casually spied on Leonard and a few other tarot members for a few seconds before he exited Seyfira Castle. At noon on Thursday, Klein once again saw Mary Gale after lunch. He'd already replenished his stash of paper figurines that morning and kept a few in the inner pocket of his coat. Mary led him outside the Quelaag Club, where 2 members were waiting. One was a well-known surgeon, Aaron Series, and the other was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont. There's always a strange feeling when you see a deceased man standing in front of you alive and well. Klein smiled as he greeted the 2 gentlemen and hid his complicated feelings towards Talum. He looked at Aaron Series, and immediately a certain snake of fate came to mind. Sigh. Hurry up and have a child, Dr. Aaron. As they engaged in idle conversation, the 3 entered the brightly lit hall of the Quelaag Club. After they completed the nomination form for Sherlock Moriarty, the two left the Quelaag Club since it wasn't a weekend, and they had business to attend to. Klein watched the manservant and the maid come and go a few times before delivering his proof of membership and a badge to him. He paid the entry fee of £50 and the annual fee of £4 with 54 of the £57 Mary Gale had given him. Madame Mary is such a generous lady. Klein once again praised his client. The servant and maid bowed at Klein, bringing him out of his thoughts. Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Quelaag Club. As he casually reacquainted himself with the club, Klein suddenly felt himself tense up with a large sense of danger that disappeared in a flash. The signal that Rosago is about to come after me. Klein imperceptibly narrowed his eyes and left the Quelaag Club. My premonition of danger this time is much more noticeable. He didn't need to go into Seyfira Castle and confirm that he was in danger, as his instinctive reaction was already enough. That morning, Klein had the foresight to withdraw the £1,000 transferred from Leonard that were given by Justice. Sigh, that guy didn't take a commission fee even though I said he could. Was he saying he already had enough money, or simply being nice? Klein calmly took a horse carriage to the back Lund Bridge area and entered the Bravehearts bar. Under Casper's guidance, he saw Merrick sitting in the card room, surrounded by zombies. I definitely did something before I went back in time that made Merrick get rid of his zombies. Klein definitely recalled that there wasn't a zombie in sight when he was here before. Regardless, Klein directly placed £100 on the table. An advance of £100. With an additional 300 every additional day, I'm protected. The protection begins now. Merrick's gaze fell past him and landed somewhere behind him. He nodded and said, "All right, she has agreed." Klein pretended to be surprised and looked all around him. "You can return now," Merrick said indifferently as he stuffed the £100 into his pocket. "She has begun protecting you, in a hidden way." Klein surveyed his surroundings and acted as though he left with clenched teeth. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door and went into the bathroom to wash his hands. As he wiped his hands with a towel, he prepared himself emotionally. Klein raised his head to look at himself in the mirror. At that moment, he saw himself phasing away in the mirror before transforming into a woman wearing a black regal dress. She wore a black bonnet, lifted her skirt, and bowed at Klein. As Klein was prepared for this shock, he kept his heart calm even as he faked surprise and took a few steps back, his back to the wall. The image in the mirror quickly dimmed, and Klein saw himself again. Everything had been restored back to normal. Klein walked out of the bathroom, and just as he picked up the newspaper in the living room, he heard the doorbell ring. His mind tensed up, but Klein relaxed as he remembered who his visitor was at this time. He stood behind the door, and a scene from his spiritual intuition naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. Standing outside his door in the moonlit night, there was a boy wearing an old coat with bright red eyes. Klein confirmed who his guest was and opened the door, taking 2 steps back. "Detective Moriarty." Ian took off his brown top hat, bowed, and said in a low voice, "I came to apologize. I'm sorry to have involved you in such a dangerous matter." Klein creased his eyebrows and copied his words from his memories. "What you should have done is head to the police station." Ian looked around and bowed his head. "I just came from MI9. Klein stepped aside and pointed toward the living room as he said, "Maybe we can have a chat." Ian followed Klein to the living room, sitting in the same spot he did the first time he visited. He was just about to open his mouth when Klein warned, "If what you plan on saying will put me in greater danger, then there's no need to tell me about it. No, everything will soon be over." Ian affirmed with a calmness beyond his age. "So what exactly happened?" Just as Klein finished asking, he saw a figure emerge from the panes of the oriel window across the room, Sharon. She seemed to find an illusory high-backed chair and sat down, pretending to listen attentively while maintaining an expressionless face. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Ian slowly opened his mouth and explained the whole sequence of events, including his background and what occurred after Klein led him to Zreel's body. Ian stood up and gave a deep bow. "Please allow me to apologize again. Sorry to have involved you in this. Actually, you don't need to hide anything from me." Klein smiled. "No, the main problem in this matter was that I made a mistake that made me end up in my current situation. Of course, I've already remedied my previous mistakes. Well, being a faceless made donning the disguise of Sherlock Moriarty much easier. So even if the situation got out of control, I would be able to flee easily. At that time before, I believed that if I took flight, the ambassador would inform the officials about me, and then the Nighthawks would pursue me, a beyonder that miraculously resurrected, in earnest with high-sequence beyonders. However, I was unaware that the goddess had been keeping tabs on me ever since I made contact with the goddess sword, and that AACs was a transmigrator like me. Klein stifled a self-deprecating laugh. I wonder whether the goddess would leave me to fend for myself, or help me like she is now if that truly happened. Klein stopped musing about the what-ifs as Ian put on his hat and stood up. It's time for me to leave. I'll need to disappear for a while. Otherwise, I might be thrown into jail. The teenage boy bade farewell and left, fading away into the distance. Sharon, who was by the oriel window, had disappeared as well. Sigh. Now all that's left is to fend off Rosego's attempted assassination. Klein had agonized over this issue for the past few days. He wasn't afraid that Rosego would pose any real danger to him because of all of Klein's protective factors, but the true problem was, how do I kill him? I need his Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, so even though the language of foulness is guaranteed to succeed, I'd rather not use it unless as a last resort. Of course, as a marionettist without a marionette, Rosego is especially vulnerable to direct, physical attacks. But if I take this angle, Sharon will inevitably discover that I'm a Beyonder. This can't be explained away as benefiting from the black ear I bought, since in an intense battle it'll become clear that I'm not a Beyonder that just advanced. I can only hope that she won't be too alarmed and directly withdraw. Another problem is the divination Rosego will perform before making contact. Previously, he didn't detect considerable danger due to the language of foulness being his downfall, but this time, I plan on not using it. Additionally, the first time Rosego tried to assassinate me, I was only Sequence 8, and that was reflected in his divination. Although Rosego is a woefully inept marionetist, he's not so stupid as to forget to divine the danger before doing something. If he sees that there's a large amount of risk due to me being Sequence 6 with a Sequence 5 bodyguard, it's possible he won't show up at all. This issue had confounded Klein for a while previously. He couldn't simply burn a paper figurine to interfere with divination since Rosego was a sequence higher than him, and going above Sephirah Castle to bless himself was inconvenient with a ghostly bodyguard. So, he used the oldest trick in the book, using Ozik's copper whistle as an anti-divination shield. Klein put his hand in his pocket and felt the ice-cold metal at his fingertips. He'd removed the spiritual seal once he was a safe distance away from Merrick and his zombies. Well, I should still inform Sharon that I'm a Beyonder. Klein looked around the room for his bodyguard. The lights in the dining room were warm, illuminating the room. There was no one else present except him. After a while, he suddenly saw a face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. The face was pale with light gold hair and delicate looks. Klein looked in her general direction and whispered, "I'm also a Beyonder. I made a gamble on an item I bought from Casper's gathering and benefited from it. Well, this little white lie will be seen through shortly, but it's reasonable enough for now." The face on the glass cover nodded slightly and quickly disappeared without any other reaction. Klein's expression didn't change, and he went back to the sofa, picking up the newspaper, with nothing left to do except to wait for the doorbell to ring. He didn't have to wait long before the tinkling sound echoed. Someone had rung his doorbell again. Klein folded away the newspaper neatly and slowly stood up. He took out Ozik's copper whistle and threw it up into the air and caught it a few times as he said in a low voice, "The man at the door was sent to kill me." He didn't receive any response, but Klein knew Sharon had received his message. He turned and naturally went to the door, pocketing the copper whistle once again. Klein grabbed the handle and opened the door. Inside the NT's embassy of Backlund's West Borough, the lights were on. The scent of various perfumes and alcohol intertwined with beautiful melodies and reached towards every corner of the building. A ball was being held. However, as the guests mingled and danced with delight in the dark night, two figures secretly left the ballroom and went to the second floor, entering a room. With guards keeping watch outside, the second floor was quiet, void of any sound, a large contrast to the lively ballroom downstairs. No one knew that inside the room, Bakerland was in a completely isolated world, shouting for help as he was embroiled in a fierce battle. No. Why? The isolation vanished with a tragic cry as Bakerland fell to the ground in two halves, blood pouring out in massive amounts. His eyes were wide open as he died, and a dark knight covered in cold, black armor stood in front of his body. In the space where the knight's eyes should be, there were two glowing crimson-red blobs. Before the military officials of the embassy arrived, Mr. A didn't wait for the Beyonder characteristics to appear. He reverted to his inconspicuous appearance and sprinted through the layers of walls into the darkness outside, his mission complete. NT's ambassador Bakerland Jean Mudun was dead. Klein didn't pause to divine or even see his visitor with spirit vision. He simply paused for a moment, allowing the image of his guest to appear in his head, and slowly opened the door. Dressed in a black and white checkered uniform, Sergeant Faxine took off his hat and said with a serious expression, "I've been sent by the higher-ups to tell you that you must be careful tonight and tomorrow. Be careful of strangers." "All right." Klein nodded solemnly as he silently counted the seconds in his head. Sergeant Faxine touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail, and you can decide on your own." He cast his gaze towards the living room. Klein made a polite gesture of invitation. As Sergeant Faxine closed the door behind him and walked towards the sofa, Klein spotted a pale face reflected in the window behind the officer. He nodded slightly towards Sharon as he kept his mind blank, and viewed Sergeant Faxine as a dummy for target practice, so his killing intent wouldn't trigger Rosego's spiritual intuition. As the man stepped towards the sofa, Klein narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. Bang! An air bullet whistled through the air and immediately penetrated the back of Faxine's head. However, the policeman's figure rapidly shrunk and turned into a paper figurine with a hole in it. As Rosego's figure reappeared in another corner of the room, with clear surprise on his face, the image of a figure with blonde hair and a Gothic regal dress was reflected in each of his eyes. Rosego stiffened, and the figure in his eyes became clearer as his face swelled up. Not missing this chance, Klein pulled his hand out of his pocket, flicking out a slumber charm. Crimson. Klein injected a large portion of his spirituality into the charm as it left his hand and disintegrated. A wave of sleepiness suddenly hit Rosego, and his eyes dipped close. Still disguised as Sergeant Faxine, Rosego grit his teeth and sacrificed the initial control over the two spirit-body threads as he decisively used paper substitution again. Sharon completed her possession of Rosego, but only found herself in a fluttering paper figurine, while the real Rosego appeared halfway across the room as he sprinted towards the door, clearly choosing to flee. Klein carefully took aim and mimicked the sound of a gun again. Bang! An air bullet shot through the air at Rosego, forcing him back. "You." Shocked, Rosego seemed to realize that Klein had shot a bullet without a gun. A magician? No, faceless. However, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blow against his neck, causing his hair to stand on end as goosebumps appeared all over his body. There seemed to be an invisible person at his back, breathing down his neck. Rosego's attention was diverted, and he was forced to snap his fingers, lighting flames on his back and setting a transparent shadow ablaze. Wait, no? He suddenly realized he'd made a large mistake. And sure enough, just in front of him, a match dropped to the ground, and the detective that was his target disappeared and reappeared right behind him. Bang! The figure of Rosego fluttered to the ground with another hole in it as he turned into a paper substitute once again. Sigh, those from the seer pathway are really annoying. Klein mused to himself as he found the figure of Rosego reappear in front of a window, attempting to leap out. The translucent figure of Sharon opened her mouth and used Wraith's shriek, directly affecting Rosego's spirit body. Klein winced at the piercing sound, but since the attack was only directed at Rosego, he was largely unaffected. As Rosego was hindered and fell to one knee in pain, Klein readied another potent slumber charm and directly threw it out after injecting his spirituality and shouting the incantation, without specifying a target and indiscriminately affecting everyone. As the slumbering powers emanated, Rosego was unable to extricate himself due to the charm affecting the entire room and being under Sharon's attack. All three people in the room irresistibly closed their eyes and entered a deep sleep. Klein immediately discovered that he was in a dream and forcibly woke himself up. The instant he opened his eyes, he climbed to his feet and resolutely took a step towards Rosego, firing 5 air bullets in quick succession. Bang, 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 bang. Klein lowered his hand and watched as Rosego's decimated corpse fell towards the wall and slid down, staining the wallpaper a bloody red. I think I may have misjudged the amount of force needed. Klein sighed to himself. When he first killed Rosego, he used a custom revolver. However, as a faceless who had fully digested his potion, the potency of the air bullet was several times stronger and faster than bullets shot by a normal gun. Thus, there was a rather large mess in his living room. Klein awkwardly stood in the middle of the room before he picked his way over to Rosego's corpse, careful not to step on any blood or brain matter scattered around. He didn't use a second slumber charm on Sharon as he had no need to do a mediumship ritual on Rosego, significantly cutting down the time he needed. Klein held his breath and put on a pair of gloves as he squatted down. He quickly found more than 10 pounds in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, as well as a strange piece of paper that he identified as a contract created by a notary. Just as he straightened up and placed the objects on a clean portion of the coffee table, a gust of cold wind blew at the back of his neck, causing him to shiver. Klein turned his head and saw that Sharon had woken up and was floating in the air. Chapter 26. Klein made awkward eye contact with his ghostly bodyguard and immediately offered his prepared excuse. I apologize for affecting you with the charm. In order to corner him, I needed to use an attack that had a wide range. I have a mystical item that allows me to resist attacks similar to this, so I was able to wake up earlier, and Klein explained as he gestured at Rosego's headless corpse. Finish the job. A cold aura enveloped him and made Klein shiver uncontrollably. He slowly raised his hands and took 2 steps back. I promise I mean no harm. Sharon's blue eyes swept over him slowly, and even with his faceless abilities, Klein was unable to discern her thoughts. Her response was short and concise. Explain. Klein quickly understood Sharon's meaning. Explain why he, who was supposed to be a helpless, ordinary person, was actually a genuine mid-sequence powerhouse. I need to be careful with my words. He had no doubt that Sharon would act against him if she thought he was a threat. I didn't lie to either you or Merrick about the nature of this commission. Klein lowered his hands as he calmly said, You've already heard the gist of the situation. It wasn't an intentional setup, and, if I could, I would have tried to avoid this as much as possible. I gathered some information about the big shot I offended and discovered he had quite a few helpers that could overwhelm me either in strength or number, so I deduced that I needed to hire a bodyguard to preserve my life. Sharon stared at him silently for a few seconds before she retracted her gaze. Feeling the cold pressure on him disappear, Klein silently let out a breath of relief. Let's hurry up and clean up the scene. MI9 might come over to take a look. Klein gestured to the blood-splattered living room and spotted an eerie glow emitting out of Rosego's headless body and bloody brain mush. They attracted each other to form a crimson, jelly-like blob. Rosego's uncontaminated beyond her characteristic. Klein's heart tightened, and he looked at Sharon from the corner of his eye. Alas, it's the first time that I've met Sharon, so she probably doesn't trust me that much. If she stepped forward and took Rosego's beyond her characteristic, Klein could only sigh at his bad luck and give way. After all, he wasn't going to fight his friend and future ally for an item, even if he needed it. Sharon seemed to silently understand Klein's intentions and floated over as she took the contract and other items lying on the table. I will take these, she said in a low and ethereal voice. Klein shot a grateful smile at her as he bent down and, taking out an iron cigarette case, picked up the beyond her characteristic and placed it inside. Thank you. I owe you one. He straightened up and surveyed the scene and allowed a bit of exasperation to color his tone as he said, Let's clean up the scene. As he expected, the pale Sharon floated to the side and said in an even voice, Let me do it. Klein put on a surprised face as he looked at her. Sharon floated to Rosego, crouched down, and laid down over the body, slowly sinking in and fusing with the corpse. The fingers of Rosego's body twitched twice, and the blood, brain matter, and fragments around it, as well as splattered onto the furniture, flowed backward, forming a new neck and head. However, the reformed body parts were covered with countless cracks, like a toy made from tiny fragments. Klein took a step back with an appropriate disgusted expression. Rosego's corpse climbed to its feet, picked up the police cap, and half covered its face. The murder scene had been cleaned, leaving zero traces. As Sharon steered the corpse to lumber to the door, Klein took out Ozzy's copper whistle and threw it in the air a few times. "Don't take a carriage or walk in brightly lit places," he reminded the wraith. Sharon didn't stop and ignored his words, quietly leaving 15 Minsk Street. Alone in the house once again, Klein first reviewed his battle for a few minutes before he fished out a gold coin and recited, "Bakerland is already dead." Ding! The coin tumbled in the air and fell down, head facing up. A positive result. He glanced at the door and, estimating that Sharon would take a while to return, went to his room. He built a spiritual wall and familiarly took 4 steps counterclockwise. In Seyfarah Castle, Klein reconfirmed the death of the NT's ambassador and the disappearance of the danger he was in before he returned to the real world. As though nothing had happened, he flipped through the papers on the sofa. After waiting for a while, a pale woman wearing a black regal dress suddenly appeared in the oriel window. Klein smiled and lowered his papers slightly. "Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here. I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days, since there's a withdrawal limit. Or should I hand it to Merrick? Just give it to me." Sharon's voice echoed through the air. "I promise to protect you for 3 days, not just once." "All right." He raised the papers in his hand and pretended to continue reading as he went over the course of events in his mind, making sure he didn't forget or leave out anything. Rosago is dead, Bakerland assassinated. Although the process is different, the end result is still the same. Overall, Klein felt very satisfied with the events in Backlund thus far. Lenevis is also dead. The main ingredients of my next potion are secured. Of course, I still have a lot of things to do. There's the serial murder case with the devil dog and its owner, stealing the card of blasphemy, Capham's matter, meeting Will and Old Kohler, and of course, the great smog of Backlund and the battle at the underground ruins. Klein washed up and prepared for bed. As he took off his vest, Klein paused and discreetly added a spiritual seal to Ozzy's copper whistle, as well as the newly obtained latest Beyonder characteristic. He lay in the soft bed and opened his eyes to look at the crimson moon at the ceiling. Klein froze as he suddenly thought of something, just after sealing the copper whistle. Yes, that's likely why Merrick still has his full entourage of zombies recently. Klein felt like he had instantly understood the truth behind a minor discrepancy. Before I went back in time and redid everything, I brought Ozzy's copper whistle on one of my visits to the Bravehearts bar without a seal of any sort. Perhaps then, Merrick's zombies were close enough for it to affect them. At that time, I didn't know how to properly shield the whistle's effects. It likely caused a mutiny. Klein laughed at the imagined scene and inwardly apologized to Merrick. However, this time I made sure to seal the copper whistle, so Merrick's zombies are still perfectly fine. As his thoughts trailed away, Klein slowly drifted off to sleep under the dim crimson moonlight. The next morning, Klein dressed and washed up before he went downstairs and took out the newspapers from his letterbox. Flipping open the Tussock Times, Klein saw the headline. NT's ambassador to Backlund murdered. Terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility. Klein stood in the hallway and slowly read through the newspaper that was identical to the one in his memories. Sigh. Even though it's not my money, I still don't like the idea of paying Mr. A £10,000. Regardless, this matter has truly come to a close now. Klein exhaled and turned to look out the window, where he saw a thin mist fill the air as a drizzle began pattering down. Having cleanly orchestrated the death of both the NT's ambassador and his Sequence 5 follower, Klein put on his coat and left to catch some adulterers. 126 New Year's Street, Hillston Borough. The relaxed Klein didn't tail Daraga Gale, Madame Mary's husband. Instead, he tailed Daraga's mistress, Erica Taylor. After all, adultery needed 2 to clap. The pretty blonde wearing intricate makeup arrived early at the Quelaag Club via a rental carriage. Klein, who carried a suitcase containing a portable camera, followed her in. He wore the club's frost badge on his chest and was easily allowed to enter and settled in a room on the 2nd floor close to that of Erica Taylor's. As Sharon appeared in the silver mirror across the room, Klein asked casually, "Do you have any way of hiding the flash of the camera?" Ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror as Sharon stepped out and walked towards Klein. Yes. She lowered her body and leaned over, slowly fusing into the camera lens. Klein watched the grown woman stuff herself into a camera, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. The mysterious world is indeed full of all sorts of strange sights. He lampooned to himself as he took a test shot in his lounge. Not long after, he saw Daraga Gale arrive via carriage. In the other room, Erica saw her lover and hastily left the lounge to meet him on the first floor. Klein immediately seized the opportunity to sneak into her room and carefully hide in the cupboard where the extra sheets and quilts were kept. In fact, if I wanted to be truly stealthy, I could do all sorts of weird maneuvers with my faceless and magician abilities. Klein briefly entertained a few ridiculous poses, but decided against it. A spectral camera was strange enough. He didn't need to put on a horror show just to catch a cheater. Sharon is definitely doubting life right now. Two mid-sequence beyonders that were embroiled in a battle just last night, now squatting in a closet to catch adulterers in the act. As Klein was making fun of the situation, he heard the door open. He spent the next few minutes huddled in the dark with his spirit vision activated as Daragu gifted his mistress an expensive pair of stockings. Gradually, the conversation outside dwindled and Klein watched as the red colors flowed across each other, signifying ignited passion. Once he felt that this was enough from observing their spiritual colors, Klein silently pushed open the cupboard door and looked in the direction of the bed, raising the camera. He aimed it at the passionate couple, and as Daragu and Erica fell back onto the bed, Klein captured the most appropriate frame and pressed the shutter button. The click of the camera wasn't distinct, and the intense flash and other abnormalities were limited to a small area, so the couple wasn't alarmed. Klein wanted to take a couple more shots since he had no faith in his own photography skills, but thinking of Sharon in the camera, he decided to spare her and adeptly rolled out of the cupboard. As he closed the door behind him, a piece of underwear landed lightly on the floor. He ignored the undergarment as he rolled until he reached the lounge's door, quietly pulling it open as he returned to the corridor. Done. Relieved at a job well done, Klein politely closed the door, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed in the direction of the bed. Without further ado, he returned to his lounge. Madame Mary's commission is really beneficial. With this, not only am I being paid a hefty fee, I also secure board, lodging, and most importantly, access to a bunch of connections. Klein put down his portable camera and sighed in his heart. At that moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the camera lens. Sharon emerged from the portable camera and floated in midair again. Klein smiled at her appearance and kindly asked, "I plan on heading to the cafeteria to eat something. Do you want to come with me?" Sharon replied in a neutral tone, "I can go without eating for 2 weeks." Klein shrugged as he put away the portable camera and went downstairs. "Suit yourself." As he served himself breakfast, he spotted a familiar face. The surgeon, Aaron Series. Klein smiled and nudged his gold-rimmed glasses as he walked over and greeted him as he sat down. While he finished his meal, he engaged in small talk with the cold doctor, offhandedly learning about Aaron's recent bad luck caused by a certain snake of fate. He said goodbye to the doctor and went to the bank to withdraw £500 in cash, giving £300 to Sharon before returning home. Klein waited for the photos to develop until evening arrived, where he prepared to head out to the Bravehearts bar again. He put on his half-top hat, carried his black silver-inlaid cane, but just as Klein placed his hand on the door handle, he paused in his steps. "Miss, are there any Beyonder gatherings in Backlund you could introduce me to? As you can probably tell, I've only recently arrived at Backlund." Klein smiled to an empty room. He waited for a few seconds before he spotted the pale figure of Sharon emerging from a nearby window. "Tomorrow night," she stated shortly and succinctly, disappearing quicker than she appeared. Klein sighed in his heart. As cold as ever. Regardless, he left 15 Minsk Street and took a carriage to the Backlund Bridge area. There, he made contact with Caspers again and was led to the gathering hosted by the Eye of Wisdom. Wearing an iron mask that covered half his face, Klein remained silent for the first half of the gathering, watching as various exchanges either failed or succeeded. It wasn't until a good amount of time had passed that Klein opened his mouth and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "I'd like to purchase water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring." Klein didn't mention the Drago tree bark since there was a high chance of buying the ingredient at herb stores. He waited for a few seconds before a hooded man from the corner of the room raised his hand. £35 for 100 milliliters. This is £5 more expensive than when I bought it before. Klein had half the mind to haggle, but he considered Sharon in the room and changed his mind. Deal. After he counted out £35 in notes, he handed it to the assistant, who gave it to the man who was holding a thin corked bottle. Once Klein received it, he safely pocketed the liquid and waited as the exchanges continued. Seconds turned into minutes, and finally, Eye of Wisdom arranged for people to leave every 3 minutes. Klein wasn't the first to leave this time, and after more than half an hour, there were only 3 members left. Apart from Klein, it was the Eye of Wisdom and the apothecary. Eye of Wisdom looked at Klein and laughed. Looks like you're quite lucky. Klein smiled at the aged man. Yes, my bet paid off. Hearing their conversation, the apothecary widened his eyes and examined Klein. Do you have another mystical charm that affects luck? I already regarded you as a dead person. He exclaimed. You're very direct. Klein answered mysteriously. Maybe I'm lucky enough myself. Either way, such a mystical item would have no effect on me anyway. He recalled how he was cheated by the teacher of the apothecary in front of him, who had blessed him with good luck and told him to play a few rounds at the casino, only for Klein to lose money instead. Klein casually talked to Eye of Wisdom and the apothecary before he was guided to leave by an assistant. When he returned to 15 Minsk Street, Klein went next door and knocked on the Sammers' front door, asking Mrs. Stellan to tell Mary that she could come for the evidence tomorrow afternoon. Following that, he washed up and went to bed. Saturday morning the next day, Klein slowly enjoyed his breakfast and picked up the freshly developed photograph of the 2 adulterers. He withdrew the remaining £500 in cash from his account and paid Sharon £600, leaving him with around £200 of cash on hand. Klein also visited a few herb stores until he found one that had Drago bark in stock. He bought the necessary amount for a few pounds and returned home. Now, Klein only had to wait for the hanged man to supply the 2 other supplementary ingredients, and he could be promoted to Sequence 5, monetist. Indeed, when it comes to advancing, my biggest problem is procuring the ingredients. My digestion of the potion is simply too fast. Klein sighed at the fact that at that time, he was clearly still Sequence 8, yet now he was already preparing to advance to Sequence 5. As he sat by the couch, flipping through a newspaper and idly sipping a cup of black tea, Klein's spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. He hurriedly activated his spirit vision and saw the white bones that gushed out from the ground like a fountain. The nearly 4-meter-tall bone messenger took form and soundlessly lowered its head and looked at him, its eye sockets burning with black flames. Klein speechlessly stared at the bony intruder and felt a certain bodyguard's eyes boring into him. Chapter 27. Mr. Ozick, your timing is really great. It's so good I don't even know what to say. Klein wordlessly stared at the giant skeleton in front of him. The skeleton stared back with black flames in place of its eyes. It offered its cupped hands toward Klein, in which Klein saw there was a single letter and a strange black ball in it. Klein sighed inwardly and directly reached for the letter and additional object. Miss Sharon has already seen the messenger anyway, and it won't leave unless I receive the letter, so I can't pretend that I don't know what's going on. Klein's lips twitched as he thought of the possible scene. I'd start yelling and acting shocked at the sudden intruder. Sharon would probably be confused and try to protect me, all while the innocent messenger simply wants to give me a letter. The gigantic bony skeleton collapsed into the floor as soon as the objects left its skeletal hands. Klein was about to casually put away the letter and read it after his time with Sharon expired, but his attention snagged on the extra object Ozick Eggers had thought to give him. It was a crumpled-up piece of fabric so thin that it felt like it was made of human skin. No way. Klein felt a sense of dread and mixed anticipation as he slowly unfurled the cloth to reveal a very familiar glove. Creeping hunger. Klein immediately crumpled the glove back into a ball, afraid that Sharon would see and severely misunderstand. Although technically, any misunderstanding would be the truth. Klein put a stop to his thoughts as he saw black fabric in the corner of his eye. The bodyguard had revealed herself after the messenger had left. She was as silent as ever. However, she directly sat on a sofa not far from Klein, her eyes boring into him and placing silent pressure onto Klein. Klein started sweating silently as he put the balled-up, creeping hunger into his pocket as naturally as possible. Then, he gave a friendly smile to Sharon. An old friend. He explained, Without caring whether she would buy it or not, Klein went upstairs and into his bedroom. He paused for a second before he built a spiritual wall for more privacy with a strange sense of guilt. He walked over to the desk and sat down. It was only then that Klein opened the letter and began seriously reading it. After we parted at Ting Inn, I unfortunately lost track of Zhangwell once again, but he was severely injured as a result. I was able to learn more about that Grade 0 sealed artifact. It is a truly horrifying object. It will keep attempting to write down the death of its owner using all sorts of strange coincidences, and I believe its influence can reach the size of a city. In order to avoid its maneuvering, I have left Backlund temporarily to pursue my past in other areas of the world. Since you are staying in Backlund now, be careful. Zhangwell seems to be scheming something. It's best if you don't appear with your real identity. Zhangwell might use that Grade 0 sealed artifact to seek revenge again. I also have to thank you for helping me recover my memories further. A lot of things have become clearer for me now. Additionally, I have left you the item that pirate rear admiral left behind. You might find it useful. I've already awakened the relevant memories, so I no longer need it. There are seals placed on it so that it wouldn't be hungry, but every time it's used it requires you to use a human's flesh and soul to feed it. Otherwise, it will devour you. If there's anything else, contact me through the messenger. Your teacher and friend, Ozek Eggers. Klein finished reading and slowly thought to himself as he burned the letter with a magician's flame. Since Zhangwell has been hounded to such an extent by Mr. Ozek, he most likely wouldn't have had the opportunity to be promoted to Sequence 4. And since Mr. Ozek is staying out of Backlund for now, it should be safe to contact him and vice versa. Klein now had another resource available to him. I should hurry up and obtain Roselle's card of blasphemy to repay Mr. Ozek for his help. Klein decided, a bit guilty over Qilongo's bounty that had been gobbled up by him instead of the true killer. Once the letter was completely burned with only small bits of ash floating in the air, Klein took out Creeping Hunger with mixed feelings. If he wore it, Klein would gain significant strength and be ready for any unforeseen events. However, it could also expose him to scrutiny from other Beyonders and even the official authorities, given that its last owner, Qilongos, had died under mysterious circumstances. It's not worth the risk. Klein calmly decided to safely store it above the gray fog until he needed it. For the time being, as long as I lay low, trouble won't come knocking on my door. I'll use it when completing an operation that's been planned with detail, such as when assaulting Capham's villa, but for now I have no urgent need for it. Furthermore, there are no exposed pirates to hunt, and finding food for it is a problem too. Before Sharon became overly suspicious and came to break his spiritual wall down, Klein quickly sent Creeping Hunger to stew above the gray fog. With that matter finished, he allowed the spiritual wall to naturally dissipate and sauntered down the stairs to the first floor, acting as if nothing had happened. Klein was surprised to see that his 1,000-pound bodyguard hadn't disappeared into a random reflective surface and was still floating and sitting on his couch. Her icy blue eyes followed him around as he calmly sat back down, crossed his legs, and picked up a newspaper. Klein checked for the sign that there would be a meeting held by Eye of Wisdom today, and also for news of an upcoming Roselle artifact exhibition. When he found none, he set down the newspaper and was about to head to the kitchen to make lunch when a voice stopped him in his tracks. The secret order? The ghostly voice was cold and monotone. Klein turned to face the woman with pale blonde hair wearing a black dress on his sofa. Or, Sharon continued speaking without changing her tone. The numinous episcopate? Her eyes flicked toward Klein's coat pocket, where he had hidden the balled-up Creeping Hunger earlier. She saw. Klein sighed in his heart and thought about how he was going to explain to his bodyguard that he was not, in fact, a terrorist. He spread his hands and replied, I'm flattered that you think so highly of me, but if I really was part of some secret organization, I wouldn't be threatened by an ambassador to this extent, let alone have to hire a bodyguard. The messenger from before was really just an old friend. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, saving Klein from being grilled further. He smiled at Sharon as she rapidly disappeared. Klein walked to the door and opened it, revealing an old-fashioned gentleman in a light gray overcoat with sharp blue eyes and temples streaked with white. May I know who you're looking for? Klein asked politely. In a thick mid-Seashire accent, the old gentleman questioned. Are you Sherlock, Detective Moriarty? Yes. Klein nodded and led the man, Millet Carter, into the living room. Do you have something you wish to entrust to me? They sat down and Klein got the old gentleman a glass of hot water. After he introduced himself, Millet Carter walked Klein through his situation. He had moved recently, and after he discovered a secret door in the basement, he wanted to hire a private detective to investigate it. The blue-eyed gentleman rubbed his nose bridge. I don't want too many people to know about this. If there is no danger within the underground structure, I intend to repurpose it. Of course, I know that this is a high risk for you, so I'm willing to pay you £50 for this commission. As Millet Carter took a sip of hot water, Klein took out a coin and rolled it across his knuckles as if it was a habit while he was thinking. He threw the coin in the air, caught it, and briefly looked at the result before the bearded detective smiled cordially at Millet Carter. I'll take this commission. After signing a contract with Millet Carter, Klein went to the kitchen and cooked himself a T-bone steak, sprinkling it with black pepper sauce. He happily finished his meal and, content, was just putting away the dishes when his doorbell rang once again. Klein wiped his wet hands on a towel and went to receive his guests. Mrs. Mary had arrived as scheduled, her eyes red and puffy. Stellan Sammer, who accompanied her, had no choice but to maintain silence. As Klein invited the two to sit on the sofa, he solemnly handed over an envelope containing the photo, the hard evidence of adultery. Mary slowly took out a breath and, taking the envelope, pulled out the photo. Madam, please confirm it. Klein spoke carefully. The woman sighed. Excellent, very excellent. You're the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever met. I'm honored to introduce you as a member of the Quelaag Club. This is the remaining £7 for the payment. You deserve it. Mary took out her wallet and counted out the exact amount of money. Then, without waiting for Klein's response, she stuffed the photo and its envelope into her handbag and abruptly got up to leave. As her shoes made hurried noises against the ground, Stellan Sammer struggled to keep up. Klein wordlessly saw his guests out and returned to the second floor to take a nap. Throughout the whole ordeal, Sharon didn't appear again. Most likely, she decided whatever Klein was involved in either wasn't her business or wasn't worth her time. Once evening arrived, Klein made himself a meal. Then, his ghostly bodyguard materialized in front of him, her face impassive and cold as ever. In the Backlund Bridge area, she instructed him with an illusory voice. After Klein nodded in acknowledgement, she disappeared as he opened the door and left. He took a public carriage to the general area, which was near the Bravehearts bar. However, Klein didn't go in and instead walked past the rowdy bar, guided by an ethereal voice next to him. After a few minutes of walking, he was told by Sharon to duck into a small, grimy alleyway. I wonder if this Beyonder meeting is the one hosted by Bernadette. Klein thought idly to himself. Just to be safe, Klein quickly scrambled his features, uncaring that Sharon would see. She already knows I'm a faceless anyway from Rosago. Why did he even blurt that aloud in the first place? As they approached the end of the alleyway, Sharon appeared and floated over to a manhole cover. Lift this and enter. With that said, she simply phased through the ground, disappearing into whatever was underneath. Klein hesitantly lifted the manhole cover and lightly jumped into the depths. Why do I always find myself in sewers in Backlund? He lampooned to himself. He landed lightly on the ground and found the pale blonde woman waiting for him. He followed Sharon through the sewers, turning right twice and left once, and memorized the route. It wasn't long until Sharon stopped and pointed upward. Exit here, she said briefly. Klein followed her instructions and opened the heavy metal cover above him. He agilely climbed out and, closing the manhole behind him, observed his surroundings. He was standing at the edge of a circular-shaped room with a dome-shaped ceiling. There was a large chandelier hanging in the middle of the room, casting light only on the center of the room and an antique wooden table in it, hiding everything else in the periphery of the room in shadow. Bookshelves, shrouded in darkness, lined the walls and chairs were orderly placed around the room, facing the spot of light in the center. Klein took all of it in as a cold wind brushed past him. He turned his head and discovered that Sharon, wearing a black Gothic dress, had taken a nearby seat. He paused for a second before he followed her actions and sat next to her. Just as he sat down, he noticed there was something dangling from the arms of the chair, attached by a string. Klein lifted the object so he could see it and found it was a smooth, elegantly designed mask, one that covered the entire face. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly at the detail. This is to guard against beyonders with special abilities that can tell someone's identity with only half a face exposed, like me. From this alone, he could immediately tell that this beyonder gathering was a notch up from Mr. Eye of Wisdom's. Of course, I can still recognize someone by their gait and build, but some effort is better than no effort. However, as a faceless, Klein had no need for a mask and let it dangle from the chair arm again. Likewise, he saw Sharon from the corner of his eye directly disappear. No need for disguises when you're a ghost, he lampooned. The sound of muffled footsteps and rustling echoed in the large room, and Klein could vaguely make out silhouettes of people in the shadows. There should be more than one entrance, he concluded. At least 3, scattered around the room. After a few more minutes of relative silence, Klein heard the Backlund clock tower strike 11. At that moment, a masked attendant stepped into the center and lightly rang a bell in her hand. Let the gathering begin. Klein watched with interest as 2 large blackboards were rolled out. One had requests written in bold letters at the top, while the other had selling at the top with a list of objects, ingredients, and formulas underneath. He was surprised to notice that many of the ingredients and mystical objects were at a high enough level to be priced in the thousands of pounds, although there wasn't a potion formula above sequence 7. Carefully reading through the objects that were being sold, Klein didn't find anything desirable. He waited and observed as the room became more excited and different transactions and exchanges happened. Assistants would walk in between the light center and the dark outskirts of the room, adding new lines to the board or erasing them. When a transaction involving material goods occurred, the object would be verified with a strange, golden magnifying glass on the table in the middle of the room. Klein also heard the muffled sounds of doors opening and closing, so he assumed that there were private rooms for exchanges as well. After a while, Klein finally waved over an attendant. I can provide the sequence 8 Trickmaster potion formula. He was referring to a request listed on the board that asked for the potion formula for the door pathway. How much will you sell it for, sir? The masked assistant asked politely. 450 pounds. It was a fair price, and the attendant bowed slightly as she walked away, presumably to the one who requested the formula. I wonder how they're able to keep track of who put up a request, and if they're attending a meeting. Klein mused to himself. His intentions for today were to make some extra money by selling low-leveled potion formulas and keep an eye out for useful mystical artifacts, such as one that allowed him to travel, but he had no success in the latter. Very quickly, Klein heard footsteps approaching him again. The requester agrees to the price. 450 pounds for the sequence 8 Trickmaster potion formula. Klein nodded as he naturally reached into an inner coat pocket, took out a neatly folded piece of paper, and gave it to the waiting attendant. Furs is probably desperately searching for this potion formula as well. Either way, she'll receive it from the Abraham family. Klein idly thought to himself as he watched the assistant walk away to inspect the formula using the mysterious magnifying glass in the center of the room. Seeing that there were no problems, the attendant disappeared into the dark depths and a few minutes later came to Klein again with a thick envelope of what he assumed was 450 pounds. Klein squinted in the darkness and inwardly criticized the way the gathering was set up. Secretive and cautious, but the organizer hasn't bothered to think of beyonders that don't have night vision. Klein had no choice but to console himself with the thickness of the envelope and hope that he hadn't been scammed. It's the right amount. An aloof voice sounded next to him, almost startling Klein. Thank you, Klein replied, smiling in what he hoped was the general direction of the invisible Sharon. He continued observing the gathering with interest until the attendants gathered in the middle, one of them ringing the bell that was on the wooden desk. The gathering is now over. With that said, it was as if everyone in the room, excluding the assistants, had sprung into action. Klein saw numerous hazy figures standing up and moving around as doors creaked and shut, latches opened, and other sounds of people leaving echoed in the room. There's more exits than I thought. A cold wind brought Klein out of his musings as he also got up and headed toward the entrance to the sewer, relying on his memory and spiritual intuition even as he could barely see anything. Once he and his invisible bodyguard were out of Backlund's sewers and onto the streets, Klein surreptitiously morphed his facial features back to those of Sherlock Moriarty's under the cover of the darkness. From there, he hailed a public carriage back to 15 Minsk Street. Over the next few days, Klein explored Millet Carter's underground ruins with Sharon and, after obtaining explosives from Casper's, destroyed the entrance to the structure according to the previous timeline. His actions seemed to alleviate some of Sharon's wariness, especially after she witnessed Klein's miserable attempt at hiding his phobia towards snakes and the lengths he went to for a bit of extra cash. I bet she's never seen such a miserly beyonder before, Klein lampooned. On Sunday morning, in high spirits, Klein made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with buttered bread. He opened up a newspaper to read as he ate breakfast. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill has been officially passed by the House of Lords. Klein scanned the paper and felt a bit guilty. I've been rather preoccupied recently and haven't thought about Benson and Melissa. Sigh. I'm too used to them thinking I'm dead. Klein suddenly remembered that he hadn't written his siblings a letter in a while, although he had been sending them money every week. However, as Klein glanced at his clear oriel windows, he sighed in his heart. I'll have to wait for tomorrow, when the 3 days of protection are done. He wasn't especially keen on a ghostly woman looking over his shoulder as he wrote a heartfelt letter to his family. Thus, he could only shelve it for tomorrow. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to receive any letters from Benson or Melissa. They weren't aware of his current address, and the first letter he sent had been from a hotel with no return address. If it weren't for sending back money every week, they might even think I've up and disappeared. Klein finished his breakfast and took a sip of black tea as he continued reading the papers. In City, 2 Daffodil Street. Benson read and reread the news in the papers, forgetting the bread on his plate. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill was passed. Melissa looked expectantly at her brother, eyes shining. After reconfirming the news for the dozenth time, Benson slowly set down the newspaper and grinned widely at his younger sister. Yes, I have to say, Klein really has great foresight. Well, it was just a matter of time. But this actually isn't the most important thing. He continued. Oh. Melissa looked at her brother curiously as Bella, the maid, came out of the kitchen. Benson took a bite of his bread and smiled. The news that the Backlund Polytechnic will be restructured into a university. It'll formally accept students next year and is very suitable for graduates and students of technical schools everywhere. Melissa, I think you can try. Melissa subconsciously frowned and opened her mouth to retort, but was silenced by Benson as he expected her response. Its tuition is half as cheap as the other universities. Plus, with Klein and my future salary, it won't be an issue to send you to a more expensive university anyway. Aren't you interested in machinery, steam, and that kind of stuff? This is the best opportunity for you to have access to much advanced and deeper knowledge. Benson paused and grinned reassuringly at Melissa. Plus, Klein is currently working in Backlund, and if things go well, I will too. It'll be more convenient if you attend school there. Melissa was finally convinced, and she picked up her fork again. So, does this mean we'll be moving to Backlund altogether soon? Benson nodded. Actually, I was thinking we could move sooner. After all, I don't have to be in Tingen to prepare for the exam, and we could reunite with Klein earlier. Although Klein had only left for a relatively short amount of time, it was the first time the 3 siblings had been separated for so long. The young girl brightened up at the prospect. I think that's a great idea. Though, she furrowed her brows, giving her face a bit of a petulant look as she complained. Klein really contacts us too rarely. He only sent 1 letter letting us know he arrived at Backlund, and it doesn't even have a return address. I'm sure he's doing fine. Benson replied with a smile. If anything happens, I'm sure he'll tell us. He looked out the window at the clear blue sky. The house was warm and full of laughter as they chatted and finished breakfast. Klein is probably eating breakfast at this time as well. Benson thought to himself as he poked fun at Melissa at the dinner table. It was another peaceful day in Tingen. Chapter 28. Klein had nothing to do that day except to wait for Sharon's protection time to be over. So after lounging at home for a while, he decided to complete some errands and then waste time at the Quelaag Club. Under the watch of an invisible lady, Klein did laundry, cleaned the house, and went out to get groceries. He paused before he returned to 15 Minsk Street, as he held a paper bag filled with various produce. I estimate that I'll receive the ingredients I need to promote during tomorrow's tarot club. I should start looking for marionette candidates. Since Klein wouldn't go against his morals and pick innocent people to turn into marionettes, he took a detour to the nearest police station to look at their list of wanted criminals. Although the freedom in Backland is considerably less than at sea, I can also make some money from bounty hunting. Klein scanned over the pictures and cash rewards pinned to the board, committing them to memory. He was tempted to wear creeping hunger and bring out the persona of the craziest hunter in Backland, but decided against it until he had a better way to flee a scene quickly aside from running pathetically. After dropping off his groceries, Klein headed to the Quelaag Club, where he freeloaded lunch and socialized with a few acquaintances. He looked at his silver pocket watch and, seeing that he still had time to kill, Klein went to the shooting range to practice his aim. Even if he should logically have perfect aim from his beyonder abilities and vast experience, he technically had been in a near-vegetative state for 5 years, although Klein wasn't sure if it would affect his shooting skills. Luckily, it didn't, and Klein satisfactorily left the Quelaag Club just as the sky darkened. He was in the middle of seriously pondering what to make for dinner when he suddenly had a bad premonition. A bit alarmed, Klein looked up and saw 2 police constables with a dog on a leash, apparently investigating the streets. Shit. Klein immediately turned around and started walking the other way as naturally as possible, but not before the sound of barking erupted behind him. It's because of the smell of gunpowder on me from my practice. Klein immediately regretted not being more careful and cursed inwardly again. I guess some things are just fate. Am I going to lose my revolver again? Halt. Routine investigation. As Klein heard the wary footsteps of the policeman approaching him, he resigned himself to his fate and turned around, giving a friendly smile to the 2 officers. The worst part? The invisible Sharon was watching everything unfold a few meters away. Goddess, why have I encountered so many freak coincidences in the past 3 days? Klein maintained his smile as he explained to the alert officers. It's this, I picked up a revolver along the way along with. He suddenly trailed off and Klein shifted his gaze to look over the officer's shoulder. His eyes widened imperceptibly, but before the policeman could turn around, Klein continued speaking with a much louder voice than needed, along with a poetry collection. If it wasn't for the fact that there were less people in the streets due to the time of day, Klein's sudden outburst definitely would have drawn a few strange looks. Wah! The police officer was bewildered at the bearded gentleman's random change of topic and loud voice. What are you talking about? Just as he frowned, the police officer suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Spooked, he whirled around, only to find that at some point in time, a messy black-haired green-eyed man had soundlessly appeared behind him. However, before either officer or the dog could be alarmed, the unknown man smiled and calmly showed a police badge that outranked the both of them. Sirs, what seems to be the problem here? Leonard asked the officers with an inquisitive look, surreptitiously winking at Klein. Phew. Klein breathed a sigh of relief at successfully getting the red glove's attention. What a coincidence. I get flagged down by the police, and Leonard just happens to return from his mission and stroll down this street. In fact, it was so coincidental Klein almost suspected 008's influence. Inspector. One of the police officers squinted at Leonard's documents. Inspector Mitchell, we were conducting our rounds when the dog barked at the gentleman here. At this, Klein quickly exchanged a look with Leonard and explained with a smile. It's this. He slowly took out his revolver and showed it to the officers. I was practicing down at the Quelaag Club, and the smell of gunpowder must have clung to me. Leonard quickly caught on and naturally slung an arm around Klein's shoulders. Mr. Moriarty is a close friend of mine and is a very good detective. I can vouch for him. He has a weapon permit. Yes, I would never bear a gun illegally. Klein added on, nodding. See. Leonard nodded alongside Klein. Sirs, it's late, and we shouldn't take up too much of your time. Keep up the good work. With the attack from both sides, the officers were slowly convinced. Then, we'll continue on our way. As the policeman led the dog past them and disappeared around the corner, Klein relaxed and smiled at Leonard. Thanks. You saved me from having to pay an extra £3 and 10 soldi. Leonard's expression froze awkwardly for a second before he laughed. Putting down his arm, he stepped back an appropriate distance and looked at Klein. You're still the same as ever. All that for a revolver worth £3? I thought you were being arrested for either identity theft or murder. Klein coughed heavily in a pitiful attempt to cover up Leonard's bad joke, remembering there was a certain wraith still floating around them. Poet classmate, if I was arrested for murder, it would be because you didn't hide the body well enough. He looked at a random point in the distance and spoke to the air. Miss, The employment period is over. Thank you for your work thus far. Under Leonard's surprised eyes, Sharon, wearing her gothic regal dress and black bonnet, materialized in the air. She cast a sideways glance at Leonard for a split second before she bent down, lifted up her skirt, and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and after performing a quick divination, Klein knew the wraith had truly gone. Hopefully, she hasn't been scared off from what she's seen and will still reach out to me. Klein turned to look at Leonard and explained, "She's a bodyguard I hired temporarily. Don't worry, she's a good person. Or ghost," he silently added. The green-eyed man nodded thoughtfully, but didn't press for details. "I just returned from East Chester County this morning and also moved into 7 Pinster Street as well." Actually, Leonard hesitated for a second as he glanced at the time. "Would you like to have dinner together?" "Well, my cooking isn't, that good, but I have something to tell you." "Something to tell me?" Klein thought it over for a few seconds, but since he didn't have anything else to do that night, he simply smiled at his longtime friend and agreed. "Sure." A while later, Klein sat in the living room of 7 Pinster Street, an open newspaper floating on the sofa next to him as various sounds came from the kitchen. "I really hope Leonard isn't going to burn down the house from there." Klein turned to look at the floating newspaper and smiled in greeting. "Good evening, Mr. Palace." In reply, the newspaper simply folded a bit and moved up and down, as if the invisible being holding it had nodded. The apartment was still mostly empty, with only a few essential pieces of furniture placed. A few boxes containing what Klein assumed were Leonard's things were scattered around the room, evidence that the red glove had just moved in. Klein scrutinized the floating newspaper. "You seem to have regained some of your strength," he commented. The newspaper lifted upward, blocking Klein's view with a large picture of a random business mogul. He shook his head with amusement as the sound of plates clinking came from the kitchen. A few minutes later, the green-eyed poet came out with 2 plates, which he set on the dining table. Klein got up and walked over to the table, curious about Leonard's cooking skills. When he first entered the house, he had been barred from the kitchen, with Leonard expressing that he was afraid Klein would judge him while he cooked. Thankfully, Klein's expectations of charred, black mass weren't met. Although it was far from restaurant-worthy, the food at least looked edible. "Have a seat." Leonard smiled and pulled out a chair for Klein as he sat down. "I'm not as good a cook as you are, but I think my skills are passable." Klein took a seat and, under Leonard's expectant gaze, neatly cut a piece of steak and ate it. It's not overcooked nor undercooked, with just the right amount of juiciness and tenderness. Only problem is, it's a bit salty. He gave a thumbs up to Leonard. "You're full of surprises today," Klein remarked. Having received Klein's approval, Leonard relaxed and started eating as well. With a mischievous look on his face, he said, "I actually have another surprise for you." Before Klein even had the time to raise his eyebrows, his spiritual intuition suddenly rang. He hurriedly activated his spirit vision and saw a large spirit world creature with a beautiful face but rotting body standing next to the dining table, a pair of huge eagle wings on its back. "A terror banshee? You?" Klein's eyes widened, and he almost jumped up in his chair from shock. "Leonard, what sequence are you now?" The sound of a newspaper shuffling came from the living room. If the spirit Palaz was possessing had vocal cords, Klein had no doubt he'd hear the sound of an obnoxiously loud cough. Leonard smiled at Klein and calmly took another bite of his food. "While I was gone for my mission, I purchased the materials I needed to promote to Sequence 6. I finished digesting my potion during the mission, and in exchange for the merits I obtained from that in Lenivis, I was able to exchange for the main ingredients of the Spirit Warlock potion." "Poet classmate, you're already Sequence 5? I guess this is the power of being supported by a church." Klein felt like he had severely underestimated the promotion speed of someone who had traveled back in time. However, this was definitely a good thing. He now had a reliable and trustworthy helper that was, at the moment, stronger than him. Klein calmed down from the initial surprise and raised his glass for a toast with a smile. "Congratulations on your promotion, Leonard." He thought for a few seconds and added, "May your memory never get as bad as Captain's." Leonard laughed as he clinked his glass against Klein's. "Speaking of Captain, Daly sent a letter a few days ago. It's addressed to the both of us, since she couldn't find your location." He stood up and returned a few seconds later, an already opened envelope in his hands. Klein took the letter and opened it, quickly scanning it. The general message was just thanking them for preventing the birth of the true creator's son and providing some general mysticism tips for Leonard and Klein. It feels like she's thanking us both personally and also on Captain's behalf. Klein mused aloud. Right? I suspect that Madame Daly and Captain are in a relationship, but haven't told anyone yet. Klein abruptly looked up from the letter and at Leonard in shock, and then laughed to himself. Madame Daly's words weren't empty after all. She's very proactive. Maybe we'll receive a notice of their engagement soon. Leonard propped his chin on his hand. I guess, before the new year. Klein nodded in agreement and resisted taking out his pendulum to divine the truth right then and there. However, he suddenly thought of something and looked solemnly at Leonard, the corner of his lips lifting into a slight smile. By the way, Leonard, are you interested in taking down a human trafficking ring? The unexpected question made the red glove pause for a split second. He put down his utensils and, with a more serious attitude, gestured for Klein to continue. Klein clasped his hands together on the table and said, Captain is a tycoon who, with a few associates, is responsible for a number of disappearances of innocent girls across Backland. I believe you spoke with one of his victims, Daisy, before. A flicker of recognition appeared in Leonard's eyes. Yes, I recall the case. What was it? The hero bandit Dark Emperor. A bit of mirth colored his tone. Klein cleared his throat uncomfortably. That was the name given to me by the people, not something I chose, okay? Anyway, he concisely summed up Capham's overall situation and that of his accomplices. After Leonard digested the information, he directly asked, How can I help? After I make a comprehensive plan, I'll let you know. Klein replied honestly. With that matter finished, the conversation drifted from topic to topic and the two peacefully finished dinner. Klein insisted on helping with the dishes afterwards since he didn't help prepare the meal. Leonard could only concede, but he still hovered around Klein in the kitchen until he was handed the task of drying the dishes. Once they were finished, Leonard saw him to the door, where Klein took his hat, cane, and coat from the rack. Thanks for the dinner. When you have time, you should also let me cook for you. Klein was confident in his abilities, honed through both a love for good food and the tedious process of making a marionette town. As Leonard made a sound of agreement, Klein put on his coat, held his cane, and opened the door before he suddenly thought of something and looked back. And Leonard, you should take this second chance to make some friends. It's a bit sad that I'm your only friend. Klein laughed. The red glove flushed with embarrassment and opened his mouth to protest when Klein continued. I heard your prayers while I was asleep. You don't have any excuses now. Get closer to your colleagues. Maybe chat up a girl. Don't leave room for regret. I don't need any friends aside from you. Leonard countered. Poet classmate, why do you always sound so gay? Klein raised an eyebrow and replied. That's not a healthy mindset to have. Clearly disliking the topic, Leonard shooed Klein out, shutting the door in his face with a hollered. See you tomorrow. Facing the tightly shut door to 7 Pinster Street, Klein audibly laughed to himself before he found a public carriage to take him back home. As he closed and locked the door, the tiny bit of fake anger faded from Leonard's face as he sighed. I just want to be able to catch up to you, he muttered under his breath, turning around to face the house that suddenly seemed much emptier. This is the closest I've gotten to that goal since our time as Nighthawks in Ting En. His hand subconsciously clenched into a fist, just as a dry voice interrupted his thoughts. Humph. I knew it. Knew what? Leonard talked aloud to nothing, responding to the voice in his head. But no matter how much Leonard prodded Pallas about his cryptic remark, there was no response. Chapter 29. When he returned from 7 Pinster Street late at night, Klein took off his coat at the entrance and made his way upstairs. At the desk in his room, he sat down and, under the warm lighting of the gas lamp, took out a few sheets of paper and a pen. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein set the nib to the paper and first wrote a letter to Ozzy Eggers, thanking him for both his information and creeping hunger, as well as asking how to obtain a spiritual messenger of his own. Even though Klein already knew how, he still wanted to receive Ozzy's permission to use his copper whistle as a medium to create the contract. As he finished writing the letter, Klein refrained from signing it at the end and blew on the ice-cold whistle, handing it to the large skeleton that appeared. The bony messenger soon crumbled into the ground, and Klein turned his attention back to a new sheet of blank paper in front of him. He pressed the fountain pen down and wrote, Dear Benson and Melissa, sorry for not writing sooner, I was busy settling into Backlund and my new job position. Here, the city is constantly shrouded in fog, and it's a common joke that the sun never shows its face. I read in the newspapers that the civil servant examination bill has recently been passed. Benson, you've prepared for it beforehand, so I'm sure you'll have an advantage over the other examinees. Klein continued writing about ordinary, everyday matters of interest until he had almost filled up a page and a half. Finally, you two should remember to eat well and take care of your health. And don't be stingy with the money I send back. I guarantee I'm very well paid and have more than enough to sustain my daily expenses in Backlund. Melissa, that means taking the public carriage instead of walking to school. Sincerely, Klein Moretti. Klein signed his name at the end as he finished writing the letter to his siblings, a smile subconsciously dancing on his lips. He neatly folded the paper and placed it in an envelope, sealing it. Klein paused for a second and, on the return address, clearly printed the address 7 Pinster Street. Naturally, Klein had to be able to receive letters from his siblings instead of engaging in one-way communication, but the 2 properties he was renting were under names that he couldn't associate with the history graduate from Tingen, Klein Moretti. Thus, during his dinner with Leonard earlier that evening, he had asked to temporarily take advantage of Leonard's new address. This way, even if his siblings suddenly popped into Backlund to visit, he could explain it away as rooming with a colleague, rather than them meeting an unfamiliar private detective. Of course, that won't happen. Klein muttered to himself as he looked outside the window at the crimson moon hanging quietly in the sky. By the time Benson and Melissa are ready to move to Backlund, I'll already have everything sorted out and tell them I'm moving to a bigger home to accommodate all of us, justifying the change. And before that, they have no reason to visit Backlund. He stood up and walked to the restroom to wash up, leaving the letter on his desk to send to the post office the following day. Klein slept soundly until dawn, waking up to a foggy Backlund once again. Despite the gloomy weather, Klein was in high spirits as he ate breakfast and routinely scanned through the papers. Suddenly, a news segment in the corner of the second page caught his eye. The Royal Museum was hosting an exhibition for Emperor Roselle in a few days. Card of blasphemy, here I come. Klein calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up, another busy day ahead of him. Since he already knew which bookmark was Roselle's card of blasphemy, there was no need to commission Audrey to investigate, but his overall plan wouldn't change too much since he still had to be careful of Bernadette. Under the light fog, Klein left 15 Minsk Street and headed towards the post office to mail his letter. Afterward, he headed to East Borough and, under the guise of a news reporter, discreetly investigated Clapham, ensuring the information he received aligned with the information in his memories. As he walked through the streets of East Borough, Klein's eyes widened as he suddenly encountered a familiar face. A man in his 40s or 50s was stopped at the side of the road, pacing in place and fumbling for a cigarette while shivering. He wore a thick jacket and had gray hair around his temples. Finally, he took out a box of empty matches from an inner pocket in his clothes. Just as he opened the matchbox, the man's right hand quivered, and the crumpled cigarette fell to the ground and rolled in front of Klein. Klein paused, picked it up, and handed it back to the man. I guess some things are fate, he mused. Old Kohler accepted the cigarette as he thanked him sincerely. Thank you. I can't live without this old friend. There's only a few left. The familiar face was pale and ridden with exhaustion. I haven't slept for another night. I don't know how long I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me so that I can enter the workhouse today. Klein smiled kindly at the man and suddenly said, Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter currently writing about homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up front. Old Kohler was surprised at first, but then readily agreed. In fact, if you can stay a little bit longer and let me sleep inside for half an hour. No, 15 minutes. That would be even better. Klein hid the minuscule change in his expression, speechless even though he knew it was coming, and led Old Kohler to the budget cafe with an impeccable smile. He patiently listened to Old Kohler's life story, not interrupting. Gradually, he noticed the middle-aged man had fallen asleep, his body curled up on a chair. With an unreadable expression, Klein simply let him sleep, sipping on a cup of tea as he gazed out the hazy window. On the bleak streets of Backlund, people passed by like zombies, obvious hunger plastered on their faces. After a while, Klein finally patted Old Kohler awake and gave him 2 5 soldi notes. This is payment for the interview. Okay, thank you. Slightly dazed from sleep, he didn't understand what was happening at first, but then old Kohler glanced at the amount on the table and was shocked awake. Yes, sir, this is too much. I think you miscounted. But Klein was already opening the door and leaving. It's the right amount. Get a good night's sleep. Buy yourself some cured ham with bread as well. The bell jangled as the door shut loudly behind the departing figure. Old Kohler was left dumbfounded in the warm, greasy cafe, clutching the notes in his hands. Thank you. He was almost moved to tears, but in the back of his mind, he wondered how that news reporter knew what he had always wanted to buy. At 10 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. Inside the vast and ancient palace, he sat down at the seat belonging to the fool. As he touched the pure beyonder characteristic of Rossigo, he conjured a blurry figure at the end of the table and made it make some basic movements. Ultimately, however, Klein sighed and tossed the red jelly-like beyonder characteristic in his large pile of items. I don't need the world right now, so there's no need to bring him out just yet. After a few minutes, Klein sent a message to the crimson star that symbolized the sun to prepare for the gathering. At precisely 3 in the afternoon, rays of light shot out from the giant ancient palace. Justice, the hanged man, the sun, the star, and judgment each projected a blurry silhouette at the long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Audrey greeted every member of the tarot club routinely. Zio somewhat nervously responded to Audrey's greeting, knowing the mysterious figure of Justice was Audrey Hall, an innocent and naive aristocrat's daughter. The short woman glanced curiously at the star, who had been absent previously. I can't see as much of his characteristics as I can with the other members, but the star certainly isn't Viscount Glaint. Zio felt a bit stupid at her previous suspicion. Leonard also observed judgment, surprised that the formerly last member to join the tarot club had now joined so early. Looks like Klein isn't just speedrunning his sequence promotions, but also the development of the tarot club. As Audrey finished her greetings, she noticed that there was no new member this week. Strange, I wonder why Zio passed Mr. Fool's examination so quickly, yet Furs hasn't been pulled in yet. What could the requirements to join the tarot club be? As she mused to herself, the fool silently looked at the hanged man. Alger quickly bowed and said, "This time, there are still 6 pages. The final page will be given to you next time." "Sure." Klein nodded. The blue-haired man quickly focused his mind and recalled the contents. 6 pages of the diary were soon written and suddenly vanished and reappeared in the fool's hands. However, like before, the fool simply flipped through them for a few seconds before he placed them down, not reading them at all. The fool isn't setting aside time to read Emperor Rosel's diary anymore. Alger felt a surge of surprise and trepidation course through his heart. What does this mean? Is he no longer satisfied with the diary pages? Or has he already read these pages? Does this mean he will no longer impart so-called common knowledge from Rosel's diaries anymore? As Klein calmly set the diary pages down, he looked to the side. "Miss Justice, well done. You finished Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what payment would you like? Bakerland is dead? That fast?" Alger had left the islands in the past few days and hadn't received the appropriate information. Thus, he was astonished to learn that Justice had worked so quickly. Zio shifted imperceptibly in her seat as she heard the fool's words. It's a bit weird. The fool commissions an assassination and Justice, who is Miss Audrey, takes it and gives it to me. Then, I go and commission Mr. A for the assassination. Of course, I wouldn't be able to even come close to affording Mr. A's price, so Miss Audrey holds the majority of the credit. Zio refocused her attention as the hanged man looked at the fool respectfully and said, "I'm very sorry. I just managed to contact someone and couldn't help. This is a commission, not a help request. Don't worry about it." Klein looked towards Justice, waiting to hear what she wanted for the completion of the commission. To be honest, I'd rather she just ask me for a potion formula rather than waiving Chilongo's bounty. I need the money. He inwardly laughed a bit at his thoughts. In the previous timeline, I prayed that Miss Justice wouldn't ask for anything difficult. Now, I'm praying she asks for something difficult so I can earn more money. I'm truly a down-to-earth god. However, contrary to his thoughts, Audrey still faithfully repeated her past actions. She gave a faint smile and said, "No, I'm the one still owing you. I owe your adore the bounty." The noble lady hesitated and glanced sideways at Judgment before she continued. "Mr. Starr is already aware that the Tarot Club is involved in Qilonggo's matter. But Zio, well, she should be trustworthy if Mr. Fool let her join his organization. Qilonggo's bounty was worth a total of 30,000 pounds. I should give your adorer 15,000 pounds. Killing Bakerland cost 10,000 pounds, so I still need to pay an additional 5,000 pounds. However, due to the matter with Bakerland, my finances are quite tight. I can only repay this amount in a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" Klein lightly nodded to Audrey, not even blinking as he said, "Sure." He had none of his previous guilt toward Ozik for taking the bounty that was supposed to be his. "I'll repay Mr. Ozik through other means. Anyways, he is an angel that won't care about material affairs like money." As for himself, Klein chose to selectively forget that he, a former Lord of the Mysteries, was still obsessed with money. Meanwhile, Zio couldn't help but widen her eyes once she heard confirmation of her other suspicion. "I know Miss Audrey commissioned Furs and I to investigate Qilonggo's, but to think she's this deeply involved. So was Qilonggo's also a request from Mr. Fool? No, then he wouldn't have to send his own adorer and announce it to the Tarot Club. It's likely that the commissioner was either the Star or the Hanged Man. I can't rule out Miss Audrey either." Zio's mind was whirling around the conspiracy behind Qilonggo's when the Star suddenly spoke. "Mr. Hanged Man, have you obtained the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith or a pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle? This should be from a prior transaction." However, Zio still maintained her attention on the exchange, always on high alert during the Tarot Club. The Hanged Man looked in Leonard's direction. "Yes, I've acquired those materials. The amount I spent added up to about 850 pounds, so I still owe you 150 more. My finances are also a bit tight at the moment, so it may take a while to pay you back. To buy these two ingredients, Alger even had to sell some low-quality mystical items in his possession." Leonard nodded. "There's no rush. You can sacrifice the materials to Mr. Fool after the meeting." Sacrifice? Zio shuddered at the piece of information casually let out by the Star. Sacrificial rituals are only used for gods. True gods. Although Zio had gained concrete evidence of the Fool's lofty status, she surprisingly didn't feel too scared. Through her observations of how the Fool interacted with the Tarot Club members, Zio could tell that he mostly acted as a quiet overseer most of the time, only benevolently interjecting in a conversation or exchange if the members were struggling. In fact, it's almost like Zio quickly pinched herself under the table to prevent herself from making a disrespectful analogy. "You're spending too much time around Furs." She chided herself. The Tarot Club entered the open communication portion of the meeting, which lasted less than 10 minutes. Then, filled with anticipation for his potion ingredients, Klein quickly announced the end of the tarot gathering before he severed the connections with the Crimson Stars. One by one, Justice, the Hanged Man, Judgment, and the Sun dissipated into streams of light and disappeared, leaving the Star behind. Not bothering to make the disguising gray fog go away, Klein glanced at Leonard. "Tonight, contact me in my dream for the plan for Capum." After a while, Klein got irritated with constantly having to go back and forth between Seyfira Castle and reality simply to send or receive a message from Leonard. Then, he remembered that Leonard had the convenient ability to enter people's dreams and intended to take full advantage of it. "All right," Leonard nodded, quickly understanding Klein's meaning. This would be a new form of communication for them. Klein awkwardly hesitated for a few seconds, leaving the two sitting in the empty, ancient hall in silence. "Klein, is there anything else?" Leonard prompted after a while, sensing that his friend seemed to be struggling with something. Klein sighed in his heart. "I don't like owing people too many favors, and with Leonard's personality, even if I ask him for help 100 times, he'd still say he doesn't need anything in return." Ultimately, Klein still opened his mouth and spoke. "I'm preparing to advance to Sequence 5, but it requires a specific ritual." Leonard nodded, but he didn't quite comprehend Klein's meaning yet. "That ritual requires me to consume the potion amidst the singing of mermaids, but it doesn't have to be mermaids. As long as a voice or beyonder power can sufficiently rile up one's emotions, it will work." Oh, understanding dawned on Leonard. Sequence 6 of the Darkness Pathway, Soul Assurer, had a particular ability. Soul Agi Tatayan, which agitated others' souls through singing. Although normally it's used to determine if there are latent problems in a target's soul or mind, I guess it can be used this way too. Klein nodded once he saw Leonard's expression of understanding. Yes, I'd like your help to complete my advancement ritual. In exchange, I'll complete any request of yours, which is only fair since you've helped me so much already. Even as Leonard quickly raised his hands to deny it, Klein was already cutting him off. I won't take no for an answer. I won't let someone help me incessantly without repaying them somehow or the other. The green-eyed poet laughed helplessly. All right, then, help me keep an eye out for a good mystical item. As long as it's geared towards offense and has lesser negative side effects, it's fine. Understood. Klein leaned back in the fool's high-back chair. What day or time would work for you? I'm still on a short break after the last case, so I'm free anytime. Leonard replied. Then I'll be there in around 30 minutes. Since Leonard had acquiesced, Klein didn't keep him and sent him out of Saphira Castle. However, he still lingered above the gray fog for a while, waiting for Alger to sacrifice the Beyonder materials. It wasn't long before Klein saw the corresponding fluctuation in the Crimson Star. Extending his spirituality, Klein forcibly opened a door linking Saphira Castle to the real world, getting a blurry glimpse of the blue-haired sailor before the two items floated into Saphira Castle and the door closed. Klein looked at the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith and the pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle with satisfaction before he returned to the real world. He didn't set up a bestowment ritual yet to retrieve all of the ingredients from Saphira Castle, planning to do so in Leonard's place to save the effort of transporting everything. Chapter 30. Under the foggy Backlund sky, a public carriage rolled across the street, slightly wet from previous rainfall. It screeched to a halt in front of a row of houses, where a single passenger got off. Klein adjusted his half-top hat and began the approximately 10-minute walk to 7 Pinster Street. The thin black suitcase he was holding contained various mysticism items needed for a simple bestowment ritual. He soon came to a stop before a familiar door, having just been there not even 24 hours ago. As Klein raised his hand to ring the doorbell, however, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps from behind the door. As his hand was still poised in the air, the door slammed open in front of him, revealing a handsome young man with green eyes. "Good afternoon, Leonard." Klein greeted his friend with a smile and naturally lowered his hand. "Good afternoon." The red glove responded a bit out of breath. However, unbeknownst to Klein, there was a certain voice in Leonard's head constantly nagging at him. Promotions are very dangerous, especially higher-level promotions. Agreeing to watch over and even help in your colleague's advancement ceremony is asking for trouble. As Leonard invited Klein inside, he lagged behind for a moment and used the short opportunity of closing the door to reply to Pallas. "It's fine, old man," he muttered under his breath. "I trust Klein." "Stupid. This isn't a matter of trust or not." Pallas scolded him and fell quiet. However, while Leonard turned around to catch up to Klein, he spoke up again. "Since I've recovered a portion of my strength, just yell for me if anything goes wrong. I will also watch his promotion ceremony for any signs of losing control." "Thanks." Leonard was genuinely appreciative as he responded to the voice in his head. Pallas made a noise of acknowledgement in response. In the living room, Klein set his suitcase on the ground and turned to look at Leonard, who had just entered the room. "Can I set up here? I need to retrieve the ingredients." He pointed toward an empty spot on the table. Leonard was initially confused about what Klein meant by retrieving the ingredients and muddle-headedly agreed. It was only when he saw the bearded detective familiarly set up what looked to be a bestowment ritual that he understood what was happening. So Saphira Castle can be used in this way. He inwardly laughed at Klein's resourcefulness and turned away to look at the wall so Pallas wouldn't see what was happening. A few minutes later, and after the atmosphere in the room changed several times, Klein's voice came from behind Leonard. "I'm done. Can I borrow a pot?" "Sure." Leonard glanced behind him, and, sure enough, Klein was now surrounded by a few iron cases that weren't there previously. He turned to head into the kitchen and soon found a normal iron pot. The red glove brought it back into the living room and handed it to Klein, who set it on the table and built a spiritual wall. Growing solemn, Klein took a vial of pale golden liquid and measured out 80 milliliters. After he poured the liquid into the pot, The other items, Drago bark, the eyes of the six-winged gargoyle, and the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith, were thrown into the pot by Klein, causing different reactions. Finally, the potion turned into a pale gold color, but it looked ethereal as though it was weightless. At the critical juncture, under the watch of Leonard, Klein opened a small cigarette case, revealing a bright red Beyonder characteristic. He steadily picked it up and dropped it into the potion. Since he hadn't finished off Rosago with the language of foulness charm, his Beyonder characteristic wasn't polluted, and Klein didn't need to buy cinder to remove the corresponding pollution. Of course, whether Leonard even has cinder at this point in time remains to be seen. Klein reined in his stray thoughts as the surface of the liquid in the pot began bubbling. Every bursting bubble made the potion turn blacker. About 10 seconds later, all the changes came to a halt when the potion became a completely dark color. Inside, it seemed to contain countless tiny worms that were squirming about, worms that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. As Klein took out a coin and made a quick divination as confirmation, he looked at Leonard and said, "You should stand back a little." The green-eyed poet complied, and Klein glanced at the coin he caught in his palm. The potion was a success. He poured the Maradist potion into a metallic bottle he prepared earlier and held it, but didn't drink it yet. "If I lose control during the promotion process, don't hesitate." Klein turned to say to Leonard, his eyes dark, "You can start." Leonard's expression was serious as he heard the first part of Klein's words. After making a noise of acknowledgement, he took a deep breath and started humming a song. Klein's eyebrows lifted slightly as a deep and magnetic sound filled the room. "I almost forgot that Leonard has a beautiful voice." Klein recalled when he had first heard Leonard sing in Ting In as he waited for Leonard's Beyonder ability to take effect. Gradually, the beautiful melody lost its harmony and went out of tune, creating noises akin to scratching a blackboard with nails. The sounds intensified and turned more chaotic, making Klein want to vent his frustrations and cause destruction. The feeling of soul agi tatayan and the emotions it provokes is different from that of mermaids singing, but the results should be very similar. He analyzed habitually. With that in mind, Klein calmly tilted his head back and drank the opaque black liquid. The bitter and somewhat musty potion surged down his throat, and suddenly Klein found himself abnormally stiff. At the same time, he felt that tiny worms were boring into every one of his cells and into his spirit body. His thoughts slowed down as his brain reflected the gradual loss of control over his body. But at that moment, Leonard's humming broke through his petrified thoughts, stirring thoughts and feelings of agitation. With the external help and his experience of having promoted before, Klein was able to escape his abnormal state. A grayish-white fog quickly surfaced before his eyes as he heard the illusory ravings of Hornacis. Phlegrea, but Klein paid it no mind. After all, the number of times he heard these ravings, and even stronger ones, couldn't even be counted anymore, so they truly had no effect on him. Soon after, Klein regained full control over his thoughts and attempted to raise his arm. His joints still felt heavy, but the feeling was weakening. At the same time, Klein saw his present appearance. Yellowish-brown skin, like a puppet that had been buried alive for years with old bandages, and fleshy tendrils hidden beneath his skin as they squirmed, separated, and fused. I hope I didn't scare Leonard with this appearance. The thought appeared in Klein's head as he quickly used cogitation to calm his present state. During the process, Leonard continued humming stably, emitting the noise that made Klein want to bang his head against the wall. After a short amount of time, Klein opened his eyes, his body completely restored to normal. He flexed his slightly sore muscles and turned to grin at Leonard, who stopped humming as soon as he saw Klein move. Success. He was now a marionettist, a genuine Sequence 5. In the living room of 7 Pinster Street, Klein's eyes reflected countless illusory black lines. He saw as they extended from the red glove in front of him and from other directions around him, packed densely in thin and numerous threads. These thin dark threads were spirit body threads. Leonard's solemn face also broke out into a contagious smile as he saw Klein's expression, his green eyes curving into crescents. "Congratulations on your promotion, Klein." Although he knew that everyone would undergo some strange changes while promoting, the appearance of his friend earlier had still made his heart jump in his chest. Klein deactivated his vision of the spirit body threads and habitually performed a theatrical bow towards Leonard in response, which looked a little funny due to his traditional detective getup. "Many thanks for your help today. There's no need for thanks between us." Leonard started helping Klein clean up the living room as the spiritual wall naturally dissipated on its own. In fact, even though Klein had said earlier that he had helped him too much already, Leonard himself hadn't thought so. Compared to before they traveled through time and space when the only help Leonard could provide was palaz and writing poor poems, he much preferred the current situation, where Klein trusted him, relied on him, and where he was actually useful. "Right. Would you like me to provide you with a list of the churches most wanted in Backlund?" he asked as Klein took his coat and hat in the foyer, preparing to leave after they exchanged some more small talk. Klein paused and looked at Leonard. "For a marionette?" "Yes, it would be beneficial for both you and the church." Klein thought for a moment before he finally replied, "No need. I already have a target in mind." His smile was mysterious and vaguely conspiratorial. Klein's expression in that split moment sent a tingle down Leonard's back, but not in a bad way. "Sometimes, I forget the man standing in front of me has taken countless lives, albeit with good reason." Leonard couldn't quite place a finger on what he was feeling, so he simply smiled and said, "All right," with a light expression. After he saw Klein off, Pallas finally spoke up. "All things considered, that could have gone a lot worse," he muttered begrudgingly. Leonard smiled cheekily at thin air as he entered the second bedroom that functioned as a study. "See, didn't I tell you everything would be fine?" In response, Pallas simply snorted and refrained from commenting. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist giving this unruly host a firm talking to. After Klein left Leonard's house, he didn't immediately return to 15 Minsk Street. Instead, with his hands itching to make a few new marionettes, he made a detour to Cherwood Borough. As the sky was beginning to darken, the number of people outside began to slowly diminish. Especially in front of the luxurious villa, there were only a few servants and other men drifting about. However, even if there were more people around, no one would notice as a harmless housefly drifted through the air and entered Capham's villa. It flitted through the house, taking note of the layout and listening in on hushed conversations. Eventually, it hitched a ride on a passing guard's shoulder. As the guard walked through the halls, he passed by two whispering servants. "Prepare dinner." The fly lifted its wings and flew off the guard, stopping on the wall a bit above the servants' heads. Oblivious, the guard continued walking through the house. "Ma'am, Katie will return tomorrow, so remember to tell the cooks. Tuesday will be the first time in a few days that Mr. Capham and the others will be eating together, so make sure to do everything perfectly. Go and tell the maidservants." The conversation changed topics, but the fly had heard enough. Outside the luxurious villa, a man with rugged facial features dressed in worn clothes stood against a nearby building. He looked no different from the vagrants that wandered through East Borough. Suddenly, he straightened up and walked down the street, where he eventually slipped into a dark alley. People came and went, and after some time had passed, a slim bearded man wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged. He naturally slipped into the stream of people and entered the larger road, where he boarded a public carriage. Klein soon returned to 15 Minsk Street, where he took off his outer layers and sprawled on the sofa, exhausted from the long day. However, his eyes were as clear as ever as he calmly calculated his future plans. The acting method for a marionettist is less reliant on feedback than that of a faceless, so my potion has been around 70% digested. I estimate the rest can be quickly digested after obtaining feedback from an audience after directing plays. I can currently create 2 marionettes, and the other aspects of my Beyonder abilities are also strengthened significantly. Keeping in mind the characteristics of the darkness pathway as well as his own abilities, Klein soon formulated a plan to deal with Capham. This time, he wasn't planning on letting Horace escape. He was confident that with his and Leonard's combined abilities, they were more than capable of wiping out the entire group of human traffickers. I'll let Leonard know of the plan tonight, and tomorrow evening, Capham and his accomplices will be in for a nasty surprise. In a much better mood, Klein lazily got up and headed to the kitchen to make himself dinner. Zio cleanly finished her dinner and got up to put away her plates. Earlier that day, she and Furs had finally received £500 from Audrey for the successful assassination of Ambassador Bakerland. Although Furs had just taken it as a slightly strange commission from the beautiful and rich noble lady, Zio knew the truth behind it. There was a powerful, mysterious existence lurking behind Miss Audrey's actions. Zio had ended up taking the cash rather than exchanging her involvement with the mission for a request from the fool. She was in need of potion ingredients, but knew she had multiple ways to obtain them, such as through the requester that appeared in Mr. A's meeting. So Zio decided to hold off on making a deal with the fool just yet. After all, in this world, you can never be careful enough. What are you thinking so carefully about? A lazy voice sounded behind her. Without turning, Zio responded, "Just some bounty work. But as for you, Furs, isn't your manuscript due next week? Are you sure you can lie around like this?" The brown-haired writer frustratedly ran a hand through her hair as she sprawled on an armchair. "Zio, why do you have to remind me?" Furs propped herself up on one arm and stared blankly at the short blonde woman in the kitchen before her eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. "Are you busy right now, Zio?" Zio turned to look at Furs. "No, why?" "Well," the renowned author grinned. "You see, I happen to have something called writer's block right now. I've been needing some inspiration for a scene in my recent novel." Furs continued, "Could you help me?" Instantly, Zio felt chills from head to toe, and she looked at Furs with a horrified expression. She immediately had flashbacks to the dream she had last week, where the exact same brown-eyed woman in front of her had said those exact same words to her. What's wrong?" Furs asked innocently, oblivious to her friend's inner turmoil. Late at night, Klein put away a novel he was recently reading and washed up, getting ready to sleep. As he lay on the comfortable bed and stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifted randomly from one direction to the other. "Tonight, I'm expecting a certain visitor in my dream." Klein went over the plan he created for Capum and what he needed to tell Leonard. Suddenly, a rather strange thought came to him. In the future, I wonder how many people will be waiting for me in my dreams once I fall asleep. The image of Will Septin and Leonard awkwardly staring at each other in his dreamscape came to him, and Klein couldn't help laughing to himself. That would certainly be an interesting sight to see. Amidst his thoughts, Klein slowly fell asleep. Suddenly, in his deep slumber, Klein became alert and aware that he was dreaming. He found himself sitting on a bench in a large public square. The sky was a clear pale blue, a few fluffy clouds drifting by with a warm wind. On the old but clean tiles, a small flock of pigeons congregated around his feet, cooing lightly as they pecked at breadcrumbs on the floor. Utopia. Klein instantly recognized the setting and casually scattered some more food for the pigeons on the ground. He was a bit surprised that he would still dream of this place, but he accepted it in stride as the calm, tranquil day in the small town set Klein at ease, and he gazed out at the hazy horizon. The pigeons abruptly seemed to sense something and, discarding their food, burst into flight, obstructing his vision for a few seconds as they scattered from the square. Klein squinted through the mass of feathers, and, when his sight cleared, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing a few feet away. Leonard walked over, dressed casually in an untucked white dress shirt, and quietly sat next to him on the bench. His slightly long hair blew in the light breeze, temporarily hiding his expression. "Is this Utopia?" He had heard of it from the church reports, but was never able to visit in person. Yes, on most days, the weather in Utopia is sunny and clear like this, but occasionally it will rain and storm. They were silent for a few seconds before Klein opened his mouth. Capum and the Beyonders helping him will have dinner together at 7:30 p.m. Capum himself isn't a problem, but he has 4 helpers who are Beyonders. Parker is a Sequence 8 sheriff, Katie is a Sequence 7 interrogator, Belize, another Sequence 7, and the most important one, Horace, is a Sequence 5 discipline paladin. They're all from the Justiciar pathway. Looks like King George III has begun his plot long ago. Leonard muttered to himself, his eyes flashing dangerously. Klein nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm confident that I can handle them together once I prepare. What I need your help with is making all the other servants and guards in the mansion sleep, so they don't detect something is wrong, capturing Belize, who will be on guard duty at the basement, unlocking and destroying the underground prison, and searching Capum's study for documents or evidence that the royal family is involved in human trafficking." At some point in time, a few courageous pigeons had regathered at their feet. His eyes lowered. Klein threw out some more feed as he continued in a calm tone. "During the battle, I'm not 100% certain that one of them might escape the dining room. For that, I'll ask you to step in. Of course, once everything is finished, I'd like for you to call the relevant authorities." Leonard nodded smoothly. "So, you'll handle the dining room, and I'll handle everything else?" He summarized. "Yes." After replying, Klein paused for a moment before he turned his head to look at Leonard. "Also, I'll be raiding Capham's safe." Klein woke up refreshed on Tuesday morning, as the long dream he had didn't impact his sleep quality. As he bit into a piece of bread slathered with butter, Klein fished out a coin and flipped it into the air, divining whether or not he would have a visitor that day. Once he saw the answer was no, Klein relaxed and sat down at the dinner table to properly eat his breakfast. "I'm also as busy as ever today." Klein mentally went through his tasks for today. Since he hadn't yet gotten his hands on either a beyonder who could travel or a mystical artifact capable of doing the same, at the moment Klein was lacking something very important: an easy escape route. As a seer more suited to hiding behind the scenes, it's very important to be able to run away easily. He self-justified. Thus, Klein was planning on contacting an old acquaintance a week earlier, Father Utravsky. "Oh, and I guess I'll rescue Emlyn if I have time," Klein mused to himself. But what he was really after was the master key. Even though it had the negative side effect of making its user lost, Klein wasn't too worried about it. If an experienced seer like me can truly become lost to the point where I can't find my way back, I might as well throw my beyonder characteristics into the Tussock River. Besides, if it brings me to the devil dog again as it did before, I would actually thank it. A devil would make a perfect marionette. Klein finished eating and stood up. Before he left the house, however, he paused and went above Saphira Castle. A few minutes later, he wore his coat and hat as he left the house, locking the door behind him. As he waited for a public carriage, he gazed out at the murky Backlund skyline, remembering the clear blue skies in his dream last night. "Also, I'll be raiding Capham's safe," Klein announced, only to be met with Leonard's understanding gaze. "Understood. I thought you might say so since you did it before." Klein's face darkened. He remembered how the newspapers reported that the hero bandit Dark Emperor stole all the valuables from Capham's safe when he clearly left without so much as a penny on him. If he was going to be blamed for it anyway, then he might as well do it himself. "That wasn't me," he replied with gritted teeth. "Huh, but I thought." "It wasn't me." Klein brought himself out of his memories with a shake of his head and boarded the carriage as it screeched to a halt a few meters away from him. He traveled to a metro station and boarded the steam metro to cross the Tussock River, arriving at a district south of the bridge. From there, he took another public carriage to Rose Street to the tiny Harvest Church. Klein didn't bother disguising himself. After all, he meant for Utravsky to become familiar with Sherlock Moriarty. As he walked to the Golden Cathedral, he carefully observed the familiar place. A sacred emblem of life was engraved on its outer wall, instantly setting it apart from the surrounding buildings. Instead of sneaking in from the side, Klein openly walked through the front door. His shoes made clear sounds on the clean tiled ground as he walked to the front of the church, where a tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown clergyman's attire sat in the front pew. Just by sitting there, he was like a small mountain, giving off an oppressive feeling that filled the empty church. His eyes were closed with hands clasped as he pressed them to his chin, as if in the most pious of confessions. "Are you Father Utravsky?" Klein suddenly spoke a few feet away from the bishop. His entrance hadn't been stealthy at all, so he was sure that Bishop Utravsky was aware of his presence. "Yes." Utravsky didn't open his eyes as he said in a low and gentle voice, "On this beautiful bright day, what do you want here? The Mother's Church will not reject anyone, believer or not." "Beautiful? Bright?" Klein's lips twitched at the synonyms incongruent with Backlund's weather. "Father, have you looked outside today?" But he didn't mention anything as he continued. "I heard you have a request, and that the reward is the apothecary formula?" There was silence for a while in the church before Bishop Utravsky finally spoke. "Yes. Although I'm not sure where you learned of this, it's true." Amidst his calm voice, he stood up and faced Klein. He was over 2.2 meters tall as he lowered his head to gaze at Klein. Klein ignored the subconscious pressure from the difference in height and continued. "Then what task is it?" Utravsky sized him up seriously for a while before saying, "I don't think you can fulfill my request." Klein smiled. "Perhaps I can. I need to know the details before I make an evaluation." The tall bishop stood there for a few seconds, his tall figure like a giant pillar. Then my request is—" At this point, he closed his eyes and said, "Kill me." Bishop Yutravsky opened his eyes and looked down at Klein, blocking a portion of the morning light streaming through the windows. In the small but neatly kept Harvest Church, it looked as if all the light in the church was drawn to the sturdy man standing in front of the altar. Kill the old me. Chapter 31. In a calm tone, Bishop Yutravsky spent the next few minutes explaining his situation to Klein, how the past him still lurked within the depths of his heart, waiting to regain control of everything. If the past me defeats the present me, I will lose control without a doubt and become a monster. Yutravsky said with a sigh, "In all these years, besides preaching, I've also been searching for people and objects that can help me. In the end, with Mother Earth's blessings, I obtained a very mystical item. It is said to be a relic of an ancient dragon." Seeing that Klein wasn't scared away, Yutravsky continued with some hope. "It allows the wielder to enter the deepest part of the target's soul. There, a corresponding scene will be materialized, and you can see the past me directly. If you eliminate him through combat, once he is truly dead, he will never appear again." Klein nodded. Everything lined up with what he knew before he went back in time. However, if you become trapped and do not return within 5 minutes, your mind will never be able to return to your body. In this way, you will become a vegetable. Additionally, if you're killed in the deepest level of the dreamland, you will truly die. After finishing, Bishop Yutravsky looked at the bearded stranger quietly. He didn't press him or drive him away. Klein thought for a few seconds and looked up at the bishop. "I'll take this commission." His eyes were steady and dark, reflecting a wisdom beyond his years. Yutravsky slightly widened his eyes with surprise. "Believe me, the past me is much stronger than you think. You must be at least sequence 6 or some other special sequence 7 to be able to complete this task, and the risk is not trivial. I wouldn't joke with my life." Klein pressed a hand to his chest with a cordial smile. Casting an intent gaze on him, Bishop Yutravsky sighed with a complicated emotion and said, "As long as you understand the danger. But if you succeed, not only will I give you the apothecary formula, but I will also gift you a mystical item without much of a negative side effect. You truly are a generous person, Father." Klein praised Yutravsky outwardly. The towering man didn't say another word as he took a strange candle from a concealed pocket. It had an entirely black wick about the length of a finger segment, while the outer layer of the short candle seemed to have a layer of human skin around it. "Ignite it with your spirituality." Yutravsky handed the tiny, strange candle to Klein. Instead of following his instructions, Klein took out a few matches from a matchbox and lightly threw them to various corners of the cathedral. It was only then that Klein snapped his fingers, causing a blue-colored flame of spirituality to appear. Sizzle. As he lit the wick, nothing seemed to change, but Klein became sharply aware that he had entered an illusory world. Directly in front of him, Bishop Yutravsky still stood in his original spot. The bishop looked down at him, and his facial features abruptly distorted, his expression becoming abnormally ferocious. Soon after, Klein discovered that the surrounding light and shadows rapidly transformed, and a seemingly real, intense battle played out in front of him, in which Yutravsky fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing from his body. Klein's mouth twitched. What a professional performance. If it didn't work the first time, it definitely wouldn't work the second time. Of course, Yutravsky's persona isn't aware that I've fought him before. He patiently waited for a few seconds, and the gargantuan Yutravsky slowly got up, looming over Klein with a twisted face. It didn't have any effect. No wonder you dared to accept this task. However, this is your misfortune. Bang. Yutravsky's words were cut short as an air bullet shot through the air towards him, possessing power equivalent to a bullet shot from a steam rifle. "Sorry, I'm on a tight schedule today. Otherwise, I would have waited for you to finish your speech before attacking, as is polite." Klein inwardly lampooned, his hand still raised as he snapped his fingers again. Bang. However, in Bishop Yutravsky's hand was a heavy, wide rapier, looking as if it was condensed from light. Using it, he deftly blocked the 2 air bullets, but was surprisingly pushed back a few centimeters by their combined impact. On the large rapier, there were clear marks where the bullets had hit. There was a slight expression of surprise on his face as Yutravsky took a step forward toward Klein. The cathedral shook with his motions as the 2-handed rapier swept down at Klein. Klein adeptly jumped and rolled away, leaving the reach of Yutravsky and his fearsome weapon. He snapped and fired another air bullet, which glanced off Yutravsky's dawn armor, but the bishop wasn't left unscathed. There was a clear split in the armor where the invisible bullet struck. Yutravsky's thin brows furrowed and he gripped the rapier, counterattacking. One strike, two strikes, etc. Yutravsky seemed to possess extremely robust stamina. His unceasing, storm-like attacks lasted for dozens of seconds, not giving Klein a chance to counterattack. However, as Klein reappeared in a corner of the cathedral amidst a wreath of flames, he smiled slightly and raised his left hand. On it was a thin black glove, which promptly transformed to look as if it was made of pure gold. His eyes suddenly flashed with two bolts of lightning. This was the interrogator's psychic piercing. Yutravsky was interrupted and doubled over in pain at the sudden assault. Klein didn't let this opportunity go, quickly firing off several more air bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The silver armor on Yutravsky's head splintered and broke with the first bullet. The last two directly tore through the bishop's forehead, splitting open his head as blood and gray brain matter spilled out exaggeratedly. With great difficulty, Yutravsky looked down at Klein and slowly opened his mouth to say something. However, his wound was too heavy, and his gigantic body fell heavily to the ground, shaking the cathedral hall slightly. Wordlessly, Klein looked down at the corpse and, in a sight no one else could see, watched as the thin black threads he had started gathering fell apart and dissipated. Despite all his advantages, Klein wouldn't let his guard down during a battle, and thus would utilize everything available to him. Only he didn't have the opportunity to use a marionnettist's powers qualitatively. He snapped his fingers and flicked a bright flame at Yutravsky's body. It transformed into a scarlet flame that buried him as Klein relied on his clarity of mind to force himself out of the candle's influence. Behind him, the corpse was lovingly enveloped in blooming flames as the world around him disintegrated bit by bit. Soon, the illusory feeling passed, and Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again. The damaged church from Yutravsky's swings was nowhere to be seen. Klein was once again faced with a pristine harvest church. At some point, Bishop Yutravsky had taken a seat in the front pew again, his back bent forward with his head buried in his hands. Sweat trickled down his face and dripped to the floor. When he sensed that the candle had been extinguished, he shuddered and raised his head to meet Klein's eyes. Yutravsky's eyes were filled with tears, yet they also contained clear joy. It seemed as if the bishop had been reborn. Those tears were proof of a new life. The corners of Yutravsky's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled kindly and said, "You're much better than I expected. Thank you, my friend. No, this was because you warned me so that I was sufficiently prudent. The past you was also greatly weakened." Klein replied humbly. Yutravsky didn't dwell on this and took it in stride. "According to our agreement, I'll give you the apothecary formula and one additional mystical item." As he spoke, he took out a combination of a needle, a tube, and a container. "You have two choices, this is one of them." Yutravsky continued to explain the function and drawbacks of the mystical item he was holding. As for the second choice, Bishop Yutravsky took out a simple brass key from his pocket and said, "This is called a master key. It can help you open any lock, and in a place without any locks or doors, it can open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. The drawback is that the user will occasionally get lost." Klein nodded as if he was thinking carefully. "I want the master key." "All right." Bishop Yutravsky handed the brass key to Klein and took back the candle. "The apothecary formula is in another room. Wait here for a while." As Klein waited, he took out his pocket watch and looked at the hands. There was still some time before noon, so Klein decided to take a look at a certain sanguine while he was there. After a few more seconds, Yutravsky returned with a piece of parchment in his hand. He gave it to Klein and added, "You can get an appraisal for this. If there are any problems, you can always find me at the Harvest Church." Klein glanced over the scribbled formula and tucked it into an inner pocket. "Thank you. I will confirm its authenticity." Bishop Yutravsky nodded slightly and turned to Mother Earth's sacred emblem of life. He spread his arms wide and chanted in a low voice, "Thank you, Source of Life. Praise you, Mother of all things." Klein politely waited until Yutravsky stopped and offhandedly spoke. "Father Yutravsky, where did you get the master key from?" After he finished praising Mother Earth, Yutravsky looked at Klein with gentle eyes. The answer to this question is a bit complicated. Apologies, but I must attend to my duties in the Mother's Church and cannot spare time right now. You may come in the evening, and I will bring you to him. That's not what you said before. How come you suddenly remembered you had duties now, and not 30 minutes ago? Speechless, Klein could only force a smile and say he'd be back the next day. After all, he had a very important event to attend tonight. Klein bade Yutravsky goodbye and wasn't in a hurry to use the master key. Instead, he very normally hailed a public carriage and returned home. Once he arrived, it was a bit past lunchtime, and the starving Klein fixed up a filling lunch for himself. Afterward, he didn't have anything to do other than kill time and prepare to assault Capham's villa later that day. Klein went through his plan for the evening several times and envisioned several possible scenarios that he might encounter. After this, he still didn't feel secure and routinely entered Seyfura Castle to double-check with divination. When Klein saw that there was an acceptable amount of both danger and likelihood of success, he nodded satisfactorily and returned to the real world. But he still wouldn't underestimate his enemies because of this, since one could never be careful enough. As Klein lounged on the sofa, his spirituality was suddenly triggered. Since he didn't receive any alarms, he lazily looked to the side and activated his spirit vision. From the floor, a 4-meter-tall, giant skeleton emerged. It lowered its head to stare at Klein, a letter in its hand. Mr. Ozick replied so quickly. A bit surprised, Klein sat up and took the letter from the messenger's outstretched hand. Once he did so, it gave him what Klein assumed to be a complicated look, or as complex an expression as a skull could have, before it promptly collapsed and disappeared. He opened the letter and scanned the contents. Ozick greeted him with some recent news, and then described the ways Klein could obtain a messenger of his own. If you sign a contract with a spirit world creature, you need to use powers in the undead domain. You may use my copper whistle to provide for that. Of course, if you don't mind, I can transfer a messenger to you as a gift and have it sign a contract with you. Klein couldn't help the corner of his lips quirking upward as he read the last sentence. Even though messenger number 1 is many times more polite than messenger number 2, it still gave me a strange look when it delivered the letter. Of course, it's good enough that it even showed its face, unlike a certain impolite messenger. Considering that Klein already had a candidate for his messenger in mind, he decided to decline Ozick's offer again. Plus, taking a skeleton away from Ozick would probably make it hate him, and he wasn't keen on having a spiteful messenger. After this brief interlude, Klein burned the letter and relaxed on the sofa again. In the evening, Capham, who was wearing a formal suit and bow tie even in his own home, walked out of his study with a warm smile plastered on his face. "Ma'am Katie, there's your favorite caviar and a roast chicken specially prepared for you this evening to welcome your return," he said to a woman in a thin blouse. Katie nodded without saying a word and took her seat. Then, wearing a white wig, Horace nodded to each of the diners as he entered the dining room. The elderly Parker took a sip of his pre-meal wine, smiling as he motioned for Capham to sit down. The pristine white napkins were spread out and rich, delicious dishes were served one by one. When looking at the ostentatious dinner, one could hardly imagine the endless suffering that occurred just a few meters below them, in an underground dungeon. Capham raised his glass and chuckled. "Holy Lord of Storms, let's toast to a beautiful future." "To a beautiful future," Parker responded. Horace didn't say a word, merely holding up the wine glass in his hand in a toast. Katie completely ignored them. After all the dishes had been brought in, most of the servants in the room dispersed, only leaving a few lined against two opposite walls, ready at a moment's notice to serve their master's every need. A certain mundane-looking servant lowered his eyes, his expression indescribable. At that time, the classical clock hanging in the hall read 7:23. Around 15 minutes ago, Klein had been lurking outside of Capham's mansion as he waited for Leonard to arrive, taking care to not rouse the attention of the guards. He waited for a few more minutes before his spiritual intuition triggered, and he looked up. A man dressed in plain, slightly worn clothes was slowly approaching Klein, a cap pulled over his face to mask his above-average features. If not for the familiar gait and build, an untrained eye would be unable to see any resemblance between the shambling worker and Leonard, an esteemed red glove. Leonard stopped a few feet away from Klein, an appropriate distance for them to seem like strangers waiting on the same road. Give me 5 minutes before you enter. Klein spoke in a quiet voice, knowing that Leonard's enhanced senses would be able to hear him. I'll disguise as a servant to enter the dining room. Leonard nodded imperceptibly to show that he understood. In Klein's dream last night, he had been given the layout of Capham's villa, so he knew where Capham's study and the underground dungeon were. As Klein moved to leave, he heard a voice behind him lightly say, "Be safe." He paused and made a sound of acknowledgement as he left to approach the villa, a slight smile unknowingly surfacing on his lips. Under the worn brown cap, a pair of clear green eyes followed Klein's departing figure as Leonard took out his pocket watch to monitor the time. Servants bustled around Capham's villa as they prepared for a lavish dinner. Inside the opulent dining room, a few servants busied themselves arranging the table. One servant, in particular, was carefully laying down pristine porcelain plates when his thoughts and actions suddenly slowed, his hand still poised in midair to set the plate on the table. However, despite everyone else moving urgently to finish in time, his abnormal state wasn't noticed at all, as if he had become invisible in the eyes of others. The servant wanted to open his mouth and shout for help, but his actions were extremely slow, and his voice was weak. With the other servants ignoring him as if he didn't exist, his pitiful attempts to save himself were completely neglected. The plate in his hand suddenly felt as heavy as a rock, and as an impending sense of fear swept over him, the servant finally managed to loosen his grip enough to drop the plate. The servant suddenly agilely reached out to catch the plate as it fell to the floor. No one noticed his sudden movements, and the servant naturally continued placing plates around the long dinner table, his movements smooth and practiced. Yes, the unnamed servant had become Klein's marionette. Klein had weaved a perfect illusion in the room just then so that the others wouldn't notice the abnormalities of one servant, creating an effect akin to making the servant invisible. Now that he had full control over the servant, he naturally dispersed the illusion and continued working. A few minutes later, Klein found a random excuse to leave. He controlled the servant to move into an empty room around 50 meters away from the dining room. Standing in the empty room was Klein, who had snuck into the villa under the noses of the patrolling guards outside. Facing his first human marionette in this timeline, Klein instructed him to strip down to his underwear with a blank face. He quickly changed into the servant's attire and, studying the now naked man's face, used his faceless powers to morph into his appearance. With that done, Klein calmly walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. As the door closed, the last vestiges of light through the doorway disappeared, plunging the room into utter darkness. With glassy eyes, the naked servant within locked the door from the inside. Immediately after, he collapsed to the floor, now a cold corpse. Klein, who had completely assumed the servant's identity, appearance, build, and mannerisms, naturally returned to the dining room and stood against the wall with several other servants. He blended in entirely, and no one gave the unassuming servant a second glance. Soon after, Capham, Katie, Parker, and Horace all filed in one after the other. Dinner was served, and the sounds of utensils clattering and chewing soon filled the large, opulent room. Klein maintained his facade as a servant and was the picture of a weak and ordinary person. However, unlike a normal person, his vision was filled with translucent black threads extending from every living being in the room. At that moment, the illusory threads corresponding to Katie were slowly drifting towards him. Right under the eyes of 3 mid-sequence and 1 low-sequence beyonders, Klein was slowly converting the sequence 7 interrogator, Ma'am Katie, into his marionette. The reason Klein targeted Katie and not anyone else was that out of everyone sitting at the dinner table, only she and Horace ate in relative silence. Parker frequently engaged Capham in conversation, so any abnormal behavior would be immediately noticed. However, Katie was by nature cold and aloof, so not much attention was placed on her. Eating slower than before wouldn't be seen as particularly strange. Plus, since Horace was a higher sequence, it would take more time to convert him into a marionette, which was time he couldn't spare. Katie didn't get the servant to help her slice the roasted chicken. Burying her head and holding a knife and fork, she accurately divided the chicken into several pieces of the same size. Just as she speared a piece on her fork and brought it to her mouth, her thoughts and motions suddenly slowed, like she was moving through a thick sludge. Her initial confusion at her strange state cost her several precious seconds. When she finally registered that she was under attack, 3 seconds had already passed. No, I must fight back. Katie wanted to spring out of her chair and pull out her gun, but she found it difficult to even place strength in her feet. Instinctively, she desperately tried to open her mouth to warn of an attacker, but the speed at which her lips moved was frustratingly slow. In the warmly lit dining room, Horace, with his white wig, sliced up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Chewing and swallowing, he picked up the faintly golden champagne and took a sip in a good mood. He couldn't help but think of the entertainment that he would be experiencing that evening. Capum had set aside a new girl for him, and the anticipation made him unable to concentrate. Parker and Capum were engaged in idle conversation. When they had dinner together, the dinner table usually looked like this, with no one paying special attention to Katie. It was because of this that no one noticed her abnormality. A few more painful seconds passed, and then Klein achieved the initial phase of control. Over the next few minutes, Katie strained and struggled and finally managed to open her mouth as she half stood up, successfully drawing the attention of everyone at the table. At a crash. Suddenly, Parker, who was sitting opposite Katie, fell out of his chair with a twisted and painful expression, groaning and screaming. His eyes lost their rationality as they were filled with a sense of madness. One by one, the surrounding servants seemed to have lost their minds and either started crazily running around or collapsing on the floor. The others immediately sprung out of their chairs, wary of an attack from an invisible intruder. Katie's actions, which she had so tortuously struggled to do, were now seen as a normal warning. Her face crumpled in despair as she realized her situation. Faced with a sudden attack, Horace growled, "Capum, shut and lock the door. The attacker should still be in this room. Katie, follow me to find the intruder. Parker, get it together." However, when Katie didn't move, Horace immediately noticed something was wrong and narrowed his eyes. However, just when he opened his mouth, Katie coldly looked at him and nodded. Horace was too late. Katie had already fully become Klein's marionette. She took out her revolver and whip, armed and alert as she looked around the room. However, as the door to the dining room was locked, no one noticed as one of the servants running around in a panic had a thin human-skin glove on his hand. Once Klein had seen that Katie was about to alarm the other Beyonders, he acted preemptively by using psychiatrist's frenzy on Parker and the other servants. Attacking the servants created a smokescreen for himself so that Horace wouldn't suspect that the intruder had disguised himself as a servant. With his back towards Katie, Horace scowled as he looked over the room with his spirit vision and found nothing out of the ordinary. Convinced that the intruder should still be in the room, he opened his mouth and announced, "Confinement." The room was now sealed, preventing entry or exit. He looked distastefully at the servants screaming and running around. This should be an ability of the spectator pathway. Horace took out an iron black glove and prepared to put it on. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out behind him, halting his actions. Horace immediately threw himself to the side, the bullet grazing past his arm. As he tumbled to the ground, blood trickling down his arm, he instinctively raised a hand at the source of the bullet's sound. In ancient Hermes, he yelled, "Impries." Horace halted halfway through his verdict and his eyes widened. The one who fired at him, who was holding a still-smoking revolver, was none other than Ma'am Katie. Chapter 32. Content warning, graphic violence and blood, suicide. Horace didn't have time to comprehend the situation and continued with his original intention, booming in a deep voice. "Imprison." However, Katie agilely avoided the effects of his spell in a timely manner, as if she had predicted it. Horace narrowed his eyes. In the justiciar pathway, at Katie's sequence, there wasn't any beyonder ability that allowed her to predict the future. However, he didn't have time to debate this problem as suddenly, his actions and thoughts started to slow. Klein had used his spirituality to grab the illusory spirit body threads corresponding to Horace. However, his intention wasn't to turn him into a marionette, but to use the slowing property of the initial phase of control to inhibit Horace. Horace struggled to free himself from the encroaching slowness and gritted. "Concealment is prohibited." Alarm flashed through Klein. Since prohibiting concealment would mean stripping him of his faceless powers, and exposing himself as Klein Moretti, which absolutely could not happen. Bang! He controlled Katie to fire a bullet into the writhing Parker's head. Simultaneously, Klein activated the nightmare's soul in creeping hunger and forcefully pulled Horace into a dream. His initial control of Horace disappeared, but Horace's eyelids fluttered and closed for a few seconds. His white wig askew, Horace's eyes snapped open to the sight of Katie standing over a still Parker as blood slowly poured out of a bullet hole in his head. "Katie, what is the meaning of this?" He raged, in disbelief that she would betray them like this. The stranger thing was that every worker in Capham's villa was under a stringent contract, so if Katie betrayed them, she would have incurred major consequences. However, the scarred woman was standing in front of him perfectly fine, a cruel smile on her lips. "Well, I wonder," she quipped. A thin black whip filled Horace's vision, and with her answer, he no longer hesitated. Without avoiding Katie's attack, Horace narrowed his eyes and aimed his palm at Katie. "Death!" He yelled in ancient Hermes. The sequence 7 Katie had no way to resist Horace's attack. His body merged with some sort of strange force, and he slammed into her, creating an obvious afterimage. A cracking sound echoed in the half-ruined dining room, and Katie flew back with a grunt. Lying on the floor a few meters away, she hacked out dark blood onto the floor. However, Horace didn't follow up on his attack. Instead, he seized the opportunity to put the iron glove on his hand again, but was thwarted once again by psychiatrist's frenzy. Once he recovered his mental functions, Horace ground his teeth in anger. Katie had stood up again and aimed carefully with her revolver. Bang! 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 "Firearms are prohibited here," Horace bellowed. Katie dropped her now useless gun expressionlessly and raised her whip. The results of the battle between a Sequence 5 and Sequence 7 of the same pathway should have been clear to see. However, with an unknown attacker helping Katie with all sorts of strange attacks, Horace actually found himself on the defensive. Capham and the servants who recovered from the first frenzy huddled in a corner. Faced with the fight beyond human comprehension, they could only pray they wouldn't be killed by a wayward strike. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't, due to the confinement set by Horace. For the next few minutes, Katie and Horace engaged in a fierce battle. Horace's white wig had long since flown off somewhere unknown, and his eyes were narrowed in full concentration. Despite being familiar with Katie's habits and fighting styles, he found that the woman in front of him was completely like a stranger. Over time, more injuries appeared on Katie's arms, legs, and chest. However, she seemed to not feel the pain and barreled on without so much as a grimace. Eventually, Horace noticed something was off and a chill went down his back. Perhaps Katie is already dead. With this frightening thought in mind, he finally won the scarred and wounded woman after she dodged a second too late. Breathing heavily and sustaining his share of injuries, Horace didn't let down his guard and instead warily looked around the room, also finally putting on the black metal glove. Instantly, he seemed to grow a bit taller and his authority was uplifted as if he was a figure that could determine the life and death of others. Where's the second attacker? He scanned the room with his spirit vision but found no abnormalities. A loud laugh drew his attention back in front of him. Katie, securely won, laughed and lowered her soft black whip. Then, with a taunting smile on her face, she raised a hand and plunged it straight through her chest. She committed suicide. Utterly shocked, Horace found it difficult to express any emotions at that moment. Even though he didn't have any strong sense of camaraderie with Katie, it was still bewildering to see her die at her own hands in front of him. At that moment, Horace knew that the enemy he was facing was beyond his understanding. He decisively turned and, dispersing the confinement on the room, ran for the door. With the iron glove, I will be able to resist the attacks sent my way while I escape. Huddled with the rest of the servants, Klein's expression was incomparably calm, unlike the quivering servants. He narrowed his eyes at the fleeing figure and, expending a large portion of his spirituality, firmly grasped the spirit-body threads of Horace. The tall and sturdy figure irresistibly slowed down as he desperately ran for the exit. Only a few feet away, desperation filled Horace as he was so close to salvation. Although the black iron glove augmented his spirit body he was wearing, He was mentally and physically exhausted from the prolonged battle with Katie, making him unable to resist the slowing force of the strange Beyonder ability. Am I going to die like this? The thought slowly entered his mind. Using all of his willpower, he opened his mouth to prohibit intruders, the last way he could save himself. Klein frowned. The initial phase of control is taking longer than usual. Although Klein could easily end the worn-out and slowed Horace at that moment, he wanted to walk away with a Sequence 5 marionette, even if it meant prolonging the battle. Soon, Klein pinpointed what was causing him so much trouble. The black iron glove Horace was wearing strengthened his spirit body, making it harder for him to turn Horace into a marionette. Sigh, the principle of a marionettist is that if a marionette can do it, then don't do it personally. All intruders are. Horace struggled to finish his words. Moving the muscles of his mouth seemed excruciatingly difficult, and tears appeared in his eyes from the anxiety that he wouldn't finish his sentence, his only lifeline, in time. However, in this highly intense struggle that only he could feel, he suddenly heard the clear tap-tap of dress shoes against the polished floor. The normally ordinary sound echoed in Horace's mind and filled him with an indescribable terror, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't even turn his head to look towards the slowly approaching sound. All his energy was directed on mouthing the last word. Prohi. The cold face of an ordinary servant appeared in front of Horace, and his eyes widened. The next second, he felt a light pressure on his hand, and the iron-black metal glove was removed. No. Instantly, Horace lost his air of vitality and authority. Although he previously still had the strength to speak, now no matter how much he strained and struggled, it felt like his lips and throat were made of stone. He could only fix eyes full of hatred and despair at the unassuming servant in front of him. The man looked at him coldly. This is your retribution. Klein sealed Horace's glove with spirituality and tucked it into a pocket as he calmly continued. The pain and suffering that you caused to innocent women, the crimes you've committed, everything will be paid back today. Not even the force behind your actions will be spared. Surprise and anguish flickered in Horace's eyes, but it was soon followed by a bright flame of hope. Behind the intruder, Capum, who had been cowering during the entire battle, had gotten to his feet. However, Capum didn't even send the tormented Horace a second glance. He flung open the door and fled the dining room. Klein stifled a laugh as he glanced at Capum. He had already attained the initial phase of control and only needed to wait a few minutes for Horace to become his new marionette. But Klein wasn't worried about Capum escaping, since he had a very reliable partner with him. Although Capum likely won't lose his life today, it's debatable if outright dying or being captured by the Church of Evernight is worse. It isn't exactly a glorious life to be used as a lab rat to test the effects of sealed artifacts. You might die a horrifying, painful death. 3 minutes slowly trickled by, and as the last servant gathered his courage to dart out of the room, Horace's expression went from horrified to tranquil. The thin-faced man turned to face Klein and smoothly bowed, pressing his hand to his chest. Good evening, sir. How may I be of service? Capum tore through the dining room door. Panting heavily, he rushed past the fancy halls, the expensive decoration and furniture completely worthless in his eyes. His home now felt like a prison. Terror raced through him, and Capum sprinted toward the main entrance. If I stayed in that room a second longer, I would have died. Once I leave the villa, then I'll be safe. Whether or not it was a low sequence Beyonder or a middle sequence Beyonder, they all had to remain low-key in public, especially in Backlund. Capum continued his mad dash. However, just then, a figure wearing red gloves leisurely walked down the stairs, holding a few documents. The unfamiliar intruder looked up from the papers, and his piercing green eyes made contact with Capum's shaking pupils. Klein strolled through the opulent halls of Capum's villa, as naturally as if he lived there. Trailing behind him was a middle-aged gentleman with an exceptionally dirty and bloodied white wig balanced on top of his head. As he walked to the basement, he came across several servants and guards slumped on the floor, fast asleep. Looks like Leonard's been busy, he mused to himself as he stepped over a prone servant. Klein walked down the hallway and stopped at an ordinary-looking room. Despite its unassuming appearance, Klein had divined that Capum had kept most of his treasures and wealth here. Klein walked around the two guards slumped over in front of the door and entered the room. Horace moved forward and expertly unlocked the mechanism of a large steel safe in the room, letting the heavy iron door swing open. There was very little paper money inside. Instead, it was filled with precious jewelry, gold bars and coins, paintings, and other expensive items. Klein briefly surveyed the contents and instructed Horace to simply carry out the gold bars. After all, although the other items were no doubt pricey, Klein would have to sell them, and these items could be easily traced back to Capum. Even if I'm short of money, I'm not so desperate for it that I'll put myself at risk. Klein thought as Horace set up a sacrificial ritual and, with much difficulty, hoisted the heavy gold coins and bars into the illusory door that appeared. Even though he only took the hard currency, a rough look at the amount told Klein it wasn't a small sum. Just as Horace sacrificed the last gold coin, Klein walked over and threw Horace's black iron glove in two. The thin-faced man straightened up and quickly got rid of all traces of the ritual. He adjusted the messy wig on his head and walked out, following Klein. Just as Klein turned the corner into the main foyer, he paused as a familiar figure entered his view. The handsome red glove, with a sheath of papers messily tucked under his arm, stood with his back towards Klein in the foyer. Lying pathetically on the ground in front of Leonard was an unconscious Capum, frothing at the mouth. I can more or less guess what happened here," Klein lampooned to himself. At that moment, Leonard turned around. His face was initially sharp and cold as he looked at the unfamiliar servant, then turned into subtle confusion, and finally broke out into a radiant smile as he recognized the figure. Klein. Klein walked towards Leonard, Horace obediently following behind him. The corner of his lips tilted upward, and Klein greeted. "Good evening, Leonard." He pulled out a paper figurine and shook it, the thin white paper turning to ash in his hands as it burned. Klein peered around Leonard at Capum on the floor, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. Capum's posture was extremely ugly, sprawled on the floor in a position similar to that of a dead frog. "What are you planning to do with him? Is he dead?" Even as he asked, Klein had already made Horace walk over and test Capum's pulse. The human trafficker was still alive. "No, he's still alive, just scared unconscious. I'll hand him to the church for interrogation." Klein didn't feel bad for Capum at all, just a bit curious at what exactly Leonard did to him. As his marionette stood back up, Leonard followed Horace's movements with an indescribable expression, but finally chose not to say anything. Instead, he shook the documents in his hand and smiled at Klein. "I need to take this to the church, but I'll make a copy and send everything to you." Klein nodded in understanding. He raised a hand and lightly patted Leonard's shoulder. "Thank you." He paused and added, "I found a pretty good mystical artifact today, and I'll divine its abilities and negative effects later. If you like it, then I'll give it to you." Leonard seemed a bit surprised before he remembered their previous deal with Klein. "All right then." With that said, Klein burned another paper figurine and took the master key out from his pocket. With Horace following him, he disappeared into a nearby wall. After a few turns and uses of the master key, Klein decided against using a carriage and walked back to 15 Minsk Street. In the dark and silent back Lund streets, two figures occasionally appeared under the dim illumination of the street lamps. It wasn't until Klein stood in the living room of his house and stared at the blank-faced Horace in consternation that he suddenly realized a problem. Where was he going to store a grown man in his house? Should I just stuff him in Safira Castle? But then it would be inconvenient to use when I need my marionette. Klein thought for a while before he had a flash of insight. He was Sherlock Moriarty, a detective in Backlund, named after the famous fictional detective Sherlock Holmes. And Sherlock Holmes always had a partner, John Watson. A smile slowly broke out on Klein's face, and he inspected Horace. "The only troublesome thing is that he might be recognized by others. I can't use the same glasses and beard trick again." But since it was already late in the night, Klein decided to disguise Horace in the morning and stretched out a hand toward the sequence 5 Beyonder, a cordial smile on his face. "Nice to meet you, John Watson. I look forward to working together." Horace pushed his facial features into a smile and shook Klein's hands. "Likewise, Detective Moriarty." At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew past a villa in Sherwood Borough. An old man wearing a soft hat wearing a black robe with the symbol of the Lord of Storms embroidered on it flew over. It was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of Backlund, spell singer of God, a snake. Although the lights in the villa were on, and it seemed like nothing was wrong, the demigod frowned. It was too quiet. Cardinal Snake directly blew through a window and entered the main foyer, where servants and guards lay slumped around the floor. His brow furrowed. Abilities of the darkness pathway? Sherwood Borough was under the jurisdiction of the Holy Wind Cathedral, yet there were traces of the Church of Evernight in Capham's villa. A slight smell of blood entered Ace Snake's nostrils, and he blew through the villa, following the scent. He soon arrived at the dining room, where the fancy double doors were half open. When he entered, however, a truly strange scene met him. The once opulent dining room had been smashed beyond recognition. However, despite several locations around the room where a large amount of blood had dried, there was only one corpse. A dark-haired woman lay in the center of the room, her eyes still staring blankly at the ceiling. Instead of showing any sort of horror or fear, her expression as she died was horrifyingly blank, like a machine. Even stranger still was how she died. There was a large hole in her chest, and her right hand still clutched her own heart. But it was the scene of numerous tarot cards scattered around the room that made Ace Snake frown. A single card lay on top of the dead woman. Judgment. Chapter 33. Every night, Zio went to various places to check on her contacts. As she was finishing her rounds, she saw a sign that had never appeared before. It belonged to the golden-masked man who had sold the sheriff's formula to her at the gathering organized by Mr. A. The sign of an emergency meeting. He hasn't come looking for me all this time, and I've been pretending that it never happened. Furthermore, I have the tarot club to look for potion formulas and ingredients. Why would he suddenly? Zio contemplated for a moment before she decided to take a look. She switched areas and marked the time and place of the meeting. Half an hour later, Zio walked out into a remote alley that extended in all directions. As she approached the waiting golden-masked man, his light brown eyes swept over Zio. There's a mission for you. Difficulty and compensation? Zio asked like clockwork. The man nudged his mask. It can or cannot be very dangerous. It depends on what you do. The initial compensation is 30 pounds. If you can acquire useful information, I can even directly give you a Beyonder ingredient corresponding to Sheriff. What's the mission? Zio asked with a frown. There was never such a thing as a free lunch. Through the channels available to you. The golden-masked man started. Figure out who has been keeping tabs on Capham recently. The human trafficker? The man nodded, to which Zio made a face of disgust. I reject this mission. I hate him. The man opposite her chuckled. You aren't working for Capham. He's gone missing. Zio narrowed her eyes. Missing or not, I won't help him. The golden-masked man continued regardless. There was a bloody battle at his villa, where 4 low to mid-sequence Beyonders stayed. However, only one body was found. A mid-sequence Beyonder seemed to have killed herself. Surrounding her body and the battle area were tarot cards. There was only one card purposefully put on her body, the Judgment card. Divination revealed that 3 of the 4 Beyonders there are dead. The last one and Capham are barely alive, but nowhere to be seen. A chill ran through Zio, although she remained impassive outwardly. A mysterious battle, suicide, tarot cards, judgment? She instantly thought of the Tarot Club. This is the first time I've found traces of the Tarot Club in the real world. It looks like the organization doesn't just exist above the gray fog. The masked man didn't notice her abnormality. Pay attention to matters in the past few years which have involved tarot cards, but weren't reported to the police. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall, Audrey elegantly brought her food to her mouth when her father, Count Hall, laughed as he read the newspapers. Someone robbed Capham last night. He chuckled, flipping the page. Who is he? Audrey asked with wide eyes. Although she wasn't curious about Capham, she was simply going along with her father, who obviously had the desire to share his thoughts. He's a tycoon who secretly might be a human trafficker and has rather good ties with some people. Count Hall summarized. Last night, it looks like followers of some evil god broke into his house and kidnapped him. The authorities still have no clue who the perpetrator was. Even his followers didn't escape retribution and disappeared, and only one of his evil henchmen's bodies was found. Evil god? Audrey's eyes sharpened imperceptibly, and she gained more interest in the matter. It sounds interesting. Dad, how did it go? The police and relevant departments of the church are still investigating. But after the perpetrator or perpetrators entered the villa, they not only stole all the valuables in the safe and ran away with every document in Capham's study, but they also rescued the girls who were locked up in the underground dungeon. The girls' testimony is that they fell asleep and woke up outside the dungeon. As for the body they found, the strange thing is she appeared to have committed suicide of her own volition. Scattered around her body were all kinds of tarot cards, and only one card was placed on her chest. Judgment. Count Hall held the newspaper and described it with a smile. Tarot cards, the judgment card. Audrey was almost certain the fool was behind this. She immersed herself in her imagination for a moment, thinking of all sorts of ways the fool's followers enacted judgment on Capham. She didn't press about the matter further since one look at her father's expression told her he also didn't know the full story. Plus, Audrey believed that there had to be more important factors behind it, such as an evil god or secret organization. The beautiful noble lady smiled and engaged Count Hall in other casual topics as she ate breakfast. 15 Minsk Street. Klein sat down in front of his breakfast and opened the morning newspapers with anticipation. What? Kidnap? Klein almost choked on his food. Goddess, why does the newspaper always make up slander about me? Besides, what would I do with a plump human trafficker anyway? Well, Klein paused for a second and reevaluated the situation. I guess Leonard technically kidnapped Capham. The corner of his lips lifted upwards and Klein continued reading the newspapers. There was no mention of a hero bandit Dark Emperor, since Klein hadn't shown up in that guise. After all, he didn't have the corresponding card of blasphemy yet. But by dealing with Capham a whole month earlier, Klein had prevented him from harming more innocent people. Sigh, since I didn't get to scatter tarot cards during Leniva's death, this is the first time the Tarot Club has appeared in public view. Klein mourned the loss of publicity for a brief moment since the authorities would probably treat it as a strange ritual, rather than linking it to a new organization based on tarot cards. Klein stood up, having finished his breakfast, and returned to his bedroom. Behind him, a man with a scruffy white wig expressionlessly cleaned up the dishes. Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and soon appeared in the fool's seat above the gray fog. He raised a hand and immediately, from a pile of miscellaneous objects covered by fog, an iron-black glove and a large stack of gleaming gold appeared in front of him. He couldn't help a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he carefully counted the value of his gains from last evening. 200, 250, 360. Wow. Klein inwardly expressed his astonishment. He was clear that the amount in the safe wasn't all of Capham's wealth. The human trafficker likely stored most of his funds in several banks. However, having this much raw gold in a safe was truly a pleasant surprise for Klein. He counted the money one more time before Klein turned his attention to the iron-black glove. Closing his eyes, he touched the object and quietly chanted the effects of this mystical object 7 times. Klein's eyes fluttered shut and reopened a few seconds later. Picking the glove up by one of its fingers, he let it dangle in the air as he inspected it. The effect is pretty good. It can strengthen physical abilities, the spirit body of the wearer, and automatically intimidate those under Sequence 6, so they'll feel compelled to bow down and confess all their crimes. As for its negative effects, for how long the wearer uses it, is how long they will be unable to lie afterward. For example, if Leonard wore this glove for 3 hours, after he took it off, he would be unable to lie for the next 3 hours. Klein held his chin in thought. Compared to other sealed artifacts, Horus' glove had rather mild consequences, but it could be inconvenient. At least, Klein spewed lies daily, so he would have to carefully consider the usefulness of the iron-black glove. Well, it's up to Leonard to decide. He inspected the glove for a few more minutes to make sure there weren't any hidden risks before he threw down a message for the red glove through the corresponding crimson star. Once he returned to the real world, Klein went back downstairs to prepare to leave. However, midway through putting on his outer coat, he paused and looked at Horus, who was standing in the kitchen like a statue. What can I do to disguise him? Klein's gaze swept over Horus and eventually landed on the messy wig on his head. At noon, Klein stopped by the Quelaag Club to make the acquaintance of Mike Joseph. There, he was commissioned by the reporter from the Daily Observer for his help as Mike wrote up an article condemning Capham's actions. I also want to interview the victims and see if they have any information about their rescuer. Who knows, maybe a vigilante has appeared in Backland. Mike whispered to Klein excitedly. Klein smiled. You found the right person to ask. He stretched out his hand. I happen to have a free schedule today and have no reason to decline. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Good. Mike Joseph laughed and firmly shook his hand. Then, we can start today. I'll pay you a grand amount of £10. Klein was satisfied with this amount, and they first ate lunch at the club. As they left, and the reporter called a private carriage. However, Klein suddenly added, by the way, I have an assistant with me. He's not especially capable, but I'm teaching him the ropes of the detective business. I suppose you could consider him an intern. Really? Mike's interest was piqued. Where is he then? Klein turned to look at a nearby bench and waved at a man sitting there. The thin-faced figure stood up and walked towards the two. Mike Joseph smiled and politely extended his hand in greeting to the approaching man. Nice to meet you. He trailed off, his eyes drifting upwards. In the cold weather of Backlund, the man standing before him had a normal appearance, except for his smooth, shiny head. That's right, he was bald. Not only was he bald, but he also had a scruffy beard around his mouth, almost as if he had taken the hair off his head and put it on his face. Ahem, nice to meet you, mister. Mike quickly regained his composure. Watson. John Watson. He shook Mike's hand. After some brief introductions, the three men headed towards East Borough. Looking at the detective and his assistant sitting across from him, Mike had a bizarre thought. To be a private detective, does one need to have a beard? Klein, with Horace, accompanied Mike in interviewing those related to Capim until late in the evening, during which he received no news from Leonard. However, Klein wasn't too concerned, since Red Gloves were normally very busy. For the Evernight Church, where half of its members only needed to sleep 2 hours each day, overtime was a very common occurrence. As he stuffed the £10 into his wallet, Klein bade goodbye to the reporter and returned to 15 Minsk Street with Horace. With his hand on the doorknob, Klein noticed a new piece of mail in the mailbox and bent down slightly to retrieve it. The return address neatly printed on its back made him pause in his steps. Leonard must have received Benson and Melissa's letter and dropped by to give it to me. I guess he's not too busy. His expression unconsciously brightening at the thought of his siblings, Klein brought the letter to his desk and neatly opened it using a letter opener. As he manipulated Horace to lock the door behind him, Klein unfolded the letter and read it. Dear Klein, in Tingin, it's also getting colder and we can rarely see the sun. Although, I hear that the sun in Backlund is less visible due to the heavy pollution there rather than the weather. Melissa wanted me to remind you to stay away from factory work since the fumes can be rather harmful to the body. Klein laughed lightly. Even if I wasn't a Beyonder and was truly in Backlund for a job, I would at most be doing clerical work, not having to go to the factories. After this brief respite, he continued reading the letter. I hope you're eating well, and the food in Backlund is to your taste. I tried to cook a few meals, but Melissa stopped me. She's becoming more and more independent. Haha, she's looking over my shoulder now and insists that it's because her cooking is better. As for the civil servant examination, I've resigned from my job and will focus on preparing for it. It's all thanks to your foresight that I was able to prepare in advance. A new university, the University of Technology, will also open in Backlund. So since you're there, and I don't need to be in Tingin to study, Melissa and I were thinking of reuniting with you sooner. We can make the arrangements on our side, and if you found a suitable house, we can all live in Backlund a few months earlier than planned. Hee hee, unless you're enjoying the solitary life too much. Klein's heart jumped in his chest. No, absolutely not. He hadn't settled half of his business as Sherlock, and if his siblings moved to Backlund ahead of time, he'd have to balance the double life of Klein Moretti and Sherlock Moriarty at the same time. He had a headache just thinking of it. Habitually massaging his temples, Klein continued reading, but Benson had already changed the topic. Backlund and Tingin aren't too far away, so if you're not too busy on the weekends, Melissa and I could visit or you could come to Tingin. Don't worry about us too much. We're both doing fine. Although there were some increases in crime before, now Tingin is as peaceful as ever. Sincerely, Benson. And Melissa. The last phrase was scribbled with more elegant handwriting, showing that Melissa had tacked on her name herself at the end. Although his heart had warmed at his siblings' sincere care for him, Klein was very clear-headed on the fact that he absolutely could not allow Benson or Melissa to move to Backlund at this time. Thus, he hurriedly composed a new letter. He filled half of the page with ordinary news and conversation, and then addressed the biggest issue near the end. Melissa and Benson, there's no need to move to Backlund in a rush. Goddess forbid if Benson doesn't get a position at Backlund, then wouldn't you have moved in vain? Plus, the university hasn't been completed yet, and it's still in the middle of the school year for Melissa. Melissa, I'm sure you'd like to have ample time to say goodbye to your friends, right? Anyway, it's nothing urgent. As you said, it's not that long of a trip to travel between Backlund and Ting'an. I can also ask for leave to return to Ting'an. My job has very good benefits. Sincerely, your younger/older brother, Klein. After he sealed the letter, Klein rushed to the post office, wanting to send it as soon as possible. However, although the letter would arrive on time, Klein would never have expected that someone would suddenly visit beforehand. But for the time being, Klein first stuffed himself with dinner. In the evening, although the Beyonder gathering held by Eye of Wisdom was meeting that night, Klein took Horace with him to the Harvest Church. Last morning, he made an appointment with Father Utravsky to ask after the origin of the Master Key. The night sky was an inky black as Klein sneaked in through a side door rather than openly walking through the main entrance like before, leaving Horace standing stupidly outside of the Harvest Church. However, Bishop Utravsky wasn't in his normal position. The previously bright and serene cathedral was now silent and gloomy, rows and rows of empty pews barely visible in the darkness. Klein wasn't too surprised and walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. As he rounded the corner, he saw the tall, giant-like bishop walking up the basement stairs. The heavy stone doors situated there were being banged on by someone, or a certain vampire. Bishop Utravsky looked up and saw Klein, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with stubble around his lips. His light-colored eyebrows raised for a second before he asked, "Are you here to ask about the Master Key?" Before Klein could answer, the basement stone door was thumped again with ever-increasing intensity. Along with the thumps was a male voice that shouted, "Let me out." "This is?" Klein forced himself to ask with an inquisitive tone. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly. "A vampire." The moment he heard the word vampire, Klein braced himself for an inevitable rant. "Vampire? What's wrong with being a vampire? Do you think vampires should be locked up? Do I have to listen to your nagging and scriptures every day? Bullshit. I'm a noble sanguine. Don't use such a vulgar name to describe me." Without even taking a breath, the voice continued. "Let me tell you, I worship the moon and absolutely won't convert to a believer of Mother Earth. Give up, you damned priest." Klein resisted the urge to laugh. "Emlyn, be careful you don't eat your own words in the future. That's your own sanguine ancestor you're cursing." He looked away from the basement door engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols and said, "Yes, I'm here to ask where the Master Key first came from. You'll have to ask him." Bishop Utravsky gestured slightly towards the basement. Emlyn was quiet for a few seconds before he laughed and said, "Friend, I can answer your question. But first, you need to rescue me." Klein directly chuckled. A plan formed in his head, and he glanced at Father Utravsky before he confidently replied, "If you truthfully tell me the origin of the Master Key, then I promise that you'll be out of the basement before dawn." Father Utravsky looked at Klein with an unfathomable gaze before Klein put a finger to his lips and winked. Emlyn, locked behind the basement door, naturally couldn't see his movements. "Humph. It seems that someone has some sense. You've made the right choice." "Well?" Klein prompted, a humorous feeling at Emlyn's prideful remarks. There was silence for a moment. Finally, Emlyn said, "About a month ago, I went to the hospital in Southborough to steal blood and ended up meeting a thief. He originally wanted to enter the finance department, but ended up lost and opened the door to the blood bank. There, he was caught by me." The sanguine continued. "He was using that master key. He told me that he found it back when he had burgled a particular house and also obtained a pocket watch in the basement. Later, he found out its usefulness, which is no doubt an unimaginable surprise for a thief. He enjoyed numerous successes until I caught him and took the key. Damn, if I knew it would lead me to this dirty old man, I definitely would have thrown it into the Tussock River." "Ah, he said he found it in the area south of the bridge, 32 Verdi Street." Emlyn honestly spilled everything he knew. Huh. Looks like Emlyn wisened up and knew there was no benefit to lying this time. Although Klein knew Emlyn spoke the truth, for the eyes of Father Utravsky, he still dug out a copper coin and flipped it into the air. As he caught it, He looked at the coin. It was tails, indicating a negative response. Emlyn had told the truth. Even though Emlyn couldn't see, Klein pressed his hand to his chest, faced the heavy stone door, and bowed. Thank you for your cooperation. After that, he turned to leave. Good, now? Wait. Where are you going? Emlyn was cordial at first, but once he heard the clear sound of footsteps leaving, he became infuriated. You dare cheat a noble sanguine. Just wait. Klein stifled a laugh and turned back around. Of course, he wasn't going to go back on his word, but he found it fun to tease Emlyn. I'm just joking. Naturally, I'll keep my promise. Klein then looked at Father Utravsky and said with a smile, Father, the Earth Mother does not reject anyone. This vampire here seems to be rather law-abiding and is clearly repentant of his mistakes. Right? His last sentence was directed towards Emlyn behind the basement door. Luckily, Emlyn seemed to understand his situation and only paused for a second before he enthusiastically replied. Yes, that's right. I'm very repentant. He was so excited to answer that he forgot to object to being called a vampire. Klein let his smile grow wider. I've also heard a rumor that the Church of the Earth Mother has a peculiar habit of taking in vampires. Father Utravsky, surely proselytizing the Earth Mother's teachings would be more effective with a dedicated believer or priest who has turned over a new leaf. The tall bishop seemed to be seriously considering it. What are you talking about? Stop this instant. Emlyn sounded horrified, clearly seeing what Klein was getting at. Klein ignored Emlyn's weak protest and continued. If this vampire, my apologies, sanguine, is willing to convert to Mother Earth and show his dedication by, say, memorizing the Holy Bible of the Church of Mother Earth, then naturally he should be able to return home, no? Father Utravsky slowly nodded. Yes, the Earth Mother accepts everyone. Klein smiled and spread his hands. Then that's that. Sanguine, what do you think? If you agree, you can be freed on the spot. Otherwise, who knows when you can leave? In fact, the Church of the Earth Mother is pretty good. They have a history of taking care of vampires, and you'll have a place to rest and eat. Bah! Who wants to drink the blood of a dirty old man? Emlyn quickly retorted, but then fell silent. Klein felt like he could hear the sound of Emlyn grinding his teeth before he reluctantly responded. Fine. This noble sanguine shall convert to the belief of Mother Earth. Father Utravsky immediately showed a pleased smile and said in a benign tone, Those who repent and accept the Earth Mother's embrace are made anew. From within his robes, he withdrew a familiar black candle, then replaced the candle in a nearby lantern with the mental terror candle. Klein cast an amused glance at the newly made mental terror lantern and didn't say anything. Instead, he thanked Father Utravsky and turned to leave. As the bishop went through a lengthy process to unlock the seal on the door, Klein paused halfway up the steps and turned to look at the door, behind which Emlyn was certainly sulking. Mr. White, don't be quick to make a judgment on your predicament. This may be a blessing in disguise. How do you know my name? But Klein had already left. Chapter 34. In the middle of the night, when everyone was fast asleep in their homes, Klein's brow furrowed, and he turned over in his sleep. Suddenly, he became astutely aware that he was dreaming. Unlike the bright and serene setting of Utopia, however, he was still in his room at 15 Minsk Street. The dim red moonlight spilled into the room from a gap in the curtains, and if it wasn't for his special constitution, Klein would have thought the dream world was real. His spiritual intuition was touched faintly, and he looked at the door. Klein wasn't alarmed by the sudden intrusion into his dream, nor did he pretend that he wasn't lucid, as he already had an idea of who his visitor was. Sure enough, the doorknob turned and the wooden door slowly swung open, revealing a black-haired man with green eyes. The top two buttons of his white dress shirt were unbuttoned, and his shirt wasn't tucked, giving him a laid-back air. A smile appeared on his face as Leonard saw Klein, sitting on the edge of the bed in casual clothes. Here to disturb my sleep again? The red glove laughed. If it wasn't for the devil dog, I wouldn't have to work overtime. Speaking of which, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you. Breaking news, straight from the official churches. Oh, Klein tilted his head with interest. What is it? Leonard grinned. Around 3 hours ago, the official churches used a sealed artifact to trap the devil dog. After it was incapacitated, it exploded but was quickly contained. The serial murderer in Backlund is no more. Klein's eyes widened. So fast. This. He lapsed into deep thought, and he habitually tapped his finger on the bed. Leonard glanced at his subconscious actions, and a subtle feeling entered his heart as he once again realized that his friend was, indeed, the fool. Although it's a good thing that the devil dog has been dealt with so soon, preventing the loss of more lives, this has completely cut off the opportunity for me, as Sherlock Moriarty, to get into contact with Isengard Stanton and build a reputation as Backlund's greatest detective that brings Prince Edisac to look for me after Talum's death. Leonard watched Klein think with furrowed brows and inwardly thought he looked a bit cute. Leaning back in his chair, the poet said, "Don't worry, Klein. I said that I consulted a private detective named Sherlock to conclude that the serial murderer is an animal." Klein looked up with surprise, and Leonard continued, "I also dropped some hints as a red glove to guide the churches to the direction of Jason Beria, but he had already booked it when we went to arrest him. I estimate that before the end of this week, you'll be invited to investigate Jason with the police and other detectives." "I see. That's good to hear. It's nice talking to someone who understands what I'm thinking." Klein didn't have to give Leonard detailed instructions on what to do or what not to do. He could trust in Leonard's judgment and experience, plus the addition of the stable palace. In some matters, they had a sort of tacit understanding that made it very comfortable for him to collaborate with the poet. Yes, and this way you don't have to run through the streets yelling murderer and screaming for help, Leonard added with a laugh. All the good feelings Klein just had for Leonard flew out the window, and Klein looked at him with a dark face. After a brief silence, he asked, "Is there anything else?" Leonard thought for a while before he suddenly straightened up. "Ah yes, I remember. Capum and his helper, Belize, have been taken into the custody of the church. The girls who were locked in the underground basement were freed, and the authorities are creating a program to help them." Klein listened quietly, and Leonard continued speaking. "The church has all but confirmed the connection between Capum's human trafficking and the royal family, especially since so many Beyonders from the Justiciar pathway were in his villa. It's unclear what the higher-ups are planning to do, but some sort of punishment will definitely be imposed on the Augustus family." Klein held his chin in thought. Since the evidence is irrefutable and the deeds are too heinous, it looks like the churches won't turn a blind eye this time. Although there were no concrete consequences yet, Klein was happy with the result. Leonard nodded in agreement. "That's what Old Man and I thought too. Also, I have something to give you." He patted his pockets and looked around for a while, seemingly at a loss before he suddenly laughed. I forgot that you can't bring physical objects into a dream." Inwardly, Klein slapped his forehead. "Dear poet, could you not be so scatterbrained?" "Well, it's just the documents I copied from Capum's villa." Leonard spread his hands and shrugged. "I'll have a spirit slide it under your door later." "Okay," Klein agreed. Hopefully, it would come when his neighbors weren't out and about. Otherwise, they'd get the fright of their life. "I also have something to give you." Klein focused, and soon an iron-black glove rested next to him. He picked it up and showed it to Leonard. Of course, it wasn't the real glove itself, just an image he conjured in his dream. "Ah, Horace, mystical item? What's it called?" A look of understanding dawned on Leonard. Horace named it the Hand of Subtle Domination, but you can call it whatever you like. Hand of Subtle Domination is too much of a mouthful, Leonard decided. "I'll rename it to Black Glove." Klein's lips twitched imperceptibly. For a self-proclaimed poet, you don't have a single romantic bone in your body. As he lampooned to himself, he opened his mouth and said, "If you think it's good, then I'll give it to you, as payment for helping with my advancement ritual." "Well, it's pretty useful. At least, it fits my requirements, and the negative effect is rather interesting," Leonard said with a contemplative look on his face. "In fact, I could use the negative effect to interrogate criminals." "Then it's yours," Klein replied with a leisurely smile. Leonard nodded and stood up. At the door, the green-eyed poet turned back and smiled at Klein. "Good night, Klein." Klein felt Leonard's presence disappear from his dream, and he allowed himself to sink into a deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, Julianne, the maidservant of Mrs. Sammers, woke up at the crack of dawn and began her daily duties. After she cleaned and cooked, before she gently woke up her mistress, she stepped outside to get the Daily Mail and newspapers. Suppressing a yawn, she closed the mailbox and turned to head back inside when a sudden movement in her peripheral vision caught her eye. She naturally turned to look at the neighboring unit, 15 Minsk Street, and her eyes widened. An ear-splitting shriek broke the morning silence, and all the mail she was holding dropped to the ground. A sheaf of papers wobbled in the air and slowly slid under the door of 15 Minsk Street. However, there was no one holding the papers. Yes, they had moved by themselves. Oh goddess. Julianne felt like she was about to faint. She wanted to rush back inside to report to Mr. and Mrs. Sammers, or maybe even call the police. But at that moment, the door to Unit 15 slowly cracked open. Their neighbor, Sherlock Moriarty, stepped out under Julianne's horrified gaze. He was dressed semi-casually in a shirt and a vest, clearly not planning on staying out for long. The bearded gentleman walked over and asked with a concerned tone, "Miss, I heard a scream just now. Is everything all right?" "Why, yes, everything is quite all right," Julianne hurriedly answered, not daring to meet the man's eyes. However, her shifty gaze betrayed her as she glanced at the tightly closed door to 15 Minsk Street. Klein immediately understood what happened and inwardly cursed. "Poet classmate, you had to wait until now to send the documents." He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled gently at the maidservant. "Were you perhaps startled by the papers that seemingly floated under my door?" "Ah." Surprised, Julianne took a step back and looked at him with wary eyes. Klein sighed in his heart and explained with a smile. "Actually, there's no need to be afraid. I have a friend who tames messenger birds. He has his quirks and doesn't like the postal service." "Messenger birds?" Julianne was stunned. The natural light in Backlund was never that strong, and since it was still early, it was possible that she missed seeing an animal that small. "Yes." Klein raised his hand and whistled. A small brown sparrow flew down from a nearby tree and landed on his outstretched finger, its head tilting to the side as it looked at Julianne. After a few seconds, it flitted off again. The maidservant laughed in awkward relief, her doubts disappearing like smoke. "Oh, and I thought." She trailed off. "Thought what?" She smiled embarrassedly and suddenly found her previous fright too ridiculous to say out loud. "It's nothing. Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. I need to go now. I apologize for screaming so loudly and making you come out here." Julianne bent down and started picking up the mail she dropped. Klein politely helped the maidservant, then bade goodbye and returned to 15 Minsk Street. Thank the goddess, she believed me. If the maidservant had really called the police, Klein would probably have official Beyonders knocking on his door within an hour. "Well, I'm technically an honorary archbishop of the Evernight Church." Klein sighed and bent down, picking up the sheaf of papers Leonard's spirit had left for him. This is all Leonard's fault. He cursed. Over breakfast, Klein rifled through the documents Leonard took from Capham's villa. The inconspicuous numbers on the paper had a dark air to it by what they represented, and Klein found it hard to stomach his food. Sigh, this is really disgusting to read. Klein's dislike of Capham grew even stronger, and he shoveled down the rest of his breakfast mechanically. It's good that Leonard told me that the church is planning on doing something. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to go out and do something rash. Klein didn't think he was a selfless saint, but he had a strong set of moral beliefs and would naturally act against something he thought was wrong. He organized the papers and securely put them away before he packed up to leave. His plan for today had already been decided a long time ago. He was going to visit Emperor Roselle's memorial exhibition. Westborough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Although it wasn't a weekend, since this was the first day that the exhibition was open, a long line was at the door when Klein arrived. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, wearing a silk top hat, a long double-breasted frock coat, and holding a black cane, followed the people in front of him and entered the museum. However, since he was taking Horace with him, he had to pay for another ticket, which left him in a somewhat bad mood. Along with around 20 other people, Klein followed a pretty woman as she introduced Roselle's life. Klein pretended to have the ordinary level of interest as the female guide excitedly showed Roselle's quilt, glassware, and extravagant gold-covered toilet. As they walked past the display cabinet that held Roselle's diaries, Klein took a peek and was disappointed to find that the entries displayed were the same as before he traveled back in time. He toured Roselle's Hall of Plagiarism and soon stopped in front of a certain book. The manuscripts where Roselle had recorded objects from Earth that the Emperor had wanted to invent. An inconspicuous bookmark lay in it, and on it, there was a depiction of Roselle in royal emperor clothes. "Found you." Klein suppressed his smile and continued to show mild interest in the other objects displayed. His goal for today was to confirm the state of the card of blasphemy, and now he could implement the next step of his plan. Stealing it. I need to steal it tonight. Otherwise, Bernadette might beat me to it. Klein mused to himself. He carefully remembered the layout of the exhibition hall and the location of the book before they left the restored study. The tour ended before noon, and Klein was free to move around. He made to leave, but an unobtrusive sign in the corner of his eye caught his attention. A gift shop? Surprised, Klein paused. I didn't notice this before. Are museums so modern now? A bit interested, Klein stepped forward and pushed open the frosted glass door, revealing a small but brightly lit interior. If not for the lack of electricity, Klein almost thought he had returned to the 21st century. A young woman sat behind an old cashier, reading a book and disinterested in the one customer that had just entered. Along the walls were shelves of small items and trinkets, and tables of copies of historical books lay in the middle. Klein even saw a special stand selling only Roselle-related items. I can smell Roselle's influence all over this. He lampooned. The Emperor isn't even letting go of museums. He walked through the small gift shop, and a subtle flash of green entered his vision. Klein looked towards the source and saw a silk hair ribbon in an emerald color. For some reason, a pair of vivid green eyes flashed in his mind. He reached out and lightly rubbed the smooth fabric in between two fingers, suddenly recalling when he had met with Leonard just before he accidentally time-traveled, when he had just woken up from his sleep. At that time, it was 5 years since the last time he had seen Leonard in real life, not counting his appearances in his dream. The high-ranking deacon had advanced from Sequence 4 to a Sequence 2 saint, and his black hair, which was always messy and a bit long, had grown to almost waist level. But despite all his changes, Klein still had the same feeling of familiarity and closeness when he saw him. Klein blinked rapidly to dissipate his memories and looked at the hair ribbon in his hand in silence. Finally, he sighed and took it, heading over to the cash register in the corner. The woman behind the counter looked up as he approached. "Good day, sir." She greeted him politely. As she looked at the item Klein placed in front of her, a knowing smile appeared on her face. "Are you buying it for your sweetheart? Well, it'll be £1.06. Before Klein had the chance to explain that it was for a friend, his eyes widened as he heard the price. £1.06? He repeated, incredulous. "Goddess, the cane I'm holding right now isn't even as expensive as this." Another robbery in broad daylight. Roselle, even if you introduce museum gift shops, did you have to make them just as expensive? Ignorant to the rain of complaints and criticisms in Klein's head, the cashier hurriedly explained. "Sir, you might not be aware of this, but the Royal Museum in Backlund collaborates with businesses around the world to promote interest in history and different cultures. The fabric used here is very expensive and imported from South Balaam." Klein bit his lip in hesitation and fluctuated between buying it and not buying it before he grit his teeth and firmly replied, "All right." He reached into his coat pocket and took out his wallet, where he carefully counted exactly £1.06. He kept most of his wealth stored in Seyfira Castle, so his wallet held around £100 in total, plus some loose change. After the cashier received the money with a smile, she held onto the emerald green ribbon and asked, "Would you like it wrapped as a gift? This is a special service only in the Royal Museum." Klein, who was just extorted, wasn't polite at all and directly asked, "Do I have to pay extra?" "Yes." "Then, no thank you." Klein tipped his hat to the cashier and walked out of the gift shop into the Backlund streets. Since he already knew which bookmark was Roselle's card of blasphemy, Klein didn't need to commission Audrey to test it for him. Thus, once it was around evening, Klein started making his preparations. The sun was starting to set outside his window when Klein entered Seyfira Castle. There, he conjured the layout of the Royal Museum's first floor and the conditions surrounding it based on memory. He decided to revise his plans a bit to be as fast as possible. After all, with the devil dog now dead, the general security of Backlund would be a bit more relaxed. While this normally would have been a good thing for him, it also meant his competitor, Roselle's daughter, would also be able to move freely. "I also need to think of how to successfully escape her scrutiny." Klein carefully looked at the blueprint, establishing a relatively safe plan. Finally, he made another divination to confirm the degree of danger, which was minimal. Before he went back in time, Klein had the plan to forge a similar bookmark to replace the one he was going to steal, but he discarded the idea due to fears that it would implicate Miss Justice. However, since there was a high possibility of Bernadette also being there, replacing the bookmark would be useless. Compared to stealing Roselle's diary, it's possible that if I only steal the one bookmark this time, I won't even get a small section in the newspaper. Klein mused to himself. Then, he thought about what items to bring. Ozig's copper whistle is a must, as well as paper figurines and other mystical items that I need to summon myself and hold a sacrificial ritual. His gaze landed on a corner in Seyfira Castle, where a human skin glove lay pitifully on the floor. I'm not going to entangle with the devil dog, so there's no need to bring creeping hunger. Of course, I'll take Horace with me for safety. Satisfied, Klein returned to the real world and began making all sorts of preparations. He also carefully stored away the expensive green ribbon he had bought earlier that day, planning on giving it to Leonard along with Horace's glove, or the newly dubbed black glove. Klein glanced at the time and saw that it was about 8, around the right time for him to act. He wanted to steal the bookmark earlier in hopes of avoiding Bernadette. With a subtle smile on his face, Klein put on his half-top hat and left 15 Minsk Street, Horace obediently following behind him. 18 Kings Avenue. Outside a building next to a crossroad junction, Klein followed the shadows and shaded areas, recklessly using the master key from time to time to walk in a straight line before finally arriving. He took out the plain brass key, pointed it at the kitchen door, and turned it silently. An imperceptible rippling occurred as Klein entered the room. Without disturbing anyone, he found a storage room next to the servants' sleeping quarters. He put away the brass key and released his spirituality to seal off the storage room. Then, he instructed Horace to take out a candle and placed it on a crate in front of him, lighting it with a match. Horace knelt and performed ritualistic magic to summon the fool, from where Klein responded to the prayer from Seyfira Castle. Less than a minute later, Klein floated in the room, facing his body whose eyes had lost their luster and the similarly blank-eyed Horace. He then wrapped the ancient copper whistle from Ozig to stabilize his spirit body and make it stronger. As he did so, a chilly wind began to swirl in the room. After he changed the appearance of his illusory spirit body to make it appear as if there was a layer of clown paint on its face, Klein cut a transparent door in the wall of spirituality and headed out. Just like a real ghost, he passed through residential buildings before arriving outside the Royal Museum. In this state, he could clearly see every security personnel, their aura, and their emotions. He peeked through a window on the first floor casually and immediately froze. In the showroom where Roselle's diary was kept, the machinery hive mind squad captain, Max Livermore, carried a lantern as he went back and forth to check on the area. On this official Beyonder's right eye, he wore a monocle. Shocked, Klein almost immediately ended the summoning and left. Luckily, reason quickly took over after his knee-jerk reaction. No, it's not a Monfew. Klein breathed a silent sigh of relief. It looks like it's just a mystical item. That coincidentally is in the shape of a monocle. If Klein had a corporeal body, he would definitely be sweating. Looks like I still have psychological trauma toward Amon. Although Klein quickly recovered and he continued moving on, he couldn't help shooting a few more glances at the guard, double-checking that it wasn't really Amon in disguise. He followed his plan and flew up into the second floor, passing through doors and walls according to the layout in his memory, and soon arrived right above Roselle's restored study. Klein silently lay on the ground. His illusory and transparent figure quickly faded into the ground. On the crystal chandelier hanging from a ceiling on the first floor, a faintly discernible human face suddenly appeared. The strange face overlooked the exhibition hall, its eyes constantly moving, taking in the scenery of every corner of the area. In his current spirit body form, it was much easier for Klein to receive revelations from the spirit world, and he quickly divined that there was no one else in the room, or at least no one physically present. He fully entered the room and floated before Roselle's glass-covered desk. Without any hesitation, he reached out with both hands to grab the bookmark in the manuscript of creativity. Wrapping the sealed card of blasphemy within his spirit body, Klein's heart calmed down, and he immediately wanted to sever his summoning. Wah, wah, wah. The loud and shrill cry of a baby suddenly reverberated within the exhibition hall, yet at the same time it sounded as if it came from far, far away. Klein cursed inwardly, but he wasn't that worried. Still too late. His body suddenly stiffened, and along with the cries of the baby were fine black rifts that surrounded Klein like a discontinuous iron fence. As they appeared, everything around them froze in place. Eventually, it became hard for Klein to sense the existence of the spirit world. "Why did you only take that bookmark?" A soft and impassive female voice entered Klein's ear. He saw a tall bookcase, divided into 2 levels. The top level almost reached the ceiling, with a staircase and a passage surrounding countless books. At the top of the stairs sat a figure shrouded by darkness, her feet hanging from the wooden stairs as they suspended in midair. Klein smiled, and, without so much as a word, his illusory, nearly translucent figure instantly disappeared, leaving no traces behind. It was as if he was never there. The woman sitting at the top of the stairs looked at the spot where Klein had been in silence. The surrounding cries of the baby and the eyeballs had disappeared one after another. After an unknown period, the top of the stairs suddenly became empty, as if no one had ever been there before. As the faint crimson moonlight shone in from the window, the Beyonder guards on the first floor continued their vigilant patrol, unaware of the 2 intruders that were just there. Above the gray fog, within the majestic ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the top of the long, mottled table. He leaned back into his chair and said with a laugh, "Looks like I still couldn't avoid her. Huh, it's a bit funny. From a generational point of view, I'm technically her uncle. An uncle running away from her niece. What a comedic scene." Klein lampooned. He stored away Ozik's copper whistle and the card of blasphemy, in no hurry to unseal it. After that, Klein descended back into his real body. His dull eyes lit up again, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Horace quickly extinguished the candles and ended the ritual, neatly cleaning up the scene. Then, Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality and allowed the wind to blow away the remaining traces. Klein also stored the master key in Seyfira Castle, not planning to use it again that night. Taking Horace in tow, he sneaked out of the building before taking a rental carriage a while away. It was only after the carriage traveled a certain distance that his heart relaxed a bit. With the bald Horace mutely sitting across from him, Klein looked out of the carriage window at the large moon in the sky. He wasn't too worried about Bernadette chasing after him since he didn't do anything to draw attention to himself, and she couldn't possibly examine every carriage on the street. After all, there were still quite a few people outside, and not even a Sequence 3 could recklessly move around in Backlund on that scale. Now that I have a card of blasphemy, I can try to summon Rainet Tenekur as a messenger. But the most important matter now is to handle Jason Beria, the owner of the Devil Dog. His goal of assassinating Duke Negan won't change, so it's likely that he'll use the same tactics. First, sending a threatening letter to the detectives involved with investigating the Devil Dog. Since Leonard credited me, the information that I played a role could be counted as internal knowledge of the church. It's possible that Jason Beria won't know me. Perhaps I should purposefully leak the information? Sherlock Moriarty needs to build more reputation to become a player on Backlund's large chessboard. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Klein's mind as the carriage sped along the wide road lined with gas street lamps. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and cold sweat coated his back. Not good. Unlike before he went back in time, there were no vines dropping from the sky and no green vegetation that suddenly surrounded him. However, Klein could feel a cold and sharp gaze penetrate the carriage, passing through the obstructions, and directly inspect the items on his body. Bernadette is bolder than I thought. She must place great importance on things related to her father. Or perhaps, she's only searching those nearby that possess Beyonder abilities. Klein pretended he didn't notice anything, and continued looking forward. The only thing in his pockets were some miscellaneous ordinary objects, since even if there was only a small chance of encountering Bernadette again, Klein was still careful of the possibility and made sure not to carry anything suspicious. This was one of the reasons why he hadn't used the master key again. The other was because it easily made its user encounter dangerous scenarios, and Klein didn't want to push his luck, even if the devil dog was gone. After a few more painful seconds, her gaze passed by him, and Klein showed no outward expression. However, in the next moment, her gaze shifted to Horace sitting across from him. Klein's heart jumped in his chest for a split second, but he quickly calmed himself down. Although most Beyonders will be unable to tell whether someone is a marionette or not, I have a feeling Bernadette can. But I'm not too concerned about this. Even if she knows, so what? I don't believe that she'll strike down every marionettist she sees. The only issue is, his thoughts were interrupted as a surprised voice softly said, Horace? Although her voice had an incredulous tone to it, immediately after Bernadette spoke, green vines drooped down and interweaved to form a dense forest. The carriage shook fiercely, and the surroundings became abnormally quiet, almost suffocatingly so. Even the sounds of the horse's hooves and the rumbling of the wheels disappeared. At this moment, Klein had only a single thought in his mind. Shit. Chapter 35. Horace? Although Bernadette's voice had an incredulous tone to it, immediately after she spoke, green vines drooped down and interweaved to form a dense forest. The carriage shook fiercely, and the surroundings became abnormally quiet, almost suffocatingly so. Even the sounds of the horse's hooves and the rumbling of the wheels disappeared. At this moment, Klein had only a single thought in his mind. Shit. He never would have expected that Bernadette could recognize Horace by just seeing his face, let alone when he was shaved bald, with his own hair pasted back onto his face. But then again, Queen Mystic herself was in Backlund due to her premonition that a huge tragedy would occur, and her ritual requirement to promote to Sequence 2 of the Mystic Prior Pathway was to avert a disaster. It made sense that she would pay attention to the powers in Backlund, especially people dabbling in human trafficking. I can only blame my carelessness. Klein sighed. The only good thing was that he wasn't wearing Sherlock Moriarty's face, but that of a random man with light brown hair. The pea vines outside the window formed a hammock in the air, and a pair of feet in black leather boots dropped down. Bernadette's gaze cut through the barrier of the carriage and looked straight at the ordinary Lonese gentleman. She then narrowed her eyes at the other man in the carriage. Horace. Although he lacked his usual ostentatious wig and now sported a splotchy beard, she could still recognize him. However, even though this former human trafficker looked normal on the outside, Bernadette could tell that he was already dead. A marionette? Explain. Her voice was cold and hard as she turned her gaze back to Klein. His mind raced to come up with an explanation. Klein deliberately looked a bit nervous and said, I'm a marionettist under the Evernight Church. We received a tip that Capim was trafficking humans and there was suspicious beyonder activity in his villa, and during the church's raid, I converted Horace into a marionette. When in doubt, crawl back to the Evernight Church. He suddenly remembered something and added, the church suspects that there are other forces behind Capim. To not beat the grass and startle the snake, we're handling the matter in secret, so the other churches and press are unaware of the truth behind the issue. Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds, processing the information. Then she questioned, if it was an official operation by the church, why the tarot cards? As expected of Roselle's daughter and Queen Mystic, she found the discrepancy immediately. Klein had several options. First, he could tell her that followers of a new organization had slipped in, murdered Katie, and left the tarot cards behind as some strange message. Second, he could claim that it was a special kind of advancement ritual for a member of the church, and it needed to be seen by others to gain feedback. And lastly, Klein could deflect the question. However, since Klein wanted the tarot club to leave a good impression on Bernadette, the first option wasn't viable. Neither was the second, since he and other tarot club members would litter cards in various scenes in the future, and then she would immediately know he was lying. Technically, everything I've said so far is the truth. Klein made up his mind and purposefully appeared more nervous and on guard. This is classified information of the church, and I've signed a non-disclosure agreement. He heard a disbelieving snort from outside the carriage. And everything else you've told me isn't a secret? Everything I've told you will be revealed soon, so it doesn't matter if you know of it or not. Plus, this is to demonstrate my willingness to cooperate. Klein mustered up a smile that he directed outside of the carriage. There was more silence, and Klein grew more tense as time passed. What is she thinking? She won't turn me into the church to see if I'm lying or not. Will she? All right. Klein subconsciously relaxed, but Bernadette's following words made his smile freeze on his face. What's your name? He hesitated and opened his mouth to respond, a fake name jumping to his lips. James Holmes. A few silent seconds later, a cold chuckle resounded in the air. That's a lie. So she has some method to determine whether I'm telling the truth? A cold shiver ran down Klein's back. It was a relief that he hadn't said any outright lies before. Although his face looked impassive on the outside, inwardly Klein was calculating all sorts of possibilities. No matter what, I absolutely cannot tell her my real name. Klein Moretti. However, Sherlock Moriarty is a private detective who believes in the Church of Steam and Machinery, and clearly not a Nighthawk. While he was still carefully thinking of how to respond, Bernadette stated, "No matter. I don't need to know your name." Surprised, Klein widened his eyes imperceptibly. She's letting me off just like that? He almost couldn't believe his good fortune. But the next second, he suddenly felt some force surround him, dimming his vision. Before he could react, Klein saw an illusory pair of eyes for a split second, fading away so quickly it almost seemed like a hallucination. Klein's heart tightened. He'd seen a similar pair of eyes before. When he first promoted to a seer, he had activated his spirit vision and seen a pair of mysterious eyes overlooking Old Neil. They were the eyes of hidden Prion from the Hermit Pathway, which allowed its user to remotely spy on whoever they planted it on. In other words, there's now a 24/7 high-quality spy camera on me. Klein narrowed his eyes and considered the best angle to approach this new situation. After a few seconds, he said, "Aren't you afraid of the Church's retaliation? If you are truly who you claim to be, I naturally wouldn't cause you any harm." Bernadette didn't explain what would happen in the alternative scenario. After Bernadette finished speaking, her voice faded and Klein found himself back on the back London streets, driving between elegant iron-black gas street lamps. The pea vines and suffocating silence had cleanly disappeared. And if I'm not a Nighthawk, then the Church wouldn't care what happens to a wild beyonder. Klein finished Bernadette's sentence in his mind. As the familiar sounds of hoofbeats and carriage wheels turning entered his ears, Klein habitually massaged his temples. This time, I've really incurred a loss. I obtained the card of blasphemy, but got unwanted attention from Bernadette. At such a crucial time, I need to either remove Bernadette's suspicion of me or her eyes of Prion as soon as possible. In fact, this isn't too bad. It's pretty good already that she didn't kidnap me or try to kill me and channel my spirit. Klein laughed wryly, though that's likely because she was cautious of the possibility that I was an official beyonder. He directed the carriage driver to East Borough since he couldn't return to 15 Minsk Street now, or else it would expose his identity as Sherlock. The carriage stopped outside of East Borough, where Klein paid the fare of 8 solely. With his marionette following, Klein entered his rented room in East Borough and took off his outerwear. Due to Bernadette's eyes of Prion, Klein had to watch every movement of his. He was confident that he could easily remove her spyware after a trip to Seyfira Castle, but Klein couldn't guarantee that he would expose his secret in the process. And as for the alternative solution, it won't be easy removing Bernadette's suspicion of me. After all, as a marionettist, I'm the perfect fit for the perpetrator who stole the card of blasphemy. She probably suspects that I have another marionette, a wraith, that I'm hiding. Klein grumbled to himself. Of course, he really did steal Roselle's bookmark from the Royal Museum, but using a method Bernadette would likely never imagine. If Bernadette's watching me right now, she'd probably already find one glaring contradiction. Why would a Nighthawk, who is at minimum paid a middle-class wage, live in such a poor apartment in East Borough? Well, who says official beyonders can't have poor financial decisions? The corner of Klein's lips quirked up, and as he thought of the Evernight Church, he suddenly thought of something and jumped up. Yes, I can pray to the goddess. Since I claimed that I was a Nighthawk, it makes sense for me to pray to her. If, on the way, she gets rid of Bernadette's eyes of hidden Prion, I would prove my identity and Bernadette won't pursue me any further. And if Aemoneses doesn't reply to my prayer, then Bernadette wouldn't find it strange at all, and I can think of other solutions. After all, whoever heard of a deity replying to every prayer? Aside from the fool. As if rejuvenated with life, Klein rummaged around his pockets and paused, dumbstruck. I don't have any ritual items on me. An awkward expression appeared on his face. Luckily, he kept a few items and ingredients in this apartment. Otherwise, Klein would have to wait for the morning and then spend more money to buy everything. He held up a ritualistic dagger and created a wall of spirituality that sealed the room. Then, he carefully set up an altar to pray to the Evernight goddess, burning vanilla-scented powder to please the deity. Klein lit the candles, clasped his hands together, and slightly bowed his head in what appeared to be pious prayer. He patiently waited for a while, but nothing happened. There wasn't any reply. Sigh. It seems I can only run over to His Holiness, Christet Sesamir, and have a long chat with him. It's better not to get Leonard involved. Even if Klein didn't receive a response from the goddess herself, he could still rely on the Evernight Church to get rid of his problem. After he finished clearing the desk and turned around, Klein took off his outer coat and headed to the bathroom. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A woman with normal facial features and long black hair, wearing a simple linen robe and a belt made of tree bark, stood in front of him. Her ghostly black eyes were no different from the common person's, but just looking at her gave Klein a feeling of peace and serenity. She was the matron of the Evernight Cloister, the chief of the 13 archbishops in the Evernight Church, Ariana. Klein couldn't hide his surprise and took a step back. The next instant, he bowed respectfully and greeted. "Good evening, Your Eminence." The servant of concealment, Ariana, tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and replied piously, "May the goddess bless you." She then said, "I'm an ascetic. You can just call me ma'am." "Yes, ma'am Ariana." Klein straightened up and glanced at her, a feeling of incredulity in his heart. No, there has to be some other reason she came here. It couldn't be just for. Ariana blinked once and looked at Klein. "I will remove the eyes of Prying for you." Klein felt like he was about to collapse. No way, really? Is the goddess afraid that her archbishop is too idle and has nothing to do? Sending Ariana over for this minor issue. Ariana stared at him calmly, and Klein hurriedly responded, "All right." The next second, a calm and tranquil feeling washed over him. He seemed to hear a thread snap, and the same illusory eyes appeared in his vision again. But this time they were enveloped by a black darkness and disappeared. "It's done," Ariana said simply. "Thank you." Klein hesitated before asking, "Is there anything else?" The ascetic paused for a few seconds and looked at him with dark, serene eyes. "She has a message for you." He relaxed. As expected, this was just a coincidence, and Amaneces has something important to tell me. I wonder what it could be. It must be urgent if she sent Ariana to Backlund. Keep up the good work. And just as suddenly as she appeared, Ariana vanished into thin air. Klein was in complete disbelief. Bernadette's eyes snapped open. Her connection to her eyes of hidden Pringy that she had planted on the so-called James Holmes had been severed without so much as a struggle. However, the information she obtained beforehand was already shocking enough. That man. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. A blessed of Evernight. Not only was a prayer immediately answered by the Evernight goddess, she even sent an archbishop to handle the matter. Even if there were other issues that the servant of concealment arrived for, the fact that a mere sequence 5 could receive this much attention from an orthodox deity could only mean he was a blessed. Bernadette shook her head lightly and cleared the name James Holmes from her list of suspects. The next morning, Klein woke up refreshed and full of energy, the events of last night seemingly far away after a night's sleep. Unafraid of any sort of monitoring now, he walked back to 15 Minsk Street and picked up the newspapers and letters from his mailbox. Unlike before he turned back time, this time there was no glaring headline about the 12th serial murder case. Klein sifted through the newspapers, and as expected, the theft of the single bookmark in the Royal Museum wasn't mentioned. I wonder if they even noticed it's gone. Klein casually tossed the newspaper onto the coffee table and returned to the second floor to heat water for a bath. He waited until the water vapor filled the bathroom before he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered Seyfira Castle. Inside the towering ancient palace, Klein sat down and picked up the bookmark that depicted the figure of Emperor Roselle. He silently looked at the portrait of Roselle imprinted on the bookmark before he sighed and said in a deep voice in ancient Fasak, "Bernadette." The name echoed in the empty and quiet gray fog. The bookmark in his hand suddenly sank and turned into an invisible whirlpool that wildly absorbed Klein's spirituality. As a sequence 5, Klein wasn't particularly affected and looked at the object in his palm, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. It was worth all of the craziness yesterday for this. A bright light emitted bit by bit from the bookmark, and the image of Emperor Roselle on the outside was replaced by an entirely new image. He was sitting on an ancient stone throne, a black crown embedded with precious stones on his head. Roselle wore pitch-black armor with a cape draped over his body, looking forward with cold, aloof eyes. On the upper left corner of the bookmark, A line of words condensed from the bright radiance of stars wrote, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Soon after, the bookmark became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The sequences from 9 to 0, including their potion formulas and advancement rituals, rapidly flipped by Klein's eyes. Of course, every page had a narcissistic depiction of Roselle. With this, now I can run around unafraid in the spirit world. Klein thought to himself with a smile, the card of blasphemy collapsing into a thin card and floating down, landing orderly on the long bronze table. Heh, if Roselle knew someone was using his precious card of blasphemy as a way to strengthen his spirit body, he would probably roll around in his grave. No, mausoleum. Klein joked to himself. Although he had obtained his first card of blasphemy in this timeline, Klein wasn't in a rush to do anything with it, and, wrapping himself with spirituality, descended from Sephiroth Castle. Klein took a bath with the water that was now lukewarm before he walked out of the bathroom, refreshed. He went downstairs and enjoyed the corn pancakes he had bought on his way back. They were local delights of the Fainapot-Tur Highlands. Crispy, fragrant, and sweet. Having eaten his fill, as he wiped his mouth with a napkin, Klein mentally went through his experiences from last night again. Although the theft of the bookmark itself went smoothly, the issue was Bernadette. I relied too much on my expectations from the previous timeline and overlooked the effect of a new variable, Horace. However, I managed to minimize the impact of my blunder. Bernadette now knows there's the existence of a marionettist under the Evernight Church, but what does James Holmes have to do with Sherlock Moriarty? Roselle hasn't plagiarized the stories of Sherlock Holmes yet, so she'll only discover the connection if another transmigrator decides to do so. And at that time, it wouldn't be a problem for my identity to be exposed. Of course, the biggest issue now is that I need to hide Horace even better than before. Just then, Klein heard someone from outside approach his door before leaving. A letter? He opened the door, and a pristine white envelope lay in his mailbox. The letter was from Isengard Stanton. Royal Museum, in the restored study. Only one bookmark was stolen. The Machinery Hive Mind Squad's Captain Max Livermore asked his team members. As he spoke, he glanced at the figure standing in front of the desk with his back facing him. It was an old man with a white clerical robe and cap. The head of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery for the Backlund Diocese, Archbishop Horamic Hayden. Yes, only one bookmark was stolen. The team member being questioned answered with certainty. Max nodded slightly and looked at Horamic Hayden, and a silence fell upon the study. Horamic's gentle and benevolent face didn't show the slightest trace of anger. He looked around and said, There was more than one person here last night, at least two of them. They were divided into two opposing groups. One of them might even be of a higher sequence than me, while the other had somehow escaped mysteriously. This matter is more complicated than we thought. The Archbishop sighed. He continued, I also know why they wanted to steal the bookmarks. We've been tricked by Roselle for more than 150 years. Chapter 36. When he returned to the living room, Klein used a letter opener to open the envelope and take out Isengard Stanton's letter. The famous detective's neat scrawl filled up only a bit over half of the page. Klein carefully read it and found that the general gist of it was Isengard introducing himself and discussing some matters related to the Devil Dog. The detective also mentioned the bounty and invited Sherlock to meet with the rest of the detectives on the case to split the money the next day. He also apologized for not introducing himself to Klein in person, since he was very busy with the aftermath. I look forward to working with you in the future. With this sentence, Isengard signed his name with a flourish at the end of the letter. Well, if my predictions are correct, we'll be working together pretty soon to investigate Jason Beria. Klein shook his head with a chuckle. He admired Isengard's professionalism, however, in dealing with the matter. Yes, he's rather polite to a nobody detective that popped out of the blue and took a large portion of the credit. Klein folded away the letter and stood up, grabbing his hat, cane, and coat as he left the house. He was planning on taking the steam-powered train to the outskirts of Backlund and finding an abandoned place to summon a messenger. I don't want to risk entering the spirit world in the heart of Backlund, where all kinds of forces are watching. Now that he had obtained the Dark Emperor card, Klein had no qualms about wandering the spirit world, since the status of the card meant other existences wouldn't easily touch him. Then, he could make contact with Rainet Tenek Kerr. In doing so, he also ran the risk of catching Bernadette's attention by using the card of blasphemy so soon. To be extra cautious, before he thought of a way to better disguise Horace, Klein left his marionette above in Seyfira Castle. In the dirty and busy train station, Klein bought a ticket at the stand. After a few minutes, the sound of a whistle approached the station, and a large steam locomotive came to a screeching halt before him. He waited for the platform to clear for a few seconds and calmly boarded the second-class compartment. Gazing through the slightly dirty train window, Klein saw a glimpse of familiar dark brown hair weaving through the crowd. However, since brown hair in Loen was a common sight, Klein didn't pay it any mind and soon looked away. As the train whistle sounded again, Klein unfolded a newspaper to pass the time. Less than an hour later, Klein disembarked from the train, a black cane in his hand and a newspaper tucked under his arm. Compared to the platform in the heart of Backland, this locomotive station was less busy, with only a few older men and women milling about. Although the sun didn't show its face, the air pollution was much better than in Backland. Klein held the cane and subtly used it as a dowsing rod to find directions to the nearest hotel. There, he booked a dingy room for half a day. In the hotel room, he first checked multiple times that it was secure before he set up a spiritual wall, sealing the room, and began making preparations to begin the ritual of summoning himself. At the end of the ritual, he took 4 steps counterclockwise. In the gray fog and giant ancient palace, a figure appeared at the head of the bronze table. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the door of summoning and first divined whether it was dangerous to enter the spirit world today. After obtaining a negative revelation, Klein took the Dark Emperor card and pressed it into his spirit body. All of a sudden, his half-corporeal spirit body, which was already pretty strong, felt like it turned into a real flesh and blood body. Klein viewed himself with the third-person perspective from the clown's abilities and saw that he now wore an imposing set of armor, a black crown on his head, and a long cape of the same color floating behind him. I'm now a perfect magnet. A magnet for high-sequence beyonders of the Dark Emperor pathway, he lampooned. Placing a few paper figurines in his spirit body as insurance, Klein stepped into the door of summoning. Then, once he was hovering above the ground in the real world, he used Kagaichtaishun to sense the spirit world. He took a step forward and seemed to pass an invisible curtain as his illusory figure floated up. Around him, red, yellow, blue, green, and a variety of colors were superimposed like an abstract oil painting. The normal concept of direction that humans used couldn't be applied to this place. Although he had first met Raynette while on his way to the sea god Calvetua's ruins, the concept of location in the spirit world was different from that of the real world, and Klein wouldn't have to travel that far to meet the ancient Bane, or even to that specific place. Plus, since Klein entered the spirit world in the form of a soul body, his intentions would appear in a special, formless manner there, which would naturally affect his path. If Raynette Tenek-Kur was interested in meeting him, then Klein would eventually encounter her. Strangely enough, the spirit world was rather empty, void of the indescribable and incomprehensible creatures that normally occupied it. Noting this abnormality, Klein proceeded with a bit more caution, ready to end his summoning immediately if something happened. Suddenly, through the faint fog of the void, a floating castle entered his peripheral vision. It was entirely black, with towered spires covered in vines, reminiscent of a classic Gothic style. At the top of the castle stood a translucent woman who was almost as tall as the castle. She was wearing a complex, gorgeous, dark, and gloomy black dress. She didn't have a head, and there was a clean cut on her neck. Her hands held 4 blonde heads with red eyes that looked exactly the same. She was Raynette Tenek-Kur, an ancient Bane from the 5th epoch. Klein changed his direction to cautiously approach her. The 4 heads she carried blinked slowly as he came closer. He stopped a distance away from her, about the size of a small animal in front of her body which was as big as the castle below her. Klein bowed politely at Raynette and asked, "Hello, ma'am. Are you willing to sign a contract and become my messenger?" Silence. He grew a bit nervous as time slowly passed since he was being so direct this time. She won't just throw me out, will she? Klein wondered. Thankfully, after some time, her dress fluttered slightly and her 4 heads nodded at the same time. Yes, every time. 1 gold coin. Klein breathed out a silent sigh and smiled at her. Okay, Let's sign the contract. From within his spirit body, he took out a dark red fountain pen and yellowish-brown goatskin parchment that he had prepared earlier and quickly wrote down the contract in ancient Hermes. The format and terms were the same as his messenger contract with Raynette in the previous timeline, including the clause to send 1 gold coin for each letter, specifying that it could be borne by the contractor or by the receiver of the letter. Good thing I robbed Capum and already have a decent amount of gold coins. He still used an undead contract and chose to use the description of the underworld itself as a binding force. As he wrote down the corresponding description, the parchment was illuminated with a ghostly green flame. Afterward, Klein took out Ozik's copper whistle, placed it on the goatskin, and paused. Should I use the name Gehrman Sparrow again? The name he put down on the contract didn't matter too much because his aura, which was unique for each person, would enter the contract. The name was only used for summoning. However, if I don't use the name Gehrman Sparrow, what name should I use? Sherlock Moriarty? The world? Klein paused and made a mental list of everyone that would use his messenger in the future. Leonard, the Tarot Club members, Sharon, Danitz, Edwina, Catlia. Most of them I met while at sea. Everyone else will also know Gehrman Sparrow, or know that either Sherlock or the world is equivalent to him. Either way, I definitely can't use the fool. He made up his mind and wrote on the goatskin, Gehrman Sparrow. When he finished signing, the goatskin floated up, carrying Ozik's copper whistle and the fountain pen, and flew to the ancient bang. Raynette held up one of her heads, let it bite the fountain pen, and wrote, Raynette Tinek Kerr. The green flames gathered together, wrapping around Ozik's copper whistle and the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment. A few seconds later, the parchment was reduced to ash and the whistle fell into Klein's hand. Thank you, ma'am. Klein bowed deeply again at the towering woman. Now, he could summon her with the 3 lines. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. Yes, I also need to obtain an item, like the harmonica I had before, that allows me to easily summon Raynette. I can ask the hanged man for this during the next tarot meeting. I remember he has connections with an artisan. Klein ended his summoning and found himself back in Seyfira Castle. He sent a message to Leonard, telling the poet that he had a messenger now and that he would drop by 7 Pinster Street that night to give him the black glove. He also took the Black Emperor card and sent it down to the real world. Then, he returned to his physical body in the hotel room and took out a sheet of paper and a fountain pen. Pressing the yellowed parchment to the desk, Klein wrote a letter to Ozik Eggers, explaining the process he used to obtain a messenger and giving the death consul the 3 lines of summoning. His pen hovered over the paper and left an inconspicuous spot of black ink. At this time, both Mr. Ozik and I are outside of Backlund, and thus outside of 008's influence. Once I return, based on its characteristic of the more you know about it, the more it knows about you, I'll be caught in its story sooner or later. It'll be more difficult for me to move freely after that. He tapped the table with his index finger as he thought. So, this may be my last chance to contact Mr. Ozik without 008's knowledge. The pen moved down the paper, and Klein wrote, Mr. Ozik, I've investigated the sealed artifact Zangwill carries. After reading this letter, I recommend that you don't return to Backlund for a while, and don't contact me about this matter until everything settles down, since the sealed artifact can monitor me when I am inside Backlund. While I'm outside of its influence, for now, I can freely write this letter. I suspect that Lowen-S royal family is colluding with the Demon-S sect, and that Zangwill is currently using his sealed artifact to attempt to resurrect the evil deity at the head of the sect. I won't say more than this, but I hope at the crucial moment, you can lend me your help. Furthermore, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. It contains the secrets of high-sequence Beyonders, and I believe it can help you recall more things. I will send it to you through your messenger along with this letter. The card of blasphemy has anti-divination and anti-prophecy properties, so you don't have to worry about anything related to that. Your eternal student and friend, Klein Moretti. Klein set down the pen and sealed the letter before he blew on the ice-cold copper whistle. He handed the letter and the card of blasphemy with Roselle's likeness on the cover to the skeleton messenger that appeared. The most urgent use for the card of blasphemy was to obtain a messenger. Of course, I'll likely need it when hunting a spirit world plunderer for my sequence 4 potion, but there's no rush. Klein cleaned up the hotel room as he thought to himself. At the hotel lobby, he checked out while ignoring the curious look from the receptionist and ate an unsatisfactory lunch at a nearby restaurant. Then, he bought a return ticket to Backlund at the only train station there and soon boarded the locomotive to return to the City of Cities. Once he returned to 15 Minsk Street, Klein wasn't in a rush to do anything. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll introduce myself to Isengard Stanton and the other detectives. And this evening, I'll give Leonard the black glove and the gift I bought yesterday. Tonight, I also plan to attend the Beyonder meeting that Sharon introduced me to. The Beyonder meeting, which was arranged in a circular dome structure, with countless hidden entrances and exits, met every Friday night. Although I'm not in special need of either money or mystical artifacts, by attending I can have a better grasp on the current state of the mysterious world in Backlund. It'll be good if I could also buy a mystical artifact that allows me to travel, but such an artifact is rare and definitely would cost at least a few £1,000s. Klein adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked outside at the hazy streets of Backlund, vague figures and carriages passing underneath his window. It was around 9 o'clock at night when Leonard returned to his apartment at 7 Pinster Street. A pair of crimson-red gloves stuffed haphazardly into his pocket, he stepped forward and was about to insert his key into the lock when he noticed an unfamiliar figure waiting by the door. His first instinct was to think it was Klein donning a new face, but he quickly ruled out that possibility. The stranger didn't have that instinctive sense of familiarity Leonard felt with Klein, regardless of the latter's appearance. However, upon closer inspection, the waiting figure was a young woman with dark brown hair, standing a meter or so away from his door with her back towards him. Leonard cautiously approached and felt Palla's stir in his mind, which meant the recovering angel was also paying attention to the situation. "Excuse me, miss, can I help you?" Leonard asked in a polite tone as he approached. Startled, the young girl abruptly turned around, and Leonard's eyes widened unconsciously. He couldn't control his shocked expression as he looked at the person standing in front of him that was holding a small and slightly worn suitcase. She was none other than Melissa Moretti, Klein's younger sister. Chapter 37. "Excuse me, miss, can I help you?" Leonard asked in a polite tone as he approached. Startled, the young girl abruptly turned around, and Leonard's eyes widened unconsciously. He couldn't control his shocked expression as he looked at the person standing in front of him that was holding a small and slightly worn suitcase. She was none other than Melissa Moretti, Klein's younger sister. Melissa? Leonard's eyes widened outside of his control. The first time he'd seen Klein's sister was a painful memory that he'd rather not recall, but after that, he'd occasionally glimpsed the Moretti siblings in Backlund. He'd never approached them, and would even take care to avoid them seeing him, in fear that he would provoke unhappy memories. The youthful teenage girl looked confused and even a bit wary of the handsome stranger who had approached her at night. Glancing around her, Melissa carefully replied, "I'm all right. I'm waiting for my brother to return from work." As she said so, she glanced at her small pocket watch worriedly, likely concerned that Klein was still out this late. Leonard's mind was racing. Klein's last message to me was that he'd visit to hand me the mystical artifact. He didn't mention anything about his sibling visiting. So that means Melissa being here is completely unexpected. Then what to do? Klein uses my address as the return address on his letters, so if Melissa were to suddenly visit Backlund, she would naturally come here. But his siblings were never supposed to come to Backlund this early. He heard a gruff voice in his head chuckle. "What are you going to do now?" Pallas asked Leonard, a slightly humorous tone in his voice. The angel seemed interested in how Leonard was going to explain his way out of it, and had no intention of lending a helping hand. Leonard slightly pursed his lips and looked at Melissa. Making up his mind, he acted shocked and questioned, "Are you perhaps Klein's sister?" Now it was Melissa's turn to be shocked. She looked Leonard up and down for a few seconds, confirming she didn't know him, and replied curiously, "Yes. Who are you? How do you know my brother?" "I'm Leonard Mitchell. You can just call me Leonard. I'm Klein's colleague and friend." Leonard smiled. "You're visiting Klein? Here, let me." He stepped forward and naturally unlocked the door, making a gesture for Melissa to go inside. It must have been hard waiting for him so long. "You can come inside first." Melissa's eyes widened. "I thought my brother lived here. How do you have the key?" "Oh, did Klein not tell you?" Leonard put a surprised look on his face. We're roommates. Roommates? So they share a house. Melissa didn't expect this and stood rooted to the spot for a while. She inspected Leonard in a new light after being told this new information. The tall man in front of her had a handsome appearance with black hair and clear green eyes, but his longish hair and unbuttoned shirt gave him a laid-back, almost poetic air. He shouldn't be lying. Otherwise, how else would he recognize me and know Klein's name? He also has the key to the house that was Klein's return address. Klein really didn't tell us about this. Melissa murmured, half to herself and half to Leonard. Then, she glanced inside and politely nodded to Leonard before she entered the apartment. There, Leonard guided her to the sofa and inwardly thanked Palaz for keeping the house clean with his invisible spirit. Otherwise, Melissa might have had a bad impression of him. I'll get you some water. Leonard started for the kitchen. No, it's fine. But Leonard had already rushed off, leaving Melissa's words hanging unheard in the air. Speechless, Melissa closed her mouth and discreetly looked around the apartment. She didn't spot anything out of the ordinary and could see a portion of the kitchen counter from her spot on the sofa. From there, she heard the sound of water pouring. There were 2 white doors connected to the living room that were half open. Although she knew it was impolite, her curiosity got the better of her, and Melissa craned her head to peer inside. Klein lives here anyway. She made an excuse for herself. One of the rooms was, as expected, a neat and simplistic bedroom with a rather large bed. Melissa wondered if that was Klein's room. She had to shift a bit on the sofa to see into the other room. As she looked inside, Melissa had a normal expression before she realized something, and her eyes widened. Shocked, her hand flew up to her mouth instinctively. The second room wasn't a bedroom. Instead, it contained only a polished mahogany office desk, a chair, and a large number of files piled on either side. There wasn't anything strange, and it resembled a normal personal office, but Melissa's eyes trembled. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind her, and she turned her head to see the green-eyed man had entered the living room again, this time with a glass of water which he promptly handed her. Sorry, we normally don't work overtime, but today just happens to be a rare exception. Leonard made up an excuse for Klein with an oblivious smile on his face. He sat across from Melissa and tried to seem as friendly as possible. Using the excuse of getting water for Melissa, he had privately gone to the kitchen and prayed to the fool, telling Klein that his sister had suddenly visited. But Melissa's attention wasn't on the fact that Leonard took longer than usual to get a glass of water. Her mind was still whirling on what the 2 rooms she saw meant. She was certain that aside from those 2 rooms, the spacious apartment only had a kitchen area, a small foyer with a closet, and a bathroom. In other words, there wasn't a second bedroom in the apartment. Thus, this could only mean one thing. My brother is sleeping in the same bed as his roommate. She couldn't wrap her head around this fact and even felt a bit faint. Why? It can't be that there's not enough space. There are 2 bedrooms, it's just that one of them has been converted into an office space. But there's more than enough room. That means that my brother willingly chose to sleep together in the same room, in the same bed with Mr. Mitchell. It also can't be for financial reasons. Even when we weren't doing too well, Benson and Klein had to share a room, but at most, they would sleep on bunk beds. But that bedroom has only one bed. Time seemed to slow for Melissa as a glaring answer dawned on her. Is my brother gay? Although Loan was a more conservative country and homosexuality wasn't common, it wasn't illegal, and the Evernight Church had a strong stance against discrimination. Thus, Melissa wasn't disgusted or anything like that, just completely stunned. I never thought. Klein never showed any interest in men. Well, he never showed much interest in women, either. He also turned down all my attempts to matchmake in Ting'an. Was this why? Because the candidates I put forth were all women? Melissa suddenly understood everything. Her expression must have been too strange since Leonard gave her a worried look and asked, Miss Melissa, are you all right? Huh. She startled out of her thoughts and quickly collected herself, pasting a smile on her face. I'm fine, thank you. For the 3rd time that day, she sized up Leonard again. This time, she examined him with the thought that he was her brother's boyfriend. Mr. Mitchell looks a bit unreliable, but he's very good-looking, at least. And if they're colleagues, then he has a similar wage and status with Klein. She was worried that her second brother might be taken advantage of. Melissa's eyes burned with a raging fire as she scrutinized Leonard. Goddess, why is Klein's sister looking at me like that? The experienced red glove, who was once an angel and high-ranking deacon of the Evernight Church, began to sweat a bit under her stare. Suddenly, he heard a snort echo in his mind. "Foolish boy, don't you know?" Pallas ridiculed. Leonard couldn't respond to Pallas with Melissa there, and all he could do was sit in silence. Fortunately, Pallas understood his predicament and continued on his own. "You said you and your colleague are roommates. Take a close look at your apartment. There's only one bed." Leonard felt like he'd been struck with a lightning bolt out of the blue. Pallas delivered another hit while he was at it. "You better lock up the bathroom as well. There's only one toothbrush." Klein had just left 15 Minsk Street and was about to board a public carriage when he suddenly had a bad premonition. Not even a second later, he heard a dim prayer from a male voice that he recognized as Leonard. Klein could vaguely make out some words, like hurry and unexpected. Immediately, he turned back around and ran back inside, locking the door behind him as he took 4 steps counterclockwise. He soon arrived at the head of the ancient bronze table and quickly extended his spirituality to Leonard's crimson star. As a seer, he had complete trust in his intuition. The blurry image of Leonard in his kitchen, water running in the background, appeared in front of him. "Mr. Fool," the red glove started. "Could you hurry up on your way here? Your sister unexpectedly visited you and came to my house." Klein's eyes instantly widened. "My sister? Melissa?" The prayer didn't end there, and Leonard hurriedly added, "I've explained that you and I are roommates, and you're working overtime. She's waiting in my living room right now." The illusory image faded away afterward. Klein sat in the fool's seat, as still as a stone statue. "Why? Is Melissa in Leonard's house?" "No, as a matter of fact. Why is she in Backlund at all?" Suddenly filled with a sense of urgency, Klein quickly left Seyfira Castle. Before he ran out the front door, he paused and grabbed a few props to make it seem like he just got off work, then left his home. Since he missed the previous public carriage, Klein had to grit his teeth and hire a more expensive but faster private carriage to get to 7 Pinster Street. In the rocky carriage, Klein calmed down and carefully thought about the situation. "For an unknown reason, my sister came to visit me in Backlund, without Benson accompanying her. There should be a good reason for this, and I can figure out the circumstances by just asking her. However, since I wrote Leonard's address as the return address on my letters to them, Melissa thinks 7 Pinster Street is where I live." Then, she ran into Leonard, who was likely returning from work. He explained his presence by saying that we were colleagues who were rooming together. "Poet classmate, good thinking." Klein inwardly gave Leonard a thumbs up. It's practically a perfect excuse. Then, once Benson and Melissa move to Backlund, I can righteously move out since there won't be enough room for my entire family. Plus, it makes sense for me to have a roommate in Backlund. The money I send back to my siblings isn't a small amount, and Backlund housing prices are higher than in Tingen. And Leonard is the perfect candidate since he and I are indeed colleagues. The steady sound of hoofbeats and the carriage wheels rolling over the tiled pavement sounded in the background as Klein ruminated to himself. Slowly, it rolled to a stop. Klein looked outside and found the surroundings familiar. Exiting the carriage and paying the driver, he took a deep breath and straightened his clothes before he stepped up to the door. He ran a hand over his face, and when he lowered it, his beard had disappeared and his features had shifted to become that of Klein Moretti's once again. As he lowered his hand, he took off his round gold-rimmed glasses and tucked them into his coat pocket. Just before he rang the doorbell, Klein froze. "No, this isn't right. If I live here, then I should have my own key. Melissa would find it strange if I had to ring the doorbell to enter my own home. I didn't bring the master key, though." As Klein deliberated this issue, suddenly the door unlocked and swung open before his eyes. However, there was no one standing behind the door. Klein's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. He took off his hat and bowed politely to thin air, saying a quiet thank you. Then, he entered 7 Pinster Street and, as naturally as possible, placed his hat, coat, and cane in the nearby closet and coat rack. He walked into the living room and, with professional acting skills, pretended to be shocked beyond belief. "Melissa?" Klein's eyes widened. Leonard, who had been uncomfortably sitting across an abnormally nosy and eager Melissa, immediately stood up. His face brightened and, like he had just seen his savior, cried, "Klein, you're back." Melissa quietly spectated and coolly took a sip from her glass of water as she waved at her brother. "As expected." "Yes, but..." Melissa, why are you here? Klein had an incredulous but happily surprised tone as he set down a sheath of papers and approached the living room. In fact, the folder was full of blank paper, but Klein had brought it for appearance's sake. He sat down across from Melissa so that he could see and talk to her better. His seat also happened to be next to Leonard's. The look in Melissa's eyes only grew more intense. However, she composed herself and replied, "It's a bit of a long story." She looked at her second brother, who she hadn't seen in a few weeks. He hadn't changed at all and still had a gentle and slightly bookish aura to him. "It looks like he's eating and sleeping well." Melissa internally nodded in satisfaction at his bright complexion. Klein tilted his head slightly. "Go ahead, I have time." He laughed lightly. Melissa smiled at Klein. "Well, Klein, you know the new university that will be constructed in Backlund?" "Yes." Klein nodded. "The University of Technology. There's an information session about it that was held this afternoon. I went with my friend, Selena, and her family. She was thinking of attending it when it was built with me." Melissa continued. "Benson wanted to come, but I convinced him not to since he was so busy." The young girl finished with a smile. "I see." Klein's eyes unconsciously softened as he looked at his sister. Even though he'd spent some time with them in Tingin not long ago, he still couldn't get used to their warmth and affection after almost 8 years of no contact. Before he traveled back in time, he hadn't even seen their faces for 5 years. In this timeline, he hadn't died due to insanguine. Now, every second spent with his siblings was new and precious. Maybe this time, I can openly attend Benson's wedding. Not quietly sitting in the back, unseen by all, but openly standing next to them. A bittersweet emotion flooded his chest, but the smile on his face only grew wider. Leonard's gaze darkened unnoticeably as he observed Klein's face. "There's your bad habit again. Masking all your emotions behind a smile," he thought to himself. There was a brief lull in the conversation before Klein picked it back up. Benson also mentioned the university in his letter. "You're going to Backlund University?" Melissa hesitated and peeked at her brother. "I'll probably go, but I'm still considering it. I want to know more about it first." "You should go," Klein encouraged her. "It'll significantly boost your education. Plus, it's focused on things like technology and machinery, which you've always been interested in. I'm sure it'll be of great help to you, though you do have to live on the campus. But in fact, these kinds of things." Klein rambled on for a while, determined to convince Melissa to go. Finally, a laugh full of happiness and mirth broke his rant. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Melissa grinned at Klein. "Klein, you're too concerned about this. I'll go, since both you and Benson seem to like it so much. I attended the information session this afternoon and thought it was pretty good, too." At this point, the completely forgotten Leonard stood up and slinked off to his study, gently closing the door behind him and leaving the two siblings to talk. He had a bit of a complex expression on his face, but as the sound of bright laughter occasionally drifted through the door, a smile subconsciously surfaced on his face as well. Klein accompanied Melissa, and the two naturally talked about all kinds of topics. According to Melissa, she was staying in a nearby hotel with Selena and would return to Tingin the next morning. After a while, the young girl yawned and blinked dazedly, clearly becoming sleepy. With an endearing smile, Klein said, "I'll send you to your hotel. You shouldn't stay up too late, even if you're still young." Melissa shook her head to clear her sleepiness and fake angrily glowered at Klein. "You shouldn't stay up too late either. You didn't even return home until past 9. Well, it was a rare case of overtime. Who knew you would coincidentally visit today?" Klein lied smoothly, a smidge of guilt in his heart. He escorted Melissa out of the front door and hired a private carriage for her, despite her protests at the cost. Telling the driver the destination and also paying the fare beforehand, Klein didn't put away his wallet after paying and instead took out a few bills. "Here, some pocket money." Although Klein was normally stingy, he would never scrimp when it came to his siblings. After some back and forth, Melissa hesitantly accepted it. She looked at Klein a bit strangely and said, "You've become so reliable, even giving me extra money to spend." Klein's smile grew brighter as he realized she was referring to the original Klein Moretti. Just before the carriage left, Melissa suddenly stuck her head out of the window and yelled, "By the way, Klein." She inhaled deeply and then called, "Benson and I will support you no matter what." "I don't mind at all." Klein's hand, which had been raised to wave goodbye, froze as his heart jumped in his chest. What? What does she know? The clatter of hoofs on the ground brought the carriage further and further away, and Klein couldn't run after to ask Melissa what she meant. After the carriage had rounded the corner and disappeared out of sight, Klein stood still for a few seconds before he turned around and went back inside 7 Pinster Street. Standing outside of the study, Klein lightly knocked on the door. The door quickly swung open from inside, and Klein found himself face to face with Leonard. The red glove was uncomfortably close to him, his viridescent eyes all that Klein could see for a few seconds. Startled, Klein took a half-step back. Leonard didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary and looked at Klein curiously. "What's the matter? Did you send off your sister?" "Huh. Oh, it's nothing." "Yes, Melissa's on her way back to her hotel now." Now that Melissa had left, Klein could finally get down to business. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a dark iron glove and presented it to Leonard. "Here, your aptly named black glove. I've divined practically everything about it already, and there shouldn't be any latent risks. But just to be safe, I would register it with the church as well." "Got it," Leonard replied as he received the mystical artifact. He inspected it for a few seconds and whispered under his breath, "Old man, what do you think?" "Nothing out of the ordinary," a gruff voice answered after a brief silence. "It looks like you've got something not bad this time." Having received Pala's approval, Leonard placed the glove into his pocket with a satisfied look. "Thanks, Klein." Klein didn't respond, and Leonard looked at him curiously. Finally, overcoming his subtle embarrassment, Klein looked up and said, "I have another gift for you." "Oh, you didn't need to." Leonard seemed a bit flustered. Leonard's embarrassment seemed to suck away his own, and Klein grew more confident. "I visited Roselle's exhibition in the Backlund Museum and bought something from their gift shop. Since you always wear your hair down, and it's only bound to get longer, I thought this would suit you." Klein raised his left hand from his pocket and revealed the beautiful green ribbon that lay in his palm. The red glove's eyes brightened, and he gently lifted the ribbon from Klein's hand. "Do you like it?" Klein asked tentatively. Leonard looked up from the hair ribbon, and his eyes curved into crescents as he gave a beaming smile to Klein. "Genuinely, thank you, Klein. I love it." "Ah, too bright," Klein dramatically thought in his head, but it was true that Leonard's good looks were magnified when he smiled. The poet lived up to his title in the Tarot Club when a smile adorned his face. He truly looked like a shining star. "Oh, look, there's even a heart embroidered on it," Leonard commented innocently, turning the ribbon around in his hands and bringing Klein out of his thoughts. In the poet's mind, there was a choking sound from Pallas. "What?" Klein's head whipped to Leonard and then to the ribbon. He took a step forward and tilted his head to have a better look. There was, indeed, a small white heart embroidered at the end of the ribbon. Klein's face darkened. "No wonder the cashier asked me if it was for my lover." Before Klein could explain himself, Leonard's thumb gently ran over the heart. "It's cute," he remarked, then lowered his head slightly and gathered his messy hair together. A few seconds later, Leonard's hair had been loosely tied in the back. "How does it look?" He turned around to show Klein and playfully shook his head back and forth, making the small ponytail move along with him. "Very poetic." Leonard's romantic air had been amplified by the simple green ribbon in his hair. "I'll take that as a compliment." Leonard smiled at him again, and Klein felt an unfamiliar warmth in his chest. "Do I have heartburn?" Klein patted his chest for a second. There was a brief silence before he remembered something. "Right, Leonard." His expression turned serious. "Did you say anything to Melissa?" Leonard thought for a moment and docilely shook his head. "No, I just introduced myself and gave her a glass of water." Klein's brows furrowed and he looked to the side as he muttered to himself. "Strange. Then why did she say that?" Leonard resisted the urge to smooth out Klein's creased brow and, with a bad feeling in his heart, asked, "What did Melissa say?" "She said that she will support me no matter what." "What did she find out?" "It can't be that she knows I'm technically an evil god, right? Or maybe she knows I'm not really Klein." Klein's mind jumped to the most extreme scenario. When Leonard heard Melissa's parting message, a strange look crossed his face. He awkwardly laughed, and his gaze darted all over the place. Klein narrowed his eyes. "What?" "Well," Leonard nervously cleared his throat. "She may have seen the study and the bedroom." "What's wrong with that?" Klein was confused. A slight red dusted Leonard's cheeks. "There's only one bedroom in my apartment." Klein was speechless. "It seems my sister may have developed a drastic misunderstanding." As expected of Leonard, everyone around him is infected by his gay temperament. By the time Klein left Leonard's house, it was already too late for him to go to the Beyonder gathering. Sigh. Fate truly works in mysterious ways, Klein lamented. It was a good thing he didn't have anything urgent to do in the underground Beyonder meeting, otherwise, he'd have to wait for next Friday. The next morning, Klein picked up Melissa from her hotel and greeted Selena and her parents. Then, he accompanied his sister to the train station. He tried to think about how to resolve the misunderstanding from last night, but the presence of Selena and her family dissuaded him from speaking. Finally, he gave up and decided that if Melissa brought it up, then he would explain himself. If not, he'd just forget about it. Dressed in a simplistic brown dress, Melissa waved goodbye to Klein as she stepped into the train. "Don't forget to write," she called. The train whistle interrupted the rest of her words, and she was forced to close her mouth, dissatisfied. But the sound didn't stop her from waving at him so hard, he was afraid her arm would fall off. Smiling, Klein stood on the platform and waved back as the large locomotive left the station. Melissa's face grew smaller and smaller before the train disappeared out of sight. All kinds of people bustled around the platform, but none of them ran into Klein. Standing in the sea of perpetual motion, Klein was the anomaly as he stood still, gazing off into the direction that Melissa's train had left in. This kind of warmth and familial love doesn't belong to me. For how long can I shamelessly indulge in it? Klein's perception of himself had long merged the two identities of Zhou Mingrue and Klein Moretti. In his eyes, he was both of them, yet neither of them at the same time. However, in the eyes of Benson and Melissa, he would be nothing but an imposter. Chapter 38. In the afternoon, Klein, who was wearing the face of Sherlock Moriarty again, held an unsealed letter in his hand as he arrived at a dark and gloomy house. It was the famous detective's, Isengard Stanton's, place in Hillston Borough. Checking his gold pocket watch, Klein saw that he was on time and knocked on the door. It creaked open to reveal a sallow-faced servant, who after Klein handed the letter to, guided him inside. Klein walked through the living room and into the activity room. There, he saw two detectives he was familiar with, Kaslana and Stewart. However, at this time they didn't know who he was, so Klein acted like he wasn't familiar with them and instead nodded a greeting at them with a smile. He found an empty sofa and sat down. Next to him, Kaslana and Stewart conversed quietly. "How much do you think we'll get this time?" "Of course, I didn't do much, so what I can receive will be limited. Emperor Roselle once said, the more plowing and weeding, the better the crop." "Yes, but the lowest shouldn't be less than 10 pounds. Kaslana replied. At that moment, a man wearing a white shirt and brown vest, with white hair at his temples and a thinly contoured face, entered the activity room. It was Isengard Stanton, carrying his signature pipe. As the fireplace burned, he sat down in a reclining chair and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back from the Backlund police station. They acknowledged our contribution and think we've been instrumental in cracking the case. Although we didn't participate in the subsequent capture, we can still obtain half the bounty." The renowned detective continued, and then paused for dramatic effect. "In other words, we'll split 1,000 pounds in cash." The atmosphere in the living room immediately became more lively, as everyone was filled with anticipation about the reward they would receive. Klein also guessed the amount he would receive. Although the police and corresponding authorities gave most of the credit to me, Isengard hasn't interacted with me before at all. It's unlikely that I'll get the 300 pounds I was rewarded before. Isengard took a puff on his pipe, narrowed his eyes, and said in a satisfied tone, "Everyone, thank you for your trust in me. I will now do the splitting." His sharp eyes roved around the room before they stopped on an unassuming figure sitting in the corner. He didn't recognize the bearded man, thus he had to be the biggest contributor this time. Isengard slowly stated, making eye contact with Klein. Was Detective Sherlock Moriarty. There was the sound of shifting and heads turning as the detectives looked to where Isengard's gaze landed. Although Detective Moriarty didn't collaborate with us directly, the police grouped us all together on the account that we're all third-party investigators. According to the relevant authorities, Mr. Moriarty's deduction and reasoning played a major role in finding the correct suspect. He's a genuine expert. The police can bear testament to this. I have a few letters from them, and anyone in doubt can take a look. Whispers broke out in the room. surprised that an unknown man had suddenly swept in and taken most of the credit. Klein felt a bit embarrassed, especially as he didn't really investigate anything this time, but remained smiling cordially on the outside. Technically, at this time the devil dog would still be at large and continue claiming victims. It's because I turned back time that Leonard was able to use his past knowledge to catch it earlier. And I did play a major role in finding the devil dog in the previous timeline. There were no objections to Isengard's judgment, and the detective nodded. Then, I declare that Detective Sherlock Moriarty will be awarded £250. The detectives in the activity room broke out into whispers again, clearly excited. From time to time, they glanced at Klein as if they finally recognized this detective whom Mr. Stanton had praised. As expected, the reward decreased by about £50. But this can be considered natural. Klein didn't bemoan the loss of £50 that much. If he received too much award money, as someone who had just been introduced into the larger detective circle, he might draw the ire or envy of others. Next, Isengard Stanton distributed the rest of the money. He himself was in second place, but the orders of the rest of the detectives were switched around, likely because the detectives hadn't made much progress at this time, so the tangible achievements were harder to rank. After the bounty was divided, the detectives took their leave, and Klein was given the best treatment. He was walked out the door by the great Detective Isengard. Although this is our first time meeting, I feel as if you're already an old friend, Isengard said smoothly. Klein laughed and followed along. Yes, I feel that way as well. Except you are an old friend. The older detective took a deep breath of his pipe and lowered his hand. There are still a few suspicious points about the serial murder case. It's possible there's an even more ferocious guy still lurking in the dark. You must be careful not to spread the word that you played an important role in this case. I know, I had my own guesses about this too. Klein didn't put on any airs and nodded solemnly. Mr. Stanton, you have to be careful as well. Isengard lightly shook the pipe in his hand and said, Sherlock, I guess I'll call you Sherlock. You can rest assured that although I'm no longer young, I'm still an outstanding fighter and marksman with instinctive vigilance. Yes, I know, you're at least a mid-sequence beyonder from the White Tower pathway. Klein thought for a moment and said, Mr. Stanton, you don't seem to be a native from Backlund? Your accent is closer to that of Sivelius. Yes, just like your mid-Seashire accent. Isengard admitted frankly. And I have to say, Sherlock, your deductive ability in the serial murder case is definitely strong and worthy of praise, especially for a private detective who just moved to Backlund a few weeks ago. Isengard Stanton probably suspects that I have connections with the police or the church or both. Either that, or he thinks I'm an undercover official. However, Klein didn't provide any further explanation, and the two detectives simply smiled at each other as an acknowledgement of the other's observational ability. It was already in the evening when Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street, having stopped along the way to buy groceries and other necessities. Sitting at the dinner table, Klein wiped his mouth with a napkin as he finished his dinner. The house felt a bit empty without his marionette, Horace, and Klein sighed silently as he stood up and cleaned the dishes himself. After thinking for a while, Klein decided to continue using Horace in the real world. The only reason he wouldn't use it would be to escape Bernadette's scrutiny or to separate the identity of Sherlock Moriarty and James Holmes. But Klein realized one glaring error in this policy. As Sherlock Moriarty, he had already introduced Horace as his assistant. Thus, if Bernadette really wanted to investigate, she would find out the link between the two in no time. Trying to hide it would only make him seem more suspicious. When doing something wrong, do it boldly and confidently, Klein lampooned. At most, Queen Mystic would assume that Sherlock Moriarty was just one out of many identities he donned, with his true identity being a blessed of Evernight. Sherlock Moriarty is equivalent to James Holmes, who is a blessed of Evernight, and will be equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow, who is equivalent to a blessed of the Fool, and will be equivalent to Dwayne Dantes, and finally, Merlin Hermes. The web of identities only grows more complex. Klein sighed again. After he fetched Horace from Seyfira Castle, Klein sat his marionette down on the sofa to let the unique aura of Seyfira Castle dissipate from him. Then, he sat down and opened his mail for that day. Leonard, or a spirit of his, must have stopped by some time since a new letter from Benson was sitting in his mailbox. There wasn't anything important written in it, only a mention that Melissa was going to visit him soon. The letter must have been written before she left, Klein realized. But it still arrived too late. It would have been nice to know this before Melissa showed up at Leonard's doorstep. Just thinking about last night gave Klein a hint of embarrassment, especially at the misunderstanding. Shoving away his feelings, Klein took out a fresh sheet of parchment and a fountain pen, taking his time in writing a return letter to his siblings. After he finished, he took the letter down to the post office, to be sent to Ting'an. Suddenly, Klein found himself with nothing else to do. In the original timeline, I was hunting down Lenivus, he mused. But the swindler is already dead. Klein settled down on the living room sofa with a book, the gas lamp next to him casting soft light onto the pages. In the middle of the night, a sturdy middle-aged man with a strong masculine air opened the door to his bedroom. Walking past the nightstand with an exquisite glass ashtray, he threw his coat onto a sofa chair and walked into the bathroom. In the dim crimson lighting from the half-moon hanging in the sky, the metal details and awards on his coat shone. Sha! The sound of water from the bathroom started, and after around 10 minutes, stopped. Drying his hands on a towel, the burly man exited the washroom, closing the light in the bathroom as he left. There was only a faint light from the moon peeking in between the curtains, and the darkness in the room seemed to press in from all corners. But the man didn't seem bothered and headed towards the bed in the center. Suddenly, he froze. The sound of the water previously had covered it up, but only now did he notice that the room was silent. Too silent. The man's pupils dilated, and he didn't hesitate to respond. He reached his left hand into his clothes and took out an item, an iron-skin pocket watch. However, he didn't rush to make a move. He was more cautious since he felt something was off, yet strangely enough, his spiritual perception didn't trigger, meaning his opponent had some mysterious property. The man's eyes frantically swept over the entire room, inspecting every nook and cranny even as his body remained still. Under his gaze, slowly, several figures emerged from the pitch-black darkness. They formed a loose circle around him, and a glance outside his window told him there were even more surrounding his manor. His face darkened, and the thumb on his left hand that held the pocket watch rapidly moved, reaching for one of the metal buttons on the messy inlays of the pocket watch. A silent wind blew by outside and shifted the branches that covered the crimson moon, allowing more light to filter in. The man stilled and his eyes widened as red moonlight illuminated a detail he hadn't noticed before. The mysterious ambushers in the room were all wearing red gloves. Abruptly, another figure emerged from the darkness that seemed to consume the edges of the bedroom. The person stepped out into the moonlight, his handsome features becoming visible. He had dark, semi-long hair that was gathered neatly by a green satin ribbon and wore a red glove on his right hand and an iron-black glove on the other. His piercing green eyes landed on the man standing alertly in the middle of the room. Red gloves. A hint of alarm raced up the burly man's spine. He never expected that someone would dare to ambush him in his own home, and by the elite force of the Evernight Church, no less. The green-eyed man's good-looking appearance was a stark contrast to the serious expressions of everyone else and the tense atmosphere in the room. However, his voice was as cold and sharp as the night as he said, "Konas Kilgore, the Deputy Director of MI9 and Brigadier General. You are under arrest for the crimes of human trafficking, sex trafficking, murder, assault, treason, political corruption, embezzlement, conspiracy, and—" The green-eyed man seemed to forget the long list of crimes and paused. Other crimes against humanity. Anyway, you're under arrest. Please come quietly with us." Konas Kilgore's face grew paler with every word. However, maintaining the authority and bearing of a high-level figure in government, he only tightened his brows and gazed upon the man in front of him intensely. "Since you already know who I am, I assume you understand what your actions mean." He threatened darkly. "If you leave now, I won't take offense and can pretend this never happened." "No need." The man in front of him replied calmly, as if he didn't deign to say another word. Konas grit his teeth, a muscle in his jaw jumping. "You. How dare you? Do you even have any proof, any power, to arrest me? Can the Evernight Church explain to MI9, the royal family, and the government why they barged into an innocent citizen's home and violated his rights? We have proof." The green-eyed man's words immediately doused cold water onto him. And the red glove continued, "If you truly are innocent, then why don't you come with us so we can clear your name? The two stared at each other in silence for a few seconds, dark blue eyes colliding with green. Kona's mind was racing. No matter what, I cannot be confined by the church, especially if they have proof. Even if going with them may mean that suspicion is cleared, if the opposite is true, then it'll be too late to escape then. And the Evernight Church would never make such a bold move and risk offending powerful forces in Loen if they were not 100% convinced of my crimes. Konas immediately made up his mind and, eyes flashing, ran toward the window as he indiscriminately targeted the red gloves in the room. Simultaneously, the green-eyed man leaped back, and a distorted creature with a beautiful face and large eagle wings lunging out of thin air towards Konas made a signal for the red gloves to move. The night was long and almost seemed never-ending as a crimson half-moon silently watched over the city. As time passed, inevitably, a hint of brightness appeared over the horizon, followed by a splash of beautiful colors as the moon was chased away and the blazing sun replaced it. Huh, it's rare that we can actually see the sun, Cindy commented as she swept past Leonard. Yes, it's pretty rare. Leonard looked out of the shattered window onto the lawn of the manor, the sunrise painting the grass all sorts of colors. The area had been quarantined by the Evernight Church as Nighthawks and Red Gloves bustled around, treating the injured and transporting the highly dangerous, nearly dead, and sedated Brigadier General to Chanis' gate. He glanced thoughtfully at the increasingly bright sky. Klein will probably wake up soon, so I can't tell him the news by hopping into his dream. Then, that leaves praying to Mr. Fool or sending him a letter. Choices, choices. Leonard looked away and turned his gaze to the mess he was standing in. Just over an hour ago, this room had been a beautiful bedroom, but now it was reduced to complete tatters, with several gaping holes in the walls and a suspicious, slimy substance completely coating one side of the room. Well, I'll finish up here first. On Sunday morning, Klein woke up to natural sunlight pouring through the curtains and into his bedroom. Wow, a rare sunny day. Especially as the weather was growing colder, Klein had almost never seen the sun since he moved to Backlund. He lingered in the warm bed for a while longer, not wanting to get up. A timely prayer from Leonard finally convinced him to leave his comfortable bed and wash up. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise while muttering something under his breath. Klein found himself in the familiar gray fog, at the head of the ancient bronze table. Like clockwork, he extended his spirituality to the crimson star that corresponded to Leonard. A blurry image of Leonard appeared. This time, the poet was in his bedroom at 7 Pinster Street, clearly about to go to sleep. Sleeping at 8 in the morning, darkness pathway beyonders are really crazy. Klein lampooned to himself. Of course, he'd pulled his fair share of all-nighters when studying in college. But in Leonard's case, it was likely the red glove had been working all through the night. He paid attention to the contents of the prayer. Honorable Mr. Fool, the church used the documents we gathered from Capim to conduct an in-depth investigation of the human trafficking, royal family, and MI9. Last night, the church conducted an operation to arrest Konas Kilgore, the Deputy General of MI9, Brigadier General, and a figure proven to be involved with human trafficking. We successfully have him in custody alive, and another team will interrogate him. Unfortunately, the church doesn't have the political and social power to resolve everything in one go. Not everything can be resolved with brute force. The best we can do is target some high-level figures involved to serve as a warning and threat to the royal family. That's basically everything. Good night. Good morning, Mr. Fool. With that, the prayer and illusory image disappeared. As the hazy gray fog billowed around him, Klein remained silent as he took in everything. So this is what the Evernight Church was planning. This is pretty good already. Although it doesn't impact the great smog of Backlund directly, it's bound to slow down the progress of George III's ritual and deter the royal family from making big moves. Although, Klein sighed, a slight sense of loss in his chest. Konas Kilgore was going to be my precious, demigod-level marionette. After Klein briefly mourned the loss of his future marionette, he left Seyfira Castle and returned to the real world to eat a good breakfast. Then, as he looked at the date, he remembered that he'd been neglecting the matter of the bicycle shares for quite a while now. Well, there are quite a few ways for me to earn money as a Sequence 5, so I haven't been paying much attention to it. Klein tapped the dining table and thought, but in the future, when I act as Dwayne Dantes, I'll need every penny I can get to fund the life of a rich tycoon. It's not a waste of time if I'll be making money. With dollar signs flashing in his mind, Klein left 15 Minsk Street to talk to the inventor, Leopard. Horace, now wearing an extra cap that obscured the top half of his face, followed behind him. After a long discussion, in which Klein gave the inventor a few suggestions to make the bicycle more suited for the working class, Klein left Leopard's workshop in a good mood. He sat in the public carriage and looked out the window at the passing Backlund streets. I think today, I'll spend my time at the Quelaag Club. Klein stepped off the public carriage and walked towards the elegant building. Luckily, the Quelaag Club allowed each member to bring a +1, or Horace would have to eat the biting cold wind outside. Well, it's not like he can feel the cold anyway, Klein thought as he walked into the Quelaag Club's foyer. In 2 Daffodil Street, Melissa quietly ate her breakfast of toast and eggs. Eating across from her, Benson frequently glanced at Melissa before he sat back slightly and set his fork down. "Melissa," he said gently, "is anything wrong?" His youngest sibling was acting rather strangely. Since she had gotten back from Backlund yesterday, she was quieter around him, as if seriously debating whether to tell him something. Melissa looked up from her plate and was silent for a few seconds. "No, it's just that." She stopped speaking and deliberated what to say. Benson had a concerned look on his face as he watched his conflicted sister and recalled an article in the newspaper he had just read. It warned against bullying in school, and a thought suddenly came to him like a lightning bolt out of the blue. Maybe, is Melissa being bullied in school? His attitude changed, and he reached out over the dining table to gently hold his little sister's hand. "Melissa, I want you to know that I'm always here for you, and even if Klein isn't physically here, he is too. I won't pressure you to tell me if you don't want to. Just know that we're family, and we'll always support each other." Benson's voice trailed off as he saw Melissa's touched appearance. "Am I right? Is she being bullied?" A small flame of indignant anger burned in his chest, and Benson could almost see the scene of him barging into Melissa's school to seek justice for her. However, Melissa was touched for another reason. Of course, how could I be so stupid? Benson wouldn't care about Klein's sexuality. We're family and always support each other. Melissa gave Benson a relieved smile and then cupped her hand over her mouth to whisper secretively, "Actually, Benson, I do have something to tell you." Benson gave her a warm look to continue. The young teenage girl nervously licked her lips. "Don't be too surprised, but I think Klein likes men!" Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Benson's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. For a few seconds, the only sound in the Moretti household was the faint sound of birds chirping outside. Benson took a while to recover from the absolute bombshell Melissa dropped over breakfast. "This. K. Klein." "What?" he finally sputtered. "Klein is in a relationship with a man." More silence. "Klein. Klein is..." Huh. Benson's mind whirled, and he was only able to spout nonsense words as he looked at Melissa in surprise, remembering that she had just visited their brother just over a day ago. She'd told Benson about her visit, and also that their brother was rooming with his colleague. A premonition crept up on Benson, and after forcefully calming himself down, he asked, "Melissa, when you visited Klein, what did you see?" Melissa saw that Benson had understood her meaning and smiled in relief. Well, he and his roommate acted very normally, but in the whole apartment, there was only one bed. Benson was shocked all over again and had to take another few seconds of silence to process things. A while later, Melissa returned from the kitchen with 2 cups of hot tea, one of which she placed in front of Benson. Benson turned and smiled weakly at her. "Thank you, Melissa." Melissa nodded in response and sat across from her older brother. After a few seconds, she slowly said, "In fact, I was very surprised in the beginning, too. But Mr. Mitchell doesn't seem like a bad person," and Klein looked genuinely happy. Benson had a thoughtful look in his eyes. After the initial shock, he calmed down and thought things through clearly. "Since Klein is happy, I'm happy as well." Benson responded after a pause. "In fact, I'm more surprised that he found a lover so fast, rather than the fact his lover is a man." However, no matter how much he racked his brains, he really couldn't think of any time when Klein showed interest in the same gender. Thus, the revelation out of the blue was completely unexpected for him. "I don't know about that," Melissa said suddenly, and Benson almost thought the girl had read his thoughts. "About what?" "Well, Klein's lover is his colleague, and they got promoted and moved to Backlund together. So maybe, They were already together when Klein was in Ting'an, but kept it a secret. Oh, Benson was enlightened. I see. That makes sense. So that guy was hiding it all along, huh? He thought affectionately before he asked. Then Klein was, and is, keeping his relationship hidden? Yes, I think so. Melissa replied hesitantly. At least in front of her, Klein had only interacted with Leonard within the proper limits of a close relationship between friends and never did anything that could count as ambiguous. If Klein doesn't want us to know, then we'll pretend we don't know anything until he's ready to tell us. Benson winked at Melissa. Melissa gave her oldest brother a relieved smile. Yes, that's probably for the best. Since today was a Sunday, the two siblings would leave for church soon, but until then, they sat in comfortable silence together. Melissa propped her chin on her hand and looked outside the window at the lazy yet lively Ting'an streets. A small smile graced her lips. It's great that Klein has someone by his side. Chapter 39. On Monday morning, Backlund was now enshrouded in a humid fog, making it dark and cold. Due to the lack of sunlight, it was even harder for Klein to get out of bed than normal, and he was incredibly reluctant to leave the warm, comfortable blankets. Sleeping for 5 years straight wasn't enough for me. I've found that since I went back in time, it's getting harder and harder for me to leave my bed. Klein lamented to himself as he forced himself up and went through his daily routine. I won't turn into some modern-day sleeping beauty, right? He grimaced at the thought and cleanly finished his breakfast. Then, he went back to his room and built a wall of spirituality. Today, Klein was planning on performing an important experiment. He wanted to do it before the next tarot meeting, as the results of his experiment would determine whether or not he had the confidence to allow something during the meeting. His experiment was also sufficiently dangerous, so Klein needed to be as cautious as possible. Taking 4 steps in a counterclockwise direction, Klein appeared in the Fool's Seat in Sephirah Castle. He took out a familiar citron pendant and, letting the gemstone dangle loosely in his hand, closed his eyes and recited a statement 7 times. He felt a movement in his hand, and he opened his eyes to see the divination results. The pendant was spinning clockwise, but at a relatively low amplitude and frequency. There is danger, but it's at a level that I can manage, Klein interpreted. Then, closing his eyes again, he divined the success of his actions. He was pleased to see that the citron pendant indicated a high level of success and sighed a breath of relief. Phew, since I haven't marinated in the gray fog that long after I turned back time, and am also a lower sequence, I was worried this wouldn't work. Of course, divination isn't all-powerful. This result resides on the assumption that I make the right decisions. Klein took a deep breath as he returned to the real world and familiarly set up a summoning ritual in his bedroom. Then, making sure everything he needed was already sent to Sephirah Castle, he once again took 4 steps and returned to the space above the gray fog. His spirit body appeared in the giant ancient palace and the billowing fog. Picking up a paper figurine, Klein stirred the powers of Sephirah Castle and imbued it into the thin white paper. Almost instantaneously, the paper seemed to glow with an inner light and, according to Klein's wishes, didn't transform into an angel-like figure, but rather condensed into an illusory orb. He guided the orb that carried the scent and powers of Sephirah Castle into his spirit body. Although there wasn't any physical change, he distinctly felt that he had become more corporeal and mysterious, with properties of anti-prophecy and anti-divination held by the Sephirot now applied to him. Good. Satisfied that it worked, Klein distorted his spirit body to show a convoluted and blurry appearance to hide his identity. Then, his preparations complete, he entered the door of summoning and appeared in the real world. He didn't stay hovering in his bedroom for long. He entered Kag'Achteshun and sensed the spirit world above him. Klein soon entered the strange, indescribable world of spirits, all kinds of colors and entities and abstract concepts surrounding him. The scenery of the spirit world swirled around him, and Klein was temporarily disoriented by the overwhelming information. He quickly adjusted, however, and began to move in a certain direction with 7 multicolored lights glowing far, far above him. Since Klein couldn't travel, he could only use this complicated method to enter the spirit world, and he could only move through it as a spirit body. As for why he was wandering through the spirit world on a Monday morning, embroiled in the scent of Sephirah Castle, the reason was simple. He wanted to meet the keepers of Saphira Castle, the Hounds of Fulgrim. Klein had always regretted that the Hounds of Fulgrim had sacrificed themselves for him when he was escaping from Zeratul during George III's apotheosis ritual. Although he had turned back the clock now, and although their sacrifice hadn't happened yet, Klein still felt deeply indebted to them. Thus, ensuring their survival this time was also one of the things on Klein's checklist of things to do since I've time traveled. However, just visiting them and petting their illusory bodies wasn't the reason Klein was seeking them out now, although he hoped to do that too. One of the most important abilities in the Fool Pathway is the ability to access the historical void. After I went back in time, this is one of my most obvious advantages and benefits. But the problem is the future that I've experienced the past or the future now? Or perhaps it no longer exists and is only in the memories of Leonard and myself? If so, then I've really suffered a loss. Klein sighed. Whether or not I can access my previous self, the self that ascended to a true God and beyond that, will dramatically affect what actions I can take. If I cannot see the future that I've already experienced in the historical void, then I'll have to be even more cautious than I already am and pay more attention to the butterfly effect that my actions caused. After all, once events change to a level outside of my control, my advantage of knowing the future will practically disappear. On the contrary, if I can borrow the powers of my previous self, Klein's mind swirled with possibilities. Then it's simply a huge cheat. I can basically run around recklessly, doing whatever I please. Of course, the condition is that I become a scholar of yore. Along the way, all kinds of strange spirit world creatures passed by him like distorted oil paintings. Similar to the effect achieved when Klein imbued the Dark Emperor card in his spirit body, the spirit world creatures all obviously avoided him, the ones with eyes not even giving him a curious glance. After an unknown time, Klein's premonition for danger suddenly stirred as a scene appeared in his mind. Red, black, white, blue, and other saturated colors overlapped as a slender figure suddenly appeared. Its entire body was covered in black short fur, and its eye sockets were two balls of dark red burning flames. The figure resembled a hound, but the ends of its mouth extended to the back of its head and gave off an illusory feeling that felt surreal. The Hound of Fulgrim. Klein didn't doubt that, if he hadn't supplemented his spirit body with the powers of Saphira Castle, he would be feeling a strong sense of oppression from this powerful guard. Klein slowly turned around and faced it, making his friendly and cooperative intentions clear. The dark-colored hound, with two flames burning in its eye sockets, cocked its head as it looked at Klein. It didn't immediately disappear. Instead, the hound curiously circled Klein, as if recognizing its master for the first time. Klein's premonition of danger disappeared just as quickly as it appeared, and the subtle influences from the spirit world told him that the illusory dog in front of him had no bad intentions toward him. Hesitantly, Klein reached out, and, although the Hound of Fulgrim shied away at first, lightly petted it. It obediently sat in front of him, letting Klein pet it to his heart's content. Then, when Klein's hand left its head, the hound stood up and happily jumped around for a few seconds. It barked once, a loud and happy sound. Then, its figure became more and more illusory. It instantly disappeared, as though it was a projection from history. It ran away? Klein was startled for a split second before he realized that the Hound of Fulgrim he just met was likely a historical projection, which meant that the true body of the hound was likely making its way over to him at this moment. A few moments later, a few figures phased into existence. They were covered in black fur with burning eyes, yet despite their ferocious and terrifying appearance, they laid down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. A more courageous hound stepped forward and gently pushed his head into Klein's hand. Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Hounds of Fulgrim are more like real dogs than guards. With a helpless smile on his face, he reached out and stroked the head of the hound in front of him. Like the historical projection Klein had met, the hound seemed overly excited by just a pet and immediately ran in circles around him, barking in excitement. The other Hounds of Fulgrim, as if following the first hound's lead, immediately lined up in front of Klein, looking at him with puppy dog eyes, or the best puppy dog eyes two flaming balls could muster. Klein laughed at their antics and bent down to be more level with them. Then, reaching out a hand, He pet each and every hound of Fulgrim until they were satisfied. After the round of petting, Klein straightened up and adjusted the half-top hat on his head. Facing the hounds that were obediently following his every move, Klein asked, "Could you do me a favor?" After Klein explained what he wanted to do, he looked worriedly at the flaming eyes of the illusory dogs. "They can understand what I'm saying, right?" There was a moment of silence in the spirit world. Then, one dog barked, stood up, and circled Klein. The other hounds of Fulgrim soon followed suit, a cacophony of barking starting, and soon Klein had an entourage of black-haired dogs around him. One hound raised its head and gently took Klein's sleeve into its mouth that extended to the back of its head. The hound started moving in a certain direction, guiding Klein all the while. Slowly, a grayish-white fog entered his peripheral vision. The historical void. Klein thought with surprise. He hadn't expected his experiment to actually work, so it was a pleasant surprise to see the familiar fog. Suddenly, he felt a frighteningly large drain on his spirituality that almost made him end the summoning of himself. Gritting his teeth, Klein endured it, and the drain stopped just shy of depleting his entire spiritual reserve. Simultaneously, the translucent, illusory orb created from a paper figurine, enveloped in his spirit body, glowed brightly. It floated out of Klein's disguised spirit body and abruptly shattered, scattering countless shards of light on him. Surprised, Klein cast a glance at the hounds of Fulgrim. However, despite the absence of Sephiroth Castle's aura, they showed no change in their behavior, one hound simply turning its head to look at him for a second before turning back. So, they recognized me based on my own unique characteristics. Klein shelved this information for later. As the fog around them grew heavier and obscured Klein's vision, gradually, the hounds of Fulgrim around him dissipated one by one. The one holding his sleeve started to fade away as well, and Klein felt an abrupt tug on his arm. The strange sights and colors of the spirit world blended together and seemed to be corroded by a light gray fog. Klein's vision was obscured by flashes of light and darkness, burning his eyes. He flinched and was forced to shut his eyes, relying entirely on the hounds of Fulgrim to guide him. After a few seconds, the pressure on his sleeve lessened, and a single bark sounded. Klein slowly opened his eyes to see a hound of Fulgrim in front of him, its tongue out as its tail wagged happily. Scattered nearby and in the distance were its identical brethren, who were all looking at Klein. He blinked once and looked around at his surroundings. Stretching out in front of him was an endless whitish-gray fog. As Klein looked closer, he saw the deep depths of the gray fog, shattered spots of light scattered around. He followed his intuition and flew towards it, slowly and hesitantly at first, then faster and faster. The hounds followed his pace as if accompanying and guarding him, occasionally looking at him with their flaming eyes. Klein drew closer to the fragments of light in the surrounding fog. Scenes of his own history began to play back in reverse, from his theft of the card of blasphemy, raiding Capum's villa, watching Lenivus' death, his time behind Chaunis' gate, Megos and Lenivus. Finally, Klein stopped at the scene where he had traveled back in time. Through the slightly blurry fragment, Klein could see his alarmed reaction as he grabbed the calendar and saw the date. He looked around him and suddenly noticed that at some point, the hounds of Fulgrim had left. They can't come here? Klein suspected he knew why. Looking at the historical void fragment a bit more, Klein turned his attention ahead and moved forward again with a firm resolve. After a few steps, he stilled. There was a grayish-white fog obscuring and hiding the fragments of light ahead of him. But the fog that was blocking him wasn't the perpetual fog of the historical void. Although it looked similar, Klein couldn't be any more familiar with the wisps of translucent gray clouds. It was the fog that he saw every Monday, the fog that drifted below his feet in a giant and ancient palace. Klein didn't let the sudden appearance of Sephiroth Castle's gray fog faze him, though. After a few seconds of careful thought, he slowly floated forward and lightly pushed at the fog with his illusory hand. The soft gray wisps yielded easily to his spirit body, and just like an immaterial cloud, Klein passed through the fog with no difficulty. He immediately looked at the closest historical fragment. It was the same scene he had seen before. The image of him grabbing the calendar in shock 3 days before the birth of the fallen creator's spawn. Klein scrutinized the historical fragment and confirmed that nothing was different before he floated forward again, directing his gaze at the next glowing light with anticipation and trepidation. His eyes trembled and widened uncontrollably, an ancient giant palace reflected in his eyes. What played before him was a scene from history, a history that no longer existed. In it, Klein sat at the head of the bronze table, an indescribable majesty emanating off of him as gray fog billowed on the ground. Also sitting at the table was a nervous Leonard, looking at the mysterious Mr. Fool who had inexplicably summoned him. Klein watched the historical fragment play out for a few seconds before he rushed forward. There was an empty expanse ahead of him for a while, likely representing the 5 years he was asleep and unaware of the outside world. But after that, Klein saw images of the last tarot meeting before he slept, his gamble and battle with Amon, his ascension to Sequence 0, everything. As he flew down the black path, scenes of his life flashed past his eyes. Sequence 1, Sequence 2, Sequence 3, Sequence 4. He watched on as he transitioned from the tired and divine Mr. Fool to the hopeful and human Klein Moretti. Suddenly, he stopped. Reflected in his eyes, Klein saw the scene of Dunn smiling at him, winking, and saying, "We saved Ting-En." His spirit body wavered slightly, but he forced himself to keep going. His speed increasing, Klein hurtled past his personal history and saw the stretch of historical void ahead of him was all lit up, the glowing fragments illuminating the grayish-white fog. This was the historical void he was familiar with, and if it wasn't for his rapidly depleting spirituality, Klein could have traveled all the way to the ruined modern city. However, Klein was satisfied with just this, and, feeling out the link that tied him to the door of summoning, he ended his summoning and disappeared. In the real world, a young man with average features stood in the middle of a bedroom, his face slack and eyes lifeless. Suddenly, he blinked and moved, life entering his eyes again. Klein, who had returned to his body, scattered the wall of spirituality he had built. Walking over to the window, he parted the blinds and cracked it open just a bit, letting the cold wind blow out the rest of the traces. After a quick cleanup of the simple altar set up for the summoning ritual, Klein sat down at the edge of the bed and contemplated his options, a glimmer of happiness coursing through him. In the fog of history, I can access myself that was not only an angel or a deity, but a genuine great old one, and one of the 3 pillars of origin. Now, in addition to getting potion ingredients, my highest priority is to find objects that allow its user to regain some of their prior strength. Bernadette and Will Oseptin definitely have one. I can give Bernadette some information in exchange for it, and as for Will, forget being an unborn fetus. At this time, he isn't even a fertilized cell in Dr. Aaron's wife's stomach. Well, I definitely can still contact him with the paper crane he left behind. And as for what I can give in exchange, Klein grimaced slightly. Ice cream bribery won't work, but I can always just give him an IOU. At Sequence 4, I can make charms that allow Will to regain his strength temporarily. After some thought, Klein decided that he wouldn't request this of the Tarot Club. It wouldn't be appropriate to make such a request through the world, and although it fit with the Fool's situation, there was a high possibility that the Tarot members wouldn't have such an item and would only be alarmed by the Fool's sudden request. Besides, it's unbecoming for a recovering ancient god to have to ask for such an item. However, since I now have this extra cheat, I can do that at the Tarot meeting today. Klein's stomach growled, cutting off his thoughts. An embarrassed look flashed on his face, and Klein quickly stood up, going downstairs to make himself lunch. When it was 15 minutes to 3, Klein returned to the bedroom and went above the gray fog. At the head of the table, Klein gazed thoughtfully at the high-backed chair at the mottled table's end. With a snap, suddenly a figure dressed in a traditional Lonese suit appeared, similarly cloaked in a generous layer of gray fog. Underneath the fog, black hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a sharp face could barely be seen. Germain Sparrow had made his first appearance. Unlike the first time, Klein didn't need to spend any time familiarizing himself with his newly conjured marionette. Controlling the world was as easy as lifting his hand. In regards to the true identity of the world and Germain Sparrow, Klein had already thought it through. The world would belong to Germain Sparrow only, and Germain Sparrow would be equivalent to Sherlock Moriarty, Dwayne Dantes, Merlin Hermes, and the Fool's Blessed. Dwayne Dantes was introduced as an identity that the Fool's Blessed used interchangeably, but I only arranged it that way because of Leonard. Since Leonard is in the know now, it doesn't matter if Dwayne is directly equal to Jerman. When acting as Jerman Sparrow, Klein also planned to make sure that the craziest adventurer wouldn't outwardly advance past Sequence 2, so there would be no doubt about the Fool's identity. I would rather sleep 5 more years with Tianzun than have the Fool's true identity exposed, Klein added inwardly. He wasn't looking forward to his social death if the Tarot Club discovered that their mysterious, lofty sponsor was pretending to be his own blessed. Klein glanced at his watch and sent a message to the Sun that he was to prepare for the gathering. Then, Jerman bowed respectfully to him and sat down at the end of the table. Klein smiled at the fake person opposite him. "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card do you wish to draw?" The figure shrouded in gray fog laughed in a deeper, unique voice that belonged to Jerman. "I choose the card The World." Chapter 40. At precisely 3 in the afternoon, Backlund time, streaks of crimson light soared out of the vast and ancient palace, outlining blurry and equally indistinct figures. Audrey stood up and greeted every member of the Tarot Club. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman." She finished greeting the members and purposefully paused as her gaze fell upon the figure seated at the very end. After the past 3 meetings where 2 new members had been introduced at a record-breaking pace, Audrey was no longer surprised to see another new figure at the ancient bronze table. The other tarot members were also subtly scrutinizing the newest addition, a man wearing a simple Lonese suit. So, not furs. Audrey thought to herself. The hazy, unfamiliar figure was silent for a few seconds before he spoke in a deep, slightly hoarse voice. "The World. Hello." Audrey greeted politely, putting on a reserved facade even as she curiously examined him further, reading some of the corresponding details through the hazy fog. Mr. World is a very stoic person who always wears a straight face. His voice is a bit hoarse, possibly to prevent anyone from identifying him based on his voice. His clothing suggests that he's from Loan, but if he's gone to the effort of disguising his voice, he may have purposefully worn misleading clothing as well. Leonard's lips curved slightly as he saw the familiar figure at the end of the table, but he wasn't especially excited at his friend joining the Tarot Club since Klein had already been there from the very beginning. Thus, he only felt a sense of amusement seeing the World join the Tarot Club. Zio was a bit surprised at another addition to the Tarot Club so soon. There must be specific requirements one must meet to join. But for the life of her, Zio really couldn't figure out what was so special about her that she was invited to the Tarot Club. After Alger, Derek, Zio, and Leonard greeted the World respectively, to which he gave a rather cold response, the Fool turned to look at the Hanged Man. Alger immediately understood what he meant and quickly conjured the last page of the promised Roselle's diary. Just like before, Klein only glanced at it before he set it face down on the empty bronze table, the goatskin parchment disappearing afterward. Yes, although Klein had acquired his first card of blasphemy, he didn't display it for the Tarot Club to see. Klein had already thought it out. Before he turned back time, he had been collecting and even actively looking for cards of blasphemy. However, after he met Roselle, they realized that the cards of blasphemy hid a darker secret and were likely involved with the outer deities. Thus, to not provoke interest or curiosity in the tarot members, Klein would hide away the cards of blasphemy and only use them in specific circumstances. Once the tarot members become a bit more high-level, the Fool can impart a warning to them about Roselle's cards of blasphemy. Klein planned in his head. He gazed at the hazy figures of the Tarot Club members and said, "You can begin." Klein controlled the World to look around the table, but a light voice interrupted him before he could speak. Recently, something interesting happened in Backlund. Justice folded her hands neatly in her lap. Backlund. Zio looked towards Audrey. The victim is a tycoon, Capum. Rumor suggests that he is the biggest human trafficker in Backlund. An unknown person infiltrated his villa and delivered justice, rescuing many innocent girls who were locked up in his underground dungeon and exposing his numerous crimes to the public. But the strange thing is, Audrey paused for dramatic effect. Except for one corpse left at the scene, Capum and his henchmen all disappeared mysteriously. The body left behind was surrounded by a deck of tarot cards, and her body was covered by the card, Judgment. Everyone's gaze flickered over to Zio. Huh. Zio was at a loss, flustered at the looks from the hidden figures. What? This has nothing to do with me. I was even commissioned to investigate the truth behind this matter. Although hearing that the tarot card was judgment made him first think of one of the newer members, Alger quickly dismissed the possibility and thought about it from another direction. Covered with tarot cards? Is that the symbol for when the tarot club takes action? Wait a minute, a human trafficker? Alger sharply noticed a phrase. Recalling recent reports of mysterious disappearances at seas, he turned to the end of the long bronze table and humbly asked, Mr. Fool, is Capum related to the disappearance of colonial slaves? Colonial slaves are disappearing? This was the first time Audrey had heard of such a thing, and she was surprised to harvest this unexpected information after mentioning Capum. Klein didn't intend to reveal himself, and simply chuckled. My blessed made some minor contributions in this matter. As expected, Audrey's eyes shone brightly. Good thing I listened to my father talk about recent news. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized the actions of Mr. Fool's adorer. It's been less than a month since I joined the Tarot Club, and something has already happened in real life. Zio felt even more cowed by the invisible power of this secret organization. However, now that I know the true culprit behind Capum's disappearance, could I still get the reward from that masked man? Zio felt a bit wistful at heart. Klein glanced surreptitiously at Zio. He planned not to mention the Sequence 7 interrogator beyond her characteristic for now, and only sell it to her through the world once she had advanced to Sequence 8. Leonard had no interest in the current conversation and silently handed all the credit to Klein. Although, if technically Klein is a mysterious existence, do I count as his blessed? He fell into a conundrum and carefully contemplated the matter. The conversation lulled as everyone had their own thoughts. Then, a cold and slightly hoarse voice rang out. Mr. Fool told me that I can issue missions and gather ingredients here. Is that correct? The world surveyed the area with a sharp gaze. With a start, Audrey suddenly remembered that a new member was sitting at the end of the table. Yes, she responded measuredly. Then, she realized that when she mentioned Capum, the world didn't show any shock or surprise or even any emotions at all. Is he already aware of everything? Or is he just good at controlling his emotions? She eyed the world discreetly and made a judgment. A master of disguise? As thoughts flashed through her mind, the world opened his mouth and said, I wish to obtain a mystical item that can quickly summon a spirit world messenger. Which one of you has the means to provide it? Or has information on an artisan capable of doing so? What do you wish to exchange it for? A silence fell upon the bronze table. A messenger. Audrey's eyes sparkled. The newest member actually has a spirit world creature as a messenger? So cool. Leonard's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Then he shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't help with your request. The Evernight Church had artisans in its employment, but every item made had to go through several layers of approval in advance. Although Klein, with his identity as an honorary archbishop, could get an item commissioned, his messenger contract likely used Gehrman Sparrow instead of Klein Moretti and could arouse questions later on. Klein controlled the world to nod, already expecting this answer. Likewise, Zio and Audrey stayed silent, leaving the world's gaze to fall upon the sun and the hanged man. Alger was silent. I know of an artisan I've been contacting regularly for my needs. However, is it worth the price? To be able to contract a messenger from the spirit world, the new member definitely isn't simple. But such an item will be costly in itself. Although Alger didn't normally stress about his finances, recently, he was in a bit of a tight spot. He controlled his tone and responded, Do you possess the potion formula of the Sailor Pathways Sequence 6 Wind Blessed? He didn't expect an affirmative answer since the Sailor Pathway was tightly controlled by the Church of Storms. However, asking for it would indicate that he had a method to contact an artisan and either incite the world to offer alternative rewards of his own volition or put in effort to find the wind-blessed potion for him. Yes. Then Alger froze mid-sentence. What? Did I hear wrongly? With his experience, Alger quickly recovered from his shock, but there was still an awkward period of silence for a while. Then, Alger calmly controlled his voice to sound level and not at all bothered. I will get the item made for you as soon as possible. At that time, Mr. Fool can verify the authenticity of the potion formula. The world nodded coldly and replied, I will give you the summoning incantation to inscribe privately. All right. Alger didn't hesitate to agree to the deal. The wind-blessed potion. He could feel the future he dreamed of getting closer and closer. A slightly illusory piece of goatskin parchment appeared in front of the world, and under his feigned surprise, a few lines of words were scribbled down in ancient Hermes. Wow, Mr. World actually has a sequence 6 potion formula? And of a pathway strictly controlled by an Orthodox church? Audrey hid her surprise and awe as she glanced at the gloomy figure at the end of the table. Even Mr. Hanged Man was shocked to the point of speechlessness. Zio also reevaluated the world in her mind, while Derek simply listened to the conversation, absorbing information like a sponge. The goatskin parchment then disappeared and reappeared in front of Alger, who took it and carefully read it to memorize. His eyes roved over the first 2 lines. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated. Is this part of the general method to seek a spirit world messenger? Then, he read the last line and his eyes shook. The messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. This time, Alger couldn't hide his reaction as he looked up and at the world in shock. He actually revealed his real name to me? His mind raced as he attempted to recall whether he had heard of the name before. Not just Audrey, but everyone at the table could sense Alger's abnormal reaction. What's written in the messenger contract that surprised him so much? Zio wondered. In her brief time spent in the Tarot Club, she already sensed that the Hanged Man was an experienced beyonder who wouldn't be easily surprised. The world chuckled lowly. Messenger contracts do not require real names. This one sentence was enough explanation for everyone. Alger nodded and resisted the urge to clear his throat as he set the parchment down, having memorized the 3 simple lines. Regardless, I can keep an eye on any news about a Gehrman Sparrow now. Alger looked away from the world in a normal manner. As the first deal of the day closed, the world didn't recede into the background and instead looked around the table again. I have another request. This one is more difficult to achieve, but I will also offer a sufficient reward in exchange for the effort required. Audrey perked up. From the world's actions, it was clear he was a beyonder on another level from them. Perhaps I can obtain the psychiatrist formula from him? The location of a bizarro bane, or the main eye and blood of one. He paused and added, it's a beyonder creature that is good at disguising itself and possesses bizarre powers. It's nearly at the demigod level, so unless you have sufficient strength, I recommend not engaging with it. Although Klein issued this commission to everyone indiscriminately, he was secretly looking at the son's reaction since he had previously obtained the bizarro bane's eye from the City of Silver. He also, as the fool, directly translated bizarro bane into shapeshifter, the term the City of Silver used for the creature. However, Derek just looked curious at the description and didn't show any interest in speaking. Likewise, the other members lost interest and remained silent after hearing it was near the demigod level. As expected, the world isn't a low-sequence beyonder. Alger mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. He found that the strength of the Tarot Club was increasing at a rapid rate. At the same time, he also felt an invisible pressure to increase his strength and resources to match the Tarot Club. As expected, Klein is already preparing to advance to Sequence 4. He sure works fast. Leonard, who could only work hard to accumulate merit in exchange for ingredients, sighed in his heart. After seeing Derek's lukewarm reaction, Klein's heart fell a little. As expected, it's still too soon to ask for such a thing. Derek isn't familiar with the world yet, so he won't offer to look for it. Should I give him a small push? His eyes brightened. Yes, it's logical for the fool to help out the newest member a little. With this righteous justification, a small smile graced his face, and the fool lightly tapped the table to get everyone's attention. Bizarro banes are rare creatures that are almost extinct in most areas of the world. At this point, he paused and shifted his gaze slightly to land on the sun. However, a few remain in the forsaken land of the gods. Derek startled slightly in his seat and nodded respectfully to the fool before he looked at the world. I've never heard of this creature before, but I'll look in our records for any relevant information. The Forsaken, Land of the Gods. The world asked with a monotone voice. However, in his mind, Klein lamented the fact that Derek was too innocent and readily revealed that he was from a special place. Audrey smiled and took the initiative to kindly explain the son's circumstance to the new member, while Klein controlled the world to have the appropriate reactions. I see. Even after such a revelation, the world remained mostly impassive. Then, after he nodded toward the sun, he looked towards the head of the table and bowed his head. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Fool, for the information. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. The sentence calmly uttered by the fool made those sitting around the bronze table subconsciously look at the world. So, Mr. World has made a previous exchange with Mr. Fool, and he is paying him back. Audrey quickly deduced. In reality, Klein didn't want to needlessly go back and forth between the fool and the world, so he ended their transaction with a single sentence. A brief period of silence fell again. Then Zio carefully asked for a main ingredient of the sheriff potion. The hanged man took her offer and mentioned the grand event held on the Sonia Sea soon as a place where many Beyonder items would show up. After that, Klein waited a moment and was about to announce the beginning of the free exchange segment when a sudden movement caught his eye. Leonard, his features hazy from the fog that hid him, looked towards him and asked, Mr. Fool, could I speak privately with Miss Justice? I have a request of her. Huh. Suddenly mentioned out of nowhere. Audrey glanced at the star, surprised and a bit panicked. Why would Mr. Star single me out? Did he figure something out about my identity? A bit of anxiety slipped into her heart as she recalled her mysterious and powerful impression of the star. Also surprised, Klein didn't let his emotions show on the surface and simply nodded. With a flick of his thoughts, a separate barrier isolated the other tarot members aside from Audrey and Leonard. Then, Klein casually eavesdropped on their conversation. Chapter 41. In the ancient giant palace, several figures sat around a long bronze table. A unique barrier was placed around all but two people who were quietly conversing. Klein sat with his chin propped up on his hand as he listened in on Leonard and Audrey's conversation. Miss Justice, I apologize if I alarmed you just now, Leonard said politely once they were isolated. I have a unique request that I hope you can fulfill, that only you can do. Only I can do? Audrey didn't feel a sense of elation at being special. Instead, she felt anxious at the thought of her identity being exposed. How much does he know? How? I should be completely anonymous in the tarot club. Her mind raced through her actions in the past few meetings for any actions that would have exposed her, but she found nothing out of the ordinary. Leonard paused and keenly sensed her panic. Miss Justice, I don't know who you are. I can only tell that you are a Lonese noble. Is that correct? Yes. Audrey nodded simply. And you are also from Loan. She responded in kind. If you can observe me, I can observe you too. Yes, which is why I am asking this of you. The star leaned forward slightly, and though his features were much blurrier than that of the other tarot members, Audrey could tell he had a serious expression on his face. In Loan, countless child laborers die in their teens. Most workers rarely live past 30 due to extreme exhaustion and the terrible environment. Even if they do, they lose their jobs because of their age and end up wandering the streets and dying of hunger and cold. There's a report that some factory workers have a hard time surviving even 5 years. In the East Borough of Backlund, there's a saying that among the people who live there, without exception, any person who's a grandfather must be from the countryside. The meaning of this sentence is that people living there won't have a third generation as they can't have grandchildren. Leonard ignored Audrey's stunned expression and continued in a solemn tone. Poverty and hunger make their children very thin. Work that's difficult to adapt to causes them to quickly wither away in Backlund, much less get married and conceive the next generation. In the cold and unforgiving streets, people lose their lives every day. Then, he paused and looked at Audrey. Miss Justice, I'm sure you're not just a noble in name, but also a noble at heart. You must feel pain at these conditions, sympathize with the people, and hope to help in any way you can. Audrey bit her lip and was silent for a few seconds before she found the words she wanted to say. With a slightly trembling voice, she said softly, I never thought the situation would be this terrible. I've heard and read about it in the news, but they said the people in East Borough only had difficulties, but never elaborated. Her sentence trailed off, and suddenly Audrey had an overwhelming sense of guilt. Why didn't she investigate it deeper? Only the goddess knew how many times she had been living her luxurious life, while countless people struggled to live day by day. Audrey forcefully calmed herself. No, Audrey, comparison and self-hate won't help anyone. Only real action will help. She looked up at the blurry figure sitting across from her. She knew instinctively that he had only told her this information to sway her emotions and persuade her to help. But after learning about the situation, Audrey couldn't just stand back and do nothing. "You want me to use my abilities and political influence to create societal change?" she guessed. Leonard nodded. "As a noble and a telepathist, I believe you have this ability. The higher up you go in the government, the more eyes will carefully scrutinize every proposal for outside influence. So subtlety and caution are extremely important. Of course, your safety and well-being are number one." Leonard continued. This. Audrey hesitated. Although she had, in a large part, helped the civil servant examination bill pass from the suggestion of Mr. Fool, what the star was talking about was on a whole other scale. It was uprooting the country and changing the lives of thousands, going against the rich and equally influential factory owners, and even some workers themselves. "It won't be as difficult as you think." Leonard caught on to her concerns and quickly explained. "In the next week or so, a comprehensive report on the lives of the factory workers will be released in the news. It will definitely create a large splash among all classes and pave the way for you." And in fact, Leonard paused for dramatic effect. The horrible conditions of the working class, the terrible environment, and the negative emotions are hotbeds of misery and pain that nurture evil gods. Just a few weeks ago, the true creator, rather, the fallen creator, attempted to descend in Backlund's East Borough. If not for the timely intervention from the churches, he would have succeeded. Audrey's eyes widened. She was stunned for a moment and wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. How did a conversation about the situation in Lowen turn into an evil god's descent? And more so, when did this happen? How was I not aware of it at all? Backlund was so close to destruction. She was brought out of her rampaging thoughts by the star's voice. Leonard folded his hands together on top of the bronze table. "As you can see, the situation in East Borough, in Backlund, and in Lowen cannot continue like this. And for this reason, any movements you make will have the full support of the Orthodox churches, as well as Mr. Fool." Klein, who had been diligently eavesdropping on their conversation, suddenly paused, and question marks formed in his head. "Why am I being mentioned? As well as Mr. Fool?" Audrey suddenly felt enlightened. "I see. So Mr. Fool was involved with the prevention of the fallen creator's descent? Mr. Starr is truly knowledgeable. It seems his status in the Tarot Club is higher than everyone else's to know this kind of information." "I see," Audrey replied calmly. She had already made her decision, even without the knowledge that the situation was a hotbed for evil gods. And once Audrey had made up her mind, she was determined to follow through. "I accept your request, Mr. Starr." She stood up and curtsied politely at the man, acting behind the scenes, subtly influencing the trend of the times to the best result. "This is a task that I will gladly shoulder." As Audrey spoke, she felt a slight, small glimmer in her chest. Confused, she decided to ignore it for now. Klein, obscured by the gray fog from the view of everyone else in Seyfarah Castle, paid more attention to their conversation. "I was a bit surprised by Leonard's request and was worried that Miss Justice, in her current state, wouldn't be able to handle it. But she's risen to the challenge and even understood some core concepts of the spectator pathway. It seems Leonard is honoring our agreement and is doing his best to accelerate the Tarot Club members' growth." The corners of his lips curved up. Similarly, a smile spread across Leonard's face as he witnessed Audrey's actions. Whether or not it was her older, mature self or her younger, naive self, Audrey had always been a determined and righteous person. The tarot card Justice suits her a lot. Leonard sat back in his chair, and his posture suddenly became extremely relaxed, almost verging on disrespectful. His appearance was a sharp contrast to the elegant, poised Audrey sitting across from him. "Should we discuss compensation? This is a request of a great magnitude." Leonard tapped his foot against the floor as he thought. Mr. Starr's bearing flipped from serious and stern to casual and relaxed so quickly. Is this his true personality? Outside of proper business, he seems rather easygoing and friendly. Audrey maintained a polite smile as she analyzed Leonard. As for the reward, she wanted the potion formula for psychiatrist, but knew the star would offer it already if he had it. Leonard straightened up a little. "How about this? In return for your work, I will complete any 3." He held out 3 fingers. "Requests of yours." This can include, but is not limited to, potion formulas, mystical objects or ingredients, or commissions. As long as it's not too difficult and doesn't go against my principles, I can fulfill almost any request. 3 requests? Klein raised a single eyebrow and lampooned. Leonard, are you a genie? Audrey's eyes brightened. Mr. Starr is definitely a powerful senior beyonder. To be able to ask 3 things of him, this definitely isn't a loss. What should I ask for? No, I need to be careful and not waste my 3 requests. But to offer this reward means that he places a lot of importance on the state of Loan. I wonder what Mr. Starr's true identity is. Thoughts flashed across Audrey's mind as she folded her hands neatly in her lap and smiled at the star. Yes, I can agree to that. She resolved to work hard in the future. Leonard smiled back at her, his facial features blurry through the gray fog. Then, he turned to the general direction of the Fool and said respectfully, Mr. Fool, we're done with our discussion. The barriers around them dissipated and Leonard returned to an upright posture, the two sitting in their respective seats at the bronze table. Audrey saw the star change the way he sat and had to fight back a smile. With their private discussion ending, Klein surveyed the tarot members and announced the beginning of the free exchange segment. As soon as the free exchange segment began, Alger took the initiative to mention, Rear Admiral Hurricane Chilongos's ship and crew were subdued, giving rise to a new pirate admiral. Audrey's interest was piqued and asked, what's his name and current title? There hasn't been any related news in Backland. Alger nodded slowly. She's a lady and a famous pirate in the past. You should have heard of Ailment Girl Tracy, right? Tracy. Klein suppressed a flash of embarrassment as he remembered how he disguised as Helene to infiltrate her ship. Audrey shook her head honestly and said, no, I don't know much about such things. The hanged man fell silent for a few seconds, then quickly explained Tracy's actions. In the past, she acted independently and specialized in curses, black flames, and ice. Her enemies would always suffer from sudden ailments of various kinds. At present, no one knows which pathway she belongs to, but they're certain that she's at sequence 5. Leonard subtly looked to the end of the table at the world, but found that Klein had no intentions of speaking, probably to preserve his image as a cold and aloof stone. Leonard felt both amused and exasperated at the same time. He looked at Alger and said in an even tone, from your description, she is likely a sequence 5 Lady of Diseases from the Demoness pathway. Lady of Diseases. Demoness pathway? Is Tracy related to the Demoness sect? Alger immediately turned his attention to Leonard. I see. He replied with a calm countenance. Inwardly, however, he affirmed that the star was a highly knowledgeable beyonder. Demoness pathway? Audrey tilted her head quizzically. The corresponding sequence 9 is assassin. Leonard explained simply. Meanwhile, Klein facepalmed inwardly. Leonard, you're really just giving out this information for free. I exchanged knowledge about the Demoness pathway for a list of all of Loan's nobles before. Audrey nodded to demonstrate her understanding, while Zio and Derek listened quietly. After a brief silence, Audrey switched topics. There's good news in Backland. The serial murderer that has been plaguing the city for so long has finally been caught and brought to justice. Zio perked up and nodded, the conversation finally something she could understand. Yes, I heard that the credit of identifying the killer was credited to a group of excellent private detectives. They were even given a reward of over £1,000. This topic. 2 of the people sitting at this table were directly involved with the capture of the devil dog. Klein controlled himself to avoid instinctively looking at Leonard. The conversation about the serial murderer in Backland continued for a few minutes, but the world remained silent the entire time, detached from the discussion. Derek thought for a moment and said, the City of Silver has recently organized an expedition to explore deep into the darkness and found a semi-destroyed temple. The statue that's worshipped inside was a naked man nailed upside down on a cross. There were also a lot of bloodstains on its surface. Do you know which god that is? Justice, the hanged man, and Judgment exchanged looks and chorused. We don't know. The world also responded in kind. Leonard remained silent and glanced at Klein from the corner of his eye. Aligned with his expectations, the Fool said in a deep voice, that's the fallen creator. The fallen creator? Derek frowned immediately, feeling a bit uncomfortable instinctively. Fallen creator. That's how Mr. Fool and Mr. Star refer to the true creator. So that's the image of the evil god? But why would his statue and temple appear within the City of Silver's exploration? Could the holy residence that the Aurora Order always talks about be the forsaken land of the gods? Many thoughts came to Alger, but he couldn't make an accurate judgment based on the information he had. The dark blue-haired man thought for a few seconds and deliberately said, "We have another name for the fallen creator. It's the true creator. The faction that believes in him is in control of beyonder pathways like the secrets supplicant, listener, and shadow said I see. The subsequent sequence includes the shepherd that you mentioned before." Shepherd? The silent Derek sat up straight, his eyes filled with horror. Elder Lovia is already a shepherd. She's been acting more and more strangely. He was suddenly worried about the newly advanced elder and the safety of the City of Silver. Derek was reminded of the few cities the City of Silver found that were completely destroyed, the culprits of which were evil gods. So, after finding out that Elder Lovia's pathway was likely controlled by an evil god, how could Derek not be distressed? He returned to his taciturn state, disappointing Audrey, who wanted to hear more stories about the City of Silver. Zio also remained quiet, but her eyes flashed at the mention of the City of Silver. Although she didn't completely understand it, it seemed that the son of the Tarot Club was from a completely different place than Loan. So different, it could have been another world altogether. Furs would probably be very interested in visiting the place where the sun lives. Zio's thoughts drifted from the topic at hand. Although inwardly surprised at the Tarot Club's casual mention of the true creator, an evil god, after so many successive shocks from the Tarot Club, Zio had grown somewhat immune to it. After the sun fell silent, it was at that moment that they heard a light tapping sound echo through the area. Everyone instinctively looked towards the head of the table, at the mysterious figure cloaked in gray fog. The fool looked at Derek. In a calm yet imposing voice, he asked, "The City of Silver will explore the temple further?" Faced with Mr. Fool's sudden question, which was said more like a statement, Derek was momentarily dumbfounded and struggled to think of an answer. A few seconds later, he replied simply, "Yes, that's what would normally happen." The fool tapped the table one more time. In that exploration, there is bound to be both open and hidden danger. Mr. Fool's words. What does it mean? A tinge of worry for the sun and the City of Silver entered Audrey, Alger, and Zio. This sounds less like a warning and more like a prophecy. Derek, the one who would be most affected, felt chills run down his back. Leonard, who hadn't joined the Tarot Club yet at this time, also frowned in concern. But a single look at the fool reassured him that Klein had everything under control. Then, Derek started, then stopped himself. He wasn't sure what he wanted to say, even as an urgent need to say something, anything, bubbled in his throat. The fool chuckled in a deep voice and, with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the fog obstructing Derek's appearance, spoke. "When the time comes, you in the City of Silver may request assistance from me." With that said, he turned his gaze from the sun to the rest of the members. "Let's end today's gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey's shock from the fool's words made her reply a beat late. Soon afterward, the other members also echoed her with similar phrases. Klein silently severed the connection and watched the blurry shadows of Miss Justice and the others disappear into thin air, along with his fake puppet, the world. In a blink of an eye, Alger found himself back in the captain's cabin on his ghost ship, the floor beneath his feet moving with the waves. Still stunned, he let his body fall back into the chair he was sitting on. The fool permitted the entire City of Silver to speak his honorable name? Is his intention to forge a connection between himself and the City of Silver? For what purpose? Alger frowned subconsciously. No matter what, it appears that the fool is interested in the forsaken land of the gods, although the reason is unclear. The image of the naive and earnest son flashed through Alger's mind, and he let out a small sigh. Audrey blinked a few times, back in her bedroom with the door tightly shut. Taking a glance over her surroundings, Audrey stood up and walked over to the door, opening it a crack. Sitting outside was a large, fluffy golden retriever. Audrey gave Susie a knowing smile, and the dog quickly stood up and followed Audrey inside the bedroom. "Thank you, Susie." Audrey sat down again and petted Susie's soft head. "How'd your experiment go?" Susie asked Audrey, her eyes half closing in enjoyment. "Oh." Audrey paused, forgetting that she had used the excuse of doing an experiment to chase Susie out and have her guard the door. "It was a success." She lied. then turned her gaze to look out the window at Empress Burrow. I was really surprised by Mr. Fool's statement at the end of the meeting. Audrey pondered as she continued smoothing Susie's fur. He's never extended help to such a large group of people before. Maybe the City of Silver will become Mr. Fool's followers? Audrey smiled secretly to herself. However, her expression dimmed as she thought of the commission she received. How should I go about influencing the times? Going through the wives of important figures won't work again so soon. The blonde-haired girl's gaze landed on the clean streets of Empress Burrow, a world's difference from the dirty streets of East Burrow that she had occasionally glanced at from the safety of her carriage. To grasp the best course of action, I need first-hand information. Susie, let's go out for a walk, HM? Although Susie was, in a sense, a completely sentient and conscious being at this point, she still instinctively sprung up from the floor and wagged her tail. Yes. Audrey laughed lightly and left her room to get Susie's leash, the golden retriever excitedly following her. In his home, life quickly filled Derek's eyes, and he snapped to his feet, a nervous and excited energy thrumming through his body. Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool said that I can tell the City of Silver of his existence. Derek almost wanted to jump with joy. It's been hundreds of years since we were able to make contact with another existence, and now I can share this joy with everyone else. At that moment, Derek wanted to run immediately to the 6-member council and report it. However, just as his hand touched the handle of the door, he stopped. After interacting with the Tarot Club for a while, especially with the Hangman, Derek had come to learn some things. And he instinctively knew that announcing the Fool's existence out of the blue could lead to wariness, distrust, and ridicule. It was entirely possible that the Fool would be treated as an evil god, and Derek a corrupted believer. No, I don't want that. Derek's brows furrowed as he released the door handle. But what should I do? Should I pray to Mr. Fool? Consult with the other tarot members? Derek fell into a rare dilemma. No, either way, it would be difficult for the council to believe that Mr. Fool has good intentions unless there was undeniable proof. Derek thought for a while before his eyes lit up, the beginning of an idea forming in his head. Chapter 42. Klein thoughtfully tapped the ancient bronze table as he watched the blurry image of the sun. After spectating for a while longer and seeing that Derek simply sat in his room and didn't make any other movements, Klein sighed silently and waved his hand to collapse the image. If the sun went straight to the chief of the City of Silver and directly told them of the Fool, I would personally send him a warning. After all, I need to make a good impression on the City of Silver. Klein glanced at the crimson star that represented the sun. I probably don't need to worry about that for now. But thinking of the sun and the City of Silver's exploration efforts, Klein was reminded of a figure that still gave him chills. Amon. His eye twitched uncontrollably as the image of the smiling, monocled bastard popped into his head. Even throwing a supernova at him didn't resolve my PTSD. Klein couldn't help laughing at himself before he seriously thought about what to do. Derek met Amon and was subsequently parasitized because he faked losing control to avoid going on the expedition. However, now that the Fool will watch over the expedition, Derek has no reason to enter the prison and meet Amon. Klein chuckled. That guy's been biding his time in the City of Silver's prison for over 80 years, right? Just let him rot there until I can easily deal with him. He nodded to himself, satisfied with his solution. Klein then wrapped himself in his spirituality and left the world above the gray fog, returning to his room at 15 Minsk Street. He glanced at the clock and, grabbing his hat and cane, left to find the bike inventor Leopard. On the Sonia Sea stood an island with an extinct volcano. One by one, ships with masts and sails approached the shore, crowding up the wharf. The sound of pirates singing, shouting, laughing, cursing, and cheering filled the air, turning the scenery into a sea of revelry. Alger Wilson stepped off the Blue Avenger and climbed a cliff not far away, watching all this in silence. Suddenly, the pirates on the ships and wharf cried out in alarm. Some ran deep into the islands while others steered their ships away as if running from the plague. In just a few minutes, the bustling scene from before disappeared. Alger turned to look at the sea and saw a black ship drifting closer, a white flag with a skull hanging from its mast. The skull was pitch black, its eye sockets burning with a ghostly blue flame. Black Death. He understood why the pirates had scurried off. He watched as the painted black ship docked and Rear Admiral Ailment Tracy left the Black Death, walking to the palace deep within the island. At that moment, a huge sailboat appeared on the sea. Its flag depicted an eyelashless eye with 10 stars surrounding it. Alger also recognized this ship and muttered silently, "Admiral of Stars Catlia." The ship didn't approach the shore, but instead went around to the sheltered cliff and anchored. Soon after, the gloomy sky lit up and bits of stellar radiance sprinkled down, condensing in the air to form a long transparent bridge leading from the boat to the palace. A woman stepped onto the bridge and briskly walked through the air. She wore a black, classical robe with numerous symbols and magic characteristics inscribed on it. The most obvious one was a mysterious eye with no eyelashes. A celestial globe and a short scepter hung from her waist. Alger looked up and frowned slightly. That celestial globe. It looks like the strange glass bottle I previously obtained, the one that shattered after Mr. Fool pulled me into the gathering. In a large and spacious library that seemed to extend upwards forever, numerous green and leafy vines hung from the sky. A pair of leather boots swung lightly, and the crinkle of paper rang out in the quiet space as a few papers were set down. "Kona's Kilgore." A low female voice sounded. In the next second, the pair of black boots disappeared silently, as if they were never there in the first place. A few moments later, Bernadette stepped across the creaky and dirty wood floors of an apartment building in East Borough. She passed by the doors of the apartments one by one, striding towards the end of the hallway with a single-minded purpose. In the messy and dirty environment, the woman didn't seem bothered by the suspicious stains and strange noises surrounding her. Just as she stopped in front of an ordinary wooden door, her impassive expression changed and she frowned. Her eyes half closed, as if sensing something from another plane. "Hello, young miss. Are you looking to rent this property?" A hoarse and old voice suddenly sounded from down the hallway. Bernadette's eyes opened fully, and she turned to look at the middle-aged man with a bent back and cane who was slowly approaching her. Despite being interrupted, no surprise or anger was shown on her face. "What happened to the previous tenant?" she asked, getting straight to the point. Why you want to know about him?" The man took a few more steps forward, then cautiously stopped. His rugged face twisted into a guarded and angry expression. "If you ain't here to rent the house, then leave. No loitering or funny business allowed." Bernadette paused and lied. "A relative of mine lives here. Why is the apartment free now?" The landlord's expression slowly eased up, and he scrutinized Bernadette for a few seconds. Then, he sighed and replied, "Lady, you just missed him then. Just 3 or 4 days ago, he completely cleaned house and moved, even breaking his lease contract." Bernadette frowned subconsciously. 3 or 4 days ago. That was when I met him. So after being exposed, even with the Evernight Church and the goddess protection, James Holmes still fled and even cleaned up all his traces? There's definitely more than what meets the eye here. She expressed her thanks to the landlord and turned to leave, intending to divine more answers in a better place. However, just before she left, Bernadette paused and turned to look at the shambling landlord walking away. "Wait." He paused and turned to look at the beautiful young lady with a strange fashion sense. Perhaps I got the wrong address. What was the tenant's name?" The landlord cocked his head slightly and strained to remember. The man that had lived there had such unremarkable features and characteristics that he struggled to even remember his face, let alone his name. Yet a sudden spark of insight had him snapping his fingers in triumph. Yes, I remember now. His name was Paddington Watch. Yes, it was a rather strange name, so I remembered it. Bernadette nodded and with a brisk thank you, walked out of the dingy apartment building. It's not his real name, but now that I know 2 fake names of his, I at least have a lead. Bernadette's intuition told her that the so-called James Holmes was hiding a large secret, and she didn't think it was a coincidence that he happened to be passing by the day Roselle's bookmark was stolen. Anyone that Ariana, the matron of the Evernight Cloister, meets just because of one prayer is worth keeping an eye on. But is there a pattern between his names? James Holmes, Paddington Watch, each weirder than the last. She mused. Outside of the apartment building, Bernadette looked for a discreet area where she could directly travel back to her abode using mystical means outside of the public eye. However, as she was scanning the streets, she froze. The street right across from her was named Paddington, and the first building was a watch repair store. Bernadette fell into a rare speechlessness. Klein returned from a discussion with inventor Leopard in high spirits. Handing his coat to Horace, who dutifully hung it up on the coat rack, Klein flopped onto the sofa in the living room and sank back into the comfortable pillows. Everything's going smoothly for now. He allowed a genuine smile to slip onto his face. The only problem is that the acquisition of my next potion materials is rather slow. But that's to be expected, and it isn't necessarily a bad thing, either. Klein seriously contemplated. Promoting quickly, even if I digested the potion already, is still risky. This can be seen when I hastily promoted to faceless and almost lost control, although my magician potion was fully digested. Now, I have the luxury to take my time right now, so why take unnecessary risks? A feeling of strangeness struck Klein. Before, he'd never had such a thought as taking his time. He'd always been rushing, running to get stronger without a single break. The corners of his lips tilted upward. Thinking of it now, a lot of things have changed already. I just hope the final outcome will be good as well. He recalled a common plot in novels and movies during the modern era. No matter what a time traveler did to try to change the future, it would always come to the same result in the end, as if the future was already predetermined. Images of Kenley, Dunn, Melissa, Benson, and countless others flashed through Klein's mind, and he habitually massaged his temples. Klein suddenly straightened up. No, I can't just wallow in my thoughts all day. Whether or not my actions will be for nothing is still yet to be determined. He closed his eyes and, using dream divination, recalled the events that would happen this week. The most notable things are the commission from Rogo Kalaman to protect his son, who is being haunted by an evil spirit, and Furs joining the Tarot Club. Klein's eyes opened and, with nothing else to do, decided to make preparations for his plans for the evening. In the evening, when the full crimson moon just became visible, Klein went to East Borough and changed his clothes. He'd immediately ended his lease on the old apartment in East Borough after meeting Bernadette and rented a new one under a different name. Then, he headed to the border between North Borough and Helstonborough. Rogo Kalaman's son was afflicted with an evil spirit through the late-night gatherings led by his ancient Faceac teacher, Kapusky Reed. Before he turned back time, Klein had witnessed the teacher and his students reviving a corpse in a graveyard. I'd rather save myself the effort and directly deal with the source, Klein lampooned to himself. In North Borough's Alka Street, Kapusky Reed sat in a reclining chair in his activity room. In front of him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. On his knee rested a book of poems in ancient Faceac, and he occasionally flipped through the well-loved pages. However, it was clear his mind was elsewhere, and a dazed, thoughtful look would frequently appear on his face. His thoughts still lingered on a few days ago, Friday at 3 o'clock a.m. Although the corpse revival ritual he'd read about didn't work this time, Kapusky had dug into his ancient Faceacian texts and found another occult ritual that he was sure would work. At the thought of discovering the mysteries of death, his heart beat faster and excitement coursed through his veins. Senior educator Kapusky Reed, arrested for severe crimes against society and the churches, sentenced to over 10 years of jail time. A hoarse chuckle rang through the air. An interesting headline, don't you think? Kapusky's heart skipped a beat, and he almost jumped out of his chair. He abruptly turned his head to the side and saw that there was a figure sitting on the sofa next to him, in a casual posture, as if he had always been there. The figure wore a standard low-knee suit, and a cane rested on the side of the armchair he was sitting on. However, his face was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him. To Kapusky's alarm, he suddenly noticed that there wasn't just one figure there, but two. Standing half in the shadow, behind the sofa, was a bald figure dressed like a butler or servant. His face was likewise obscured. All in all, the sudden intruders in his house looked like the picture of a noble or businessman and his servant. Who are you? What do you want? Kapusky asked hastily as he gripped the armrest, sweat forming on his hands. Klein, who had used his hallucination powers on himself and Horace, leaned back, crossed his hands, and leisurely said, "That's not important. But why are you so surprised? Don't you know what crimes you've committed?" His voice was as relaxed as if he was talking about the weather. Kapusky drew back, apprehension and fear in his eyes. Although it didn't seem like the strange man would rob him, he couldn't say for sure that the figure wouldn't blackmail or arrest him. He didn't know how to reply. After hearing the word crimes, he instantly thought of what he did every week. Stealing corpses from tombs and secretly buying dead bodies. Not to mention the punishment the churches were sure to inflict if they learned of what he was doing. If you're here to arrest me or turn me in, there's no need. Although still afraid, a self-deprecating smile rose on Kapusky's face as he understood his situation. As long as I don't cause too much trouble, the children that I teach and their parents wouldn't snitch on me because they also did the same thing. There wouldn't be witness testimonies to my crimes. Klein chuckled. The consequences will catch up with you sooner or later. Perhaps not from the law, but from the very children you bewitched to commit heinous crimes. Furthermore, what you're doing is very dangerous, more dangerous than you think. Nothing has happened yet, I'm sure, but one day you might severely harm others or even lose your own life. Kapusky visibly paled and trembled. And no, you're lying. They just have the same interests as I do, so I wanted to teach them and search for the secrets of immortality together. As for digging graves, many doctors did it a long time ago. I've been doing this for a long time and nothing's happened. Saying that something will eventually happen, you're just trying to frighten me. Klein eyed the sweating professor. The color of his emotions demonstrates that although he's scared, he's still resistant to my suggestions. He sighed in his heart. Some people don't learn until they experience the consequences themselves. I suppose I'll have to keep an eye on him and properly talk to him after he gets into serious trouble. A bit sad that he couldn't handle this matter ahead of time. Klein stood up and pressed a hand to his chest as he bowed. Since you truly think so, I'll see you soon, Mr. Reed. Kapusky's eyes widened, and a startled yelp tore out of his throat as the mysterious figure, along with his servant, disappeared in plain sight. In his shock, he didn't notice as a few wisps of ash fluttered to the ground. As he left Kapusky's home, Klein secretly stole the exquisite copper whistle that belonged to a high-ranking member of the Numinous Episcopate. Klein first changed his clothes back in his newly rented apartment before he returned to 15 Minsk Street. Looking at the copper whistle that wasn't as ancient as Ozik's whistle, Klein pondered for a few seconds before he went through the process to bring it into Seyfura Castle. I'll wait until I can contact Mr. Ozik freely to give it to him, he decided. On Tuesday, Klein received a letter from Benson and Melissa. Thankfully, it hadn't mentioned anything about Leonard, which fed Klein's hopes that his siblings didn't misunderstand anything. He penned a reply and left the house to send it out. But just as he slipped the sealed letter into the box, he paused for a split second, a complex look flitting over his face. Then, Klein calmly resumed his actions for the rest of the day, only returning to 15 Minsk Street once it was dark outside, the street lamps providing the only source of light in the night. He didn't enter, however, but stopped just shy of his front door. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he unlocked the door and entered normally. Earlier, his spiritual intuition as a seer told him that someone had intruded on his house. It couldn't have been Leonard, since the feeling he received was sharp and cold, warning him of danger. Although he appeared normal on the outside, Klein remained cautious as he entered the apartment, ready to draw his gun or escape at a moment's notice. He suddenly saw a letter on the coffee table, where there should have only been newspapers. Recognition flashed in Klein's mind. So it was this. When the devil dog was dealt with, he and the other private detectives involved received a threatening letter written in blood. Now that the devil dog had been subdued ahead of time, it only made sense that Jason Beria would send the letter earlier, too. Furthermore, it was only recently that Klein had received the reward for the serial murderer case, meaning Jason Beria would also come to know of his identity. Glancing down at the letter, Klein first took out a pair of black gloves and wore them before opening the letter. There was a thin piece of paper inside. After unfolding it, a dark red color immediately reflected in Klein's eyes, and the faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Words were written on the piece of paper with coagulated blood. All of you will die. Klein skimmed through the words and set the letter to the side. With a calm expression, he walked straight to the bedroom and opened the door. Lying quietly on the desk was another letter. Klein straightforwardly opened it and saw a bloody line of red words. You're next. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked outside the window. Across him were a few two-story houses with their lights on. The glow of the street lamps fell on their outer walls, forming a crisscrossing zone. All of a sudden, the shadows in the areas squirmed and twisted, forming a black shadow in a tailcoat. The shadow raised its right hand, gesturing in the shape of a gun, and pointed it at Klein. Slowly, it retracted its arm and blew at the gun's muzzle. Immediately after, the black figure silently fell back, transforming into countless disconnected shadows. Klein had an impassive face as he set down the letter. Then, without any change in expression or behavior, he went to the first-floor kitchen to make himself a hearty dinner. Chapter 43. Inside the Rice police station, which was in charge of Minsk Street and the surrounding district, Klein shook hands with the officer who escorted him out. This threatening letter must have had something to do with the previous serial murders. Please take it seriously. The police officer retracted his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Moriarty. We definitely won't take this lightly and will immediately report it to the higher-ups. Thank you so much." Klein put on his hat and walked out the door. He returned to 15 Minsk Street, where as soon as he got out of the carriage, he saw a figure loitering in front of his house. Klein immediately recognized the visitor as Stewart, a slim private detective whom he'd worked with in the past. Of course, the past he was referring to was a past that others didn't remember. He made sure his footsteps were audible as he approached. Detective Stewart heard him and abruptly turned his head. "Mr. Moriarty, I received a threatening letter that said, 'All of you will die.'" Although Klein wasn't as close with Stewart as before he went back in time, he had purposefully chatted with him for a while during Isengard's gathering. So, it wasn't out of the ordinary for Stewart to come to find him now. "You received it as well?" Klein's eyes widened, a perfect rendition of surprise on his face. Stewart stiffened. "You also received it?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "Let's talk inside." As he opened the door for Stewart, a dark look flashed on his face. If Jason Beria had chosen to act now, then Klein had a lot of preparations to make. He simultaneously guided Stewart to the living room while controlling Horace to hide in a closet on the first floor, making sure to avoid his bedroom. Then, Klein excused himself to the washroom, where he quickly entered Seyfarah Castle and retrieved Creeping Hunger. He also, after some thought, threw Angel's Embrace down at himself to confuse the Desire Hissel's sense of danger. Then, he stuffed the human skin glove into his pocket as he flushed the toilet, pretending he had actually used it. He hoped he wouldn't have to use the glove if necessary, and only took it as a last resort since feeding the glove would be troublesome in Backland, and it was bound to publicly connect Sherlock Moriarty with Gehrman Sparrow. Once Klein returned to the living room, a pacing Stewart hurriedly explained, "I went to find Mr. Stanton first, but I heard that he was attacked, so I immediately came to you. Oh, thank God for his blessings. I was about to leave. So Detective Isengard Stanton was attacked this time as well. Only, I wasn't there to witness it." Klein mused to himself. "Mr. Stanton was attacked? It should be by the same person who sent us the letters. I suspect this has something to do with the previous serial murders." Klein calmly poured a hot cup of tea for Stewart and set it in front of him. Stewart's face visibly paled. However, his previously panicked countenance settled down as Klein's calm attitude infected him. "It seems to be the case." Stewart sat down and replied, gratefully sipping the tea provided. The warm aroma calmed his unstable emotions even further. Just as he was deep in thought, tinkling sounds suddenly echoed in the room. Someone had rung the doorbell. Stewart instantly jolted, like a frightened bird. Klein glanced at the overly startled Stewart before he headed for the door. An image of the visitors outside appeared in his mind as he touched the handle and opened the door, taking 2 steps back. Detective Kaslana, her red-haired assistant, and several other private detectives who Isengard Stanton assembled stood in front of him. Kaslana looked at Klein and Stewart, who was behind him. Without exchanging pleasantries, she directly said, "We've all received the same threatening letter, so I believe you guys did too, right?" "Yes," Klein replied calmly. Then, he pointed behind him. "Let's talk inside." As the various detectives filed in, Klein closed the door behind him and entered the living room. "Have you called the police?" Almost half of the people who were assembled back then were gathered in his living room. Some have called the police, while others have tried to find Mr. Stanton or familiar friends. Finally, we all got together and discussed visiting you, the great detective. Kaslana replied on behalf of the rest. Klein surveyed the anxious, fearful, or worried faces of the detectives in his home and sighed inwardly. The Devil Dog's master, Jason Beria, is purposefully capitalizing on their negative emotions, planting a seed that he can use later. Too bad, I don't have any calming or pacifying abilities. Although Klein could use Horus to prohibit violence or aggression, that would be counterintuitive to his plans later. In terms of Jason Beria and the Devil Dog, Klein hadn't made any comprehensive plans yet. However, he intended to prevent the assassination of Duke Negan, which meant apprehending the Desire Ipuesol ahead of time. And after today, Klein would be placed under the surveillance of the official Beyonders, which was highly inconvenient. So, it's best to clean up Jason Beria now. He suddenly sensed a sharp stab of intuition. That should be my spiritual intuition letting me know that Jason Beria has intruded into my house. Specifically, he should be sitting at the desk in my bedroom, listening in on our conversation downstairs, Klein deduced. Due to his high sequence, he was naturally able to tell when the Devil Dog's owner arrived. Thankfully, Klein was always prepared and had his paper figurines and matches inside his pockets, along with other various mystical items. He deliberately said, "Everyone, don't be too nervous. The person who sent the letter should be trying to get revenge for the serial murderer, but he's only one person, with at most 1 or 2 companions. As for us, we have a total of 8 detectives, all skilled in combat and shooting, so why should we be afraid?" Upon hearing his words, Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, revealed doubtful expressions as if they were unsure of something. Another detective took a deep breath. "Mr. Moriarty, perhaps it's as you say, we don't need to be afraid of him. But he's a sinister snake lurking in the dark. No one knows when he will attack, and no one can guard against it in advance. Furthermore, he might even harm our family members." "Family members?" "Oh, my wife. No, my little angel." The detectives were instantly overwhelmed by their emotions as they exhibited exaggerated reactions. Standing behind Klein, Stewart was trembling with fear and anger. "No, I don't want that," he murmured, almost losing control of his emotions. Just as Klein and Kaslana attempted to calm them down, Stewart suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at the back of Klein's head. His eyes were glazed over, and his emotions seemed to have completely overwhelmed him. While Stewart raised his gun, Klein seemed to have predicted it ahead of time and lunged out of the way. Bang! Stewart, who was clearly out of control, pulled the trigger. The bullet missed Klein and embedded itself in the wall. Instantly, the other detectives pulled out their revolvers as a result of the stress. It was as if they were looking at the enemy, turning the scene extremely chaotic. At this moment, Kaslana bellowed, "Stop!" Her voice wasn't loud, but made everyone tremble and subconsciously comply. Although there was a brief moment of silence, everyone's mood didn't seem to improve. Klein lithely got to his feet again with his revolver in hand, but wasn't concerned about the tense situation at all. His gaze flicked to the door, and just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. A few of the private detectives suddenly became alert, their eyes revealing a hint of lucidity. The doorbell sounding was like a bucket of cold water that poured over their heads. Stewart looked at the revolver in his hand and mumbled in a daze. What was I doing just now? As he heard the doorbell, an image of a pale and familiar detective entered his mind. At this, Klein sighed in relief with a slight sense of guilt. Detective Isengard was attacked by Jason Beria, but I wasn't aware that Jason had begun to move and didn't visit him. Before, Isengard claimed that it was my sudden visit that helped him to escape with his life. Klein quickly opened the door and took 2 steps back. Isengard Stanton smiled and nodded at him. The famous detective was pale, with his left arm propped up near the shoulder. A few bandages wrapped his right wrist. "He's more injured than before," Klein noticed as he asked. "Mr. Stanton, what happened? We'll talk later." Isengard suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. "Do you wish to discuss the subject of Beyonders in front of Stewart and the others?" A hint of surprise must have shown on his face, since Isengard's smile only grew wider. But Klein wasn't pretending this time. He was truly surprised. "I didn't interact with him a lot this time, and didn't drop any obvious hints. It seems he's indeed a master of deduction, to still be able to figure it out." Upon hearing and seeing the famous detective, the private detectives gathered in Klein's living room showed looks of relief. The tension in the room immediately dissipated. "Are you all right, Mr. Stanton?" one asked. Isengard slightly moved his arm and said, "A little injured, but not too badly. Okay, everyone, don't be nervous. This will be over soon. The police are waiting for that bastard in the darkness nearby." He was promptly bombarded by an assortment of questions, to which Isengard answered, "Don't worry, I'll tell you in detail in the time to come. But before that, I need to discuss a few things with Sherlock and Kaslana. We'll head to the activity room for a few minutes. His prestige and calm demeanor made the detectives sit down without rebutting. After entering the activity room and closing the wooden door, Klein viewed the enclosed room. Before, he had been paranoid about the use of objects like the biological poison bottle and opened the window. But this time, the more enclosed the space, the better. Isengard directly took Klein's reclining chair as Klein sat on the single sofa and asked, "Mr. Stanton, what exactly happened?" Isengard looked at Kaslana and said, "We're all Beyonders, so I won't explain general knowledge." Beyonders. Kaslana first looked at Klein, then at Isengard, slightly surprised. Klein nodded gently in response to her gaze. Isengard Stanton smiled and said, "The person who attacked me and delivered threatening letters to you is the master of the serial murderer from before. You should know that the murderer is a black dog of the devil sequence, especially Sherlock. You were the first to point out that the devil might be an animal." Klein smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. Kaslana also just clasped her hands together, not saying a word. Isengard saw that they still weren't admitting anything and continued. "The devil dog's master is a sequence 5 expert, and from what I know, is a desire ipuesal. They can use and control everyone's emotions and desires, enticing them to be corrupted." The older detective patiently explained the characteristics of the devil's pathway sequence 5. "So that's how it is," Kaslana murmured. Rubbing his temples, Isengard said, "I was almost manipulated by him, which resulted in my injuries. Afterward, I used a mystical item to play hide and seek in the house. Luckily, the official Beyonders were tracking the bastard and barged in, giving me the chance to escape." He then asked in a serious tone, "Sherlock, Kaslana, how do you plan on handling this issue?" Klein dully wondered if the official Beyonders Isengard spoke of included Leonard and the red gloves, but remained silent at his question. Kaslana, on the other hand, asked, "Mr. Stanton, do you have any suggestions?" Isengard said, "First, take the protection of the official Beyonders, preventing the desire APOSL from taking action. While this is happening, we should hope that he's quickly caught or killed. If our hopes aren't met, we would only have 2 choices. One is to change our identity and move to a different place, or directly join a corresponding official organization and become an external member." Join an official organization? Klein entertained the idea for fun. The honorary archbishop of the Evernight Church and the evil god. The fool, joining the machinery hive mind or the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Wouldn't I be too? No 3 timing? To continue the conversation, Klein asked, "Are there no other solutions?" Isengard Stanton rubbed his pipe and said, "Yes, that is, we join forces to create an opportunity to quickly find and detain the desire APOSL. Of course, the perfect outcome would be us killing him directly." Klein felt a gaze that was simultaneously both burning hot and freezing cold land on the activity room from above. The desire APOSL himself. So he drew his attention with this? Klein had a cunning smile. He didn't have too big of a response in regard to Isengard Stanton's suggestion. "As far as I know, the devil can predict danger before we take action, and even determine the source of the danger. It's hard to find and restrain him." Isengard nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's indeed the case, but this doesn't mean that there are no solutions." "What solutions?" Kaslana asked immediately, seemingly more interested in the proposal. Isengard chuckled. "The flaw of premonition powers is that it can only detect the person and location of the danger, but doesn't know the specific details. I'm a sequence 7 knowledge keeper of the reader pathway, also known as detective. By honestly telling you this, it's a way of showing my sincerity in cooperating." He continued, "In this situation, I think honesty is more important than anything else. Does a knowledge keeper have the ability to suppress a devil's premonition powers?" Kaslana quickly asked, her body leaning forward. "No," Isengard said with a laugh. "However, I have a ring. It originates from a sequence 6 rampager of the reader pathway. It allows me to differentiate, recognize, remember, and mimic all the Beyonder powers I've seen before. Of course, against more powerful Beyonder powers, the chance of failure is greater." Klein controlled his expression with his clown abilities as he looked at the gorgeous ring Isengard Stanton took out. It was because of this that I found that Isengard Stanton was the Eye of Wisdom. Klein recalled, looking at the ring that was also known as Sealed Artifact 281. If I suddenly call out Mr. Eye of Wisdom, I wonder how shocked he'll be. While Klein was imagining things, Kaslana looked at the intricate ring with envy and puzzlement. What power are you planning on mimicking to resist the Desire Ipoesol's ability to predict danger? Isengard curled the corner of his lips upward. The premonition that devils have towards danger. This is the plan. First, which is what we're currently doing, draw up a plan that can actually harm the Desire Ipoesol. Then, he continued, the Desire Ipoesol will sense the danger from here, and his first reaction will be to either kill us, or to exact revenge on us. With that, Isengard spread his hands. I'll sense the threat of the Desire Ipoesol and grasp his present location. According to my deductions, he must be hiding in our surroundings right now. No matter how good he is at remotely controlling the emotions of others, there must be a distance limit. I already discussed a plan with the official Beyonders. Once I confirm his location, I will inform them, and they will rapidly seal off the corresponding areas and close in on him. Kaslana frowned slightly. Since there are official Beyonders involved, there doesn't seem to be any need for our cooperation, Isengard earnestly explained. To not alarm the Desire Ipoesol ahead of time, there's a void of power in the nearby district. If the target is really here, the three of us need to help each other to retain him as best as we can. But the Devil Ipoesol is right above us, listening to our conversation at this very moment. Klein pondered for a moment before he said, I have no problem. Mr. Stanton, there's no need for you to explain so much. After all, we'll cooperate for our own sake. Kaslana nodded and agreed as well. An explanation is part of the plan, and an agreement means that the operation is about to begin. Isengard half closed his eyes. The emerald green gem on the ring of his right hand began to glow with a dark blue light. Suddenly, Isengard Stanton stood up, pointing upwards with a grim expression. He's right here upstairs. Klein immediately stood up and discreetly wore creeping hunger on his left hand, while Kaslana followed Isengard towards the door. At that moment, he saw Kaslana's eyes suddenly turn red, and her right hand formed a fist as she punched out at Isengard Stanton's back, where his heart was. Be careful, Klein shouted. But just before she reached the older detective, Kaslana suddenly froze and her face wrinkled with unbearable pain. Her body abruptly collapsed to the floor. Klein lowered his hand, the glove on his left hand reverting from gold to pure black. 2 bolts of lightning disappeared from his eyes. Isengard immediately threw himself forward, but when he felt no impact, he quickly looked behind him to assess the situation. All he saw was Sherlock standing over Kaslana, who was half bent over on the floor, gasping for breath with a blank look in her eyes. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was as if she had just woken up from a long nightmare caused by her emotions, all the strength in her body disappearing after her previous outburst. Isengard didn't see the attack, but he also didn't see how Sherlock had prevented it. The slender and bearded man stood in the middle of the room, an unassuming figure, his hands bare and empty. Isengard quickly stood up and warily looked at Kaslana. Then, his expression suddenly changed and he yelled, He's coming to us. Klein looked behind him and saw a thick black liquid flowing down from the ceiling, quickly forming a pitch-black figure. It seemed to be completely wrapped in a black curtain, only exposing a pair of cold blue eyes. Simultaneously, in a dusty and forgotten closet, a dim golden light illuminated the space. An outlined figure with glowing eyes clenched his fist and pointed through the wall at the wooden door of the activity room. A low voice spoke in ancient Hermes. Confinement. An additional layer of an invisible wall that nothing could penetrate silently formed around the activity room. The Desire Ipoesol, who was about to take action, saw that Isengard and Klein were both fine despite Kaslana's actions, and his eyes widened. He instantly turned and ran towards the window. However, as his body collapsed into a sticky black liquid, his escape was instantly blocked by an invisible barrier. Klein laughed as he saw this. He raised his right hand and snapped, sending an air bullet with strength comparable to a steam rifle into the black liquid. You're stuck with us until the official Beyonders arrive, Klein said calmly, the corners of his lips lifting into a smile. Chapter 44. In his black liquid form, The Desire Apusol was able to avoid the first air bullet, but in this state, he could only dodge and was unable to launch an effective counterattack. He rapidly understood one thing. He needed to escape this room at all costs. And that meant targeting the one who had sealed it, the bearded detective wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The Desire Apusol, Jason Barria, reformed into the black figure with only a pair of blue eyes exposed. He reached out and sensed his opponent's emotions, intending to catalyze the emotion, but found nothing. Klein fired another air bullet with a snap of his fingers, and this time it hit its mark. A hole bored through Jason Barria's body, but sticky black liquid soon appeared and covered it up, making his body whole again. However, the black shadow seemed a bit more transparent than before. The Desire Apusol snarled in pain and frustration. With an unearthly glow, a giant flame sword materialized in his hands. It was slightly illusory, with a molten hot surface that looked like it was seared and melted. Whoosh! The giant sword swung down and cleaved at Klein. In the small activity room, it was impossible to avoid the attack. Klein's body shredded into a charred paper figurine as he reappeared in another corner of the room, unharmed and intact. However, his initial control of Jason Barria's spirit body threads disappeared as well, without even the chance to inhibit the Desire Apusol's actions. And simultaneously, Klein felt the confinement around the room weaken from the attack. Klein touched creeping hunger inside his pocket. He didn't want to use the glove unless completely necessary since it would reveal his connection to Chilango's death, and his goal was only to keep the Desire Apusol occupied until the Nighthawks and Machinery hive mind arrived. But although they were both Sequence 5, when it came to close combat ability and physical strength, Klein was at a disadvantage. At that moment, like a boon from the sky, a beam of holy light fell from above and enveloped the Desire Apusol. That wasn't me. Klein felt the urge to double-check that he wasn't wearing creeping hunger. Instead, he looked toward Isengard Stanton, who was wearing the still-glowing emerald ring. The famous detective nodded grimly at him, indicating that they would restrict the Desire Apusol together. Right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom has the sun brooch and can mimic its abilities with his ring. As the holy light fell upon Jason Barria, the dark shadow screeched, and it became visibly fainter. Klein took the opportunity to put some more distance between himself and the Desire Apusol. The next moment, the Desire Apusol suddenly swelled in size, and the black shadows melted off of him, revealing a true devil with bat wings and horns. He's throwing in a last-ditch effort, Klein immediately thought. The devil transformation of the Abyss pathway definitely wasn't something to be taken lightly. With an earth-shattering roar, the devil who had taken up almost half of the room spread its gigantic wings. At the same time, he shot out burning fireballs in all directions. Don't let them touch you. Klein yelled a warning to Isengard as he dropped a match on the ground, using flame jumping to teleport around the room. Kaslana, who was still recovering, had managed to drag herself behind a larger sofa to avoid getting hit in the crossfire. Although Klein and Isengard avoided most of the dangerous projectiles, the sulfur fireballs exploded on impact with any surface, casting bits of burning material everywhere. Klein simply used paper figurine substitution once he couldn't avoid the debris, and Isengard's ring produced a green glow that enveloped his body and allowed his wounds to quickly heal. Snap! Klein snapped his fingers again, and an air bullet was sent towards the giant Desire Apusol. At that very moment, Isengard declared, "The official Beyonders are here." A bit of relief rushed through Klein. Without bringing out Horus and creeping hunger, it would be difficult for him to stall for much longer. Klein quickly controlled Horus to dissipate the remaining confinement on the room and immediately dashed out of the room, Isengard and the weakened Kaslana following close behind him. The Desire Apusol's eyes darkened and, controlled by rage and bloodlust, instinctively moved to chase after them. Plop! The sound of an unknown liquid falling entered his ears, and an immeasurable pressure fell upon his shoulders. It was so strong that it instantly cut through his bloodlust and desire to kill. In his vision, a thick sea of scarlet blood seemed to appear. The Desire Apusol stopped in his tracks and looked around in bewilderment. Only now did he vaguely realize that danger, real danger, was approaching. Cold sweat formed on his skin as his flight or fight instinct activated. However, Faced with the strong premonition of danger, he only had one option: flight. He instantly collapsed into a sticky, black liquid. Testing that the strange barrier around the room had disappeared, he rapidly seeped through the cracks around the window and fled. The Desire Epuisol was halfway down a nearby street when a silver glint appeared in his eyes. Cold dread curled in his gut as the terrifying pressure from before fell upon him in full force once again. A person wearing full body armor, like a knight going to battle, slowly emerged from the end of the street. The dim light from the sun, obscured by a heavy layer of fog, revealed that the armor was stained with congealed blood from its left shoulder all the way down diagonally. It exuded a bewitching beauty and appeared to be extremely heavy. Every step it took slightly shook the ground. When Jason Barria laid eyes upon the blood-stained silver armor, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't breathe. His heartbeat accelerated and every nerve in his body screamed at him to run, to flee, like he had just met his most terrifying nemesis. The Desire Epuisol gnashed his teeth together, his eyes turning faintly red, as he cursed the detectives from earlier. If not for them, I could have escaped earlier. Fear, regret, and anger swirled together in his gut. With much difficulty, he regained his calm and fully focused on sensing the emotions and desires of the Beyonder inside the blood-stained silver armor. For the second time that day, he was met with failure. The silver armor completely blocked his Beyonder powers. He had no other option but to raise his hand, a burning blue fire rapidly condensing in it. Thud! A silver light flashed, and his thumb fell to the ground. Only a clean stump was left on his hand. The next second, his remaining 9 fingers were severed. The Desire Epuisol's pupils immediately constricted, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared on his back as he flapped them to escape. The shadow under his feet shrank back without anyone realizing it, hiding in one spot. He had only taken 2 steps when countless silver lights burst out from his body like blooming fireworks. The thick black liquid that covered his body splashed to the ground like raindrops. His forearm, arm, shoulders, ribs, neck, and other parts of his body broke off and smoothly slid downwards. Splat! The pale, blood-stained intestines of the Desire Epuisol fell to the ground along with his stomach and still beating heart. The place where he stood was where the dark blood was the thickest, and the further he went, the more splattered it looked. Viewed from afar, it was a gruesome yet beautiful flower of death. The Sequence 5 Desire Epuisol was dismembered without any ability to resist. This was a sealed artifact that had caused over 100,000 people to die. Sealed Artifact 142. Careful, he's not dead yet. A male voice sounded from the other end of the street as footsteps sounded out. The Desire Epuisol is a shadow shifter. He's just abandoned his own body, leaving only a shadow behind. The man wearing the silver armor nodded stiffly. Leonard glanced at his pocket watch and said with a serious expression, "You have 15 minutes remaining. Is it enough? Don't force it." The red glove wearing the armor replied, "No problem. I can sense 142's excitement. It has locked onto him." Leonard nodded and said to the other Nighthawks, "Bring hot water with you and follow along closely. Once there are any problems, switch immediately and dig a bathtub on the spot." The blood-stained silver armor began running in pursuit. Despite its heaviness, it was ridiculously fast. Several people wearing black windbreakers and red gloves followed behind quickly. Klein poured himself a hot cup of tea and took a sip in his kitchen. In the foyer, Isengard Stanton was talking to a group of machinery hive mind, who were camping in his house to guard against the Desire Epuisol doubling back to seek revenge. A few minutes earlier, the famous detective had subtly hinted that he would handle matters with the official Beyonders while Klein could hide any condemning evidence that he was a wild Beyonder. However, with a polite smile, Klein had declined. Because at this very moment, above the group of private detectives and official Beyonders, a thin and bald man was quickly cleaning up his bedroom and hiding ritual materials in different spots. Once Horace was finished, he slipped out of the bedroom window and ran to hide in the nearby sewers. I missed the opportunity to introduce him as my assistant, so it would be strange for him to suddenly appear, Klein mused as he nursed his cup of tea. A thought suddenly struck him, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. Wait, my marionette won't meet the Desire Epuisol in the sewers, right? Suddenly, Footsteps sounded from behind him, and Klein shoved away his thoughts as he turned to see Isengard, with his wounds from the fight properly bandaged, and a few familiar faces following behind him. They were the machinery hive mind stationed in Backland. The leader of the group was a man with a stiff face but a head of frizzled, messy, and stubborn brown hair. A Cancer Bernard. In his hand was a clothed, thin, and roughly rectangular object. Klein's eyebrows raised slightly as he saw it. "Hello, Mr. Moriarty. I am a Cancer Bernard of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Can I have your permission to inspect the activity room and your bedroom?" Klein immediately nodded. "No problem. Do you need me to come along and answer any questions?" he asked politely. "Yes, sorry for the trouble." A Cancer gestured his head to the side and said with a smile, "Mr. Stanton has mentioned to me about your situation." Klein glanced at the famous detective, and at least Isengard had the mind to look a bit embarrassed. "I'll leave you to it, then. I'll explain things to the other detectives and calm them down." Isengard quickly excused himself and left. Klein followed a Cancer to the activity room while his team members paired up, each responsible for a different place. "This is where you encountered the Desire Epuisal?" A Cancer stood at the entrance of the room with a complicated expression. Klein glanced inside, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. The room was completely demolished, with the window forced half open and the furniture scattered and smashed. There were several black, charred marks on the floor and wall from the sulfur fireballs. The worst damage was a gigantic scorching slash that spanned 2 walls, leaving the wallpaper and brick underneath completely cut open. If it wasn't for the confinement that stopped the attack, Klein would have been able to see the neighboring room on the other side. Yes, Klein felt a headache form as he contemplated how he would repair everything. A Cancer shot him a look that seemed to ask, "How are you alive?" After a short pause, he raised the item covered in black cloth and, in one smooth motion, revealed the object underneath. It was an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns. On both sides of the mirror, there were black gems that closely resembled eyes. Klein hid a smile. "Long time no see, Rhodes." Chapter 45. The silver mirror that Klein couldn't be more familiar with shone under the light as a Cancer stroked its surface 3 times with his right hand. After a short pause, the official beyonder said in a deep voice, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, what happened in this room?" The light around them suddenly turned dark, as if enshrouded by mist after a rainstorm. A strange aqueous glint appeared on Rhodes' surface, forming a clear scene. 3 distinctive figures discussing soundlessly in the pristine room, then a whirlwind of action as they urgently moved towards the exit, Kaslana attacking Isengard, and then being mysteriously subdued, the Desire Epuisal appearing and engaging them in battle, and then ultimately escaping. Phew! Klein let out a silent sigh. Thankfully, Rhodes didn't show anything incriminating, like creeping hunger or Horus. A Cancer glanced at Klein and seemed to view him in a new light after witnessing the quick and dangerous battle. However, just as he opened his mouth, the scene produced by the silver mirror quickly dispersed. Following that, words in blood red appeared. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask the question. If you lie or are unable to answer, you will have to accept an arranged mission by me or suffer a penalty. Rhodes is going to ask what Red Light's name is. Should I help out a Cancer? Klein mused to himself. The words which resembled dripping blood slowly changed into new characters, forming a new sentence. What color of underwear do you like best? Klein choked on nothing and started coughing. A Cancer's face flushed red. A few moments later, with great difficulty, he spat out a single word. Red. A suffocating silence sat in the room for a few seconds. Klein quickly reined in his coughing and was unsure of how to react next, intent on inspecting the damaged floorboards. After a while, a Cancer looked at a spot near Klein's head and said, "You should have heard of sealed artifacts and know that they come with certain negative effects." Yes. Klein resisted the urge to laugh. Rhodes. You never change. He took 2 steps forward and carefully looked at the silver mirror on the table. A Cancer saw his curiosity and chuckled darkly. "You can pose questions to him. We don't mind. Why do I get the sense that you want me to suffer with you?" Klein lampooned inwardly and replied sincerely, "No, I don't dare to." Well, it's not that I don't dare to face Rhodes, but that I don't dare to expose Rhodes' special attitude towards me. Just like before, Klein lightly touched the side of the silver mirror. Rhodes trembled slightly, and white words quickly appeared on it. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, at your service. Checking that a cancer was still looking around the room, Klein lowered his head slightly, his hair hiding half of his face in shadow. His lips curled upwards, and, looking at the mirror, he whispered, It's good to see you, Rhodes. The ancient silver mirror shook with visible excitement, just short of displaying colorful fireworks on its surface. Rapidly, words appeared on the mirror. Yes. Can I address you as master? The great existence above the spirit world? Klein nodded subtly. Do as you please. Also, I may need your assistance in the future. Great master, it would be my honor to help you. Rhodes used another exclamation mark. Unfortunately, as I am now, I cannot stay by your side. A simple frowny face was drawn next to the words. Is Rhodes hinting at me to steal it from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery? Klein was momentarily speechless, then guided the conversation by asking, Isn't there another way to contact you? Yes, as expected of master. While in Backlund, just draw this symbol. A complicated and mysterious symbol appeared on the mirror's surface. On any mirror to summon me. Klein already knew the symbol, so he just nodded and whispered, All right, if there's anything in the future, I'll summon you. Yes, master. Goodbye, master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes. Can't wait to return to your side. Light gathered on the mirror's surface, depicting a stick figure waving its hand. A smile couldn't help forming on Klein's face as he stepped away from the table. After another series of inspections, a cancer and his teammates thanked Klein for his cooperation and returned to the first floor. Klein followed along and went back to the kitchen. He took a look at his long cold tea and sighed. However, just as he poured himself another cup, he felt an urgent and sharp stab of spiritual intuition. What? Klein was instantly alert, but in the next second, he felt that the premonition wasn't from his current situation, but that of his marionette. Klein stood in the kitchen like a statue as he placed most of his attention on Horace's perspective. His marionette was standing still in the dark and wet sewers, blankly staring straight ahead. There were no sounds except for the occasional dripping of unknown liquids. Suddenly, Klein detected something. A few seconds later, a thin black shadow emerged from the unlit surroundings. The moment Klein saw it through Horace's eyes, the Desire Ipioesol saw him too. Horace's eyes flashed with golden lightning, and the Desire Ipioesol abruptly froze, stunned, as if someone had delivered a heavy blow to him. This was psychic piercing, an ability that directly attacked the spirit body. Large patches of shadow-like black substances peeled off his body. In that instant, Jason Beria, who was already severely injured, almost fainted. Immediately after, a deep voice declared in ancient Hermes, I'm Prion. The Desire Ipioesol was instantly surrounded by invisible walls as if trapped in a sticky liquid. Klein, through Horace, then yelled one more command in ancient Hermes. Death. The black shadow sensed it. He sensed his imminent doom, yet stuck in place. He was unable to do anything but watch with horror. Moving so quickly that after images were left behind, Horace suddenly flashed right in front of the Desire Ipioesol and dealt the final blow. Thud. As Horace retracted his fist, the Desire Ipioesol stayed in place for a second before he fell to the ground. His body remained in a shadowy state, thin as if he had no density. The Sequence 5 Desire Ipioesol had died just like that, silently and soundlessly in a dirty and dark sewer. Horace stood there silently for a moment. Klein, who was several meters above in his home, was seriously contemplating life. The Desire Ipioesol really came this way. Klein massaged his temples. Well, if he took the care to deliver himself to my doorstep, then it would be bad manners to decline, right? Klein shook his head to himself with a wry smile as he picked up his cup of tea, planning to have Horace withdraw somewhere else before the official Beyonders arrived. At that moment, through Horace's senses, Klein felt a slight shaking. Horace looked behind him at the source of the sound. A tall, heavy silver armor stained with dark blood was rushing down the sewer. Isn't that Leonard? Recalling that the poet had been the user of sealed artifact 142 during the hunt for the Desire Ipioesol, Klein controlled Horace to raise his hand and wave. However, the silver armor seemed to freeze and look between the Desire Ipioesol's corpse and Horace in shock and confusion. Then, it faced Horace seriously. As it took a single, deliberate step forward, Klein felt an unprecedented sense of danger from it. Fuck, that's not Leonard. Horace stood silently in disbelief for a second. Then, he immediately burst into action. Desperately hoping that he wouldn't lose this valuable Sequence 5 marionette, Klein hurriedly urged Horace to sprint in the opposite direction as fast as possible. Thud, thud. The silver armor took a few steps toward the fleeing Horace, but stopped as more footsteps sounded out behind him. There's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Hurry and switch. The red gloves following the silver suit of armor quickly caught up. Having learned his lesson this time, Klein excused himself to the washroom, where he snuck Horace back into the house. Then, he quickly sent his marionette along with creeping hunger to stew in Seyfira Castle. Just thinking about the previous events made Klein's face burn with embarrassment, and it was only with his clown abilities that he could restrain his expression. Why? Why did I automatically assume it would be Leonard inside the suit of armor, and even wave to him with my marionette? Klein wanted to hit himself from 10 minutes ago. He forcibly calmed himself down. It's fine, no one will know. I also saved Horace from being diced up in the sewer. Klein left the washroom and returned to the kitchen again, where he picked up his cup of tea. His thoughts whirling, he took a sip and then frowned. It's cold. Irritated, Klein poured the cup into the sink and went to the living room, where he reconvened with Isengard, Stewart, Kaslana, and the other private detectives. He calmly discussed some casual matters with them, playing down the dangerous altercation with the Desire Epoisol from before. Ding! Amidst the low noise of multiple voices overlapping each other, the bright and clear doorbell was like a rush of cold air. The chatter in the room abruptly died down, and everyone looked at each other with unsure faces. Klein looked around and was about to open his mouth when a deep voice next to him announced, "I'll go get it." Isengard Stanton stood up with a calm face. After seeing that no one objected, he left the living room. The private detectives were silent as they listened to Isengard's footsteps approach the front door, pause, and then the sound of the door unlocking and opening. Klein, with his advanced hearing, was able to hear the conversation that followed, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Recalling something, he glanced at Kaslana and saw that the detective had a relieved look. Moments later, Isengard returned to the living room with 2 officers, one male and one female, following behind. Everyone, thanks to the hard work of the police, the perpetrator of the threatening letters and the mastermind behind the serial murderer has been apprehended, Isengard declared with a wide smile. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, the room erupted into uproarious cheers that shook the room. Isengard waited patiently for the commotion to die down before he continued. These 2 officers here will just take everyone's statements. Then you're all free to go. One of the people that had followed Isengard inside waved with a friendly smile at the detectives, but his gaze lingered a little longer on Klein. Klein fought down an uncontrollable smile as he subtly nodded at the green-eyed man standing at the entrance of the living room. He's wearing the ribbon I gave him, Klein realized abruptly when he saw a flash of green as Leonard turned his head. For some reason, Klein felt a strange sense of satisfaction and happiness. He blinked rapidly and averted his gaze from the good-looking policeman. Leonard and the other officer, a short, brown-haired woman, went around the room, quickly exchanging a few sentences with each detective. However, when he reached Klein, Leonard extended his hand with a smile. "It's an honor to meet the great detective, Mr. Moriarty." "Yes, hello." Klein forced down his slight embarrassment at the title as he took Leonard's bare outstretched hand and shook it. The Nighthawk wasn't wearing his red gloves, dutifully masquerading as a police officer. Leonard's hand is surprisingly warm. Klein was distracted for a second. "Could we talk privately for a moment?" Klein's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Poet classmate, what are you up to now?" However, he maintained a polite smile on his face and replied, "Sure." Klein led them to an unused room on the first floor where Leonard abandoned all pretenses and directly sprawled on the nearest chair. "What is it?" Klein also got straight to the point. The self-proclaimed poet straightened up a bit and said, "Well, after the matter with the Desire Epoisol is finished, we—" He paused and elaborated, "as in the official Beyonders, are a bit worried about possible retaliation." Klein frowned slightly and listened intently as Leonard continued. "So, All the people involved with the Devil Dogs investigation will be under official protection and monitoring for a week or so. Seriously? After going through all that effort, I'm still going to be surveilled? Leonard watched as Klein pursed his lips and couldn't help smiling. But since you played such a large role in finding the Devil Dog and apprehending the Desire APOSL, you get the special treatment of being personally protected by an official beyonder of the machinery hive mind. Can I decline this special treatment? Klein sighed, his mind whirling. Having someone monitor me 24/7 for a week. I'd rather just keep Bernadette's eye of Prime G. He lamented. Nope, Leonard replied cheerfully. But I have good news. Even though you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, after I told them that we're familiar with each other due to working together on the serial murderer case. Klein's eyes lit up. I got special approval to be tasked with watching over you. Leonard finished with a grin. Klein let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, and a relieved smile formed on his face. That's great. He reacted honestly. With Leonard, things will be a lot more convenient. At least, he won't bat an eye at any random messengers, prayers, or long trips to the washroom. Indeed, having good connections is important. Klein concluded. They returned to the living room. But halfway there, Leonard suddenly stopped and snapped his fingers as if he had just recalled something. Ah, that's right. With a knowing smile, the green-eyed man turned and looked at Klein next to him. I heard that my colleague was chasing down the Desire APOSL, but when he caught up, he only found its corpse. Klein forcefully controlled his expression, only raising his eyebrows slightly to indicate his interest and surprise. And Leonard had to fight back a laugh as he continued. According to him, a skinny bald man in the sewers stood over its body. And not just that, he even waved at him. But before my colleague could get closer, the mysterious man suddenly turned around and sprinted. Does he know? Hey, skinny and bald man. Klein frowned as if carefully contemplating, determined to not let anything slip. Leonard looked the bearded man in front of him up and down, and, seeing that Klein wasn't admitting to anything, chuckled and continued walking down the hallway. Yes, of course, it definitely wasn't that someone mistook my colleague in the silver armor for someone else and gave a friendly wave before realizing he was mistaken. He knows. Naturally, Klein forced out through gritted teeth. Silence. Then, Leonard suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard he had to stop and hold the wall for support. It wasn't until Klein, with a red face, punched him that the red glove finally stopped.